You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM and the official Wimbledon app.
Day 8 at Wimbledon brought joy for Jo as the Konta campaign continues.
She is through to the semi-finals of a major for the second time in her career. And she does indeed become the first British woman to reach the semi-finals at Wimbledon since Virginia Wade in 1978.
But Konta faces quite a champion in tomorrow's semi-final.
And Venus Williams' dream of a sixth Wimbledon crown is very much alive and kicking. She's taken out the dangerous Latvian, the reigning French Open champion, and she's done it in pretty clinical fashion in the end. 6-3, 7-5.
It's the men's quarterfinals today with Federer Raonic on centre.
I gotta bring the intensity, the focus that I've shown, the mentality on the serve, on the return, keep going for it, keep staying aggressive and positive attitude. And then I do believe good things can happen.
Roger's been the best player, I think, this year, hands down. But it's not about 6 months or whatnot. It comes down to Wednesday, one day.
But first, it's Sam Querrey against the defending champion, Andy Murray.
He obviously likes the conditions here. He played really well last year. He's had some good wins here, some tight matches as well, so he'll be confident. He's obviously a big serve, goes for his shots, very aggressive.
I've played him before where it feels like he makes every return in play. I'm going to try to be aggressive and keep the points short. That favors me. The longer the points go, probably the better chance he has to win.
We've live commentary on the championship's top matches, plus interviews with players, celebrities and fans. We'll bring you the full Wimbledon experience from every corner of the All England Club and beyond, right here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Good morning and welcome from me, Mary Rhodes. Day 9 of Wimbledon 2017 on the Wimbledon radio channel. Great to have your company, and until 10:30 you can watch us too on the Wimbledon channel. You lucky, lucky people. Joining me here on our Lavazza Cafe stand, we've got 2 former Wimbledon quarter-finalists. Wayne Ferreira, former world number 6, and next to him Naomi Cavaday, former British player, now top coach. And Naomi has also faced Johanna Konta, Venus Williams and Magdalena Rybarikova. So she's really well placed to talk about the women's semi-finals, and it's a very, very warm welcome back to another former Wimbledon quarter-finalist and former world number 4, Thomas Enquist, an old friend of us here on the Wimbledon radio channel, but his first appearance this year. Thomas, it's great to see you.
Good to see you. Good
to have you back with us, and hopefully you're going to make the clouds part and the sun will appear, such is your power.
Absolutely. I'm Swedish, I'm good at that.
That's what the Swedes are known for, obviously. The forecast today, it's a little bit overcast at the moment, but after the deluge we had yesterday, no rain forecast for today, so that's excellent news. And the clouds are due to part. We're going to have some sunshine, and we're going to have another top day's play. But we've got so much to reflect on from yesterday. And Naomi, you are still basking in that, well, that epic match that we had on centre court. The standard that was set by Johanna Konta and Simona Halep was awesome. It was worthy of a final, wasn't it?
I'm just beaming. It was just utterly brilliant. It's as good as it gets in terms of a baseline battle. That is as good as it gets in the women's game. It was absolutely extraordinary. I felt thoroughly underread yesterday because I was running out of words, so I have to go and read some more books to try and come up with any more descriptive words to just explain what was happening there, because it was just stunning.
Wayne, it takes a lot to impress you, but even you were impressed by that match yesterday, weren't you?
I do have to say I was.
Begrudgingly.
It's not often, and I try so hard not to be, but I was yesterday. It was a phenomenal tennis match. The pace and the power, the movement. I mean, Konta was hitting the ball so hard, and Halep was, running like crazy. And yet she only had like a handful of unforced errors the whole day. I mean, really, it was an exceptional match.
It was extraordinary. Wayne, I know you were watching, Thomas, you were watching that for TV, weren't you, commentating on that? The intensity of it, the fact that they managed to sustain that standard for 3 sets was something else, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I think that will go so far that it's one of the best women's matches I've ever seen. Or maybe because it's so close now, but I think I was just so impressed of the quality throughout the match. There was not one drop during those 3 sets that the standard went down. And the way that Konta was like mentally coming back after that first lost tiebreak, I think was also amazingly. Like, you could not see on the first point of the second set, you could not see that she has just lost the tiebreak in a big quarterfinal match like that in Wimbledon. So Very impressive.
And when she does get criticism from some quarters of being a little bit too mechanical, a little bit too robotic, but if that's what helps her to stay in the moment and not let things around her phase her, then fantastic. If it works for her, why not?
Well, she's always been known over the years to have these issues, these mental issues and lapses and stuff like that, and she's obviously found a way to kind of get at that. Maybe that sort of unusual ball bounce that she has is a way of being. It's so weird. I can only think about this point right now, because why the hell am I bouncing the ball like this? You know, you got to do what you got to do to make yourself play the best that you can. And obviously, you know, what she's done over the last couple of years to kind of get that part of her game right has worked well, because as Thomas said, exceptional for her to bounce back after losing that first set. She really focused well the whole match.
Yes, that ball bounce, it's as though it's on a piece of string. It's like a yo-yo, isn't it? It is attached, I'm absolutely sure. And the service action seems to slow down. I mean, the end result is pretty impressive, but it's almost as though it's broken down into its constituent parts.
You know, when you developing a serve sometimes, you know, and you go through these issues of having a bad serve, they always try to do it in pieces, and she does it in pieces, and maybe that helps her get her rhythm better, because maybe she goes too quick back or something like that, but she's designing it in a way to have the best rhythm that she can have.
Yeah, it's well, you know that the ball bouncing is part of the process, and each ball bounce has something attached to it that she's probably thinking about, like just something on her serve, because there's one little one at the end which is half the height of the ones before, and I think that's the fifth one. There's 4 big ones and then one little one every single time. You know, so you know that rhythm and things that are going through her head are entirely relevant and part of her process. But the whole thing, it was just a battle. It was almost like a boxing match. It was just incredible. You had Halep, who just had this incredibly strong chin, and just nothing that Konta could have any impact on her at the beginning. And then Konta kept getting knocked down, but she was getting back up, and she was getting back up, and Halep looked absolutely like nothing hurt her at all. But then in the end, one big knockout blow, and she was gone. It was absolutely brilliant.
And the greatest ring of all on centre court as well. And of course, it was the only match in town because we had so much rain yesterday. Well, nothing should really amaze me about the fortitude of the fans that come along to Wimbledon. Some of them are walking past me now looking a little dazed and confused, and it has to be said, a little soggy, because it did rain an awful lot last night. We'll be speaking to some of them in just a moment. I think when the sun does finally appear, and once Thomas has done his magic and he parts the clouds, we're going to see steam rising.
You see, it already started.
Yeah, it has. It looks a little bit of blue.
Mary, it was sun shining and hot the whole of last week. Thomas arrived yesterday morning. So the fact that you think that he can bring out the sun, maybe you should change it, because it just went south when he came.
All right. Okay, you see, there's a reason that I put Naomi between the two of you. You'll be arm wrestling very, very soon. Now, we have a daily social debate every day, Thomas, so I'm going to put you to work straight away. Our question for today: who is the greatest ever at facing and returning serve? The greatest ever at facing and returning serve. So while I give you a minute to think about that, everyone listening and watching us here on Wimbledon Radio Channel and the Wimbledon Channel, get in touch, use the hashtag #WhatMakesGreat. Send us your nomination, the greatest ever at facing and returning serve. You've got a lot of names to choose from on the men's and women's. So on Twitter, use the hashtag Wimbledon. We're at Wimbledon CHNL. Or just search the Wimbledon Channel on Twitter, and you can email us, radio@aeltc.com. So the three of you got a little bit longer to ponder on that while we pay our first visit of the morning to Faye Carruthers, who's in amongst the damp fans in the queue. But I bet the spirits are high, Faye.
Damp but still smiling, Mary, as always. And I'm standing here with Bob, who's popped out of the queue for me because it started moving as people start going into the holding area inside the All England Club. And Bob has been coming to Wimbledon for 34 years. Now, you've not camped overnight because you're too sensible for that.
No, I used to stay in a bed and breakfast so I could walk to the queue and beat the first trains. Now I've stopped doing that, so I catch the first train and get here about 5:30, 5:45, and queue from then on.
Good work. So you've come all the way over from California, and you've been doing this for 34 years. You've not missed many, have you?
I've missed 2, maybe 3, once or twice for family graduations from university, and then one year my father was recovering from open heart surgery, so I didn't want to leave the United States with him recovering. But every other year, so I guess I've been here 31 or 32 of the last 34 years.
Amazing. Now tell me what you've seen and what's been your favorite experience here at Wimbledon.
The most memorable match, and I think a lot of people would agree with this, was the 2008 final between Rafa and Roger. Best tennis match I've ever seen. And people that know a lot more about tennis than I do, I think, agree that that's the best tennis match ever.
Now, I know that you wanted Rafa to go all the way, but you've also got your eye on Federer and Murray, haven't you?
Right. And Djokovic, too. But Murray, especially now that Rafa's out.
So what's your plan for today?
I'll go in and go to some of the outer courts for probably an hour or two, check on the resale queue, and then join the resale queue when I think I have to get a resale ticket for the second match. I won't get in for the first one, but I hope to see Federer and Raonic. So I'll go to the resale queue probably 12, 1 o'clock.
Excellent, wonderful. So the resale queue, if nobody knows anything about it, is that you go up towards the top of the hill, and it's just behind court 18, and you can queue up to get tickets. You pay £10 for a centre court or court number 1 ticket and £5 for a court 2 ticket, and you can basically get in once people leave the grounds. They get their ticket scanned, isn't it?
And that enough people will leave after the Murray match that there'll be tickets available for the second match between Federer and Raonic.
Exactly, and all the money that's raised actually goes to the Wimbledon Foundation. So it's going to charity, which is a fantastic cause. And you know, people who didn't get centre court tickets when they queued up or in the ballot do get the opportunity to see their stars. Now you're here till the final, aren't you? So what are you planning to do on the finals day?
I'll get here and go straight to the resale queue. I'll be in the queue as I am now, and I'll go straight to the resale queue that day, and also on Friday for the men's semifinals.
Queuing and queuing. So you're American, but you're very British at the same time. You've also been imparting all your wonderful 34 years of knowledge onto other people in the queue this morning, haven't you?
Well, I happen to have people around me today that had never been, their first day, the 3 or 4 people right in front of me. So I was telling them about the resale queue and the outer courts and so on. And also the wristband. They weren't even familiar with the wristbands for the show court, so they were able to get a wristband for court 2. So they've got a reserved seat on court 2, and then I think they may go to the resale queue later on as well.
Fantastic. So anybody listening in the queue this morning to Bob, keep an eye out for him. He's got a wonderful flat cap and a lovely white beard. If you keep an eye out for him, he might impart some of his wonderful knowledge onto you this morning. I'm going to let you get back. I know you've got a queue card, so I'm going to go and let you get back into the queue for your ground pass today, and I hope you get tickets to centre court later.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Nice talking with you.
Thanks very much indeed, Faye. Now, there is a man who knows his Wimbledon, does Bob, that he stays in line, as the Americans would say, very patiently, and then he gets inside the gates and he joins another line.
He's a pro.
He is a pro.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, but you know why that is, Wayne? Because you can walk wherever you want here at the Championships.
I guess I'm so spoiled, but I mean, I don't understand that. I mean, I got to give him credit. I mean, it is one of the best places and events to come in the world. And if you do want to get on a centre court, and it's the only way that you can do it, I fully understand it. But I don't get it.
Yeah, but if you were British and you love to queue like we love to queue, you would get it.
You guys just do it. Like if you went to an event that you could get straight in, you just queue just for the hell of it?
Sometimes.
But it doesn't feel as though we've deserved it if we haven't waited in line for a good couple of hours, Wayne.
Yeah, so everyone stands, even though they've got tickets, you all just stand in a queue for an hour just so that you feel like you've deserved the ticket.
Yeah, and the worst thing you know that you can do to a Brit is queue jump.
Oh.
Although I have to say, I mean, I don't want to go kind of south of the waist so early in the morning, but I did have to do that yesterday because during the Konta and Hallett match, and we were all gripped by it, but I'm always nagging people to drink more water. So I had a taste of my own medicine, lots of water, which clearly then has a natural effect. You can see where this is going. And there was a point when I said, I have just got to leave the box on centre court for 2 minutes. I ran down the corridor to get to the ladies, and there was a line almost as long as you're seeing in front of you now. So I just had to say, I'm really sorry, but I'm on air and I need to get to the front of the queue. And they said, oh, yes, of course. They were all terribly polite and British about it.
Oh, if you ask, it's great.
Yes.
But if you just
queue barge, that's a no-no. Right, I think that's enough of waiting in line for all sorts of things. So I've given you plenty of opportunity now, Wayne, Naomi and Thomas, to give me your answer of our daily social debate. The question today is quite a tough one. Who's the greatest ever player at facing and returning serve? And obviously, you could all choose yourself, but you're far too modest to do that. So who would like to go first?
Well, I got two. I mean, one, Agassi was by far the hardest player I ever played against on the return of serve. He really hurt me. Not many people did, especially on my second serve. He was incredible. But another one that stands out is when I was very young, I watched Connors, and I actually sat in the box when I started on the tour next to his counterpart, he had this guy Red who used to travel with him all the time, and he used to sit in the box, and I was sitting there next to him one day, and I was just really blown away about the fact that every time Connor's return serve, if he missed it, no matter what kind of serve it was, if he missed it, he was so annoyed. And he put so much energy into making every return back in play. And that actually stood out for me as something unusual, because as a kid growing up, I put a lot of emphasis on my serve and winning my serve games, but not so much on the return. And that made me realize, you know, how important the return of serve was. So for me, I think Connors, from that perspective of the investment that he put into every return, and then obviously Agassi, just because he was so hard to play against.
Yeah, we've had votes already on social media for Agassi. Not a surprise there. Naomi, for you.
I think if you can neutralise a serve like Becker's as well as Agassi did, and plus many others, it's got to be up there. It's interesting, I was chatting to Wayne before we came on air about this, because it's interesting because the men, so much is about the serve. It keeps you in matches, it keeps the scoreboard close. You know, so much of the game revolves around a strong serve, and if you don't have a strong serve, it's very tough to really make a big impact. But for the women, it's so much about returning. But I don't think there has been a real standout female returner. I mean, to the standard of an Agassi or a Connors or somebody that is just that good that you feel like they know where you're going the whole time, which I think is really interesting, because so many female matches, or the women's matches, are just entirely based on how good the returning is. Halep's returning was excellent yesterday, but not good enough. I mean, so, you know, for me, Agassi still jumps out. I can't really contribute anything more than that, but it is surprising and interesting that I don't know whether you can think of a woman that would have returned to such a level. So yeah, I'll stick with Agassi.
So of the three of the semi-finals you faced, of Venus, of Jo and Magdalena, which one of their serves would you have feared most?
Oh, Venus. Feared most about Venus. But I was actually saying that when I did play Venus, I think I had I had the fastest serve, or the joint fastest serve of the tournament. I hit a big flat serve down the tee on the ad side, so I'm a lefty. And many people talked to me about it afterwards, because obviously I was way down in the rankings, so people were confused. And I think it was one of the top 10 or 15 of the year on the tour. And you know, she hit clean winner off it.
Well, that's just rude.
Yeah, no, I hit it. I think it was a 120 or something around there, and yeah, she stepped in. She took it about a metre inside the baseline, clubbed a forehand winner straight past me. So I went back to lefty sliding into the body. Thanks. I was not doing that again. You know, and it's not just about pace. I mean, her returns are pretty good.
Sure. So, Thomas, for you, of all the serves that you faced and those that were good at returning yours as well, which were the most intimidating?
Well, the serve, I think, was Pete Sampras. Even if I think that Goran probably aced me more times than Pete Sampras did. But Goran, you always had like maybe a game or somewhere in the match where you would have a couple of chances. And also on his second serve, you would feel like you have, you know, a chance to get the ball in play. Sampras at his peak, I mean, I remember I played him a couple of times here in Wimbledon, and even if he missed his first serve, the second serve came as hard. And he could serve consistently for almost throughout the tournament without really any letdown. So for me, that Pete Sampras is the best server I ever faced, and I keep him still as the best server at all time.
And he, I think, Wayne, was a nomination, wasn't he, last week in one of our questions, Pete Sampras, when we were talking about pressure and the ability to cope under pressure. This ability that he had just to step up, just to notch it up, and maybe, you know, produce a serve that was just had a different angle on it or something, that always had that ability just to step up when it was, you know, most needed.
Well, there's no question he had by far the best second serve of the game. I don't think he, for me, had the best first serve. I could read his serve and I could pick it better than I could pick, say, a Rosetsky or Ivanisevic, and that maybe because the lefty serve was harder. But he did have by far the best second serve.
So your nominations for that question for the daily social debate, get in touch on social media. You can tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL, or you can reach us on email as well, radio@aeltc.com. Who is the greatest ever player facing and returning serve? And use the hashtag #WhatMakesGreat. So over the next hour or so, we're going to be looking back at yesterday's quarterfinals and looking ahead to the men's quarterfinals today, just as those clouds are knitting together again. I was giving Thomas the big, the big high fives on his
It's best
power.
out of 5, so give me some time.
And you're
best out of 5
okay. All right, then. You get one more chance to make those clouds part.
But just a little notice on the return serve. I agree with Agassi that he's probably the best offensively returning. But if you compare the 90s compare with now, because there was so much serve and volley in the 90s, the returners like Agassi, they were very aggressive on the returns. It was all about to make as good as a return, because the volley has to be difficult. Today, when you don't serve and volley as much like Djokovic and Murray, who has hold as the best returning in the game at the moment, it's more about to get the ball in play. So it's a little bit different how you return today, I think, than you did during the 90s when Krajicek, Sampras, Ivan Isevich was serving volley both first and second serve.
Well, somebody else who knows what it takes to return some of the best serves in the world is Tim Henman, and he is with Faye Carruthers right now.
Yes, he is. We're in the middle of the queue where HSBC Court 20 is. Fans have the opportunity to play with the former British #1 Tim Henman, who joins me now, as you say, Mary. I'm going to ask you that question first of all. It's our social media shout-out. Best ever player to return serve?
Oh, best returner serve, I'm going to go for Andre Agassi.
Tell me what it's like to receive that.
Well, he was always someone that stood very close to the baseline. He sort of picked the ball up very quickly, and he was very aggressive on both your first serve and second serve. So he was definitely one of the best returners I played against.
Wonderful, thank you for that. Now tell us what you're doing down here today.
I've worked with HSBC for probably 20 years. They're obviously the official banking partner of the championships, and we got Court 20 here. They've been involved with the Road to Wimbledon, which is a junior initiative where we have about 10 to 15,000 kids play nationwide. They then play regionally, and the top 64 boys, top 64 girls play our national finals here in August. And we launched that in India about 4 years ago. We had tournaments over there. So yeah, just really giving more and more kids the opportunity of playing the game.
And what's your role here at the All England Club now?
My role at the All England Club, I mean, I'm on the sort of main board, so involved in really the event 12 months of the year, but obviously working for the BBC as well. So it's a busy couple of weeks.
I was going to say, very busy. Now let's look back at yesterday. Obviously, Jo Konta was the match of the day, really. But how did you see the women's quarterfinals?
I thought it was brilliant, and she's continued really to get better the whole tournament. In the first week when she beat Vekic on centre court, I felt that was a real turning point for her to go out on centre court and put in a big performance as the homegrown player. I think she would have taken a lot of confidence from that. And you know, Halep, 2 in the world, is a great player. She's just been in the final of the French. So for Jo to fight her way through, having been a set down, win the second set on the tie-break and come through 6-4 in pretty close to 2 hours 40 minutes was a great win.
And she did get a little bit of criticism for the former celebration that she had after that match. But can you just explain what it's like as a British player playing at Wimbledon and how?
What was the criticism?
Well, when she celebrated and she dropped to her knees and was so grateful to get through. I know exactly. It seems crazy, doesn't it? But from a British player's point of view, how why should people be criticised for that kind of passion?
I think you've got to question the people that are criticising a lot more than what Jo's doing on the court. She's put in an unbelievable performance, and there's a lot of emotion out there. There's a lot of effort that goes in throughout the whole year to give yourself the opportunity of playing on the best court in the world. So again, it goes with the territory. There are so many opinions out there, and they're all pretty much meaningless. It's much more important that you're concentrating as the player on your preparation and performance.
I'll just explain the whoop there. There was a fan who nearly took me and Tim out sliding across the court, which was splendid to watch. Now today's men's quarterfinals, who's your tip?
Yeah, I think 4 very interesting matchups on centre court. Murray starting off, and he's done enough. I don't think he's played his best tennis yet, but keeps needing to step it up. And Querrey's a good grass court player with a big game, so it's important that Murray's proactive, looks to dictate play, because Querrey's got some weapons, but I think Andy will be all right. Likewise with Federer and Raonic. That was a repeated semi-final last year, and Raonic came through that. I think Federer was definitely struggling with his knee, which kept him out for the rest of the year. So I think Federer's the favourite there, but with Raonic's serve, he can always cause a few problems. On the other court 1, you've got Cilic and Muller. Muller played an unbelievable match to beat Nadal 15-13 in the fifth. His serve has been fantastic. He's going to need to serve well against Cilic, but Cilic is he's a bit of a he's coming in slightly under the radar. Hasn't necessarily had the opportunity on the show court so much, but won US Open a few years ago. Is capable of beating the big players, so I think Cilic will come through that. And then the last match, Djokovic and Berdych again. You know, two great players, but I think Djokovic will find a way to win.
Just finally, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's your men's winner? Who's your women's winner?
It's difficult. I think it could be a Murray-Federer final. I think Federer's been in better form, but you know, in a two-horse race, anything could happen. And the women's got to go for Jo Konta.
Wonderful. Thanks very much for joining us, Tim. Take care.
Excellent. Thanks very much indeed, Faye. Great to hear the thoughts of Tim Hemmen here on the Wimbledon radio channel. And until 10:30, you can see us as well on the Wimbledon channel. I've heard my first pop of the day. A Prosecco cork flew out of the bottle. Good effort at 9:20. Whether they can last the distance and they're still upright by the time they get through the gates, it may be they just need a little bit of a refresher. I think I'm going to stick with the coffee. We've had some nominations already for our daily social debate. The question today is, who is the greatest player ever at facing and returning serve? Thanks very much indeed to Bob Craig, who has emailed us radio@aeltc.com. Jimmy Connors, he went for Wayne. He was a big fan of Jimmy Connors, and he's definitely one to put into the mix.
I think you're going to get mostly Agassi and Connors today. I think they really do stand out as the best two.
So as some of the people in the queue here enjoying their fizz and looking forward to another great day, we had champagne tennis on centre court yesterday, didn't we? The newspapers, certainly here in Great Britain, are having a lot of fun with that, and she's made the front pages of many of the newspapers as well as the back, which is always good news. And Naomi, I'm just going to say, excellent to see women's sport and women's tennis, prime time TV, and being heralded as the excellence as well. Not just because there was a British player involved, but just for the standard of it. And yeah, The Guardian has written, Johanna Konta's Wimbledon fairy tale has continued on centre court as she claimed a place in the singles semi-finals, the first British woman to do so for 39 years. And what a match we had on centre court yesterday.
Second serve from Konta. She goes to the backhand of Halep. Halep returns to the backhand cross court from Konta. And it's a backhand that's on the line. Oh, what's happened? Somebody's called. Halep has stopped playing, but the umpire has said that it's a shot from the crowd. Jo Konta has won in the most unusual fashion. She is through to the semi-finals of a major for the second time in her career. And she does indeed become the first British woman to reach the semi-finals at Wimbledon since Virginia Wade in 1978.
To be, I guess, to be in the semi-finals of my home slam, and to do that in front of a full centre court, I mean, it's pretty special. And I think the level of tennis that both of us played today, it was just a tremendous match. So I think just to be a part of a match like that again, I've been very fortunate this championship. So I've had two of those now. I feel very lucky.
And we've been very lucky to witness this, haven't we, Naomi?
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite right that she's on the front pages. I mean, what she's achieved is absolutely phenomenal. It's for people that aren't tennis fans all year round, it's quite hard to actually put it into relative terms that they may understand, because in other sports, if you are ranked 6 or 7 in the world, it's not, you're not in the medal positions, are you? So it's not necessarily treated the same, but she's really announced herself well. I mean, in spectacular fashion here at Wimbledon. And I mean, it's the best sport on the planet for women, just full stop. It is in every sense of the word. And as I say, in that match yesterday, every single attribute that you could possibly look for in a world-class elite athlete of any sport was on display on that court. Everything you could look for was there in both players, absolutely. And, you know, Simona Halep said it was the best match she played, and you know, Konta through to the semi-finals. You know, they said it was a fairy tale. It's not. It's been coming. It's been such hard work. It's a complete reality. She's been in the semi-finals of a slam before. It's going to happen again. And, you know, I mean, who's to say she won't take the title here? Or if she doesn't here, what about next year? She's got many years left to play. What about the US Open? She's done well in all of the slams, apart from Roland Garros. You know, and I think a Grand Slam title's coming her way, absolutely, especially with how open it is now and how thrilling every draw is. I mean, the Roland Garros was fabulous as well, and this is just taking it up another level. I mean, you know, absolutely, it's a complete reality. We better get used to this.
There isn't much more to say about that, but we're going to. It could be a fairy tale ending if she ends up being Cinderella and she does indeed go to the ball, the Champions Ball. See what I did there?
Oh, that was wonderful.
All right, OK, let's move on. The athleticism, Wayne, that Naomi mentioned yesterday, to see two athletes, I mean, irrespective of whether they're male or female, being able to keep the standard and the intensity yesterday, I think for anybody, no matter how much they know about the sport, was one of the things that was so impressive about yesterday.
Yeah, both were great, but Halep in particular. I mean, the defending that she did yesterday, she just moved all over, and how quickly, and she just, the defense, and considering how few unforced errors she made through the day, of having this ball coming at her at a pace that she's probably doesn't see very often. It really was exceptional from just that aspect of the game. Not even just how well they were hitting the ball, but just from start to finish, it was the highest level, the movement, the intensity. It's hard to really explain to people, you know, what makes something good, but when you have to watch something like that to see it in all aspects of the game.
And Thomas, throughout your playing career, have you been in matches, I'm sure you have, that have been at that intensity consistently throughout the match?
Oh, it's tough to remember, but I think what made yesterday's match so well is also the matchup between them. It was like a perfect matchup, you know, between an offensive player like Konta, who was hitting and obviously seeing the ball so well, and probably one of the best defensive player of the women's game, Halep. So, and also Halep played, I think, at her best level as well.
Yeah.
So, because a match like this cannot be only one-sided, because then the match would not be as good. So I think that, I mean, all credit for Halep as well, because, I mean, like we spoke about here before, like she did 3 unforced errors in the first set. In that high-quality tennis, 7-6 set. I mean, that's just amazing. I think she had less than 10 the whole match.
9.
It's absolutely
and still
incredible.
lost. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Because Konta was going for everything, and she made her play those extra balls in every single rally, and that's what made that match so special.
But you have to credit Halep, because I think she set the challenge down from the beginning. She came out saying, I'm going to be the most physical player you've ever played against. I'm chasing down everything. And it wasn't like there was just one incredible get. It was picking up a ball that we didn't think she was going to get to, and then another one, and another one. It was 3, you know, in a row, and Konta was having to hit 6 or 7 incredible shots to get it past her. And, you know, she laid down that challenge to Konta in the first set, and I don't think there was a single poor quality point in that first set. There were a couple of wild shots from Konta, but they were off the back of a great point. You know, and Konta stepped up to the challenge unexpectedly. But Halep, the movement, and I think Konta's an offensive player, as you say, and offensive players like to hit into big spaces. Konta's whole game is around her first strike after the serve or return. She hits that well to create a big space to finish off nicely into. But Halep, with her recovery, was closing down every space. So Konta was always playing to a small target. Big hitters hate that. They need big targets so that they can hit it hard and play, you know, not have so much risk. But Halep, just the recovery of just consistently asking Konta to play big and to a small space was just relentless.
We're going to leave our little cafe queue side just for the next few minutes. We're going to say a very good morning to Anna Whiteley, who's inside the All England Club this morning with a man whose tennis knowledge is, insurmountable, really. Anna, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mary. You couldn't be more on point there. I am delighted to be joined by one of the world's leading tennis journalists, Joel Drucker. He is also at large a historian for the International Tennis Hall of Fame. Joel, I'm delighted to be joined with you this morning, and I have to kick off by talking about Jo Konta. What an unbelievable performance that was yesterday. She was utterly relentless. She's into the semi-finals. What was your take on that match?
Oh, it was just a fantastic match watching her play Halep. I think a lot of people felt a little sorry for Halep. It's the Another time she could have been number one. She had the loss in Paris, but Konta, just incredible effort. Just so great to see her fighting through that match. A lot of nerves. The whole country watching her. Virginia Wade in the crowd. The 40th anniversary of Virginia winning. Konta trying to reach the semis. All this history in play, and that there's Konta having to play a match, having to fight through this match, and the roof is closed on center court, and the crowd is going nuts. Just a great effort from Konta.
And her transformation as a player, an athlete, a competitor, it's remarkable, isn't it?
It really is. She had only won one match at Wimbledon prior to this year. Now she's won 5. She's in the semis. She really works hard at her tennis. I think she's a real pro's pro. She has weapons. She has a lot of games. She has a very good serve, which is an underrated part of women's tennis. You don't see that many good serves. So she is just playing some really good tennis. So it's a very exciting time for people who follow tennis.
Well, next up in the semis will be 5-time champion Venus Williams. She will be a tough competitor. Looking at her yesterday in the quarters, she played a pretty perfect match against Ostapenko, didn't she?
She was very composed. She knew Ostapenko was dangerous. She knew Ostapenko was confident, had won the French, loves to just hit the ball, and Venus really took it to her. She was composed. She was aggressive. She put Ostapenko back on her heels, and she was all business. So a really great effort from Venus Williams. So that's going to be a very interesting final between the 5-time champion from America and the British contender.
Well, looking at the quarters yesterday, Coco Vandeweghe versus Rybarikova. Vandeweghe, she just couldn't quite find it at the end there. She had a bit of an advantage with the rain delay. You thought she would have had a bit of encouragement from Pat Cash, but it wasn't quite enough, was it?
Well, of course she had all of the above. She had the delay, she had the Wimbledon champ helping her, but what she didn't have was her rhythm, and that was her opponent's asset. Her opponent did the things to take her out of her game, and that's the great thing about tennis, is that it's a relationship game. Both players are connected to one another, and so it's up to one player to try to disrupt another. And Rybarikova did that much better than Vandeweghe.
Rybarikova, she played a very clever game yesterday. She really dragged those errors out of her, didn't she?
Well, that's what tennis is. Tennis is how do you assert yourself. Roger Federer does the same thing. He just does it in a different way that looks glorious to us. But I think she played a wonderful tactical match. She thoroughly disrupted Vandeweghe. She got her out of rhythm, out of sorts, moved the ball around, put it in awkward places. That's the game. That's what tennis is all about.
And looking at Muguruza as well, she looked fearless yesterday, didn't she?
Very powerful, very forceful, playing against her friend of sorts. They've practiced a bunch together in Spain, so they know each other's games quite well, she and Kuznetsova. She was assertive, Muguruza. She was in control. Probably felt relieved after having lost her title defense in Paris last month. So now she's just playing at Wimbledon, where she got to the finals 2 years ago, and she played some great tennis against Kerber in the prior round. So again, it's really good to see Muguruza regaining the form that took her to the finals here a couple of years ago.
Well, looking at today's events, we've got some fantastic tennis with the men's quarters, starting with Djokovic. He's had a bit of an unfair advantage. He hasn't had the full day to recover. He played some terrific tennis yesterday, but it wasn't quite vintage Djokovic from a year and a half ago, was it?
Oh, I thought he played fine enough. I mean, he wasn't against that challenging an opponent. Had to struggle a little bit in the second set against the clever left-handed tactics of his opponent, but today he plays someone who's played 27 times. He's 25-2 versus Burdick. He did lose to him here a number of years ago, but I think it's going to be a very linear match. It's going to be some real craftsmanship from Novak as he pretty much dissects Burdick. I think he's going to be fine in that match.
To be Thomas Burdick, how could you prepare yourself for a match like Djokovic?
How does Djokovic prepare himself? I think he just gets his rest. I mean, he's been in this situation a million times. He's played on less than ideal rest. He should be fine. He probably had his special meal, and he did his stretching, and he made sure not to eat, doesn't eat his gluten, his all these dietary things that govern him. And I think he'll be fine. Burdick is a very easy opponent to prepare for. He might be playing well, and he might hit a lot of big shots, but he's not going to bring any surprises. Everyone's seen Thomas Burdick play frequently enough to know he hits the ball very hard, very powerful, and you've just got to stay in the points with him and then hope for good things.
We then got defending champion Andy Murray against Sam Querrey. What do you think we can expect from that match? It's difficult to know how much Murray's injuries are or are not bothering him at the moment.
Well, that's what we've been wondering the whole tournament since it started, is about this hip injury that Andy spoke about on the dawn of the championships. And I'm not sure. I think Querrey's going to be playing aggressively, going to be going for some big shots, some big forehands. He's beaten him once before. I think Murray is going to just try to settle his way into the match and maybe weather the storm, get Querrey on the run, try to move him around, hopefully use his own forehand well. That'll be interesting. We'll see. This might be a true test for Murray that he hasn't had yet.
Well, no doubt one that we're all looking forward to. 7-time champion Roger Federer playing in his 100th match here at Wimbledon against the great Milos Raonic. Of course, Raonic bumped Federer out last year, but, I mean, Federer, he's playing like an absolute champion.
Well, Roger Federer, the most popular tennis player ever, bar none. Everything this guy does, we're all swooning over in rapture and seeing how great Roger Federer plays. Last year, Raonic beat him in a very good 5-setter. This one will be very interesting. Raonic has been a little under the radar, but he's got big weapons, great serve, great forehand, and we're going to see if he can press Federer and how he can really challenge him.
And finally, last but not least, Marin Cilic against Jill Muller. Cilic hasn't dropped a set yet, and do you think Muller will have recovered from that epic against Nadal?
That's a real tall order. And no pun intended on the height of those guys. Those are big, tall, strong players. I mean, that was incredible effort versus Nadal. I think Cilic is going to feel pretty comfortable. Talk about under the radar. I mean, but this guy's been playing some great tennis, Marin Cilic. He has just been forceful and returning well and serving well and very in control of his game. I think he's going to feel pretty comfortable against Muller. I think Muller's going to be a little worn out from the Nadal effort. 15-13 in the 5th, that's a lot of tennis. Almost 5 hours against someone who competes as well as Nadal. That's a lot of tennis.
And just finally, as someone who has covered the game for so long, how does this championship compare, and what have been your highlights so far as we get down to the more business end of the 2 weeks?
Well, just coming to this tournament, Wimbledon to me is the ultimate club tournament. The people who run this tournament put such care into every little strand, from the flowers to the benches to the seats to the players to the courts. Everything is so immaculate and everything is addressed so carefully. I think the highlight, really seeing Kanta blossom this way at her home slam is the great story of the tournament. And then seeing Venus have this continued resurgence that she had a year ago here. She got to the semis, and then she got to the Australian Open finals. So I think those are the two big highlights of the tournament so far.
And for you, in the final, who would you love to see go head-to-head?
What would I love to see? Well, I guess I'd like to see Federer, and then I think it'd be interesting to see Federer play Murray. Murray, who's the defending champion and the hometown favorite. It'd be interesting to see how the crowd reacts to that match. 5 years ago they met in the final, but it was a little different for each of them. Murray has since won the title twice. On the women's side, I think I'd like to see Kanta, and I'd be interested to see her play Rybakova. Oh wait, is that I've lost track. Is that the semi? Are they in the? I forget who the matchup is. It's Kanta and Venus. I'd like to see her play Rybakova in the finals.
Lovely stuff, Joel. Well, incredible insight, as always. We appreciate your time. It's wonderful to hear your thoughts. Enjoy the rest of the championship. There is so much good tennis to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna.
Thanks very much indeed to Anna, and yes, great to hear the thoughts of Joel Drucker there here on the Wimbledon radio channel, and to see him as well, because we're in vision until 10:30 on the Wimbledon channel. Alongside me here in our Lavazza Cafe, just outside the grounds of the All England Club, former world number 4 Thomas Enquist, who is it's his first appearance. I mean, for goodness sake, it's the second Wednesday. Where have you been? We leave the best till almost last. Naomi Cavaday, who watched that Joe Conta match yesterday and is still in that bubble and still waxing lyrical about it. And Wayne Ferreira as well, former world number 6, who also, breaking news, enjoyed the match. And it takes a lot to impress this guy. It really does. We've had quite a few messages from you already. Thanks ever so much for getting in touch. Nico Daniel, he's emailed radio@AELTC. And I'm going to say this quietly in case his boss is listening. He says, live and work in Kuwait, watching you guys on my PC at work. Shh. Secret safe with us. My nomination, and this is the daily social debate question, who's the greatest ever player at facing and returning serve? And his nominations, Bjorn Borg and Martina Navratilova. Two good shouts there, I would have thought. And also, we have had a couple of emails. Actually, he tweeted us at the Wimbledon channel. 2 emails we've had. The first one from Nathaniel Knight. Thanks very much for emailing us. If it ends up being Konta versus Muguruza final, do you think Konta is the favourite, or will Garbiñe take her first Wimbledon title? Keep up the entertainment. Nathaniel, who would like to pick up on that one?
I think that if that was the final, I think Muguruza's the favourite. I mean, she's won a Grand Slam before, and I don't think it's something that anyone can comprehend, being in that position until you're there. And I mean, it looks like nothing really phases Konta at the moment, so maybe she'll be completely fine and treat it like a first-round match. I don't know, but maybe she'll do what Ostapenko did in Roland Garros. Everyone thought, well, is she going to waver? And actually, it was the more experienced player of Halep that really struggled mentally in that match. I would have to say Muguruza is the favourite in that situation. Thomas?
I think it's going to be interesting first to see how she coped with playing Venus Williams in the semis, because it's a totally different matchup. Now she came from a match against Halep where she was dictating every point. It's going to be a totally different story against Venus Williams, who's as big hitter, maybe even bigger hitter than herself. So she needs to defend as well. So that's going to be interesting to see. And if she gets past Venus, probably Muguruza in the final is the same kind of player, also playing super aggressively, hitting the ball. So she needs to show that she can defend as well. Yeah. Yesterday she showed how good she can play offensively, but she was dictating every point the whole match. Now, in the next couple of rounds, if she plays semis and finals, she needs to show that she can defend well as well.
She hates being rushed, Konta. That's probably the biggest thing. And that was something that Vekic did so well in the second round, because Vekic played quite aggressively and she hit so flat and low. Konta was hating it. She came through it, which is great.
I think she's going to have no pressure to play against Venus, because she's going to have Venus on a pedestal that she's going to be like, well, I have nothing to lose against her. But I think she's going to really have a hard time in the final, because if she plays Muguruza, she's going to believe that she's the favorite to win in the final. And I think the pressure is going to really tell. So I think tomorrow she'll play free and easy. And then if she makes the final, I think it's going to be a different match for her.
We're going to hear from Venus in just a second. But obviously, Wayne, all our listeners and viewers are hanging on your every word. And Nigel Harding has come back on something you've said. Interesting to hear Wayne praising Halep's few unforced errors, because that is her problem. She hits fewer errors because she doesn't go for winners. She'll never be a slam champion until she tries to win one instead of trying not to lose one. It was the same against Ostapenko at the French, whose daring was rewarded. Halep's caution, her downfall. Nigel, thank you.
I agree with that to a certain extent, but I do think that the match yesterday was one of the very few matches that I've watched her play where she was fairly aggressive off the ground too. She tried to up the pace a little bit and she tried to play more aggressive, but I think the reason why she was able to hit the ball harder yesterday than normal is because of the pace of the ball coming to her. She's the type of player that uses her opponent's pace to generate pace. If she plays somebody who slows the ball down, then she has a really hard time to hit winners and to control points. So I 100% agree. But she's not a big girl. She's it's hard for her to generate the pace, and I just don't think she's ever going to be an aggressive tennis player.
Well, I think you have to create a game style that fits your body type and your athleticism and whatever you're about. And Halep is the most incredible athlete at running. And so she sets her game up to really, maximise that to the full. And, I kind of disagree a little bit, because, she only hit 9 unforced errors. She hit more winners than she hit unforced errors. That's good for anyone. And yes, it would be great if she could be more offensive, but she's a counter puncher, and she wasn't grinding out there. She was punching the ball back. She was using every drop of energy on the ball. If Konta gave her angles, she was using that to her advantage. If Konta gave her depth, she was using that as well, and the pace. Anything Konta put on the ball, she was using to its absolute best ability. So I don't know, you're always going to get different game styles. I don't think many people really would say that about Rafa Nadal and say, oh, come on, if you just serve volleyed, you would have beaten Muller. I mean, look, he was serve volleying, and what are you doing? Everybody has different game styles, and you have to play to your strengths. And I think how she played against Konta was the most aggressive I've ever seen her. She maintained her position up the court really well, and I think that that is how she needs to play continuing on.
Maybe she could have played. I don't think that, because a match like that is just a few points here and there. I don't think she did too much wrong, but maybe what I saw, that there was a very typical pattern when Konta was serving and Halep was putting all the returns to Konta's backhand, and she was hitting down the line. So it was serve, short return, and down the line backhand. What I would like to see a little bit from Halep's point of view, she would have returned much more to Konta's forehand, a little bit more aggressively, try to keep the ball a little bit deeper when she had the chance on the second serve. That's the only thing I could see, like maybe should have done a little bit differently. But otherwise, a match like we saw yesterday, I think credit to both players. Again, like one of the best matches I've ever seen.
Now, Thomas, I'm not going to argue with you on your tennis knowledge. However, your ability to change the weather, I have to take issue with, because as we sat here this morning and it was cloudy and a little bit chilly, and you said, no problem. The sun will appear, life will be good. It's now raining, and our camera position, they've had to come undercover. So I don't know whatever your magic spell is, but you've kind of got the mix wrong.
I can explain this.
And you'd have an answer.
Yeah. When do the matches start?
Oh, okay. So
and what time is it now?
I wasn't specific enough then.
Do you have roof over your head?
Okay, all right, yeah. Always accentuate the positive.
Exactly. At 1 o'clock, we talk at 1 o'clock.
Mary, what's going to happen at 1 o'clock is it's going to be raining at 1 o'clock and Thomas is going to disappear.
11:30.
We won't see him again for the rest of the day. It'll rain the whole day and Thomas will be gone.
Somebody told me the courts were dry.
Okay, so you're saying this can only be a good thing.
Exactly.
I'm not sure the people in the queue are going to agree with you. Yeah, well, 11:30, we need it earlier than that because play gets underway on the outside courts at 11:30. And actually, just Nigel Harding, who precipitated that very interesting discussion on Halep's few unforced errors, and actually maybe she should go for a few more shots, has followed up with another email. Thank you, Nigel, for this. He says, Venus will be the champion on Saturday. That is the true fairy tale ending. Konta can win next year. Okay, well, Jo Konta, she was tested throughout these championships, definitely. Her next test, well, it could be even tougher still.
And Venus Williams' dream of a 6th Wimbledon crown is very much alive and kicking. She's taken out the dangerous Latvian, the reigning French Open champion, and she's done it in pretty clinical fashion in the end. 6-3, 7-5. In an hour and 13 minutes, a full pirouette as she salutes the crowd who are on their feet here on centre.
I definitely think experience helps, for sure. I mean, for a lot of the players I've played, it's their first time in the 3rd round or the quarterfinals or whichever 4th round. So I have an opportunity to bank on experience and having dealt with those sort of pressures before.
That was women against girls yesterday, wasn't it, Thomas?
Yes, I mean, and I think that we have to give Venus also a lot of credit. I mean, 37 years old, playing unbelievable tennis still, showing the passion and motivation for the game still. I'm so impressed.
And she looks so phenomenally fit, doesn't she, Naomi?
I mean, are you kidding? Are you kidding that she's turning up in this shape at 37? It's outrageous. I mean, Ostapenko was a toddler when she first won Wimbledon.
She was actually only about 2 weeks old.
Oh, well, not even
No, she was
a
2 weeks
toddler.
old when she first made her appearance. Yeah, she was 17, wasn't she, when Venus first arrived? And that was 2 weeks after Ostapenko had been born.
Yes, but I would think when she won Wimbledon,
she was a toddler. Yeah.
Ostapenko was a toddler, probably hadn't even picked up a tennis racket. It's just, I mean, Venus must be thoroughly miffed at all these kids running around her joint, and you know, she owns this place, and I think she's walking up in the absence of Serena, which, you know, I think is fair enough. She's got to be thinking, sorry, Wayne. She's, you know, I mean, yeah, you got Ostapenko turning up, and, you know, I think there's an extra boost for her because, you know, it reminded me actually a little bit of of a final that was played in Halle between the men. It was Federer against Zverev, and all of the talk about Zverev's potential, and, you know, Federer's going, well, hang on a minute. Potential's one thing, but I've been doing this for a long time, and there's a big difference. And he got a complete cuffing there, really, and it was the same for Ostapenko. It was pretty straightforward. Venus had an answer for everything and was just putting her in a place, saying, "Oh, you might have potential. You might have one Grand Slam. Congratulations. I've got a few more, and you know, come back to me in 10 years' time and see where we're at." I mean, Venus might still be playing.
Way to stamp your authority. It's basically, I think, when a lot of players get older and these young kids come out on the tour, the biggest issue they have is, say, these young kids have no respect. You know, I've been here for so long, I've done so much, and they walk on the court and there's no respect just from every aspect. And Venus yesterday basically just showed the girl what is happening, who's boss, and she left a mark. A big mark on Ostapenko and all of the other young kids yesterday.
But what I think is so nice to see when with Serena, with Venus, with Roger, is that after winning everything they have done, you know, they don't have nothing else to prove, you know, and they've done it for so many years, and I believe that it's purely because they love it, and I think it's so nice to see that it's all about the game. And that you see them year after year coming here, like you said, so well prepared. I mean, the effort it takes actually at 37 to play the tennis she does, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's so much hard work preparing for this event. And I strongly believe that it's because she's so passionate about the game still. And I love that.
And yet she makes it look effortless, doesn't she? And I think if there was a soundtrack, if there was one track I would choose to go with Venus Williams, it would be Poker Face. Because the expression never changes. She just kind of works her way around the court, She knows what the game plan is, and she executes it brilliantly. I mean, you've faced her across the net. What on earth is it like when you've got not only her firepower, but you've got that steely gaze looking at you?
Yeah, it's pretty intense. She was standing quite far inside the baseline to return my serve, and that was a little unusual for me because I did have a fairly big one on me. But the hardest thing is when you're walking on centre court. I mean, you guys know what it's like. You stand, and as you go and you get held in just outside the court, and you've got the list of all the winners. And I played her in 2008, and she'd won the last 3 years. So I looked at the list of winners just to my right, and it was V. Williams, V. Williams, V. Williams. And playing Venus Williams is one thing, and Konta has played her and has beaten her. But to play her on centre court at Wimbledon in a semi-final is very, very different, I think. And but I also think that it was the best thing that could have happened to Ostapenko. I think she really, you need that as a junior. And the same for Zverev, as I mentioned, with the Halle result, because that's going to refocus them. They started to think they were making it, and it was starting to come. And I was working pretty hard, and I had it all sussed out. And actually, it's back to the drawing board, because ultimately, Ostapenko, you just lost to a 37-year-old. And you need to, But I think that's good, though. That's good sometimes. Not in a negative way of she needed to be clamped down or anything, but just a little bit of grounding of, because Ostapenko thoroughly believes she's going to be #1 in the world. I think winning French Open, she was like, yep, great, first slam done, in the bag, right, what's next? And that's fantastic, and it's taken her so far and will continue to take her far. But I think, it's just good to get that reality check once in a while of if she wants to be a superstar, the work she's got to put in.
I think, Naomi, what would have made it worse with your match against her if you had gone over and you were waiting to go out on centre court and she was standing by the board going like this.
Yeah, exactly.
That would have been worse. How would you have felt then?
Well, that's me.
Yeah, just have a look what I've done.
Yeah, I was well aware. I was well aware.
But talking about Ostapenko, I watched her play against Svitolina, and that was just a poor match from both. I mean, the choking and the tightness and the errors, and that didn't look like someone who believed she could be #1 in the world in that match against Svitolina. So she's got a long way to go, and I do think that yesterday's whipping will really be good for her, because it's going to show her she does have a long way to go. She's not quite there yet, and that she's got a lot of work ahead of her.
Yeah, you could see in Ostapenko's face yesterday, definitely. She was I thought, almost on the verge of a bit of a tantrum, thinking, but this isn't fair, and stamping her foot.
It was just too much power to handle for her.
But she was a lot like that against Svitolina too. She was making errors. She had 8 match points. I mean, it was a comedy of errors from both of them. For someone who had just won the French, she didn't show a lot of confidence and belief in herself, and that was surprising to me.
But Ostapenko, that's the thing, Ostapenko's come with this huge power-hitting game. And Venus invented that. She wrote the book on power hitting and how to just overwhelm your opponents. I know there were power hitters before, Davenport and the likes, but she took it to a whole new level, maybe bettered slightly by Serena, but I mean, she's not fazed by that at all, and she created the tennis that we have today, the big power hitting in the women's game.
And that's where I think Konta's going to have a big problem too. I mean, playing Halep is one thing, but playing against Venus or Serena, but Venus in particular right now, going up, they just, she's taking the serve inside, and Konta's got a great serve, but Venus is going to be inside the baseline. Second serve, she's going to hurt her. She's really going to put the pressure on her. It's going to be a completely different game for Konta tomorrow.
Yeah, the first strike would not be at all the same.
She's going to be, I don't know if they've ever played before, but whenever you go out, from my understanding, against the Williams sisters, it's an absolute shock to your system that these girls can hit the ball so hard, be so aggressive, and just, they serve big, they hit the ball big, they take the ball early. It's a different animal. Completely, and Konta's going to have a tough time tomorrow.
And those balls took some punishment yesterday, didn't they, on centre court? But you wouldn't necessarily want to be picking up the balls after the semi-final tomorrow in the resale. Certainly not playing tennis. Put them on your mantel shelf, but probably not play tennis.
But the other thing too, the points are going to be short against Venus too. She keeps them short because of her power. So we're not going to see long points like we did with Halep. It's going to be fierce hitting, but much shorter points.
Okay, well, plenty that we will discuss here on the Wimbledon radio channel and on the Wimbledon channel about that semi-final over the next 24 hours or so. But let's look ahead to the other semi-final, because Nadal might be out, but Spain do still have a singles semi-finalist.
She serves from the far end. The serve is good. There's a high ball again. That's going out of play. It is Muguruza's day here on court number 1. Excellent work from the Spaniard, who beat the world number 1 yesterday and now knocks out the Russian, who hadn't dropped a set all week. It is Muguruza, having shaken hands with the Russian, who now steps back, twirls around on the court. Big smile on her face and takes the warm applause, which is richly deserved.
Well, it means a lot, you know, especially in that final and last year losing in second round, to be able to, I don't know, you know, go deep in the tournament and still with chances. I'm very happy and very pleased also with this match, because obviously Kuznetsova is a very tough opponent. We all know she has been and is a great player. And I managed to play a good level during all the match, and I earned the victory.
Well, Rob has tweeted us here at Wimbledon CHNL, and he says, I'd like to ask Naomi if she thinks that Muguruza has gone under the radar.
I think until the round of 16, I was looking down the list of the round of 16, and no one was standing out. Everybody was playing pretty good tennis. You had Van der Wey cruising through, Williams cruising through. It was looking really poised. But after the round of 16, Muguruza's performance against Kerber, that for me was, okay, she's back in business here. She's back to where she was a couple of years ago when she reached the final. And of course, last year she won the French Open. So, so that really stood out. But then I think in the quarterfinals, Conta's just upped it again. So the challenge really being presented by those two. But I think Muguruza's back in business, and she has won a Grand Slam. That is so important. But she was going under the radar. Well, I mean, she's had a pretty poor season. I think that's why. I think it was fair enough, to be honest. There were other people outperforming her. Her ranking slipped outside the top 10. Very much see it getting back there. I do see her getting back to the top of her game, winning many more Grand Slams.
So Thomas Muguruza, a finalist here a couple of years ago. Do you think she'll be a finalist again this year?
Yeah, I think so. I think by the experience and the way she's hitting the ball, and she's such a... She needs her confidence, the way she plays. You know, she's similar to Sharapova, I would say, the way she's like super aggressive on each shot. But when she loses the confidence and when she starts to be a little bit stressed in her game, everything falls apart because she doesn't have a plan B. So I think that when now she's been deeper in the tournament and she obviously have a couple of good wins, I also agree with you that like this win against Kerber really was important for her to come back from a set down and win that match. And I think that we will see a much more confident Muguruza, and I think that she has a very good chance to winning that semi-final. I would be surprised if she doesn't, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have given her a shot coming into the tournament with how bad her form has been. I've watched her play a few matches that have been absolutely dismal, and you would have said that she wouldn't have had a chance, but she has kind of got her way through the draw. And the match yesterday against Kuznetsova, she actually looked really, really good, like she did when she made the finals here on that. So she's obviously got over that hump. Her confidence has grown a little bit, and she is the type of player that, you know, the further she gets along and the more confident she gets, the tougher she will be. So she's kind of pieced her game together at the right time.
Well, if she's sort of gone under the radar a little bit to get through to the semi-finals, then Naomi, who would have thought that the world number 87, Magdalena Rybarikova, would have been in the semis?
Oh, I mean, come on. What a performance. And you know, I've heard a lot of people saying, well, you know, a little bit fortunate because Van der Wey really did crumble under the pressure very unexpectedly, it must be said. I know she is kind of uncharted territory. She hasn't been further than a semi-final of a Grand Slam, but really that was a very disappointing performance. And before that, of course, playing Petra Martic in the round of 16, and before that Serenko. But that's what happens when you beat the favourite. She beat Pliskova, and then the draw opens up for you. You take the number 3 seeded spot, and away you go. And she's taken full advantage of what a win she had in that second round. So absolutely credit to her. No one can say she doesn't deserve her place in the semi-finals, because you know, Pliskova was my pick for the tournament. She took her out.
When we said right at the beginning of the championships, Thomas, that the women's draw is wide, wide open and all these names were being thrown into the mix, I don't think anybody, from our team at least, said, oh, yes, I know, Magdalena Rybarikova, she'll be in the semi-finals.
No, that's for sure. But it's been very hard to predict because it's so wide open. When Serena is playing, it's Serena against the rest. And you're all like, who is Serena is going to have any chance
to lose? Who's the other finalist?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but this year it's been wide open. It was the same for the French Open. It was very hard to predict. And so many good players out there to take the chance now when Serena is gone. And I think that it's nice to see that some new faces.
But did you know, Thomas, that this is the 17th slam in a row that we've had a debut semi-finalist? 17 in a row in the women's. Isn't that extraordinary?
Yeah. Extraordinary.
Every Grand Slam, a semi-finalist has been a new one. It's just incredible.
It's good for the game. Really good for the game.
Yeah. Right, let's, as the clock is moving on. It's gone 10 o'clock here on the Wimbledon radio channel, and if you're watching us on the Wimbledon channel, make the most of us, because you're only with us until 10:30, and then you're going to have to wait until later in the day. So let's spend the next half an hour or so just looking at the order of play for today and finding out how they got to this position. Of course, we're into the men's action today. Andy Murray plays Sam Querrey first up on centre court. Let's hear from them both, starting with the defending champion.
He obviously likes the conditions here. He played really well last year. He's had some good wins here, some tight matches as well, so he'll be confident going in. He's obviously a big serve, goes for shots, very aggressive player. So I'll need to, like today, I maybe played one or two service games in the first set that weren't the best against him. You can't really afford that. He's not an easy guy to break, and when he's ahead, he can serve it out well. He's a good front runner, so I'll need to make sure I'm serving well and not letting him dictate too much, because when he's standing up on the baseline, hitting forehands and dictating, he's a very dangerous player.
I've played him before where it feels like he makes every return in play. And so, I feel like against him, I'm going to try to probably be a little more aggressive on return games than I was against Kevin. Against Kevin, he serves so big, you're just trying to stab the ball in and kind of pray that you're going to win the point after that. Against Andy, you'll get a few more shots to kind of find your rhythm, get into some points a little bit, and I'm going to try to do that. But also I'm going to try to be aggressive and keep the points short. That favors me. The longer the points go, probably the better chance he has to win.
So Wayne, Naomi, Thomas, I want you to keep your thoughts on Murray and Querrey in a little bit of a holding pattern while we go to Faye, who is in the queue. She's right in front of us, actually, with a couple of fans who are very much looking forward to men's quarter-final day. Faye.
They are indeed, Mary. And we've been talking about trying to get as many nationalities as possible on the Wimbledon radio channel this year. This is Maria and Tete from Argentina. I don't think we've had anybody from Argentina yet. How are you doing? How has your queue experience been so far?
So far, great, because we were expecting to at least be able to come into the grounds, and I think we will be able to. So we're excited because he actually plays tennis in Argentina, and Wimbledon is his favorite. So, well, let's see.
How good a player are you, Tete?
He doesn't.
He doesn't speak great English. No. I'm going to let you speak then, Maria.
Yeah,
How good
please.
A player is Tete?
He's a great player. A good player. He plays for his club, L'Aviron. It's a French club, and well, he competes throughout the year in different championships. And so, well, we are trying to see something here, some good tennis, great tennis here.
Could he beat Roger Federer, do you think?
Who is he playing with?
No, could Tete beat Roger Federer?
No, definitely not.
So, yeah. You think you could beat Roger Federer?
Yeah, already. See, yeah.
Argentinian confidence. I love that. I love that. So have you been to Wimbledon before?
No.
No.
Only visiting the club, but not in a championship. Just like tourists. Yeah.
What are you looking forward to most?
I enjoy just walking around, watching the people, and if I happen to be able to watch a match, well, much better.
Exactly. Well, enjoy your day. Go and rejoin the queue in the place that you came out. Thank you. Don't worry, you've not lost your place. Bye. Take care. They're very organised here at Wimbledon, and they give you a queue card so that if people do step out of the queue, then they're not going to lose their place.
Excellent. Well, that's good to know. So if anybody is in the queue and they see Faye approaching them thinking, I'd love to talk to her, but I'm frightened of losing my place in the queue, don't worry. As we have said, this is so well organised here at the All England Club that you will not lose your place. Now, here's a challenge. Faye, I know you're a woman who likes a challenge. I've got one for you now. Right, OK. We've had an email from Phil and Noel Cowie. Hello, Team Wimbledon Radio. kind of the right words, not necessarily in the right order, but we'll take it. Just had a WhatsApp from my family. Libby and Amy in the queue waiting to try for tickets. So exciting to know they're at Wimbledon. Absolute bucket list item for me. Sun shining in Cape Town, but very cold wind. Well, you've got the sun, we haven't quite yet, but Thomas Enquist assures me he's working on that. Hope you get play today. We'll definitely get play. So, Faye, here's your challenge. If you can find Libby and Amy in the queue, they've obviously now heard me shouting out to them. So, you've got your trainers on.
Yep.
I know you're a woman of speed.
Obviously.
So that is your challenge. See if you can go and find Libby and Amy in the queue.
Wonderful.
And we will give their family in Cape Town, we will make their day, without a doubt.
I'll be back soon.
All right, there we are. That's the challenge to Faye. Thanks very much indeed to Phil and Noel for getting in touch with us here. They've emailed us, radio@aeltc.com. A couple of other emails as well. This is from Maddie Taylor-Harris. Hi, Wimbledon Channel. Listening on a road trip from Canberra to Melbourne in Australia. That sounds a fabulous road trip. I'm sorry to break your excited British hearts. We're neutral here on the Wimbledon radio channel. And obviously international. We have a South African, we have a Swede, a couple of Brits just to balance things out. But we cover all nationalities here. But Maddie does say, I'm sorry to break your excited British hearts, but I think that Venus will defeat Jo in the upcoming semi-final. And she also joins in on our daily social debate. We're talking about the best server and returner. She says, best returner, Andre Agassi. Thanks. And she does finish it with a couple of hearts, Maddie. So thanks very much indeed to Maddie. And another nomination here for greatest returner server, arguably Serena. Forget about the fact that Serena is a woman. I think she'd be able to return any man's serve as good as she does on the WTA Tour. I asked you about 3 minutes ago to hold your thoughts on Murray against Querrey. So who'd like to kick us off on that quarterfinal? Thomas, you've been nominated.
He's chomping at the bit there.
Yeah, he's on the edge of his seat.
I'm ready for it. I think it's a nightmare for Sam Querrey to play Andy Murray. I think it's a bad matchup for him. Even if he has played extraordinary so far in this tournament, and he has beat a lot of good players. Tsonga. He has beat Kevin Anderson, and he has had tough matches, so obviously very confident coming into this, but it's a bad matchup. I mean, he plays probably one of the best returners in the world who gets everything back. He's so steady, Andy. I have a tough time to see what Sam Querrey can do to beat Andy Murray. Of course he can, make a good match, and he has big shots, so he can keep with him maybe a little bit, but I have a tough time to see that would last over 5 sets. So I think for me, Andy Murray is a big favourite in that match.
And Wayne, Querrey is underselling himself, underplaying it and saying, I know how difficult this is going to be. Is that just reality or a little bit of mind games?
Well, his first thing that he said was basically telling us that he already knows it's going to be difficult when he says, the times that I've played him, I feel like he gets every one of my serves back in play. There already shows you he's worried. And he knows the difficulty that he's going to have. The matches against Tsonga and Anderson, these are good, strong servers that don't return as well, where Murray's not a great, strong server, but the best returner in the game. It's a completely shift of a style of player, and it's the style of player that Sam really struggles against. He does not want his serve coming back. And Andy can get through his serve games easier because Sam's not known to be the greatest returner either. Weak on the backhand side, so if Andy can get the ball back in play and get the ball to the Querrey backhand, it's tough. I agree with Thomas. I think matchup-wise, it's got to be the worst one for him to play.
Do you see him taking a set off, Andy?
Set, yes. I mean, I think he can come out and bang the ball hard and be aggressive, and he could get lucky. Maybe Andy misses a bunch of first serves, and Sam can attack the second serve and get a break here and there, and then serve it out for the set. I think he's got a chance to win maybe a set, and possibly at worst, a best-case scenario for him too. But I just don't see him having it to win the match.
Thomas, how have you assessed Andy Murray's movement so far in the championships? Because there was quite a bit of concern about his hip, the problem that he's had coming into it. Do you think that has eased up throughout the championships, or is it still an issue?
I mean, he hasn't really been tested yet, though, I would say. But he looks good, he's. I think when I saw him playing in the French Open after reaching that semi-final, and I think he played a very good match against Wawrinka. I felt like that was a little bit of a turning point for this season. Obviously, a little bit disappointing season for him so far. Coming in as #1 this year and haven't, played as well as he usually does. I felt like after the French Open, I thought like, okay, he's back on it. Then a little bit surprisingly lost in the early rounds of the Queens, but he's so good on this surface. He has won here twice. Every time he steps on that center court, he knows his ability. I think he looks pretty confident. And I think that he also knows today that it's a good matchup for him. So I think he's coming into this match feeling good about reaching the quarterfinals. I think he feels that his form is on the right way, not only during this tournament, but in general. I think he's playing better tennis now than he did like a couple of months ago. So I think that looks pretty confident for me.
Naomi, there were some shots of Andy Murray on the practice court yesterday moving around. I mean, he's never spring-like like Nadal is. He's always looks slightly laboured until he gets into the points. But he did seem to be limping somewhat. But somehow when he comes out to centre court, it's like a natural painkiller for him, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he has been quite laboured ever since he really had that back surgery. I think it caused a, well, it definitely helped him, absolutely. But, he's not quite right, I think, and so he put so much into his rehab and prehab and ice bathing and recovery just so that he can, finish these matches. I think the job for Querrey is to present a challenge, because as Thomas said, he hasn't been challenged yet, so we don't know really how he's going to respond physically or even mentally, because when an injury is playing on your mind, it can dramatically change how you play, particularly under pressure. And I think for Querrey, it's clear he's not necessarily walking into this match with huge amounts of belief he's going to win and smash it. But if he can, I mean, he's got his big serve, so he can trust. If he can keep the scoreboard tight, if he can put the pressure on, if he can keep making Andy play and present a proper challenge and force Andy to play well, then you never know. And then you've just kind of got to see how the match is going. If you can take a set, see what happens as it progresses. But I think the fact that it's over best of 5 is really going to hurt him. If it was best of 3, he could have a good chance. But that's his task. Get on there, give it as good as he can, really present a challenge, and who knows? You don't know. Andy might not be right.
We'll talk about the other quarter-final lineup in just a few minutes as the wind continues to swirl around here in the queue and on our Lavazza stand as well. But let's go inside the All England Club now and rejoin Anna, who's at Arangi. Anna.
Thanks, Mary. Yeah, we're down here at Arangi, and as you say, the wind is swirling. We just had a bit of a downpour of rain about 10-15 minutes ago, so when I got here, the courts were covered. There was absolutely no one down here, not a soul, but in the last 10-15 minutes, things have really started to liven up. All the courts are now full with doubles partners, some veterans playing today. Kim Kleises was just down here. Over on court number 5, we've got Marin Cilic, who's warming up for his quarter-final match this afternoon against Gilles Muller. Cilic hasn't dropped a set yet, as we know, here at Wimbledon, so he must be feeling pretty confident coming into this afternoon's match. He's just up at the net. He's practicing some volleys. He's looking pretty light on his feet, so he's looking in good shape. And then, while his opposition is practicing over on court number 16, Gilles Muller, you can only imagine that this man is still exhausted from that utterly epic Nadal match on Monday. Over 5 hours. He's hoping to get through to his first Grand Slam semi-final today, and wouldn't it be brilliant? He's an absolute journeyman. It would be a brilliant story, but we hope he's energized. We hope he spent as much time as he can recovering from that match, because it really was something. So I'll keep you updated with everything happening in Arangi, but it's a great atmosphere down here.
Thanks very much indeed, Anna. The queue is moving on now. I think they'll be quite glad to be moving because it's a little bit chilly this morning, actually. Of course, Thomas has got it right. He's got a very kind of smart little pullover thing on, keeping him warm. I went for the jacket option. Naomi, I'm a bit worried about you.
I got it wrong.
It's quite flimsy. I mean, it's very, very elegant. We're liking the look of your floral top. It looks great on TV. And Wayne is in his kind of shades of blue.
I'm cold.
Are you a bit chilly?
A little chilly, I have to say.
All right.
I might head to the shop and get a jumper.
Good shout.
I think, yeah.
All my warm pullovers are back at the hotel. I dressed for about 4 seasons and forgot the lair. Right, we've got a little bit of a shout out in the queue. Someone has tweeted us here at Wimbledon Channel. Can you please give a big shout out to Alex Hooslander, I think, who's spending her birthday braving the queue. And she's given us 2 little birthday cake emojis. So a very, very happy birthday to Alex. I will spare you a chorus of happy birthday. I can't speak for my colleagues here, but mine would definitely be all the right notes and not necessarily in the right order. Right, let's move on to talk about one of the other quarterfinals that we have lined up for you today. Second on centre court, it's Milos Raonic against Roger Federer. Last year's finals, of course, Raonic faces 7-time champion Federer. Let's hear from both players, and let's start with the Canadian.
I think it's just really about taking it one step at a time. Roger's been the best player, I think, this year, hands down, with when he's been on court. But it's not about 6 months or whatnot. It comes down to Wednesday, one day. So I just got to try to find a way to try to be better on that day.
I gotta bring the intensity, the focus that I've shown throughout this tournament. You know, the mentality on the serve. You know, first, second serve. Very few wrong decision making. Understanding what to do at what stage, and then on the return, keep going for it, keep staying aggressive and positive attitude, and then I do believe good things can happen.
Good things have certainly happened for him in the past. Thomas, will they
Few
again?
times.
Yeah, yes, yeah, sometimes. Will they again this year?
I think so. But it's a tough match. I think that Raonic is really going to get help from that epic match he had against Zverev. And the players like Raonic is always dangerous when they have gone through a match like that. Even if I think that Roger Federer coming into this quarterfinal, he's the big favorite. He's the one who has played the best this year. He just came off a win in Halle. He has looked unbelievable so far this tournament. But I'm a little bit concerned about this match, because I think that so many times in the past you see that like the big server, big guy with big potential like Raonic has, when they have a couple of tough matches or a really tough match, and then going through that, they play very relaxed. They have been enough on the court to find their rhythm and everything. So I think today's match is going to be a tough match for Federer, even if I have him as slight favorite.
Do you share that concern, Wayne?
Well, it's obviously tough. I mean, you can't not go up against Raonic and it'd be easy. I mean, the serve that he has is just so tough and everything. But one side where Roger does feel comfortable is he can believe that he can breeze through his serve games easily, because Raonic doesn't return very well. So he'll look at that. If I can go out and get through my serve games quick, be able to focus all of my attention and energies on the Raonic serve. Hopefully he has a game where he misses a couple first serves and get the ball in play, because obviously if Roger gets the ball back in play and he can slice low to Raonic's backhand, he can control points. So I think he'll feel comfortable about that aspect of it. He lost last year, but he wasn't feeling that good. He's a lot better, in much better shape and form. I think he'll be very confident about this match today.
Naomi, you put in the initials RF into the semi-finals?
I am, yes, but I do share Thomas's slight concern for Roger in this match, because with Raonic, you know, yes, he's been out of form, but I think that really has been instigated because of his injuries that he got, because he was in such good form this time last year. He was absolutely smashing it, and he got all the way up to, well, number 3, wasn't it? And of course made the final of Wimbledon, you know, but he has had injuries. It's been interrupted, so he's just lost that momentum, and a win against Zverev in the form that it was, 2 sets down, coming back and winning that is a huge boost to get him back on track. It's not like when we were talking about some of the women earlier, they've lost their momentum and form because of you know, mental fragility or whatever else was happening. It's kind of not really been his fault. It's just been hard for him to get it back on track. He's not going to win this match from the back of the court. It's just not going to happen. He has to get to the net and he has to serve volley. I think Federer is just too good if it became a baseline battle, and I think Raonic is aware of that. He has been serving volleying, but not necessarily as much as I thought he might. I think maybe because he's been slightly more concerned getting through the early rounds. When he was talking last year at Wimbledon, he was serve volleying his way a lot of the tournament, and he was saying, because when I get to the later stages, I cannot beat Murray, Djokovic or Federer from the back of the court. I have to serve volley. And he hasn't been doing it so much, and I think that's because he's been concentrating on getting through those early stages, and he knows he can beat a lot of those players in the back, but he's going to have to get to the net.
Yeah, the conditions are different also.
Yeah, but Roger's a different player to Zverev, and I watched Raonic play Usually in the second round. He was down a set, and he had a couple set points to go down 2 sets to love. He looked very ordinary. And beating Zverev, yes, it's a good win, but it's not Roger Federer. I think Raonic isn't playing well enough.
So that's the lineup on centre court. Let's move on to number 1 court. Marin Cilic has made the quarterfinals for the 4th successive year, but not made it past the last 8. He faces Rafa Nadal's conqueror Gilles Muller, and we can hear from him first.
I played Marin not too long ago at the Queen's Club in the semi-finals. I lost him in three tough sets, and obviously he's playing good. I mean, he had match points to win that tournament. He's back in the quarterfinals now here again, so I guess he's playing pretty confident at the moment, feeling well, and I'm not sure what the score was today, but I saw the first 2 sets and he won quite easy. I don't know if he won in 3 or 4 sets, but looks like he's feeling good and playing well, so it's going to be a tough match for sure.
The biggest challenge is obviously keeping the focus throughout the match. He's one of the best servers there is in tennis now, and he plays extremely good. And his favorite surface is, I believe, grass. We played just now in Queens in semis. It was a tough match, but I played there quite well. And it's still a matter of getting myself focused onto the things that I am doing well and to continue to do them well.
So, Wayne, how do you think Gilles Muller is going to bounce back from that 5-set epic against Nadal?
It's tough. It's going to be tough for him physically, but I also think matchup is tough for him too. I mean, Cilic is going to breeze through his serve games. He's not going to get the chances like he did against Rafa on the serve. I mean, Cilic is serving huge and playing well. And he returns decent enough to get balls in play and have opportunities. I think it's going to be a tough task for Muller, mentally, physically, and also matchup-wise.
Thomas?
Yeah, I agree with that. I would say I never thought that Müller could keep his tennis together like he did for 5 hours against Nadal. That was like super impressive for me. I mean, we all know that he has one of the biggest serves in the game, and he can beat kind of any player on a given day on the tour. But to do it over 5 sets against the most consistent player we ever seen, Nadal, that was for me super impressive. But I agree with Wayne. That's going to be totally different matchup against Cilic. Cilic is also playing really well at the moment with huge serving. It's going to be difficult, I think, for Müller today to get through that one. I have Cilic there as a big favorite.
Sure. Are we going to make it the hat-trick?
I think so. I think also...
I couldn't remember what 3 was then. That's a day 9 head, if ever there was one.
Yeah, I think so. I think that Muller's got to be pretty toast after that. I mean, what an effort, emotionally as well, because he kept his emotions well in check throughout the match, and it's hard in that sort of situation. I think Cilic is looking great, and also he's the sort of guy that when the opportunities present themselves, because it's tough with the top guys knocking around, and Cilic has always been hovering around the best of the rest sort of area. When the opportunity presents itself, he does come through. I mean, his win at the US Open. He didn't. He did have those opportunities presented to him, and he took them. They come so rarely. And again, playing Muller in a quarter-final, he should be playing Nadal on paper. He's not. He will thoroughly take that as his opportunity, I'm sure.
So let's round things off then, and the second match on number 1 court, of course, we've got Thomas Berdych against Novak Djokovic. Wayne, what have you made of Djokovic at the championship so far?
It's been average. What I've found of him and Murray, the two of them, I'm finding them, it's interesting how they both really are not feeling so good. Like, they keep moaning and groaning about every single thing. He breezed through his match the other day and yet was complaining all the time about everything, to his box, to this, to that. I mean, he was like a little baby in a way.
And complaining about the courts. I mean, everything that he could find.
No, it was
probably about the quality of the coffee.
Probably. I mean, he just doesn't look to be that confident or that composed and everything, and it's a problem. And I think he's going to start getting to the latter stage now where he's going to be up against better guys who are playing well. It's going to be the true test. I think today is going to be the start of the test to see if he can make it through the final. But I have not been impressed with the errors that he's been making off the forehand side, short balls in the middle of the court that he was generally really solid on, and just the composure.
You've had a close look at these courts. What do you make of them?
Yeah, and I think we just do not give the ground staff enough credit for the effort that they do with these courts. This year in particular has been a very, very tough year with the heat. And we all know how hard it is to keep our grass looking good when you have heat like we do. And it's been hot and hot and hot, and they've done a great job. I mean, they do not get the credit. Nobody ever talks about the court. I mean, Novak was moaning about it yesterday, but the court looks in great shape. There's always a couple of holes here and there for somebody doing something on the court and everything like that, but they deserve a huge credit for the effort.
And Thomas, a word from you on Djokovic against Berdych.
I thought he looked better yesterday, though, I would say. I think that it's a long time ago I've seen him playing his down-the-line backhand as confident as you do yesterday. I think similarities to Andy Murray, they're getting better and better throughout the week. I think that today is a good test for him. He plays a quality player in Berdych. I think that I'm positive when I saw Djokovic yesterday. I think he's also, like Andy, on his right way, and I think that he will go through today, and I think he will be dangerous.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't the matchup like 17-2 in win-loss Djokovic?
25-2 or something?
Yeah, I mean, so Berdych just doesn't have the game to beat Djokovic, so it is important for, I think, Djokovic to work on the aspects of his game for the rounds, but I don't think he's going to be pushed by Berdych, and hasn't been over time. But it will be interesting to see how he composes himself around the court today.
Yeah. So just a reminder of the quarter-final lineup for you here. On Wednesday, Andy Murray against Sam Querrey. They're first at 1 o'clock on centre court. That's followed by Milos Raonic against Roger Federer. And, of course, it's a 1 o'clock start on number 1 court 2. Gilles Muller against Marin Cilic, and then Thomas Berdych against Novak Djokovic. My thanks very much indeed to Wayne Frere, to Naomi Cavaday and to Thomas Enquist. In a moment, we'll say goodbye to our Wimbledon Channel viewers. We'll be back down here at the Q position in the Wimbledon queue from 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Would the stewards please open the gates now? Thank you.
Well, good morning and welcome along to day 9 of the 2017 Wimbledon Championships. Today is men's quarterfinals days. Many people, for them, it's one of the best days in this fortnightly calendar. But to be honest, we have had a wonderful day of tennis, each and every single one of them so far. This is the tradition that happens every single morning here. The crowds pour alongside centre court, led in by the security team, who have been doing a terrific job here all week long. And after really the wettest day of the championship so far yesterday, we're hoping for some brighter spells today. It has been a little bit of a cloudy morning, one quick rain shower already, but the skies have been clearing and we are expecting another warm afternoon here at the All England Club. And this is always a nice sight to see. All the covers are off the outside courts, and play is due to begin at about 11:30 this morning, British summertime. It will be 1 o'clock on the show courts, and we're on one of those as usual. Kyle Robinson alongside a 7-time Grand Slam champion in Mats Wilander. This never gets old. It's quite remarkable being able to sit here. Yesterday, there was a huge buzz in the air because, of course, they started play an hour earlier with Novak Djokovic coming through in straight sets against Adrian Manarino. No matter what time of day it is, though, day, night, roof on, roof off, this place never fails to impress, does it, Mats?
No, it doesn't. And again, I'm amazed that there's people that come and sit there and they kind of sit and just look at the courts for 2 hours before the matches start. And obviously, some of them have camped out overnight and they've been queuing up. And as we found out the other day, if you queue up, you can actually get a seat very close to the front row here. In the fourth row, we had these two guys that camped for 3 days and they got rewarded for it. So it's so special.
Mats is still waiting to camp. 1 year he's going to do it. He's going to camp overnight just to get the experience. But it's true. And I think for many people, this is such a bucket list thing to come and do, that if you get yourself tickets to centre court, it's such a once-in-a-lifetime experience for so many of these fans that they just can't get on here quick enough just to come in and experience the aura of the place, what it looks like. They've watched it for years on television, but to believe they're really here is often a kind of spine-tingling moment, and we'll hope to speak to a few more of the guys who pour in today. One thing I wanted to bring up with you, Mats, as we take a look at the court here, we've had a little bit of early criticism from some of the players over the condition of the courts, which seems a bit unfair. Neil Stubley is the head groundsman here at the All England Club. He does such a terrific job year in, year out. This is, after all, a natural service. It's grass. It has its own mind. What's your view on the condition of the courts?
No, I mean, first of all, these are the best grass courts in the world. They get the most play of any grass courts in the world as well. And they get long matches, and it goes from 11:30 until 9 o'clock at night. Of course, centre court is from 1 o'clock. But, you know, it has to do with that the players are sliding more and more on this surface. And if you look at the courts where they're not moving and where they're not running, the courts are absolutely perfect. So that has nothing to do with it. So it is the way that all the players, even the women these days, they slide on hard courts. Of course, they slide on clay courts. They slide indoors, and they can't just suddenly. It's very difficult for them to change their movement way to move on the tennis court. So they keep sliding on the grass court, and when they slide, they obviously are going to take some of the grass off the court. So that's what's happening. It has nothing to do with the courts. It is the way that players play. If they would come to the net a little bit more, and you have the momentum of moving forwards, you're not going to be sliding as much, and that's the way we used to play. And I think that the players have to realize that the grass courts, that's kind of what the grass is supposed to do to tennis, is that you're supposed to come forwards rather than run sideways, because it's a living surface. There can be a bad bounce here and there, but so it can on clay courts. And on clay courts, they play further back than they do on hard courts because of the potential bad bounce. So I think that the players, they should realize that these are the best grass courts in the world, and maybe then alter their style a little bit and sort of go back to the old-fashioned. But it's definitely the sliding, and that's happening more and more, and everybody is sliding these days.
And that's fascinating, because obviously it used to be more serve and volleying on this surface, so we wouldn't see as much erosion of the grass at the baseline as we are now, really just because that style of play has changed.
Yeah, and when we served and volleyed, then the course wore out a little bit up at the net. But of course, when you're up at the net, the ball doesn't bounce there, because then you take it in the air and you volley it. So now they're at the baseline, and yes, there is a patch right in front of the baseline where they serve, where they land after they serve, and then they push off to come back again, and that's what's wearing it out, just inside the baseline. But as you look at these courts here, look inside the service box. They're perfectly green up there. They're starting to get a little bit, because doubles, of course, have been played on these courts, but it's not. It's not because of the singles. But again, it is mainly because players are sliding more and more every year.
Okay, good to know. And good to know that these remain the best grass courts in the world of tennis, and it's always a joy to be here. We enjoy watching people play on them, and I think the fact that it's a living surface is something that we all need to remember. Well, there will be much more play on this court behind us today. None other than the world #1 and defending champion Andy Murray takes on Sam Querrey in yet another quarter-final encounter. Let's just remind you how Murray has been progressing so far. This was his match against Benoit Paire. We were expecting a lot of drop shots. We got them. Murray did look rattled at one stage, but ended up coming through, Mats, in straight sets.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's had a rough draw in the characters that he's been up against. Started with Alexander Bublik, who's a shot maker, the Russian, and then, of course, Dustin Brown, who's the biggest entertainer in men's tennis. Fabio Fognini was a good warm-up for this match against Benoit Paire. And Benoit Paire played well. Benoit Paire is way more serious these days, but I think Andy Murray is playing himself into shape. He played much better in this match, I thought. He's starting to hit the ball a little bit harder. The hip doesn't seem to be bothering him, and he goes through the backhand a little bit more, like we saw that, and that's his bread and butter shot, and he needs to. I don't think there's anything wrong with the hip right there either. So he's moving as well as ever, and the confidence is growing for the world #1. And interestingly enough, if he beats Sam Querrey today and Novak Djokovic does not win the title, Andy Murray will be still the #1 in the world in the rankings after this tournament, whether he wins it or not. So this is a big match for Andy Murray today.
Are players aware of that?
I think they must be, because I think the news media will ask them about it. Because the #1 ranking is huge for any tennis player, but maybe more so for the media.
So he won this match 7-6, 6-4, 6-4. He will play today in his 10th straight quarterfinal at the Wimbledon Championships. And in a year that we all herald Johanna Konta reaching her very first semi-final, the first British woman to do so since 1978, how impressive is it that Andy has continued to reach this stage of the Grand Slam for all those years?
It's heroic to me. What he's done, I mean, what he does at Wimbledon every year is heroic. But the fact that he got to the semis of the French Open, not playing great, and the fact that he's fighting through here in Wimbledon and not playing great, he's playing better. I think he does it for the crowd. He does it for himself. I feel like he feels a responsibility because this tournament breathes Andy Murray.
I wonder, he was pretty happy to see Joe win last night as well. I'm sure, wonder if he was watching. I'm sure the two British hopefuls who remain in the men's and singles draw here are supporting each other. But let's hear what Andy Murray had to say after his straight sets win over Benoit Paire ahead of his clash with the big-hitting Sam Querrey today.
I'm moving well. I didn't feel like I moved that well against Fabio, but the first two matches and today I felt like I moved really good. You know, I certainly feel like I've been tested in that department a lot because of the guys I played against. I've done a lot of forward movements, and you know, I've been pushed, you know, around the court quite a bit, and I've moved well. So that's today. Certainly, that was one of the most pleasing things about the match, was that, you know, I felt like I was able to track down a lot of his shots. I came up with some good shots on the run, and made it difficult for him to hit loads of winners past me, and that's, you know, it's a big part of my game. So if I'm struggling and not moving well, it affects my performance maybe more than, you know, other guys who don't rely on their movement as much.
Well, good morning and welcome along to day 9 of the Wimbledon Championships. Yes, it is Wednesday, the 12th of July. It is men's quarter-finals day, and we're delighted to see a lot of you already in position on Henman Hill. Welcome along to what should be another spectacular day of play here at the All England Club, and we are hoping, everyone should be pleased to hear, for some dry skies after what was the wettest day of the Championships so far yesterday. I know we've already had a brief shower this morning, but drier skies and brighter spells this afternoon should call for another warm and sunny afternoon. So thank you for joining us on the Wimbledon channel from wherever you are in the world, be it Henman Hill or you can join us anywhere online or on the Wimbledon app. We are delighted to be inside centre court, where play will be beginning at 1 o'clock with the defending champion, Andy Murray, against the big-hitting American Sam Querrey. I'm Cara Robinson, and I'm always enjoying sitting next to this man, Mats Wilander, 7-time Grand Slam champion. He knows what it's like to reach this business end of one of the majors, and it kind of feels like that, doesn't it? I suppose after you get the 4th round out of the way, as soon as you're into the quarterfinals, it's game time, obviously, from day one, but it's really, this is the serious end of the championship.
Oh, well, this is where the tournament starts nearly for somebody like Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic and Andy Murray. They've been here so many times. They've been such consistent performers in all the majors, and I think that's what separates this generation from everything else. I mean, Andy Murray, the fact that he's got his clay court tennis together and he gets to the last few rounds at the French Open every year, of course here at Wimbledon. So it's incredible how they show up every day, these guys, and must probably work harder than all the other players, even running across the court here. But it's just, like I said, it's heroic by Andy Murray to do what he's doing, especially here at Wimbledon, every year in and out.
Yeah, 10th consecutive quarter-final, and he just meets coach Jamie Delgado there. Quite funny to see him running across another practice court so he doesn't interfere with someone else's session. We had this fabulous chat a few days ago with his GP, his doctor, Dr. Mike Turner, and he said to us, you know, we asked the question about the hip and his health and all the kind of concern there had been about Andy entering these championships, and he sort of said, well, he just has a bit of a funny walk. That's just him, because even then, walking in, he didn't look entirely comfortable, and we've all been, you know, trying to scrutinise whether or not there is or isn't a limp, but perhaps that is just the way he walks, and he has seemed, Matt's, pretty comfortable during every match that he's played health-wise so far.
No, he has. I mean, I know Andy Murray is most probably not listening to this, but he's got a little bit of the old man walk. You know, he's sort of crouching down with his back, bending his back. But
at the age of 30?
At the age of 30, but yeah, those legs and his body have run a lot of miles over the last 20 years. I mean, he's one of the hardest workers, so Andy Murray is fine.
Well, I'm sure there are no old men on the hill, hey guys? A lot of picnic rugs and a lot of people ready to enjoy this men's quarterfinals day. Well, we showed you that Andy has arrived, and our intrepid reporter Rob Walker was there at Orangi to watch him practice.
So for the 10th year in a row at Wimbledon, Andy Murray is going through his preparations for a massive match on centre court. Yet another big quarter-final against the big serving American, Sam Querrey. He leads their head-to-heads 7-1. But he's going through his usual meticulous preparation here. A lot's been made of his sore hip. And in the past, down here on practice court 15, we've seen him going through a lot of stretching exercises, but he felt as though his movement was pretty good against Benoit Paire in his straight sets, winning the 4th round. So today he walked down the stairs and came straight on court and started hitting up. Different practice partner today, because the 16-year-old Aidan McHugh is halfway through his 2nd round match in the boys singles. He took the first set 6-love. McHugh has been taken under the wing of not just Andy Murray, but brother Jamie as well. And Jamie, incidentally, is through to the quarterfinals of the mixed doubles. So both Murray brothers still very much involved in the latter stages of the 2017 championship. Murray has only dropped 1 set so far across the 4 matches. That was in that tricky encounter with Fabio Fognini last Friday night, when Fognini looked as though he had Murray on course to go all the way to a 5th, but couldn't convert those chances at the end of the 4th. So, just as Roger Federer predicted, Murray seems to have played himself into form, despite the fact that he went out early at Queen's. His movement, he says, feels better, and he's down the far end of the court. This is his favoured court to knock up on. Lendl and Delgado look fairly relaxed. Murray first up on centre, and he's guaranteed to remain world #1 at the end of Wimbledon if he wins this match today. I think the only way he could lose world #1 status would be if he loses to Querrey today and Novak went on to win the title. But you suspect in the grand scheme of things, today isn't about maintaining his hold on world #1 spot. It's about beating Sam Querrey and then facing either Cilic or Muller in the semi-finals. This was the first slam in which he made a Grand Slam quarter-final back in 2008. He's bidding, by the way, for his 22nd Grand Slam semi-final. And when you think this is the 46th slam that he's contested, that is a fantastic record of consistency, that in almost half the slams he has taken part in, he has made the semi-finals. Querrey will fancy he can produce another upset. Remember, the American knocked out the world #1 and defending champion last year in Novak Djokovic in the 3rd, but we spoke to him yesterday down here at Orangi, and he knows he's got to produce his absolute best tennis. The only time they've played on Wimbledon here was in the 4th round in 2010, and Murray dispatched Querrey in straight sets, and that year Querrey arrived as the winner of Queen's, so he'd had a fantastic run on the grass getting here to Wimbledon. So the size of the task facing Sam Querrey is enormous, but he will be up for it. He'd be the first US player into a Grand Slam semi-final, amazingly, since Roddick here in 2009. Hard to believe it's been that long since an American man made the last 4 at Wimbledon. Murray's only lost 1 of his last 8 Wimbledon quarter-finals. That was when he went out to Dimitrov as defending champion in 2014. semi-finalist of the French. Now, this is the one the British public want him to win. This is the one where the pressure and the expectation is upon his shoulders, but he is a two-time Wimbledon champion. It's been so far so good for Murray. Just over 8 hours on court in comparison to Querrey, who's just a couple of minutes shy of 10 hours. Murray will be the favourite, but he will not be taking his victory against Querrey for granted, especially because he knows the American loves performing at Wimbledon and loves the grass. Murray against Querrey kickstarts the men's quarter-final action on centre court, just gone 1 o'clock, and what a reception the defending champion will receive.
Andy Murray, welcome back to Wimbledon. We've got a little bit of a quiz here. I first want to ask you about your first Wimbledon title in 2013. Broke a huge drought for British men's tennis. Who was the last homegrown champion to win the championships, and in what years did he win?
You won all 3 years? Oh God, I don't know exactly the 3 years. Fred Perry, 36, 35, and 33.
34, but we'll give you that one.
In a row.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Last year, you only dropped 2 sets en route to the final in winning the championship. Who were those sets against?
Songa.
And in what round?
The quarters.
Very good. You made your Wimbledon debut in 2005. Do you remember who you played in the first round? And I can give you options here.
George Bastel.
Yes, very good. You've served a total of 702 aces in your Wimbledon career. What do you think was the fastest? A, 131 miles an hour, B, 133, C, 135, or D, 137?
C.
D, 137.
Really? Wow.
So says IBM in 2010. Your longest match at Wimbledon is 3 hours and 57 minutes. It actually happened twice, in 2008 and in 2009. Against whom?
2008 Gasquet.
Yes.
And 2009 Wawrinka.
Yes, very good. From your longest match to your longest rally, it was 2013, 32 shots. Who was your opponent?
2013.
13. It was
the final against Novak.
Yes. Your brother Jamie is also a Wimbledon champion in the mixed doubles. Do you remember what year and who he played with?
He played with Jankovic, and I think it was 2007.
Yes, very good. All right, you're the only male player in the Open era to have multiple Olympic gold medals in tennis and multiple Wimbledon titles. 2 women have done it. Who are they?
Serena. And Venus.
Very good. You closed strong. We opened with some struggles, but you closed strong. Thanks. Well done and good luck at Wimbledon.
Cheers.
Thanks. Cheers.
In my school, we're learning Spanish. I can say up to 10 words in Spanish. How many languages can you speak? Adios.
I can barely speak one language, unfortunately, and it's a big regret of mine. I lived in Spain and I wish I had made more of an effort to try and learn Spanish. Haven't managed to. Maybe in the next few years.
How many jobs do you have?
Hi, Sienna. I only have one job currently, which I'm quite happy doing.
What's your favourite television programme?
My favourite TV programme just now is Peppa Pig. I watch it a lot with my daughter. It keeps her quiet sometimes if she's in a bad mood for 15-20 minutes or so. So Peppa Pig is currently a lifesaver for me.
Hi, my name is Ibrahim and I've got a question for you. If you had an extra £100, what would you spend it on?
Hi Ibrahim, if I had an extra £100, what would I spend it on? I just got given £100 today. It's the coach of the Bryan brothers who owed me money from our fantasy basketball league, which I won, and he actually paid me this morning. So I don't know exactly what I'm gonna spend it on. I always buy stuff for my daughter, books and things like that I read to her. So probably that.
What happened at your first ever tennis lesson?
I really can't remember because I was only about 3 or 4 years old at the time, but I know I went with my brother and our mum, who is a tennis coach. She had us both out there on the court. My memory doesn't go that far back, unfortunately.
Well, today, Andy Murray plays Sam Querrey in the quarterfinals, who had a long 5-set match against Kevin Anderson in the 4th round. Definitely been on court for more time than Andy Murray. He also had a 5-setter in the 3rd round to beat Tsonga. So he has definitely dropped more sets and spent more time on the courts here at the All England Club than Andy Murray. Fitness should not be a question, though. These guys are incredible athletes. He's had a full day's rest, unlike one of the men in the quarterfinals today. We'll speak about Novak Djokovic a bit later. This is the highlights of his match that happened a couple of days ago against Kevin Anderson. This was like the battle of the giants match. 2 very tall guys with a big serve.
Yeah, an excellent grass court match. Both players coming forwards a little bit, but just he survives on a big serve and a huge forehand, Sam Querrey. He's got really good attitude. He moves well for a big guy, and he's dangerous on any surface. But it's funny, he's the only active American male tennis player who has reached multiple quarterfinals at Grand Slams, and that's pretty incredible. He's, of course, we haven't had an American in a Grand Slam semi-final since 2009.
Unbelievable.
When Andy Roddick got to the finals here and lost to Roger Federer. But so Sam Querrey is kind of the leading man in American tennis for the last few years.
Does that surprise you? I mean, he's the world number 28. It was a shock defeat over Novak Djokovic in the 3rd round here last year. He came through in 4 sets. Novak evidently wasn't really himself in that game, but he's really delivered coming back this year and reaching this stage of the tournament again. This is a 2nd straight year in the Wimbledon quarterfinals for him. But is he the guy that you expected to kind of be carrying the American hope?
Well, him and John Isner, of course, and they have been the best players. Now we have Jack Sock has started playing much better and broke into the top 20. But we need a superstar from America because so much of the professional tour on the men's side is played in America. Tennis is a huge game in America still. A lot of people play it. A lot of kids play it. They got all these tennis academies all over America and mainly in Florida. And the strange thing is that a lot of Europeans will actually go over to America to their tennis academies, and they develop their game over there. But it seems like the Americans are not taking advantage of that. Now they do have a young crop of players that are really good. We have Francis Tiafoe, who won a round here, who's 19 years old. We got Taylor Fritz, who's 20 years old. We got a big, tall Riley Opelka, who won the junior Wimbledon 2 years ago, who's 6'10". So there is a crop of sort of 19, 20, 21-year-olds in America that I believe personally we're going to have. One of those guys are going to break into the top 10, and one of them would most probably win a slam before they're done. They're very talented, and it helps to have players around you for sure that are the same age. But at the moment, it's Sam Querrey, and he's going to be a dangerous man today for Andy Murray, even though he doesn't have a great head-to-head.
It is quite remarkable that Andy Roddick is the only American man to have reached the last 4 at one of the Grand Slams in the last decade. That could change if Sam Querrey beats Andy Murray today. And as you can see, this is him at the Irangi practice area just a few hours before his match against the world number 1, and he's just so relaxed. He really is one of the tour's good guys. And when you look at what Andy's going to have to do against him today, we've just got to start at the serve, Mats. He's had more than 6,500 aces in his career. He's amassed 9 titles. He has actually won once on a grass court. That was at Queen's back in 2010, so it was some time ago. You know that he plays well on grass. This is the Grand Slam where he performs his best. He's never reached a quarterfinal anywhere else. What does Andy have to do today to tackle that power from across the net?
Well, he's going to have to be moving extremely well, and we heard Andy Murray in the press conference. He said that movement is what he relies on. That's his strength. So for Andy Murray, he's going to have to come out and not be too passive, because Sam Querrey likes to take a good crack at the ball with both his forehand and his backhand. And of course, the first serve is such a huge weapon, so breaking serve will be difficult for even Andy Murray.
OK, well, Sam Querrey has had back-to-back 5-set matches. He now faces the defending champion and home favourite in the quarterfinal. Let's hear from Sam Querrey ahead of his win over Kevin Anderson.
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, I love playing here, and to go back-to-back quarters is exciting. You know, it's something I've obviously never done before, and hopefully I can go one further this year.
How would you describe the challenge of facing Andy Murray? You played him, of course, in Australia, and you've played him 8 times, and he's gotten the better of you. But right now, with that crowd, with his game where it is, What's ahead for you?
It's going to be tough. I mean, he's, I've played him in the past, but, he's like in Australia and many times before that, but he's playing at a high level. He's defending champion, #1 in the world, and he loves playing here. The crowd's going to be behind him. But, sometimes it's fun to go out there and play where the crowd's behind the other guy 100%. So I'm just going to try to play aggressive, hopefully play well, and, can sneak out a win.
What do you think you've learned from previous matches with him, perhaps the most recent in Australia?
I haven't really learned anything. I mean, he makes a ton of balls. He plays great defense, but who doesn't know that? So you have to try to beat him playing my game, and I know what's coming on the other side, and hopefully I can make that extra ball or close out a little harder at the net, and just try not to let him dictate with his defense.
Sam, when you win long, 5-set matches, how does that sort of build a momentum that you can maybe draw on later and say, I've ground my way through this before?
It feels good. I mean, the last 2 matches, more than anything, I felt like I kind of scrapped through at points, and there's been times where I've hit the ball better than these last 2 matches, but I feel like I did a good job of hanging in there, hanging around, kind of winning those tough break points when I need to, and a lot of times you can get a lot of confidence from that more so than actually playing well.
All right, well, we're rolling through the championships here. We're into men's quarterfinals day. We've got some clouds overhead today, but I think the sun's going to come out just in time for a 1 o'clock start in the tennis. Now, let's go through social media and look at what's been trending. And Johanna Konta captured the imagination of the nation last night with another 3-set thriller. Joko delivering once again. She's going to play Venus Williams tomorrow. She was 2 points away from defeat against Simona Halep, and she gets that win. The first British woman into the semifinals here in almost 40 years. What an accomplishment there for her. And look at this here. Mick Jagger, a little shout out there saying, great to see Johanna Konta make the semifinals at Wimbledon. First British woman in 39 years. I never quite made it to a Grand Slam in any capacity for Mick Jagger. I love that picture there. Johanna Konta very happy here, getting a chance to meet a couple big stars. Ellie Goulding and Darcy Bussell, of course, hanging out in the hallways of the All England Club of Centre Court there. They were both yesterday in the Royal Box watching Johanna Konta, willing her on to that win, and a great moment. 3 superstars here in Britain and around the world. What about Heather Watson watching on, saying Joko, very happy for Johanna Konta to move on, as was Naomi Brody. Now, this was a moment that got a lot of people's attention on social media, was a Chelsea pensioner trying to get a picture with Johanna and had some success. You can see Naomi Brody talking about it. Best scene ever at Wimbledon, a Chelsea pensioner getting a selfie. Let's see the moment itself. LOL at the pensioner. A lot of people talking about this. Here we go. He goes for the selfie, and then watch. Johanna Konta is going to help him with his phone. There we go. Step on in, Joko. Trying. We got to go selfie mode. Joko's there for the assist. All right, so he gets the picture. Now watch this. Little pat on the back, and oh, the victory dance. Yes, he feels it. Oh, that was pretty much how the whole nation felt about Johanna Konta moving on to the semifinals. She's got the ask in Venus Williams tomorrow, and that is going to be a match we're all going to be watching on social media. Now, I want to remind you, go to Wimbledon.com, follow us on all of our social media channels on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram. So much good content coming there about Konta, about Venus Williams, and what about Garbiñe Muguruza into the semifinals. Vamos, says Garbiñe. She's working with Conchita Martinez, the last Spanish woman to win here. In 1994, Garbiñe Muguruza, she's actually going to take on Magdalena Rybarikova in the semis. I love this. This was like a little morning selfie by Rufus. 7 in the morning. Nice. No such thing as an umbrella for Mr. Rufus this morning. And then Craig O'Shaughnessy, center court this morning, making sure everything is spick and span. Of course, we're going to have Craig up here at the touchscreen. Now, let's look at yesterday through illustration. Nice little Instagram video here. Johanna Konta, of course, and Garbiñe Muguruza. Muguruza into the semifinals, her third Grand Slam semifinal. She's 2-0 in semifinals, so can she make another Wimbledon final? It was a good win for Novak Djokovic, taking out Adrian Mannarino, having to wait a day, playing his fourth round match on Tuesday. He comes through in straight sets. And then Venus Williams, she played a third opponent in a row that was born in 1997, taking out Yelena Ostapenko, the 37-year-old. And then this was the moment a lot of people saw a little bit of an awkward end there with a fan yelling out. Simona Halep wasn't quite sure what to do at that point, but no overruled. There's no rule in the rule book that says if a fan screams out, then they have to stop the point. So Johanna Konta wins, as does Magdalena Rybarikova. Lots of great moments yesterday here at the championships. I love these moments from around the grounds. You don't get to see them on TV if you're watching from afar, but a couple men here dressed in suits, peering over, trying to get a glance in on the tennis. I think that's court 14, just next to our broadcast building. Jamie Murray is still alive in the mixed doubles with Martina Hingis. They're into the quarterfinals. And what about that moment for Magdalena Rybarikova, world number 87? She's a veteran on tour, and she continues her magical run, having beaten Karolina Pliskova. A lot of people happy yesterday. In the rain, the roof was closed on center court as Johanna Konta moved through in that match. Of course, Johanna Konta and Andy Murray were the first British pair since 1973 to get through to the quarterfinals. Johanna Konta leading the way. Do we see if Andy Murray can join her now? She's the front runner. Now, I love this. Claire Balding, of course, of BBC fame, starstruck by Roger Federer. She says they're sporting superstars, minor gods, icons, and then there's Roger Federer, the GOAT. Little starstruck there from Claire. Very nice moment there. And then I'm not quite sure. This is meant to be Andy Murray. Come on. There we go. Does that look like Andy Murray? Maybe. That's Andy Murray in knitting fashion. We'll see if he can take down Sam Querrey, and then some lucky fans getting the chance to meet Tim Henman out on the cue. A nice little moment there on court 20, which is out on the cue. A nice little court setup there. And then lastly, can Milos Raonic drum up the magic that he did last year against Roger Federer? He has not beaten a top 5 player since beating Roger here last year, and Roger hasn't lost to a top 10 opponent since losing to Milos Raonic last year here in the semifinals. That's what's happening in the social media world. Let's hand it back now over to Cara Robinson.
Alrighty, thank you, Nick, and hello and good morning to all of you who are watching us from the famous hill, Hedman Hill, here at the All England Club. It is men's quarterfinals day at the 2017 Wimbledon Championships. It's day 9, and glad to see that you're all settled, got the rugs out, got some warm clothes on, and excited to watch some men's tennis. Well, it all begins at 1 o'clock on centre court with Andy Murray. He plays Sam Querrey. They will be followed by the 7-time Wimbledon champion Roger Federer, who will play Milos Raonic. We're going to get onto that, but first of all, let's just look at Federer's form so far these championships. Not yet dropped a set match, coming through with real ease against Grigor Dimitrov in the last match that many were hoping would be more. He's just unbeatable, it would seem.
Yeah, he's striking the ball so beautifully off of both the forehand and the backhand, but really it's the backhand that we talk about more these days, because his backhand was a little bit of a weakness throughout his career, but these days it's a strength. He dares to hit through the backhand, and of course, you know, movement for Roger Federer on a grass court is a little bit different from other guys, but just the, I mean, that's nearly obnoxious to try and to hit a drop shot off somebody's second serve. But so the backhand has improved a lot. The serve, that's everything. I mean, Roger Federer, he is actually playing his 100th match today at Wimbledon.
Amazing.
And he has made 1,253 aces over that time. So Roger Federer is so at home on grass. Of course, he's trying to win his 8th Wimbledon title, which would beat Pete Sampras' record of 7. Roger is at 7 at the moment, but you can see that he's relieved, though, when he wins that match, and he's so happy playing tennis these days.
You mentioned the 100th Wimbledon match. It's also his 50th Grand Slam quarter-final. The first one came in an entirely different millennium. I mean, gosh, he's just the ageless wonder, now 35 years of age. He will play Milos Raonic today. We know that's a rematch of the semi-final that Milos won here last year. We'll get onto that in a moment. First of all, let's hear what Roger had to say after that very comfortable victory over Grigor Dimitrov here on Monday.
I felt that if I felt, really good, I could play very well. Thing is, just for 3-4 months, I never really got up to that level. So I thought that match was amazing for me to win under the circumstances, because I thought Marin played great. Of course, I got super lucky to get through somehow, but I also came up with some great shot making, and it was a great match overall. And to experience that on center court was a thrill. But it's more regrets, maybe having lost the semis after, and then in the layover, because maybe I would have been in the finals and could have done well there too. Who knows? But it was too much for the body, and Milos was better, and I don't know. At one point, you're only focused on the knee and how it's going to get better, and not what was your just recent results and how you feel about that. That's like all of a sudden it moves super far away, and all you hope is that one day you're going to come back and be able to play at a high level again. If you play a baseliner and you brush him off the court from the baseline, usually then you feel your very best. But to beat a big server is a different type of match. It's more of a penalty shootout. That's what's going to come my way more with Zverev or Raonic. So from that standpoint, it's that's what I'm looking at right now. I feel like I'm rested enough. I've had not the most toughest matches, so I could look at this quarterfinal in a totally relaxed fashion physically. I'm not fighting anything like last year with my knee. I'm ready to go this afternoon if I had to, which is great, but I don't have to. So I think that's a great bonus. But then again, the best players are left in the draw. It's going to be a tough one. So I'm aware of that, and that's why I cannot think too far ahead. I think it's going to be a tough finish to this tournament. Got to bring the intensity, the focus that I've shown throughout this tournament. The mentality on the serve. First, second serve. Very few wrong decision making. Understanding what to do at what stage, and then on the return, keep going for it. Keep staying aggressive and positive attitude, and then I do believe good things can happen. And I think it's because as they're both big servers and big hitters, it's pretty much the same against either one of them.
Roger Federer as confident as ever as we say good morning to you all again. Enjoying Hemmen Hill. It's a little bit cooler today, isn't it? But it's hopefully going to warm up this afternoon, and we think we are done with the rain so far. Cherry folk watching, enjoying a few light refreshments. I hear there's a man called Gareth Jones on the hill who will happily take you all to the bar if anyone's in need, so keep an eye out for him. He's a lively chap, as is everyone, seemingly, on the hill today. There he is in the blue shirt and the yellow cap. He's ready. Go and take him to the bar. He's going to have a wonderful day with you all today. Now, we must just turn our attention to the match that Roger Federer has ahead of him today. It is a rematch of last year's semi-final, a match that saw Roger Federer crash out of these championships. And at the time, some wondered if it might be the last time we saw Roger Federer on centre court mats. It was kind of tough to watch. He looked a little tormented. He had 2 straight double faults. He had a couple of tumbles. How did you assess this?
Yeah, I thought that when he made those 2 double faults, he actually took a chance there, and I think the reason he took a chance was because he wasn't playing as well as he wanted to, and he felt threatened by Milos Raonic, and he realized that, listen, I'm not going to win this unless I take a few risks, and it didn't work for him that time. But he came in and he wasn't playing that well. Of course, that was unusual as well. I remember that as he's made a promise to himself to come in to Wimbledon this year and be a different player, and I think that's the key. And I think it was because of this match that we see the Roger Federer of today, because he's stubborn, like all tennis professionals. But again, Milos Raonic though was playing at a very high level. Milos Raonic, remember, had a good match against Andy Murray in the finals, so it was no shame for Roger to lose against Milos Raonic.
Well, Milos Raonic won the fifth set 6-3 and did have John McEnroe in his corner this time last year. Doesn't now. Do you think part of this win was the McEnroe factor from 2016?
Oh, I think so, for sure. I think John helped him to clarify a little bit of how he needs to play on grass. I thought he played more aggressively last year, Milos Raonic, than he's doing this year. Not coming up to the net quite as much, but also Carlos Moya was in his corner in those days, and of course we know that Carlos Moya is now with Rafael Nadal.
Yeah, and John McEnroe was saying on the BBC earlier this week that he said to Roger, he said to Milos ahead of that match, Roger is going to be the crowd favourite. You've just got to embrace that and see what you can do. Because of that, so much has happened since then. Roger hasn't lost to a top 10 opponent since then. Milos hasn't beaten a top 10 opponent since then. So really, it's kind of been turned on its head. Does Roger go in as the favourite today?
Yeah, he does, for sure. And exactly, we thought that Milos Raonic, after last year's final, that he was just going to take off. But it seems that some of these players that reach sort of a Grand Slam final or win a Grand Slam, it takes them a little bit of time before they get used to the expectations, before they, I think, reassess their career and set new goals for them. Because suddenly, the next goal for Milos Raonic is obviously to win a Grand Slam, but that's not a good goal to have. The goal needs to be to improve your game, and the goal is always to beat the guy across the net, and the Grand Slam victories will come. That's where Roger Federer is so far ahead of everybody else, together with, of course, Rafa Nadal. I think that they show up in every single match, and Roger Federer especially, because he's the oldest. He doesn't lose to lower ranked players anywhere on any surface in any size tournament, and that's where his greatness comes in.
Well, even Milos admitted Federer has been the best performing player of 2017. He knows what he's up against today. We'll have to see what happens on this court just behind us. For the second straight year, Milos Raonic and Sam Querrey are the only two non-European men to have reached this quarterfinal stage of the championship. So they are performing well again for a consecutive year at Wimbledon. Milos Raonic had a 5-set match, though, in his previous round on Monday, just coming through against Alexander Zverev. Let's hear what he had to say in press after.
Yeah, that was the most important thing. There was a lot of moments where it didn't look necessarily to be going my way, but I just tried to stick around and tried to show in a way that I just wanted it badly, if not more, and it paid off.
Milos, what do you think was the turning point in that match for you, if you could nail down one game or one point?
Well, that game to break in the fourth was important. At 5-6. Then I just got a little bit on a ride after that, and he sort of dropped off a bit. I think it's just really about taking it one step at a time. Roger's been the best player. I think this year, hands down, with when he's been on court. But it's not about 6 months or whatnot. It comes down to Wednesday, one day. So I just got to try to find a way to try to be better on that day. It's far removed from the last time we played, and things are a little bit different, sort of in terms of momentum for both of us. And it's just about going out there and trying to really put together a good match. The way he did it, and at what stage in his career he did it, and all these kind of things, when you put together, the storyline was sublime. And he did it by going out there and playing the best tennis, and he was playing more aggressive than he had over the last few years, and he was doing it well, taking time away from guys and making guys feel uncomfortable. And without much hesitation, you could see that he had an ease, comfort, also through experience, but also he's done and accomplished a lot of things. It feels he's just trying to make the most of every single match, and he's really seems to be enjoying that. I don't think there's anybody that you look at their face when they're playing that enjoys tennis as much as Roger.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation to play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
Well, they are all big matches when you get down to the quarter-final stage of any Grand Slam. But what an occasion it's going to be for Sam Querrey walking out on centre court to take on Andy Murray, the British hero and the defending champion. Querrey knocking up there on practice court 2 at Orangi. Members of the public crowding round to get a look at the big serving American. A really charismatic guy. Spoke to us yesterday and said he would have to produce his very best tennis. The players don't have to give us interviews down here at Orangi, but he was very gracious and gave us plenty of time after his session 24 hours ago. It's quite cold here at the moment, and blustery wind as well. Querrey will be hoping that he can once again beat the defending champion and world #1, because that is, of course, what he did against Novak Djokovic on, I think, the first Friday, and the match dribbled into the first Saturday 12 months ago at Wimbledon. So it's his second successive quarter-final. Really good win against Kevin Anderson. It went all the way to a 5th, maybe somewhat inevitably, with 2 men with such big serves. But Anderson came through a massive tiebreak in the 4th, so many people felt as though the momentum had shifted towards the South African. But Querrey got the better of him in 3 hours, 7 minutes. He spent a couple of minutes shy of 10 hours on the court. And this is his 42nd attempt to make a Grand Slam semi-final. Fantastic for him and for American tennis to have him in the last 8. Quite a surprising statistic that he'd be the first American male semi-finalist here since Roddick in 2009, if he makes it past Andy Murray. Murray beat him here in the 4th round in 2010, and he also beat him in straight sets in the 3rd round at the start of the year at the Australian Open. So he knows he is facing a huge task today. And the American, as I reiterated earlier, he said to us yesterday, anything less than my absolute best, and it's just not going to happen. He beat Fabiano in the 1st round, Basilashvili in the 2nd, then came through that big match against Tsonga as well in the 3rd, 7-5. So he's had 2 matches that have gone deep here, not just Anderson in the 4th round, Tsonga in the 3rd as well. He's playing good tennis this year. He beat Rafael Nadal in the final at Acapulco for his 9th career title. But this is absolutely huge for Sam Querrey. But good to see he's getting ready here on practice court 2 with a smile on his face. Of course, the pressure will be on Andy Murray. He will be expected to beat Querrey and beat him convincingly. So maybe the American can do what he did last year and produce an absolutely seismic shock here in the quarterfinals. He loves grass, he loves Wimbledon, he will give it absolutely everything.
It's the Daily Debate, day 9 of the Daily Debate with IBM. Today's topic of discussion is the return of serve.
Well, and of all of the Daily Debate topics that we've had so far, the return of serve is my personal favourite. In fact, I would like to debate with somebody that says they can take the serve as being the most important shot in tennis. I'll take the return. Look at the best players in the game today, particularly on the men's side. Murray, Djokovic, even Federer is doing better, Nadal. They are all amazing returners. We are going to start, there we go. Let's start with this. We are going to start with a look at return points 1 and Andre Agassi. I've studied him a lot. And when you think of returns, Agassi's got this big forehand. He keeps the opposite hand on. He hits it hard, but on the return of serve, it's more blocking. It's more rebounding. And he goes right down through the middle of the court. He is winning an incredibly high 40% of his return points won here at the championships.
Meanwhile, Goran Ivanisevic is the only one of these greats who performs lower than the tournament average. He wins just 33.5% of return points. Maybe that's because he takes bigger risks. Who knows?
Well, we've seen Goran do so incredibly well on the serving side of life. And one of the beauties about tennis, you don't have to be good at everything. You have serving, returning, rallying, and approaching. And if Goran was with us right now, he'd say, well, my first serve is so incredibly good. I'm dominant in that area. I'm not quite as good on the return side, but I have one here at the All England Club. We are now moving on to break points and the difference between winning points returning in general. The average was 34.7 from all players here at the championships, and that goes up to 37.6. The players rise, and who rises the most? Well, it's this man down here. He will be in action later today on centre court. Roger Federer is doing the best on break points, winning 42.9%. That is 4.4 percentage points higher than his tournament average.
But look at also the difference in Goran Ivanisevic when he has a break point opportunity. His level rises. He actually converts on 40% of break points, which is somewhat surprising as well. Maybe he just takes extra care when it's a break point to a normal return point.
I think so. We now go to return points won for the ladies. The tournament average, 37.9%. Jana Novotná flying ahead, 49.1%. Now, I don't know about you, but when I remember Jana here, I remember a great server. I remember a serve and volleyer. I remember her clean, crisp volleys up at the net. So this is a little surprising to me to see her so incredibly good with return points won.
Yeah, and here, Kvitova, the worst performer of all of our greats, 44.5% of return points won, but still way above the tournament average.
And I think Petra would say, I'm a little like Goran. My serve's so incredibly dominant. I don't have to be good at everything. I'm going to win enough on the return points. And again, she is a champion here at SW19. We move along to break points for the ladies. Leading, Martina Navratilova, 51.2%. That is so incredibly high. That is 3.6 percentage points above her normal average. She's going to come at you with this. Well, this is on the return side. She's going to come at you by stepping in. There's going to be that slice return. If you're coming in at her, the ball's going to be low, and she's going to try and find a way to get to the net on those big points.
Yeah, and Jana Novotná is the only great whose breakpoint performance deteriorates substantially right here. So does she just get very nervous? She gets tight when she has these break points. Her return doesn't seem to be as strong.
Yeah, well, I get tight on break points too, so no problem there. Aces conceded. Now, this is my favorite piece of data from the morning. Over the last several years, I've talked to a lot of coaches about the returning side of life. We know Andre is so good, Jimmy Connor's so good, Leighton Hewitt's so good. But one of the things that was kind of an opinion that was bantered around was that Agassi was pretty easy to ace, even though he was so good at returning. And we've finally found the data. Congratulations, IBM. The tournament average on aces conceded was 9.2%. Andre got ace the most at 12.8. So that was something that we picked up with our eyes, and we now have data to prove it.
Whereas Murray, Federer, Djokovic, just around the 7% mark, those guys get ace the least number of times. Something to do with their return position? Do they just read the return a lot better than most of the others?
Or maybe they didn't have to face Pete Sampras for their entire career. Aces conceded on the ladies' side. Now, the worst, Lindsay Davenport. The average is 4.2 and 5.2% for Lindsay here. Very surprising to me. Lindsay is a tall lady, long levers. Maybe it's, we did an analysis of Andy's return to serve. One of the first things that you want to do is a step and then a split, and then it's adjusting split steps after that. The only thing that I could think of is Lindsay wasn't quite as fast with that, and the ball gets past her. But
But Venus Williams has long levers, and yet she's just second behind Novotná in terms of aces conceded. She had long levers too.
Exactly right.
Well, she does have long levers. So anyway, what does Watson tell us? Watson has identified that these 8 greats, Murray, Djokovic, Federer, Agassi, Novotná, Navratilova, Serena Williams and Kvitova, have had the most positive mentions in the media coverage on return of serve as well as combined match data. Watson also tells us that to have a good return of serve, you need these personality traits.
Well, let's have a look at this. We have consistency, which I guess is a little bit of the consistency of the return and consistency with the mind. You want to be bold when those big points come along. The server is going to hit a bigger serve. You've got to step up a little bit more. I think the carefree aspect is just not getting so nervous when it comes along. You play it as it's just another point. Self-controlled, not doing anything crazy. Stay with what you do well. All low for extroversion. I think that's a difficult way of saying introverted, implying a dislike of risk-taking. I agree with that. You don't want to do anything that's really crazy when you get to those break points.
But you want to make your opponent play, right?
Yeah, and a preference for quiet and calm. Sometimes on those big points, center court crowd is going nuts. The wolves can be howling in your own head. You just want to keep everything under wraps so that you just don't, get too worked up when those big points come along.
All right. Well, Watson has also identified the differences between females and males when it comes to return of serves and the media coverage. Women tend to be more modest and sincere, and men tend to be more fiery and sensitive to stress when it comes to return of serve. What do you think, Craig?
Well, congratulations to Watson for figuring out men are from Mars and women are from Venus. And you know what? I think there's a little bit of everything here. The guys can be fiery, there's no doubt about that, but sometimes the ladies, and this is what the daily debate is all about. Do we really believe that all of the ladies are modest and sincere? I've seen some of Serena's press conferences, and maybe that are a little bit more on the fiery side over here. So, good job, Watson, for at least having a crack at this area.
So as always, hit us up on social media. Let us know your thoughts. Use the hashtag #WhatMakesGreat. What makes a great return of serve? Let us know.
I'm joined by Ollie Mers on a very blustery, cold Wimbledon day here. Ollie, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. It is a little bit blistery. It's a bit cold today, I'm not going to lie. But we're always excited to be here at Wimbledon. It's such a fantastic place. Everyone's now arriving. The atmosphere is building for what will be, I think, an incredible, fun, exciting day here at Wimbledon.
And when you look out over all the courts behind you and you see the people coming on Hemmen Hill, what kind of builds inside of you? What do you feel like?
Honestly, I just want to play tennis. Honestly, I'm not even a great tennis player, but when you see all the courts and stuff, you're like, oh, God, I just want to get out there and play. But also, it's just what a lovely occasion for everyone here in London and everyone to be able to come out and watch such an iconic event and to watch some of the best tennis players in the world play. And it just, I think for anyone that hasn't been here before, it's quite special just to be here. And also to watch them play. I mean, we play tennis. I mean, everyone has played tennis at some point in their lives, just with their mates or friends. When you actually see the real pros play, it's something pretty special to watch. I've been very lucky over the years to watch Djokovic, Federer and Murray play. And when you watch the best, they are just incredible. So I think it's just a fantastic day. It's just, it's a great event.
You mentioned there that you'd like to get out and play tennis. You can't do that here, but you actually have played with one of our leading ladies at the moment, Jo Konta. Tell us a little bit about that, please.
Jo was brilliant, and you know what, a lovely person. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't know much about Jo before I met her. And obviously heard that she was British #1, and I got a chance to meet her. And as soon as I met her, she was so lovely, so charming, so brilliant, and really, I could tell. I know it sounds ridiculous, but just speaking to her, you could just tell how excited she was to play Wimbledon. And we did, we were just doing some rallies and doing some stuff for British tennis online and stuff. And you could just tell that she just was really excited about it. And it was something special You know, like you could just tell that she was going to, she knew that this was a big year for her and a chance for her to get to, you know, well, I mean, she's in the semi-finals now. But I think she could just sense that she was really up for it. She was ready for it. And, I mean, even playing with her, I mean, her serve is incredible. I mean, I beat her in one of the challenges, I'm not going to lie, but she did have a blindfold on. I didn't. But she was just really great, and I'm really, really happy for her. I mean, I don't even know her that well, but just really, like, the fact that we've done something together, I just feel really like I'm watching every game, and, yeah, it's great.
Did you tweet her after she reached to the semi-finals yesterday?
I didn't, unfortunately, because I was working. I wasn't actually working. I was out with some friends. I didn't get a chance to, but I was so happy for her because I was watching the first 2 sets, and obviously she lost the first set, and in the second set you could really see her game. She was really just wanted to break. She managed to do it in the tie break, and to get it to the 3rd set was amazing. So I'm really, really delighted for her. And I think Venus is going to be a really tough challenge because it's Venus Williams. You know, she's won it many, many times. She's an incredible tennis player. But there's something about this year, isn't it? I mean, it would just be amazing for us to win. I don't want Konta to do what, like, as a British fan, like, you know, for years, Tim Henman, we were like, come on, Tim, you got to get there, you got to get there. You didn't get there. And then with Andy Murray, it was like, come on, a couple of years, he just kept going. I feel like Konta just come from nowhere. And I just really wanted to get to the final, you know.
Well, it's men's day today. It's men's quarters. Yes. Do you think Andy Murray can get to the semi-final? And then the final, he's playing Sam Querrey. What do you think?
I mean, Sam Querrey, from what I've read up, is a 6'6" guy. He's going to be a big service game. Murray can handle anything. I mean, the only thing I think, for me as a fan, is how his injury is really. I think he seems to have got better. Seems like he doesn't look like he's walking with that sort of limp anymore, even though he's tried to say that he kind of, I always walk like that. But
protects their knees, apparently.
Yeah, but I think that he's been, obviously, listen, so far he's been brilliant, and I think he's been playing some fantastic tennis. I don't think we've seen the best of Andy Murray, but he's grinding out the result, and I think today is going to be another tough challenge for him. I mean, and I think I've got no doubt that he's going to get through today. And I really think it's going to be him in the final. But I mean, who's going to be facing the semi? Was it be Federer or Djokovic?
Federer.
Yeah, I mean, Roger's just the man, isn't he? So no, but listen, it's going to be interesting. Today's a great day. I've been told, I've never come to a quarter-final before, but I've been told that quarter-final day is the day. So I'm excited to just be on centre court today, watch Murray, and then see Federer. So yeah, the god of tennis.
Last question, quickly. Still Henman Hill, but should it be now Murray Mound or Konta Kilimanjaro?
You know what? I've been watching Wimbledon since I was a little boy. For me, it's always Henman Hill. It has to be. I love Murray and I love Konta, but I think Henman Hill is just, it's stuck, hasn't it? And I think that it is Henman Hill. It's never a mountain, and it's not Kilimanjaro. I think the hill, it's perfect. And I think Tim, you know, he's part of the committee now. He is Mr. Wimbledon, so yeah, Henman Hill.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Ollie.
Cheers. Pleasure.
Well, let's find out what everyone from the Hill thinks in just a moment. First of all, we're going to show you the breaking blue skies. It's a very welcome sight here at Wimbledon after a fairly wet and chilly day here yesterday, but temperatures are beginning to warm up, and that's what we're expecting this afternoon. So what do you guys think? Are you sat on Henman Hill? Yeah, I think Henman Hill. Murray Mound or Konta Kilimanjaro? It's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Let's stick with Henman Hill and keep Tim Henman honoured here in Wimbledon folklore. So goodbye to all of you who've been watching us from Henman Hill. Our coverage of the Wimbledon channel will continue now on the Wimbledon website and the Wimbledon app. You can join us whenever you want throughout the day. We'll be with you until 7 o'clock this evening, but enjoy the men's quarterfinals here at Wimbledon. Well, the sun is breaking through here at the All England Club. We're set for the men's quarterfinals. It is Wednesday, the 12th of July, and day 9 of the 2017 championships. The outside courts are dressed and ready for play that will begin in literally just a matter of moments, but it is the centre court that a lot of people will have their eye on today. Roger Federer is playing his 100th match at Wimbledon, and Rob Walker has been watching him practice ahead of his match with Milos Raonic this afternoon.
When it comes to getting a glimpse of the greatest grass court player in history, you take any vantage point you can, and we are overlooking practice court 3 at Orangi, where Roger Federer is going through his preparations for yet another Wimbledon quarter-final. It will be his 15th, which is a record, and his first Wimbledon quarter-final, can you believe it, was all the way back in 2001. Just an absolutely incredible record of longevity. Coming out to face Milos Raonic, the man who beat him in the semi-finals last year. In fact, both their previous meetings here at Wimbledon have been in the semis. Federer beat the big serving Canadian in the semis back in 2014. But he'll feel that he owes Raonic one, because Raonic came, I think, from 2-1 down last year. But Federer has been absolutely flawless so far in this Wimbledon. This statistic is perhaps the most shocking of all. He has spent 5 hours and 40 minutes on court across the 4 matches so far. Now, OK, the Dolgopolov match in the first round only lasted 43 minutes because he pulled out with his right ankle injuries. But all the other matches have been so straightforward. And the manner in which he dispatched Dimitrov, a really high-class grass court player, 6-4, 6-2, 6-4, shows you the kind of form that Federer is bringing here. That decision to skip the clay court season seems to have been a smart one. Won the Australian, missed the clay court season, won Halle for, I think, a record 9th time. Looking so composed and so ready for this match, and he will be pumped for that encounter against Raonic, bidding for a semi-final against either Novak Djokovic or Thomas Berdych. It will be his 100th Wimbledon match. Venus Williams played her 100th match yesterday in the quarterfinals and won. Federer will be hoping to do exactly the same here today. Bidding for a 42nd, yes, a 42nd Grand Slam semi-final. But it's arguably the longevity of Federer's career that is the most impressive statistic. He's been making Grand Slam quarterfinals since 2001. 16 years he's been at the business end of the slams. A little bit of fancy footwork there from the Swiss legend. Huge cheers from the crowd who are gathered round at the entrance to the practice courts at Orangi. He always generates the most amount of noise, perhaps even louder than the cheers are for Andy Murray when he arrives. Federer looking cool and relaxed. He has been here on so many occasions before, but maybe this would mean the most out of all his Grand Slam titles if he were to come through the quarters, the semi and the final. Maybe Grand Slam title number 19 would be the best of all, because that would see him hold that record on his own at 8 Wimbledon titles, currently tied at 7 with Pistol Pete. So he's been reaching this stage for a decade and a half, and he will, you presume, take it all in his stride. Raonic will need to be on top of his game if he is to repeat his win from 12 months ago. Fascinating match in prospect. Federer has been superb so far at this year's Wimbledon. He'll want to keep that record going here today.
All right, Roger, you've won, of course, 7 Wimbledon titles. Do you remember the years?
2003, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 12.
There we go. Can you name the people you beat in all of the finals?
Filipoussis, Roddick, Rafa. Well, Roddick, one more.
Yeah.
Rafa.
Yeah.
Roddick.
Yeah.
Murray.
You're correct. You've equalled, of course, the record of Pete Sampras with those 7 wins. Do you remember about your first and only match with him here at Wimbledon?
Yes, in 2001. I played against Pete. I beat him 7-5 in the 5th.
You did. I told you, you got a good memory. It was actually your centre court debut. You were only 19 years old at the time. How nervous were you?
I had ice-cold hands. I remember it like it was yesterday.
What did he say to you after the match? Was that maybe a little bit of a turning point for you?
Well, I mean, I was making my move up the rankings, and I think I probably needed a win like this that really gave me belief that I could go much further in my life, in my career. honestly, Pete didn't say much at the net or afterwards in the locker room. I remember him just seeing him sit there and sort of shell-shocked and sort of sad, reflecting on how did he lose that match. And you know, you shared the locker room with him, and it's just like, ugh, it was terrible because he was my idol and hero, and it didn't feel right, but it was still one of the most special matches I ever played in my life, actually.
Of course, you've now won 18 Grand Slam titles. How special is it that your most recent one came in Melbourne against Rafa, who's been one of your greatest rivals?
It was very special. It was so cool on so many levels. The comeback, and then Rafa's comeback too, and we faced off in the finals, 5 sets. The crowds were unbelievable. They were really loud and into it, and like, I don't know what to tell you. It was just, it was fairy tale for me.
How much does an 8th title here play on your mind?
It would be very cool and very special, yes. And 8 is my favorite number, so I'll give it all I have. We'll see what happens, but I'm more just, if I think of number 8, I see more me celebrating winning the title on the grass, probably somehow, and then lifting up a trophy. That's what I see.
It'll be a special moment for the whole tennis world, I'm sure. Roger, thank you. Best of luck again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, Roger Federer plays on centre court today in a second match up against Milos Raonic. It is a rematch of the semi-final from last year when Milos Raonic was the victor and went through to the final where he would lose to Andy Murray. Now, on number 1 court today, Gilles Muller, of course, the 16th seed from Luxembourg, who beat Rafa Nadal in that epic 5-set match on Monday night, takes on Marin Cilic, the 7th-seeded Croatian. This is actually a fascinating match because it's 2 players who are out of the famous Big Four, Mats. And if we wanted to find the last time that someone out of the Big Four won Wimbledon, we'd have to go all the way back to 2002. For both of these guys, it would be a first semi-final appearance, so they've both got an awful lot to gain today. Cilic the favourite going into this one, do you think?
I think he's the favourite because because of the way he's played here so far, because the two times they have played against each other, Cilic has won. He won in 3 sets in the semis of Queens just a couple of weeks ago. And also Gilles Muller, that long match with Rafa Nadal. Yes, he's back on the same court, so court number 1, so he's going to feel at home. But this is a completely different day. It's a little cooler. And at 34 years old, you would think there'd be a little bit of stiffness maybe in there. It's interesting to me, I was looking at the notes, that once again, the average age of the 8 quarterfinalists on the men's side is over 30 years old. And Milos Raonic is the youngest at 26. Gilles Muller, the second oldest, at 34. So Roger Federer doesn't seem to have a problem recovering. But for Gilles Muller, it'll be interesting to see how he moves around the court today.
Well, you mentioned exactly how Muller's going to recover. Let's remind ourselves of this incredible match that everyone was gripped to on Friday evening. Rafa lost the first 2 sets. He was trying to come back. He won, of course, the 3rd and 4th. And then this eventually ended 15-13 in the 5th in what is undoubtedly a career match win for Gilles.
Yeah, no, I mean, an excellent match in terms of the tactics as well. The longest point of the match only lasted 12 strokes. And I actually interviewed Pete Sampras a couple of years ago about how he would play against Rafa Nadal. And he said, well, I will keep the rally as short as I possibly can and not allow Nadal to get into a rhythm. And Gilles Muller did exactly that, and we always knew that he served very well, but he's also playing great from the baseline, and that forehand is a weapon. So it's a dangerous match for Marin Cilic, but Gilles Muller, again, you wonder how he pulls up today.
Well, there were 30 aces in that match from Gilles, 102 in the tournament total so far. He's played incredibly well at Wimbledon, and we speak about the form of the 30-somethings and how many of them have actually made it through, remarkably, to the last 8. Gilles Muller is 34 years of age, as you say, just the second youngest to Roger Federer. He's enjoyed this incredible resurgence in his career. He'd never won a title on tour, gone and won 2 this year, 1 in Sydney and 1 in Hertogenbosch. Hertogenbosch, the key one, because that was played on grass, and it just shows you how much confidence these kind of pre-season, well, not pre-season, but early season grass court tournaments can give you.
Yeah, no, it definitely can. I interviewed Gilles Muller late last night, and he said the reason for it is that he's taking care of his body better now than when he was 24 years old, and he's more serious about his tennis. He also said that he used to get injured a lot more, or used to get injured a lot when he was in his 20s, and something has clicked. You know, it helps that the prize money is going up every year in the Grand Slams and also on the regular tour, because it gives guys like Jill Muller, it gives them a chance to hire a physical trainer and a physical therapist and travel with them, just like the best players in the world, of course, have the finances to do that. And that makes a big difference when you're over 30 to be able to get treated after each match, and the recovery time obviously is much shorter if you can.
And by someone that you know as well, someone that's familiar in your team. You mentioned Muller's fitness. It's the reason this story is almost as incredible as it is. You've got to liken it a little bit maybe to Rybarakova, what's happening in the women's side, but he had this elbow injury a couple of years ago, 4 years ago actually, that made him slightly fear actually for the future of his tennis career. He couldn't really hold the racket properly, and he chose then, Mats, to work on his strength and fitness, and he said it's really been to a career-changing effect. We saw that today, dealing with someone like this. He was so pumped. He was the crowd favourite. Many people would have presumed that going to 5, Rafa would have come through today, but Muller just outplayed him.
Yeah, he really did outplay him, and he should have won that 5th set sooner, Jill Muller, because he had a good chance to break Nadal a couple of times earlier, and then of course a bunch of match points. But you can see the way he's moving around there. Jill Muller, like I said, is always known as a big server, but he is smooth around the court. He's very natural at everything he does, well, you gotta love that victory celebration. There's no trademark there when it comes to celebration, unless that becomes the trademark.
Just the stare. Well, this is the furthest he's progressed in any Grand Slam. He reached the quarterfinals of the US Open 9 years ago in 2008. This is the first time he's reached the quarterfinals at Wimbledon. Never has he won, though, against today's opponent. He trails 2-love in his head-to-head with Marin Cilic. They've played each other on grass. Actually, you mentioned it a little bit earlier on this year at Queen's, and Marin came through that one in 3 sets. Well, Gilles Muller has been here. He's been out getting some practice in ahead of the match today. They are the opening contest up on centre court, number 1 court at 1 o'clock, and Rob Walker has been watching Gilles Muller practice.
Well, what a match, and what a performance in that 4th round thriller against Rafael Nadal. Gilles Muller, the toast of Luxembourg, is preparing for this huge match against Marin Cilic. He's on practice court 16 down here at Orangi, one of the more private of the courts. He's just done 5 or 6 minutes at the net, and he moves in once again after then spending a little bit of time behind his baseline. And he's in really good spirits here today. It's already been what some journalists are calling the annus mirabilis for him. He won Sydney this year. He's played 12 matches on grass so far at tour level this year, and he's won 11 of them. The only match he's lost, funnily enough, is against Cilic when they went to a 3rd set at Queen's in the semi-final. Gilles Muller, at the age of 34, coming through that 4-hour, 48-minute epic against Rafael Nadal. He's back in the quarterfinals of the Grand Slams for the first time in 9 years. I think he came through qualifying when he made it to the last stage of the US Open back in 2008. He has spent 4.5 hours longer on court than his rival in the quarterfinals, Marin Cilic. Not just that 5-setter against Nadal, but his 2nd round match against Lucas Rosol also went 9-7 in the 5th. And Muller just looks like a man who's enjoying the ride. It was an absolutely magnificent victory. Apparently, some of the Luxembourg royal family were in the box watching. And he himself has likened his career, or certainly his year so far in 2017, to a film, because you've only got to go back 4 years. And he was experiencing probably the lowest ebb of his career with an elbow injury that left him thinking his tennis career was over. Fast forward those 4 years, and here he is, bidding to make it into a Grand Slam semi-final at Wimbledon. The winner will be facing either Andy Murray or Sam Querrey, but that's a match for another day. He has got to fully focus on the huge serving Croatian, but after beating Rafael Nadal, he'll certainly believe he can keep this incredible run going. 12 hours, 48 minutes on court across 4 matches. He is, without doubt, the story of the championship so far. As far as the men's side of things are concerned, maybe you could argue Johanna Konta becoming the first British female semi-finalist since Virginia Wade in '78, the year after she won it. You can argue whether that's a bigger story, but it's absolutely huge. It was one of the all-time epic fourth-round matches between Muller, and he played so well against Nadal. He didn't just fluke it. How could you possibly fluke a result that ends up 15-13 in the fifth? Certainly, not only will the Luxembourg royal family be watching, you imagine the entire nation will be gripped when he is first up on court one against Marin Cilic, the former US Open champion. Muller is the miracle man. Can he keep it going? He and Luxembourg will certainly hope so.
So Gilles Muller is warming up and preparing for his match on number one court today. It begins at 1 o'clock. Play actually began on these outside courts, just to correct myself from earlier, at 11 o'clock in the girls and boys juniors competition. The doubles will begin at 11:30 on some more of the outside courts, notably 2, 3, 12 and 18, and then at 1 o'clock on centre and number one. Delighted to say, you probably just saw there's a bit of blue sky and temperatures beginning to warm up a little bit here at the All England Club. The covers are off and players underway on the outside courts, and this is a welcome sight here in southwest London after what was a rather wet and rainy day yesterday. Let's turn our attention to the man that Gilles Muller will be playing, Marin Cilic. He's reached the quarterfinals here for a second time, having previously got to this stage in 2014. He's had a pretty good route through to this stage of the competition, to the quarterfinals, beating Roberto Bautista Agut in very simple fashion, 6-2, 6-2, 6-2 on Monday. Matt, that is the kind of scoreline you like if you want to be rested heading into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, no, he's playing excellent tennis, and obviously he's had some great coaches in his career. Goran Ivanisevic helped Marin Cilic to win the 2014 US Open, and now, of course, he's coached by Jonas Björkman, a Swede who was in the top 5 in singles, the number 1 player in doubles, and he's really helped Marin Cilic to change his body language more than anything. They talk about, because he's such an aggressive player in general, he's big, he hits the ball hard. Marin, the other day, he told me that yes, it suits him better to be more vocal and to be more engaged and to show his emotions, and that's what Jonas Björkman has worked with him on. Jonas Björkman was very good at body language, and this is, I mean, it's a great match for him to get 6-2, 6-2, 6-2, but this is not going to remind him anything of what he's up against today. Gilles Muller is pretty much the exact opposite of Roberto Bautista Agut, but a great match for his confidence, Marin.
He's a Grand Slam champion. We can't ignore that fact. Triumphing at Flushing Meadows 3 years ago in 2014. How much confidence does that give a player, knowing that they have already achieved success in one of these big 4 events?
I think it's huge, and the way that he won it too. He beat Kei Nishikori in 3 straight sets in the finals. He beat Roger Federer in 3 sets in the semi-finals, and I believe Thomas Berdych also 3 straight sets. So he cleaned up in New York in 2014. So he knows that it's in there. He knows what it feels like to win a Grand Slam, and what he doesn't know is what it feels like to win a quarterfinal at Wimbledon. This is his 4th quarterfinals, and he hasn't won one yet. So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Do you think he's underperformed? Would you call someone like him an underperformer? He seems like he's got so much talent and presence on a tennis court. You would have expected him to maybe win more Grand Slams, or at least reach the finals of more, but perhaps that just speaks for the big 4 more than anything else.
I think this is the generation. I think this generation is filled with players that are so talented and are such great ball strikers and good competitors and consistent as well, because Marin Cilic is consistent. Thomas Berdych is consistent year in and year out. But because they're up against, like you said, the big 4, it's nearly impossible. So for him to having won 1 together with Juan Martín del Potro, they're the only 2 in the last sort of 14 years to win slams apart from the big 4.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy. The last one out of the big 4 to win here at Wimbledon was all the way back in 2002. Well, Rob Walker has been busy this morning. He's also been watching Marin Cilic practice at Orangi.
So men's quarterfinals day, and as you would expect, it's pretty busy down here at Orangi. We're overlooking practice court 5 over my shoulder there, where Marin Cilic is preparing for his 4th consecutive Wimbledon quarterfinal. He has had some huge battles in the last 8 and the last few years, losing to Novak Djokovic at this stage in 2014 and 15, and then Federer last year, despite the fact that he was 2 up against the 7-time champion. Cilic hoping to become the 3rd Croatian male into the semi-finals, but the first since Mario Ancic back in about 2004, I think. Ivanisevic was a regular feature in the semis and the finals throughout the 90s, and then in 2001 when he went on to win the title against Rafter on Magic Monday. So Cilic, potentially a little bit of a dark horse in the draw when you look at the manner in which he has swept through to the quarterfinals. Kohlschreiber in the first round, then Florian Mayer, Steve Johnson, and his match against Roberto Bastista Agut was 6-2, 6-2, 6-2. He dispatched him in 1 hour 41 minutes. So he should be feeling very, very fresh for this quarterfinal. They're first up on court 1. And he's had just over 8 hours of court time in comparison to Gilles Muller, who's been out there for nearly 13 hours, thanks largely, of course, to that ridiculous 4-hour, 48-minute epic against Rafael Nadal. So a very different type of match for Cilic. He was probably expecting his opponent to be Rafael Nadal. It is a lefty, but not the lefty he was expecting to face in the last 8. He's in good form, made the quarterfinals of the French, bidding for his 4th Grand Slam semi-final in total. And remember, he now knows what it's like to go all the way in a slam, winning the US a couple of years ago. He will be the favourite for that match. However, he knows if Muller reproduces the kind of form that he did against Rafael Nadal, then he's in for one heck of a match. But certainly, as far as the 8 players who remain are concerned, Cilic has had just about the simplest route through to the last 8, and he will be up for this. He leads their head-to-heads 2-love, most recent of which was the semis on grass at Queen's, although that one did go the distance. But I wonder whether this is finally the year where Cilic makes it through to the last 4 at Wimbledon. Quite blustery here down at Orangi at the moment. Cilic just hammering those backhands and forehands behind the baseline. He will be really up for this, and he'll see this potentially as the best chance he's ever had of winning a quarter-final here at Wimbledon.
Well, glorious sunny skies are pouring down over the All England Club now as we approach midday on Wednesday, the 12th of July. And this is men's quarter-finals day. Shadows are starting to emerge as people walk up and down the steps alongside Henman Hill, and several matches anticipated on all of the courts today, but we've got 2 men's quarters on centre, 2 men's quarters on number 1. So let's focus now on the 4th and final match, the second one up on court number 1. It's Novak Djokovic against Thomas Berdych. Novak Djokovic actually had to play his 4th round against Adrian Manarino yesterday after the 5-setter between Nadal and Muller went on late on Monday night. He wasn't able to get on court. He seemed at his press conference yesterday, Matt's a little unhappy about that decision, that they weren't given the opportunity to play on centre court, so he is a day today, less rested than all of the other quarter-finalists. Will that affect him?
Yeah, but on the other hand, I thought that he played the best match of the championship so far yesterday. He had a little bit of that anger in him, and he was playing more aggressively than in the previous matches. So Novak Djokovic is finding his form, that's for sure, and he looks very comfortable on the grass court again.
Well, it's good to know, because it's good to see, I should say, excuse me, because he's just been in such bizarre form from what we're used to with Djokovic compared to last year. But that title at Eastbourne, really on the Saturday just before Wimbledon started, seems to have propelled him on with a little bit more confidence coming into this year's championships. Now, we mentioned how he had to sit out an extra day, play that round yesterday. He came through in the straight sets against Adrian Mannarino yesterday. In fact, he hasn't dropped a set yet these championships either. He and Roger Federer, both of them, have had that relatively easy journey through here. If you had to compare the two of them and who's more of a favourite right now, you're sticking with Federer, I'm guessing?
I would stick with Federer so far because we haven't seen Djokovic play his best tennis in previous tournaments, and he didn't play his best tennis, of course, at the Australian Open. Didn't do it at the French Open, so it's not that easy to just suddenly go ahead and win a major. But he's, of course, bidding to become in the semifinals 32 times. Federer, of course, has 42 semifinals if he wins today. But Djokovic, we forget how consistent and how good he has been. So to see him not play his best is kind of weird. So I think that he's onto something with the help of Andre Agassi and Mario Antic. I think that's making a huge difference. He's only 30 years old, and again, Roger Federer is helping these guys out by telling them, listen, you can play your best tennis at 35 years old. So Djokovic has a lot still to learn, believe it or not, when it comes to tennis, and he has some strokes that he could develop and improve, like the slice backhand and the volley. The question for me is he serving well enough, Novak Djokovic? He's not winning as many free points off of the first serve.
Does he have his toughest opponent today in Thomas Berdych?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Very easily. Thomas Berdych, of course, reached the semi-finals here last year and lost to Andy Murray. You mustn't forget that. Yes, the head-to-head is very one-sided. Djokovic has won the last 12 meetings, only dropping 2 sets. But like we saw a quote before from Thomas Berdych, and I love that quote. I just turned the page, he says, Thomas Berdych, about Novak Djokovic. I turned the page, and it's a new match. And I believe Thomas Berdych thinks he can win this match.
Well, he does have the likes of Andre Agassi to fight with in Djokovic's box, and Mario Antic. We just spoke about Marin Cilic and perhaps underperforming. The same sentiment you perhaps can feel about Thomas Berdych. He's now the world number 15. He has been a consistent performer inside of the top 10. Another one of these guys that seems to have struggled against the big four that we've become used to in this era. He's a former finalist here at Wimbledon. That his best performance in any Grand Slam throughout his career, Mats, but he hasn't followed that up, and that was all the way back in 2010. You mentioned the close call last year, but you just feel maybe at last this is his time.
Yeah, no, this is a good chance for him, of course, because you don't know Novak Djokovic. He must feel, Berdych must feel that, well, Novak is not playing his best at the moment, and so I have a chance. But the most interesting thing with Thomas Berdych is, of course, Goran Ivanisevic. We mentioned that before. He was coaching Marin Cilic when Cilic won the US Open in 2014. Goran Ivanisevic changed Marin Cilic's serve, and the toss became much lower, and they hit balls sort of on the way up. Thomas Berdych made exactly the same change with the help of Goran Ivanisevic. The other day, he said in the press conference that he's starting to serve as good as he ever has because he's finally gotten comfortable with having a lower toss. And the serve was always a weapon, but it wasn't as consistent as it is today for Thomas Berdych. So he is working as hard as ever, hiring Goran Ivanisevic. Of course, they're not together anymore, but yes, he feels like he can win a slam. I'm 100% sure about that. I would be surprised if he doesn't win one in the next couple of years. I really would, because he's good enough. And how well can Federer play, and Rafa Nadal, and how often are they going to be at their very best in every Grand Slam? I doubt it. So Berdych is, let's put it the next in line. The best player in the world to not have won a Grand Slam.
You think? Yeah,
Yes.
I would agree with you. He seems like he deserves one. It's like in golf, you speak about the best players without a major. That was a 5-set win over Dominic Thiem on Monday. That was a big win for him over a player ranked higher than him and inside of the world's top 10. You mentioned the coaching changes, no longer with Goran Ivanisevic. He's now with Martin Stepanek, his old Czech playing pal. But it is fascinating to watch these coaches move around and the players make these different decisions. Are you a fan of a regular changeover in your team, or would you like to see more longer-term relationships?
Well, I think that most of these older guys, they have had a permanent coach for a long time. Thomas Berdych did have the same coach for a long time before Goran Ivanisevic. But then, no, I like that they change because they'll pick something up from all of them. Like I said, Thomas Berdych has changed his serve. The toss is not as high anymore. And with that now, he says it has improved. So I like it. I mean, they do it in golf all the time. The coach comes in and they always say, oh, I spent a good day with my coach, the golfers say. And in tennis, why not? You can pick things up. Roger Federer picked up a lot of things from Stefan Edberg and learned how to hit a backhand better than ever. That's what Stefan Edberg's doing.
Well, I'm fascinated to watch this match on #1 court today. Amazingly, Novak Djokovic leads the head-to-head with Thomas Berdych 25-2. So on paper, it looks like he's a very, very hairy favourite. Berdych hasn't actually beat him since an awful long time ago, all the way back in 2013. So he's won the last 12 matches, and we'll see how that one develops today. The outside courts have got play going on. Both the juniors and the doubles are underway, but Rachel Stringer has been catching up with a man who it's all about food at Wimbledon.
What you're seeing now is probably making you very hungry. That's because we're in the competitors' restaurant up here with Gary Parsons, the executive chef here at the All England Club at Wimbledon. Gary, how are you this morning?
I'm very good, thank you. Yes, very good.
Quite a title, executive chef of the All England Club. Does that mean you're responsible for all the food here at the club?
Yeah, right from the players to the Royal Box to the public to the officials to the staff, everyone that's food related, I'm responsible.
I mean, that sounds... And your team as well, obviously that's very, very important to fuel them.
My own, I can't do it on my own. So I've got purchasing team, Amanda, stores guys that actually deliver the food, so all the deliveries come in overnight and then that's all distributed throughout the night and the early hours of the morning. So when all the chefs arrive, everything's in their fridges ready to go, and then we just wait for the customers and the clients.
I would say that a chef's job is quite stressful anyway, but an executive chef of Wimbledon and what you just said you had to cater for, surely it's a very highly stressful job.
Very. Yes, I think my blood pressure and my pulse goes through the roof for these 2 weeks, and it slowly, gradually goes up as we get closer to the tournament. And I think it sort of peaks at sort of the end of the first week, and then starts to sort of reduce as we go into the second week.
Because it's obviously the competitors, and then royalty, the best people in our country. Who is more difficult to cater for, the Royal Box or the competitors?
I'd say equally demanding. I mean, it's the Royal Box is the ticket that money can't buy. So the standards of the food, the service has got to be, perfect. And then also the players. It's not so much fine dining up here, but it's the quantity and quality of the produce that they need.
Can you maybe talk me through a Royal Box menu, or what they may expect if they were to go into the Royal Box for dinner or for lunch, whatever you cater for? Probably both.
We aim for sort of, high-end Michelin star style of food. So, I mean, it's the best of British produce. We're using the best of, Brill, Dexter beef, Sutton Hoo chicken. So it's the best of British produce that are going in there. So they're getting fed well.
And they still expect the Wimbledon strawberries up there as well?
Oh yes, they get the Jubilee strawberries every day.
Okay, perfect. Well, I guess the athletes themselves are a bit different because they must be very specific to their individual needs. And I guess that's why you have so much on offer up here. Just talk me through what's exactly going on here. Obviously, this looks like a salad bar. What's popular over here, please, Gary?
So going back to your first question on that, the players will come up and their coaches will sort of guide them what they need to build up on. So that's why we have sort of your basic core salads. So then the coaches will say, you need some, plenty of spinach, cucumber, radishes, so they're building their own dishes. Then we do have some sort of complete salads, where they're grains, which are very healthy and slow releasing, and then quinoa, which is very popular this year. So in the past years, it's very much pasta. We're going through sort of 80 to 90 kilos of pasta a day. That's fresh pasta. But this year we've seen a lot of them sort of go for the quinoa. We had one sort of bizarre request where it's quinoa and cinnamon, which, but then the players can create whatever they want. We're here to provide a service for them.
And at the beginning of the week then, let's just walk over here as well, do the players kind of come to you with a plan, or is it just on a daily basis they kind of come and just pick what they fancy?
We change it every day, what we offer, because obviously the players are up here for sort of the fortnight, so we need to keep them interested in engaged. But pretty much you will see the same proteins, the chicken, the parma hams, the salamis, because we've got lots of international players as well, so they recognise the parma ham, the salamis. So we try cater for everybody's needs.
And you just said about interesting dietary requirements. What, I guess, is the most popular item? We're coming over here to the strawberries and to the sweet treats, which probably shouldn't be on the top of these athletes' lists.
Yes, but there is some healthy sweet treats there. We've got the donuts, which are full of a bit of an indulgence if any of them sort of feel a bit low after their match. And then we've got the protein balls as well, which they take on to court with them. So, yes, the sweet treats have a little bit of interest. Strawberries are very popular, obviously, because it's Wimbledon. And then the sushi as well. That's very, very popular here. The sushi's made in-house by our sushi team. Very popular after the game. It's the rice that's it helps their muscles sort of recover from during the games.
And you've even got your own sushi bar just outside on the players' lawn as well. If they just want sushi, they can specifically go over there. And come over here, we have the smoothie bar. Obviously, the athletes are healthy. They've got to be able to have a smoothie of their choice. It looks like they can do that here.
So there is a set menu on the smoothies, but they can create what they want. It's like I say, they are very important to the club, the competition. So we cater for everybody.
And just tell us about how much of each produce maybe you have to actually get in. Like, do you have to get thousands of bananas, bags and bags of pasta?
Yeah, we go through sort of 3,000 kilos of bananas, and they've got to be, green, because that's sort of, it's the healthier one. It's so the sugars haven't turned yet. So that's very important. We go through 28,000 kilos of strawberries during the tournament. And the strawberries are famous at Wimbledon. Pasta, we sort of like say 80 to 90 kilos of fresh pasta a day, which is it's a lot. If you had it all stacked up, it's quite a wall.
Are you ever surprised by how much some of these tennis stars eat?
Yes, it's we do offer under 500 calories, but and if you look at the quantity of like under 500 calories, the portion is very small, and then you come up here and see what the players have. It's blown out of the water, really. The calories.
For me and you, it'd probably make us expand a little bit and put on weight. And then Gary, come over here. This is the thing that most appealed to me here. This is the cooking station, isn't it? You can pretty much cook whatever you want to a certain extent here.
So the start of the morning, we sort of have one chef out here, and then at the peak time we have 3 chefs on the hobs. And so the players can come up, and there's 3 different types of protein. There's steak, there's chicken, there's salmon, vegetables. They can have everything. And then the sauces as well. Tomato sauce is very popular. Then we have the carbonara, and then we just have a basic bolognese sauce.
Well, Gary, you are the executive chef. Does that mean you still get your hands dirty and get behind the kitchen there?
So my work starts sort of pretty much after the champs, but then we start reviewing the menus which happened this year, and then we start the whole process again, and then we actually start doing the tastings in September for 2018. So I'm very much hands-on, writing the menus with my team, and then do the tastings with the clients, the club as well, and then so it does give me the freedom to still be very active in the kitchen. The 2 weeks of the champs, not very much cooking at all. It's very much sort of firefighting and just making everybody happy, because it's a long 2 weeks.
Well, I'd love to see the pro in the kitchen. If you wouldn't mind rustling us up something this morning.
A lovely smoked salmon and scrambled egg breakfast.
That would sound amazing. Thank you very much. I'll let you go round the side. That's okay. We're going to just clash into each other as Gary's going around there to cook up some eggs and some salmon. Can I just pop around here so I can actually carry on speaking to you?
So, like I said before, we pride ourselves on, it's a great British, event. So all the food that we, supply to the clients, the players, is all British. So we search the country for the best produce. So what I'm going to show you today, so we've got a Paul Rhodes London sourdough bread, which has just been lightly toasted on the griddle. And then we've got the 7Y smoked salmon. So we work very closely with Richard Cook at 7Y. So we have our own cure for Wimbledon. So it's bespoke to us. And then good free-range British eggs.
How important is that? I'll let you start cooking at the same time. How important is it to keep everything locally sourced and to kind of, give the local people the jobs?
Yeah, there is, the British larder is, vast. We are lucky to have this event at the time of year because, raspberries, strawberries, asparagus, everything is prime. So, I mean, it's why not promote British produce, alongside a great British event.
And Gary, if I was going out to play tennis today, if I was in the male quarterfinals, which obviously is never going to happen, would this be a good breakfast for me to fuel up and eat?
Yeah.
I'm asking you as a nutritionist now as well.
Yeah, eggs, protein, and the smoked salmon protein as well, but I'd give it a good hour before you went onto the court.
Just to let it digest?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, who knows? Joe Conter, Andy Murray, they might come up here and eat similar thing to what I'm going to do for breakfast. Have you ever served those two? I know you can't name names, but has Joe and Andy come for your doors?
They've shown their faces once or twice.
They've shown their faces, of course they have, because this looks wonderful. Gary, thank you so much for your time, and I'm going to go off and enjoy my breakfast. Yeah, good luck with the rest of the championships. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
You're watching the Wimbledon Channel, live coverage of the championships here on day 9 at the All England Club. Car off for a well-earned break. That's the picture inside centre court, getting ready for its first match of the day. A big hello to everyone watching inside there and over on court number 1 at the moment. It's a fairly breezy day. You wouldn't be able to tell too much inside centre, but outside where we are at the moment, high above court number 18, blue skies and plenty of clouds, but it is quite windy. Barry Cowan is alongside me on the bench here above court number 18. Welcome, Barry.
Good afternoon.
These conditions, who are they going to help, who are they going to hinder?
Well, when we look at the 8 that are left, Federer's an amazing win player, Murray's a great win player. The 2 players that it will affect definitely more are actually the ones who've got to play each other. Burdick doesn't like the wind, historically. He's always had a higher ball toss, which is something he actually changed at the beginning of the year when he was working with Goran Ivanisevic and Djokovic. Djokovic is always unsettled when it's blustery conditions, and especially with court 1. I mean, of course, it's playing different this year because there's no roof, but the wind can get in there and it can just swirl around, so it can certainly unsettle players. So that's the match that I think will be interesting to see which one of those 2 can really hold their nerve. But four great quarterfinals.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the key to playing well in the wind when, as you said, on court number 1, particularly with that roof off, when it's swirling around?
Well, I think first of all, as an acceptance. I think as a player, you have to accept you maybe not playing your best tennis, which at times is very hard for tennis players because generally we're perfectionists. And then I think to have good footwork, but to have great hand skills. So to be able to adjust, to be able to improvise, to be able to make decisions at the last split second, which we know how great Federer is in that department. We know how great Murray is in that department.
Just to compare court number 1 and centre court, obviously even more so this year. Centre court got the roof and it's quite an enclosed arena. Everyone's so tight in there, and everyone we've been speaking to says that. You're so close to the crowd in there. But court number 1, because of the way they've taken away the roof and building it for 2019, it's a completely different arena now. Does that affect the players, just the way it feels?
I guess it probably does. I mean, it's interesting because when Nadal raced through the field at the French Open, I mean, he totally demolished it. It's amazing that he admitted that he only felt comfortable the 3rd year at Roland Garros, but he'd already won the title twice. So you're talking about someone that had won the title twice and still didn't feel that comfortable. And every court does have different surroundings. And when you talk about it here, centre and 1, compared to the outside courts where it's tight, there's not as much run back. So it definitely favours the players like a Murray against a big server because you can stand further back. I mean, Nadal, I was shocked how deep he was standing to return Muller's serve. I mean, you just wouldn't be allowed to be that deep, let's say, if Rafa was playing on court 18, which is just below us, or one of the other, either court 2 or court 3.
Just want to touch on that match, actually, you mentioned there, Nadal and Muller. You were commentating on it for our radio channel alongside Nick Lester, keeping me entertained on my way home. It was a brilliant match to watch, obviously. So much entertainment, whether you were actually inside court number 1 or outside. For people who weren't there inside the arena, just give us a sense of what it felt like, because it was an amazing performance from Muller.
It was, and as commentators, you get caught up in the emotion. And what impressed me so much with Gilles, when Nadal won the 3rd and 4th, you kept thinking, this is the time that Nadal is going to make the breakthrough. But every time there was a question mark against Muller. He came up with big serves, he came up with big shots, and it was just his aggressive type of tennis that eventually unsettled Nadal.
What is it about Muller? We know that Muller is a very good grass court player. Quite obvious to see why he likes to play on grass. He's got that big serve, he's a lefty, he comes in behind it. But why has he enjoyed so much success this year? What's changed in his game?
I guess the mid-30s is now what used to be the mid-20s.
There's hope for us yet.
There is. You might see Federer playing until he's 40s, but yeah, as you said, he's got a great serve and he's injury-free. I mean, that was when Nadal was so hyper-adrenalised. And that was an example of how deep Rafa was standing. I mean, it was a great return, but because he was so far back, he just wasn't able to get to the shorter volley. It was time and time again, it was that type of tennis. And it's nice to see. I mean, I've been for a while surprised with a lack of serve and volley in the men's game here on the grass at Wimbledon. And that was a real heartache for Nadal. But you can do it if you know what to do at the net and you've got good volleys. Of course, you can play that, even against the very best, as Gilles showed the other day. It was great shot after great shot.
Brilliant. It was great to watch as well. One thing I wanted to ask you about was, I suppose, the anatomy of putting together a good performance against a top player, as you did here at Wimbledon against Pete Sampras, taking him to 5 sets. When you're a lower-ranked player, Gilles Muller ranked what he is. I know he's expecting to do well in these big tournaments, but he's not expecting to beat Rafa Nadal, I'm sure, a few years ago. But now he's got that belief. What do you have to do as a player to get into your head that I can challenge these top players?
Well, you've got to have something big. And generally, it's more than just one thing that's big. You've got to generally have 2 things that can really unsettle Nadal. And for me, that was probably what won him the match, but also what surprised me, because in the sets 1 and 2, Rafa, who had come in having won his last 28 sets in slams, was edgy on the big moments. It was edgy at the end of the first set to lose his serve. It was very edgy in the second set when he had a break point, or he had certainly had love 30 on Gilles' serve at 4-3. He didn't break. Was indecisive and then lost his serve the next game, and that's not something that you would expect from a player, even though he hasn't had any lead-up practice on grass. The way he played in the first week, Adam, was amazing. I mean, it wasn't just me, but I think a lot of us felt that he looked the best in his first 3 matches. But he was rattled by what Gilles did. And when you have that firepower, you have to unsettle them. And that's what's interesting about certainly the Murray-Querrey match later on. I know we'll discuss it a little bit later on in detail. But Querrey has that. if you haven't got something big, you're not going to beat the best players when they're confident.
Now, I'm sure Gilles Muller would have loved to have played on centre court in his match today, but he is on court number 1. Do you think, I suppose subconsciously, that's going to make him feel a little bit more relaxed? He'll come back out onto that arena. He was able to pick up arguably the biggest win of his career.
Yeah, and that was a great moment. And it wasn't Nadal classy at the end. I mean, it would be so easy to sort of shake your hands, pick up your bags and walk off court, but he waited for Muller. And the crowd absolutely loved it. But yes, it will feel like home when he walks out on that court a little bit later on.
Gilles Muller, he's enjoyed success later on in his career. We spoke to him a couple of days ago.
Nice guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
And a Liverpool fan, so he's a smart guy.
Oh, right, OK. Nailing your colours to the mast there. What is it about him that's been able to stick at it? I suppose there are parallels that can be drawn between him and Johanna Kontra, a player who's had to wait for success at the top level, work hard at perhaps the lower level. He played a lot of challenges. And now, later on in his career, he's enjoying that success at the top level. How much patience does a player have to be able to achieve that?
Yeah, my admiration for players who are still highly competitive and the will to work hard and the will to compete when they're in the mid-30s is huge. Because, I mean, Gilles got a young family. So I think there comes a decision. I mean, forget Federer, because, you know, he's 100 million plus in terms of his bank balance. You know, he doesn't need to worry about his next paycheck. For someone like Gilles Muller, he does. And then you've got your decision to make. Well, if I stop playing tennis, how could I earn as much money that I am potentially going to earn? But he's stuck through it, and he's worked his way up the challenges, and I think he's probably surprised himself with how well he's done the last year. But as I touched on a little earlier, he plays a unique way. And Misha Zverev, the way he plays, serve and volley, first and second serve, we don't see it too often. So I think a little bit of surprise to some of the players because they're not used to it. And for Rafa, playing Gilles Muller, I mean, when was the last time he played a Gilles Muller on a grass court with that type of tennis? And generally the guys he's come on, he's been troubled with, Dustin Brown at Wimbledon on the centre court. You know, that type of style can clearly Rafa doesn't feel as comfortable as a Hashanov or a Donald Young. Even though Donald's left-handed, he's a baseliner.
Great to see. We're looking forward to seeing Gilles Muller back on court number 1 in just a few minutes' time. He's up against Marin Cilic. That's the first match on that court. Plenty more from Barry to come. But first, let's catch up with our reporter Rob Walker now, just to talk about the second match on court number 1. That's Thomas Berdych, the number 11 seed, who's taking on Novak Djokovic, the number 2 seed, who's at the practice courts.
Well, the breaking news here at Orangi is at last the sun is shining. It's been close to freezing here for the last couple of hours. So the sun has come out just in time for Novak Djokovic to go through his pre-match routine down on practice court 5. Not too much stretching. In the previous days, we've seen him take 5, 10, 15 minutes to get himself loosened up. He's gone straight on court with Andre Agassi overseeing proceedings, a recent addition to the camp, and we're watching quite closely to see whether there's any issue with Djokovic's shoulder. It was a curious match yesterday when he faced Adrian Mannarino. He seemed to race through the first set, but then things got a little bit tight. Served a double fault in the last set en route to eventually closing out the match in straight sets. It has been the longest match we've seen from him so far, 2 hours, 15 minutes. So on paper, all looks pretty smooth, but Djokovic looked uncomfortable in that delayed 4th round win. There weren't too many smiles at the end. He did get involved with the crowd after the match, after the handshake with Mannarino and the umpire, trying to get each side of the court to do a little cheer as he raised his arms. But he'll be hoping that that shoulder has settled down for this match against Thomas Berdych. On paper, he will be overwhelming favourite to win that one, despite the fact that Berdych is bidding for a second successive semi-final and went all the way to the final in 2010 when he lost to Rafael Nadal. It's a good surface and a good championship for Berdych, but he trails Djokovic 25-2 in their head-to-head meetings. He hasn't beaten him since the Rome 1000 4 years ago in the quarter-finals there. So it's a long time since Berdych has seen a W next to his name when he's taken on Novak Djokovic, but he will have noticed that things were uncomfortable for Novak yesterday against Mannarino, and Berdych has had the benefit of that extra day off. Djokovic's match, of course, was delayed until yesterday because of that absolute 15-13 marathon in the decider between Gilles Muller and Rafael Nadal. So the public and the commentators and the coaches will be watching very carefully to see whether Djokovic displays any signs of discomfort. On the positive from his point of view, it is his 9th quarter-final here. He's bidding for his 8th semi-final and his 32nd Grand Slam semi-final in total. It is a quite staggering record. His Djokovic's first Grand Slam quarter-final was at the French Open in 2006. So he has been making the last 8 at the big ones for over 10 years. His first semi-final was also at the French in 2007. Djokovic has been around at the top for more than 10 years now. Yet another one of the big players who has gone past his 30th birthday. I think 5 of the 8 men's quarter-finalists are over the age of 30, which is an Open-era record. And Djokovic will certainly be hoping he's still got a couple more years at the top. But that's the question mark, I think. That's the headline today as far as Novak Djokovic is concerned. It's not so much can he beat Thomas Berdych, because we know on his day he's got an overwhelming winning record in their head-to-head meetings. It's the question about that shoulder, and maybe we'll find out the answers when he steps out on court 1 within the first set. Djokovic, looks like it's going to be a short workout for him down here at Arangi. Can he get on another big run here at Wimbledon? Djokovic second on court 1.
Johanna Konta will be carrying the hopes of Great Britain on her shoulders, as well as all of her other fans all over the world, in tomorrow's blockbuster semi-final against Venus Williams. Let's have a look at that breakdown and understand what Johanna does so well and her road to the semi-final. So let's have a look here. This 10-8 in the third set, these 2 6-4 victories in the third set, that gives her a lot of confidence. You want to be tested, you want to be pushed to the limit, and it's very important when you're watching these matches to understand that these players are actually playing 2 matches, not just 1. So the obvious one happens during the point, all the forehands, all the backhands, all the running all over the court. But there's a second match that happens, and that's between the points. And I think Johanna Konta is as good as any of the men, any of the ladies that are left in the tournament. Her demeanour is so good, her focus is so good. Whether she wins or loses a point, she's not getting too up, she's not getting too down, and she has the confidence of being pushed hard in these deciding 3 sets and getting through. Let's have a look at some of the numbers from Johanna's matches and also from Venus. The forehand is very, very dominant for Johanna. The backhand, not bad, but 67 forehand winners to 41 certainly got the advantage there. And when we look over here on page 2 at the serving side, we see 28 aces and only 10 double faults, and 27 for Venus, but 22 double faults. Johanna's first serve has been extremely powerful and very dominant. Unreturned first serves for the tournament average is 29%. So let's just round that to 30 and think, okay, for all of the ladies, when they're hitting a first serve, 3 out of 10 do not come back in the court. For Johanna, it rises from 29% all the way to 37%. Now, Venus likes to be aggressive, but if the serve is jamming her, if the serve is wide, there will be a lot of unreturned first serves from Johanna tomorrow. The other thing that I like here is second serve points won. Johanna for the tournament is at 58%. The tournament average is only 47%, and we see Venus is a little bit lower here at 49%. So these are the hidden elements that I'm going to be looking at in this game as it unfolds to see who's going to be progressing through to the final. Let's watch some points now from Johanna to really understand her strategy. This is from the quarterfinal against Simona Halep, serving out wide, and her defense is so good. She stays in the point so well. Just ball after ball, and then she finds a way to play offense. And that's a very typical point from the semi-final, and it's, from the quarterfinal, and it's going to be a very typical point of what we see in the semi-final as well. Once again, on defense, having to slice. Let's look down the other side of the court there. Great balance, got down low, got behind the ball, but at this stage of the point, Simona Halep has the upper hand. You just have to look at the relative court position. Simona's inside the baseline. Johanna has had to go to the slice on the other side. At this moment, it's advantage Simona, and she should win most of these points. But that ball doesn't hit its spot. That ball doesn't. All of a sudden, there's the forehand. And moving up to the baseline, there's the backhand. This is a classic Johanna Konta point. Early defense followed by outstanding offense at the end of the point. Serving on the other side, moving in, just dump it in there. That's a wonderful touch backhand volley. Very difficult to go off direction as we saw there. Nice serve down the tee. She looks for a backhand early on, good angle, sneaking in. The net all tournament for all of the ladies is offering a higher win percentage, and if you have the opportunity to sneak in, please do it. Now, this is just a nice little bit of coaching. For all of the young boys, the young girls out there, I know you hit a lot of forehands on the practice court. I know you hit a ton of backhands. You need to work more on your serve. So let's learn from Simona here a little bit about the technique. What I love right here, we're going to zoom in on this. This is fantastic. Let's have a look at her hands. Right here, we want the hand and the racket to join. Actually, the racket is resting on the hand, which enables the hitting hand, the right hand, to fully relax. I really like this. And the other part that stands out to me here is you want to be relaxed in the arms. We have a general hanging motion down here. Weight on the front foot. It will rock back to the back foot. But in general, for all of you young players, going, do I start back? Do I start forward? Copy this. This is very, very clean, easy, repeatable technique. You see the rock back to the back foot. And another point where Johanna Konta is just going to make balls, stay on the baseline. Very neutral right now. Neither of these two ladies have the upper hand yet. And you would think, okay, Simona's got it now for sure. And this, we do not want to copy from Simona. When you move into this no man's land area and you have a forehand, I want you to hit that forehand. I want you to crush it. Let's zoom out right now so we can see some of the options. This is an option. Crush it down the line. A short angle is an option. In general, approach to the backhand is the #1 option here, but we don't see that. Simona goes for a drop shot when she could have really hit a powerful ball and ends up losing that point. There was just so many. Look at the body language right there. I love that. So many points where Konta is out of it, but all of a sudden, somehow she wins the point. Now, we have a runaround forehand right down here. That's a dominant shot. Weight is on the right foot. Racket accelerating through the ball. Johanna is prowling the baseline. Court position is a really big deal. Let's see what unfolds between the ladies here. That ball doesn't do enough, and all of a sudden, we're on the front foot. And for all of you juniors out there, court position matters. Look for this in the semi-final. Look to see how well Johanna gets on that front foot. And what does she do with this backhand? Crushes it cross court. Another example of Simona having offense with the runaround forehand, but not finishing. Okay, here it is again. We have offense. We have good court position. On the other side of the court, as we come down here, Johanna right now doesn't really know where it's going. But we see a little bit more of the weight is on the right foot. The backhand is typically going to go cross court. She's probably anticipating this direction here. What unfolds? That's where it goes. Johanna on defense. And this is really important. Once again, we saw Simona on the front foot in this position, hitting a backhand, having offense cross court. But on the very next shot, she's on defense. And this is what Johanna Konta is so incredibly good at, is going from neutral to offense, going from defense to offense. Deep middle, everything looks even. And there it is again. It's just one or two shots. And Johanna Konta is able to turn defense into offense. Serving well, looks for the forehand in the middle, holding the baseline, aggressive with the forehand. We saw those forehand winners. Great angle with the backhand, following it in. Excellent body language. So determined, so focused. And this is the match point. I believe we've got stepping up. No, not quite yet. So once again, we've got Simona inside the baseline. And Johanna, so great court position. Simona, you think if she gets into this position 7 or 8 times out of 10, she should win the point. Johanna down here, her balance isn't quite as good. But we know how good Johanna is at turning defense into offense. Again, we're neutral, we're wider. And it's just the tail of the tape. And I fully expect if Johanna is to win the semi-final and move into the final, it's just going to be an absolute carbon copy of this. Defense middle, great athleticism, out wide slice. She guesses well here. Simona's got to wonder, what have I got to do to win a point? Now we've finally arrived at match point. Simona steps around, she knows it's going middle. There was a scream probably right about now, and Simona just kind of stops. And the umpire says, play on. Game, set, match. Johanna Konta, she is through to the semi-finals. And it was very telling that, with such a weird ending to that, with Simona just kind of stopping and saying, well, you know what, maybe we do a replay of the point. The rules say, no, we don't do a replay of the point right there. So Johanna, not overly exuberant at the end. One last thing I want to take to you guys over here to the draw is help you understand the baseline. The average win percentage for the ladies is 47%. Anything under 50% is not good. But you would think with our 4 ladies reaching the semi-finals, they would all be dominant from the back of the court. Well, I have their win percentages. Johanna Konta from the back of the court, baseline points won, she is the best, but she's only at 52% baseline points won. Rybakova is second. She is at 50% baseline points won. The other 2 ladies who haven't lost a match yet, 49% baseline points won for Muguruza and 48% of baseline points won for Venus Williams. Everybody's at the baseline. Let's go to the practice court. Let's hit a million forehands and backhands. You've got to understand that it is so even from the back of the court. We have all of these ladies have all won 5 matches. We have 20 matches that we've played. We are 20-0. There is so many baseline points won. In fact, there are 1,615 baseline points combined here. They won 808. They are 1 point above 500 from the back of the court. So it just gives you a really good understanding on how very difficult it is. Right now, let's head out to Rachel and see what's going on out around the grounds.
Got Hideki Matsuyama and Hidito Tanihara, and also I have a translator here, Moto. Thank you very much all for joining us. You've just come fresh back from the Irish Open. Just tell us about how that was for you, please.
先週アイリッシュオープンに、参加されたと思うんですが、どんな感じだったでしょうか、向こうは。
そうですね、とても難しいコースでしたし、本当に楽しくプレーできました。
It was a difficult course, but I was able to enjoy the course.
And Hidito?
どうでしょう。
アイルランドも初めてでしたし、本当に前衛前に、いい試合ができて本当に良かったです。
It was my first time in Ireland, and before the Open, it was a good, a game to practice.
And before the Open, you are now here at Wimbledon for your first time. How is it so far? Just looking behind you, it's pretty special here.
ウィンブルドン初めてだと思いますが、後ろを見た感じですごく素晴らしいと思うんですが、どういった感想をお持ちでしょうか。
そうですね、初めて来るので、どういうものか分かんないですけど、本当に楽しめて見れたらいいなと思います。
It's my first time here, and I'm really excited. Don't know what to expect, and just really happy to be here.
And you're also getting to go in the royal box. That's a massive honour and a privilege. How does that feel for you to be going in there?
ロイヤルボックスこれから入ると思いますが、すごく名誉あることだと思うんですが、それはどういうふうに思われているんでしょうか。
そうですね、本当に多分一生に一度じゃないかなと、本当にもう朝からワクワクドキドキして、もう試合どころじゃないんじゃないのかなと思ってます。
I think it will be the first and the last time I'll be there. It's really happy and just been really excited since the morning, and I don't think I can concentrate on watching the game. Just being excited, just being there.
Well, you are seeing one of our superstars, Andy Murray. What do you know about tennis and what do you know about him, and who are you most looking forward to playing?
ロンドンでは一番人気のマレーのプレーを見ると思いますが、それどういうふうに。
そうですね、本当にナンバーワンの、プレイヤーの、テニスをね、初めての観戦でそのナンバーワンが見れるということはすごく嬉しいことですし、本当にもう楽しみで仕方ないです。
I'm going to get to see the number one player on tennis. Really excited. I don't know how he's going to play, but I'm just looking forward to see his game.
And as professional golfers, are you any good at tennis?
ゴルフではプロですが、テニスではどうでしょうか。
本当にど素人で。
Just a beginner.
Is there anybody you'd like to play with to teach you some skills? Any of the top seeds here?
こちらに今いらっしゃる選手とかで教えていただきたい選手とかって誰かいらっしゃいますか。
そんなこと言えない。
I can't say because I guess what he's trying to say is that he's one of the top players, and if somebody came up to him, it would be really hard to.
Kei Nishikori, perhaps.
Nishikori さんではどうでしょうか。
And then obviously it's the Open next. Will you stay in London for a little bit, or will you go straight up to the north to prepare for the next match?
来週全英だと思いますが、そのまますぐにバークデールの行かれますか、それともちょっとロンドンで少し時間過ごしてから行かれる予定でしょうか。
もう明後日行きます。
We're gonna go Friday over to Royal Birkdale on Friday. Yes.
And how are you both feeling ahead of Birkdale?
来週のどんな気持ちでいらっしゃいます。
今ここで緊張してるから何も来週のこと考えれてない。
I'm really nervous right now, so I can't really say anything right now, but just excited.
And Hideto, how are you feeling as well?
テンさんはどうでしょうか。
ここで、トップ選手の運をもらってそのまま全英に乗り込みたいなと思います。
I'll get all the good vibes from all these good players and bring it over to the Open next week.
Well, the secret as well, last question, the secret to the success here at Wimbledon, did you know, is down to strawberries and cream, so get them to go and eat some strawberries and cream.
こちらで運を良くするためにはストロベリー&クリームというものがこちらにあるらしいので、それはいかがでしょうか。
はい、ぜひもらいます。
もちろんいただきます。
Thank you very much, guys, and good luck for the Open. Thank you. Enjoy Wimbledon.
Thanks, Rachel. Great to see Matsuyama and Tanihara here at Wimbledon. I'd certainly like to putt like Matsuyama. Decent player, isn't he?
Please, I need to learn how to putt. What's that? Drive for show, putt for dough.
Putt for dough.
Yeah. That's why I never hole a putt.
I wonder what the tennis equivalent is. Forehand for show, serve for dough, or something like that. Anyway, that's the scene outside on Henman Hill at the moment, starting to fill up. As we were saying, a little bit chilly, so you'll see plenty of sweaters on, a few umbrellas up, but at the moment it's staying reasonably dry. It rained a little bit earlier on this morning, but it's been dry since then, and they'll be watching the big matches on the screen on the side of court number 1 there. That is inside centre court, so just like Henman Hill, starting to fill up slowly here on day 9 at the championships, and it's time for us to say goodbye to everyone watching on the big screens there inside centre court and court number 1. Barry, we've talked about Novak Djokovic and Thomas Berdych, their match, the second match on court number 1, but I wanted to focus on Milos Raonic up against Roger Federer, and we'll talk about Raonic to start with. You watch a lot of tennis throughout the year, you commentate on a lot of tennis. Compare Raonic's game, where it is right now, to where it was when he made the final last year. Are we up or are we down?
We're down, very much so. I think for Milos last year, we saw him, he hired John McEnroe, and there was very much a need that he felt that he wasn't going to beat the very best players from the baseline. that he would have to serve and volley. He'd have to come in more. So the numbers last year at Wimbledon, 24% of his points he served and volley. This year, he's down to 16%. For me, that's far too low. You actually want to see him serve and volley more.
More, yeah.
So what we've got, I think, with Milos is in his first 4 matches where, because he serves so great and he's a great competitor, he's got a good form, I think he's going to win however he plays. But last year against Federer, I know Roger was below 100% in terms of his knee, but he had someone really taking the attack to Roger. And I don't see how, in a match like today, that can just be a flick of the switch. All of a sudden, oh, well, I need to rediscover the type of attacking tennis that I played 12 months ago. So, Roger, overwhelming favourite in my mind in that match when you consider how Roger's played this year and how Roger has played in his first 4 matches compared to Raonic. And it was that moment, I remember we were all in the commentary box thinking, ooh, could that be the defining moment for Roger in terms of what was a great career? But he took those 6 months off, and now I think you can make a case that he's playing some of his best ever tennis.
Absolutely. When we talk about Raonic, everyone says he needs to serve in volleyball, needs to come in behind his serve. Why is he not doing it? Why are those numbers down? Is it just because he doesn't believe in it too much, or is it because he's just not quite got the results from it straight away, so he doesn't trust it? Well, why is that?
Well, historically, Raonic has always been quite a cautious player, cautious personality. Now, naturally, you say, well, why would that be? He's got a huge serve, but actually he's very similar to Roddick. We remember Roddick when he was at his very best. The way their mindset is that the big servers, they'll hold on to the serve, and then if they just hang in on 6 returning games, there'll be a game where their opponent will maybe make a couple of errors, and that's where they'll strike, which is fine against top players who maybe aren't playing as their best, or the lower ranked players. But in a Grand Slam quarter-final, playing Roger Federer, you can't expect or think he's going to play a bad service game. I mean, Roger goes through matches without playing bad service games, so you've got to take the attack to him. You've got to come with something different. And then that's my big doubt about Raonic. I mean, it'd be my big doubt about Burdick as well, playing Djokovic. I think at times against the very best players, Burdick, he's a little bit too cautious. I mean, we're talking very top end, but you have to create things, you have to make things happen, you have to be brave, you have to be courageous, which is something with Konta was in that second set tiebreak against Halep.
Milos brought in Mark Knowles, who, for people who don't know, it was a very accomplished doubles player. He played singles a little bit.
And knows the sport.
Yeah, just about made the top 100 in singles, but he wasn't really known too much as a singles player. He was a very, very accomplished doubles player. Were you surprised at that appointment, when considering he was having John McEnroe coach him last year?
Well, historically, Milos likes to change his coaching team. I mean, he's still got Riccardo Piatti, who's been his long-time coach, Piatti, who used to work with Ivan Ljubicic. But it doesn't matter who you've got, Adam. You could have John McEnroe, you can have Mark Knowles, you can have the chef up the road. It's about doing it every single day over a period of time. And Milos had that with Riccardo Piatti, but I just feel this year he's sort of slipping back into the Milos Raonic of pre-2016. And if he can convince himself to be aggressive and come forward, of course he's got to show. I actually did his match the other day against Ramos Vinolas, and I thought that told everything about his state of mind. The first set, he barely came forward. When he won the set, then he started to serve and volley more. But you might not have that luxury against Federer. And if you play a little defensive, you might be a breakdown inside 20 minutes. There aren't too many players that beat Federer when Federer wins the first set here at Wimbledon on the centre court.
We'll cross over to Rob Walker, who's watching Milos Raonic at the practice courts at Rangi in just a moment's time. But a lot of people saying Raonic, in his career, his expectation is going to be to win a Grand Slam title.
Which I was one. Yeah. I thought there was a Grand Slam champion in him.
So give me one thing that the positive from him. What do you see in him that thinks, yes, he's going to win a Grand Slam? And what's the one negative? What's holding him back? Is it just he's not coming forward? Is that the
I think so. Yeah, I think to convince himself that he has to be aggressive the whole time. What he definitely has in his favour, an amazing serve, one of the best serves that we have, and a very good forehand. And crucially, Milos is attention to detail. He works incredibly hard, and when you have that type of mindset, that helps you. But also the negative maybe with that mindset, sometimes you can be a little bit too intense. And this is what I'm really interested with someone like Roger. Roger won the Australian Open. I think that was way ahead of his schedule for 2017. But he's desperate to win Wimbledon. Why not? Will he be able to play the same attacking tennis when we get to the business end of the championships. That's why it's so difficult to say with 100% confidence player X is going to win or player Y is going to win, which is what, of course, we've talked about a lot in the women's draw.
Good stuff. Thanks, Barry. Milos Raonic up against Roger Federer, second up on centre court. And the big Canadian, as you saw just there, is at the practice courts right now. We can cross to Rob Walker, who's with him.
Canadian tennis fans will be hoping that history repeats itself from last year when Milos Raonic walks out on centre court to take on Roger Federer, just as he did in the semi-finals last year, coming from behind to beat the seven-time Wimbledon champion. Federer, though, is in absolutely sparkling form this year. Remember, last year he was carrying that knee problem, which he then took 6 months out to fix. And we know that the Swiss 18-time Grand Slam champion is in top form. Raonic has played well in patches here in Wimbledon, bidding for his 4th Grand Slam semi-final. This is his 7th quarter-final. He played really well against Alexander Zverev to beat the young up-and-coming German in 5 sets. Alexander Zverev seemed to lose heart in the final set, with Raonic taking that one 6-1. He had a slightly shaky start to his second round match against Mikhail Eugenie, but Raonic is back in the big time once again. He seems to have overcome those right hamstring injuries that resulted in him handing a few walkover victories to opponents on the circuit. He's a big man. He doesn't seem to have had any issues with his movement at all. Interesting addition to the Raonic camp. Remember, he's worked in the past with John McEnroe down the other end of the court. If Jeff just pans to his right-hand side, we've got Mark Knowles, 3 times Grand Slam doubles champion. They only started working together last month, and Mark Knowles was good enough to give us an interview yesterday. He was talking about why he's enjoying this newfound working relationship with the Canadian, who made a little piece of history for the North American country when he made the final last year. And he has had a mixed 12 months since facing Andy Murray here at Wimbledon in the final. Hasn't necessarily kicked on as quickly from that performance as he or those around him would have thought. But he will be fully fired up for that one. He knows that he has got to produce his very best tennis against Roger Federer, but maybe that 5-setter against Zverev will have really ironed out a few creases in his game, and he will have the confidence of the memory of that victory, albeit that Federer wasn't quite the player 12 months ago that he is now. But Raonic will relish the big stage, second on centre court after Murray and Sam Querrey have gone toe-to-toe. The atmosphere will be absolutely brilliant. Quite a few people by the side of the court getting a glimpse of the Canadian, aiming to make it a quartet of Grand Slam semi-final appearances. Milos Raonic against Roger Federer, one of 4 mouth-watering quarterfinals here today at Wimbledon.
Man got his arm stuck. Needed a bit of assistance.
There is someone in there.
That's cruel to keep the camera on that poor gentleman.
Selfies.
They
You've
got
got
a
to love
selfie
that.
with Novak earlier. I mean, they've got it made, these guys in the corner. That was quite enjoyable.
Well, it's fantastic to get Kayla Day up here joining us. Kayla, you're the #1 seed in the ladies' draw. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
You just finished your second round match. It was held over. Tell us what happened there.
Yeah, I was held over from yesterday. I was down a break when we came out in the second, so I was happy to get through, especially in 2 sets because I have another match today.
Yeah, this is a break point. You in the second set, it's 5-3. Just walk us through it. You're down the other end returning. Love the lefty. We got a thing for lefties up here. We really like the lefties. Through the ag court. I like that. Actually, I want to go back. Just right here. This approach shot coming in, and we'll pause that right there. Why do you decide to go with that approach shot? Why do you decide to go over here to the forehand? Is that a little dangerous, or is this something that you were doing during the match?
Well, I was doing a good job about moving her all throughout the match.
Yeah.
So I decided it would be better to keep her running than go back behind her.
I like it, okay? And very good depth on that one. Overhead back behind. We're a big fan of back behind.
Oh, it is match point.
Now, this is match point. You're up 6-4 in the breaker. What's going through your mind at this time? Because most lefty patterns, I'm a lefty. It's great to have lefties up here. We love lefties here at the Wimbledon Channel. Most lefties like to go down the tee, but I don't think that's where this one goes.
Well, again, my goal was to keep her moving, so I thought it'd be best to play my first serve out wide, and then I was going to hit my next shot to the open court. But
okay, Kayla, so now as a lefty, do you like serving out here?
Yeah, because I can get my second ball moving and get them moving, especially on grass.
Fantastic. So let's have a look at what happens. Sealed with an ace, walking to the net, pretty relieved. The first round was a close match. This was a close match. What are you doing well here?
Well, I thought in this match I really did a good job about my serve placement. I was mixing it up really well, and also, like I said, opening up the court and using it, getting my opponents moving, because it's kind of tricky to move that well on grass.
Exactly right. Are you coming to the net a little bit more on the grass court?
Yes, for sure. I think I came to the net 20 times in this match.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was 17 for 20. I looked at the stats.
High five for that.
So I think I'm doing a good job at the net.
How are you enjoying the courts here?
I really like the courts here. I especially love the courts in the center here. I think they're a little bit slower than the courts behind center court, so I think that just benefits me just a little bit more.
Tell me about, you've got to go back out this afternoon and play your third round match. Who do you play?
I played, I'm going to mess up her name, Zeel Desai from India.
Have you played before?
Never played her, never seen her.
So let's get a little information from the #1 seed in the girls' draw. Are you going out for matches like this typically saying, I'm going to try and enforce what I like to do, my lefty patterns, or is it a little bit more about, I'm going to see what she does in the warm-up, I'm going to figure her out, and then try and play more what she doesn't like? How do you deal with an opponent that you haven't played?
Well, I think that was a big goal for me this tournament, to really stick to my game and impose, like you said, what I can do, instead of focusing so much on my opponents.
Yeah. When you look at other lefties, either in the men or the ladies, who do you look at and say, I like the way they play, I like their leftiness, so you kind of copy them a little bit?
I mean, Kerber, she's great. Nadal, also, you can't really...
Not bad, huh?
Not bad. But on the ladies' side, Kerber is, I mean, she's such a good lefty, so I think she uses the court really, really well, so I like to look up to her.
We've looked at a lot of players here that like to hit a forehand as the first shot after the serve. Is that a tactic that you like to employ?
Yeah, for sure.
Would you say forehand's a little bit better, a little bit more dominant than the backhand?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more dominant. I can do a little bit more with it.
Breezy day. Is that going to have an effect this afternoon? Do you have to change your tactics in the wind?
I mean, it's always harder to play with the wind, but I think the tactics should be the same. Like maybe try and use the wind a little bit to your advantage when you're serving with the wind, or try and mix in a few more slices against the wind.
Fantastic.
But pretty much the same.
Great. Well, Kayla, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
And good luck in your third round.
Thank
and we
you.
hope to see you back up here very shortly.
Henman Hill is getting really busy because it's men's quarter-finals day. Who can go through to semi-finals? Maybe Murray. Maybe he can join Joanna Konta and have two Brits in the semi-finals. I found two fans here who've got tickets to court one. Who are you seeing today?
So we're seeing Muller versus Cilic and Djokovic versus Berdych.
Pretty good day on court one then.
Yeah, really good day. Yeah.
And have you both been to Wimbledon before?
Yeah,
We have, yeah. Many times, yes.
Oh!
Semi-finals once, which was brilliant, yeah.
What has been your favourite memory from your times that you've been to Wimbledon?
Seeing Murray, Andy Murray.
Did you watch him when he won?
Yes, we did, didn't we?
We did watch him when we won, yeah. We were the loudest fans, I have to say, yeah.
Did you have face paint on and were you kind of cheering? Hopefully not in there.
Pardon?
You're not allowed to cheer in court.
Oh, no. No, we weren't interrupted, Breach.
We were very quiet, yes.
And what else have you done so far on your day since you've got into the grounds?
We went straight into the photo booth and got our photo taken with the rackets and all the props.
And then we're heading for strawberries and cream and Pimm's next.
It's the perfect day at Wimbledon. And are you going to go and sit on the hill as well? I know you have court one tickets, but you're going to try and sample the atmosphere as well?
Yeah, and we're going to try and see, Murray when he's on court, just sit on the hill and watch him.
Perfect. And I can see you've got maybe a bag there, is it, full of goodies and food?
Goodies, yes. Full of little nibbles for the day, a little bit of Pimm's in there as well.
Can we have a look in your bag, please?
Oh, gosh, how embarrassing, but yes. It's already been looked in as I came in.
But I'm not security. This is just checking and seeing what you said.
There's the tickets, all important tickets.
How did you get the tickets as well? I want to know, because they're really hard to come by, aren't they?
In the public ballot. We did try at our tennis club, but failed again miserably. Thank you, Hoylake Tennis Club. But yes, we went for the public ballot.
So you guys are tennis fanatics, and if you're a member of a club, are you quite good at actually playing tennis?
This one's the
I'm superb, yes.
How about you? Are you not very good?
No, I'm pretty good, yeah. I'm a player.
I can beat her, though.
But you never got to Wimbledon standard. You could never have played here.
Oh, no, definitely not. Miles from it.
I just want to ask as well, how impressed were you that Joanna Konta has made it through to the semi-finals, first time in 39 years?
Very, very impressed. Go, Joanna, go!
You can do it.
And do you think Andy Murray, do you think he's going to make it too?
Yeah, definitely. He'll win.
Yeah, he'll win again, unless it's Federer.
Confident Murray fans here. Well, guys, enjoy your time for the quarterfinals of the men. Enjoy your time on court one. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks.
You're watching the Wimbledon channel here on day 9 at the Championships. Delighted to say some more blue sky is poking through the clouds. It's starting to get warmer and warmer, and we're high above Henman Hill at the moment, watching the matches on the big screen. And delighted to say we've got a very special guest joining us here on the Wimbledon channel. It is the 1977 ladies singles champion, Virginia Wade. Virginia, welcome along. We must start by talking about what happened on centre court yesterday. You were inside that special arena. Just give us a sense of what the atmosphere was like for Joanna Konta winning that.
Oh, it was wonderful. It really was. Every point was compelling in that match. It never... I mean, I said to the chairman who I was sitting next to, I said at one stage, it's gone dead quiet. And actually, that's actually the hardest time to play, because there's so much noise and so much applause, and then it goes like everybody is like just concentrating, that you actually are more aware of that than I think you are of other sounds.
It was amazing. Let's have a look at the last game when Konta was able to finally win it to get through. There you are, watching on. I don't think there was many people in the crowd, British fans particularly, who had many nails left because they were so nervous. It was such a brilliant match to watch. How do you think Jo was feeling there?
I thought she held her nerve so well. I mean, I didn't see any fumble in the latter stages. I think at one stage, maybe in 4 or a little bit earlier in the third set, she began to realize that if she could just stay calm, she would get through, that Halep was having more trouble than she was. So she had one little mini issue at the end of the first set, but that's fine. You know, that's the great thing about tennis. You've got plenty of time to regroup, as long as you don't lose it. And that's what Jo is doing so well. She is focusing on every point as an individual point, and I mean, I think she's very aware of what the score is, but she's not letting the score get to her. Great stuff.
To win a Grand Slam, as you know, takes tremendous mental fortitude and strength and confidence. Do you think Jo so far has shown that she has the Grand Slam winning mentality?
I think so. If she doesn't quite squeak through this time, I think it's right there knocking on her door. She's right there knocking on the door, because I definitely think she has. I think it is quite hard to come as somebody who's not expected to win, to actually win the tournament, because it's a tall order. I mean, you know, and there's still 2 more matches to play, and she's playing tomorrow against somebody who's won the tournament so many times, who is having the benefit of going a little bit under the radar. And everybody is talking about Jo, and that's a lot more pressure to deal with. You know, that might be the worst of the whole thing, rather than the opponents.
As you mentioned, there was a few occasions throughout this match. I mean, I suppose this last game was almost a good example of, it looked like it might be slipping away from Jo, but she was able to pull it back. Were you impressed with the way that she was able to do that? Every time it looked like Halep was getting the upper hand, she was able to pull it back into the match.
I know, I absolutely was impressed. I mean, she just got on with it. Her serve was fantastic. I mean, not only her first serve, but her second serve. And to my mind, one of the things that's developed so much in the women's game is the return of serve. So if you just fumble second serves or throw in short ones, they're going to be punished. And she never threw in a bad second serve. I meant to look and find out what her first serve stats were, but they must be very high too.
Yeah, she served beautifully. And as you mentioned there, she's through to the semi-finals, where she'll face Venus Williams, the 5-time champion. How do you think Venus will feel about playing Konta?
Well, I mean, they've beaten each other. Venus is a very laid-back character. I think Venus goes in.
Is she worried? Do you think she's worried?
I think she treats Oldham at this stage in her career. I mean, obviously, Venus loves Wimbledon, and she feels that she belongs here, and she always says, you know, I just love the centre court, it's my court. So, you know, people do have that feel about the centre court, but I think I think Venus will be looking forward just to playing out there. So I don't know. I have never seen Venus get particularly nervous. Sometimes she's not as good as other times, but you know, I hope that's one of those days tomorrow when she's not at her very best.
Venus presents a different set of problems, I suppose, for Konta than Halep, for example. A lot of power game with a big serve. How do you think their games match up, Konta and Venus?
Well, it's a good point, because Konta in this match against Halep was able to impose her power and hitting the balls really early. Now, Halep is one of the best movers in the game, and it's marginally controversial last point, only because they asked for a Hawkeye on that, but a very convincing win. I think Venus, with her extra power, will not give Konta any of the rhythm. Halep gave her beautiful rhythm all the time, and Halep wasn't able to actually mix up the pace, throw in slow ones. She tried to throw in some slow ones, but she doesn't have a slice, so she couldn't do that. So I think that Venus actually has a few more tricky things. You know, when somebody's that tall and got that wide a range and whacks the ball, and if she's a little unpredictable, it's so hard to just dominate and you feel that you're getting the rhythm.
We've seen how Andy Murray in the past has used the centre court crowd to his advantage to help him to win a Grand Slam title here. Do you think Jo is getting better at playing in front of those big arenas? Because I think perhaps earlier on in her career, when she was enjoying this first sort of burst of success, that was perhaps a criticism. She found it difficult to play in front of a big crowd.
Well, she's shy. She doesn't like doing interviews either. But I mean, I'm totally on her side with the way she is on the court, because I don't think you have to artificially induce enthusiasm. She is just, you know, she's so focused. She knows what she's trying to do, and the crowd's on her side anyway. So you know, you don't want to distract yourself by trying to do things to get people to cheer more. And, you know, I know when I was playing towards the end, I also managed not to overreact when I won a point, because I thought, you know, you yell, and that immediately, you know, well, if you're happy or sort of thing, and that immediately raises your heartbeat a little more, and then you have to calm down. So I think it's very important to learn to keep yourself very, very temperate.
Well, these are live shots from Arangi at the moment. There is Venus just adding the finishing touches to her practice session, just hitting some serves down there on the practice courts, looking fairly relaxed. How do you think she's feeling a day out from this big match against Jo Konta?
I think she's a very relaxed character in general, and, you know, just thinking of her serving there, she's really tidied up her service action this year.
She served beautifully in Melbourne, didn't she?
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, there used to be stages where she'd get all uncoordinated and the ball would go up this way and that way. And this way, her rhythm is just perfect. So I noticed one shot serve in her match yesterday that was a little bit uncoordinated, but basically she was excellent. You know, Venus is... I always tell the story about one of the early times when she was through to the second week, and you know, everybody at Wimbledon generally does something sort of nice and different in London on the middle Sunday. And I said to Venus, so what did you do yesterday? And she said, nothing, just living. And I thought, you know, that's pretty much the way I feel these days.
Do you think she, because of the fact she's got the most Grand Slam titles by quite a long way from all of the players left in the draw in the ladies' singles, do you think she feels inside herself that she's the favourite, or is that not something that she focuses on, how she is as she comes through the tournament?
I would think she doesn't. I would think she just goes into a match and plays. I don't think she focuses on whether she's the favourite or not. I really don't. So I think she's also got a good attitude.
The serve, we mentioned the serve there and how strong she served throughout the year, really, and Melbourne was a great example of how well she served on the hard courts there. Have you seen her serve develop as her career's gone on? Why do you think she's serving so well now?
I don't know what happened. I mean, because I've noticed that just really this year, let's say maybe 18 months, she's tidied up her serve a whole lot. And it's just the rhythm is better, the toss is better. I'm looking at it and I think this is fantastic. I mean, maybe Serena's been helping her because
such a simple motion, isn't it?
Serena has got the ultimate service technique. Anybody. I mean, listen, Roger Federer has got a sublime serve too, but I don't think everybody can serve quite like him. But Serena has the model to copy, and maybe she's been helping V.
Absolutely. Venus looking very relaxed there. Live pictures at Arangi, practicing her game ahead of that big match against Johanna Konta. Let's hear from Konta now. This was her speaking to the press just after her victory over Simona Halep on centre court.
To be, I guess, to be in the semi-finals of my home slam, and to do that in front of a full centre court, I mean, it's pretty special. And I think the level of tennis that both of us played today, it was just a tremendous match. So I think just to be a part of a match like that again, I've been very fortunate this championship. So I've had 2 of those now. I feel very lucky. Yeah, so I heard a scream off, I think it was off my side of the court. I think it was towards the left. But I think the crowd there were some over-enthusiastic moments, which happens, I think, with every match where it comes to a tense moment. I think it's a part of sport. The crowd getting excited and getting sometimes a little too involved. But again, I was just playing the next ball because I think we'd experienced it a couple of times in the match, and all of us players have experienced that throughout our careers. But yeah, so, and then I wasn't too sure, but then yeah, I kind of followed lead of what was happening. What Venus and her sister have given our sport is absolutely tremendous, and the way they've elevated women's tennis is truly inspiring. So I feel very excited and very humbled to be sharing the court with her again. We've had a few battles in the past, and she's got the better of me the last time we played. So I'm really looking forward to playing her. To be honest, I think I haven't actually quite digested my match today, so I'm definitely going to be speaking with my team and then preparing well for the match. I've played her twice this year already, so I have been on court with her, but I've never played her on grass, so that will be a new challenge for me.
Well, all the focus today here at Orangi is on the men's quarter-finals, but of course we are getting very, very close to two epic women's semi-finals. And while as far as the Brits are concerned, Johanna Konta against Venus Williams is generating huge excitement, what about the story unfolding on the other half of the draw? Former French Open champion Garbine Muguruza up against Magdalena Rybarikova. And Rybarikova, the world number 87, is knocking up down here on practice court 7. We don't often get an opportunity to come down here, but the club have given us permission to get a glimpse of the Slovakian, who has created history by becoming the lowest ranked semi-finalist at Wimbledon since 2008, the lowest ranked semi-finalist at any of the slams and the women's championships since 2011. It's an extraordinary story. There were glimpses that she was on cracking form. She won a couple of ITF grass titles earlier on this year. In fact, she's now played 18 matches so far this season on grass and only lost one of them. I think that was to Johanna Konta at Birmingham. She's been dogged by injuries. She lost the back half of last year to, I think, wrist and elbow injuries. The wrist injury in particular was a really long-standing issue, which she's now managed to get on top of. Earlier this year, she was ranked outside the world's top 450, and here she is, getting ready to contest a Grand Slam semi-final. And it's not just Pliskova, who the number 3 seed, who I think now ensures that she finishes Wimbledon despite her early exit here as world number 1. She beat Pliskova in the second round. Martic she beat in 3 sets in the 4th round, but she just took Coco van der Wey apart yesterday in the quarter-finals in straight sets. They had a rain delay in their second set and were moved onto centre court. But the delay didn't seem to help the huge American, who's a massive talent. But van der Wey just didn't get near Rybarikova. It was an absolutely sensational victory. The 7th lowest ranked player in history to make the last 8 here at Wimbledon. It's just extraordinary. She has gone deep in the doubles before. She made the semis with Andrea Petkovic, her compatriot. I think back in 2014, Petkovic played a really long match against Dominika Cibulkova early on here at Wimbledon. But Magdalena Rybarikova can hardly believe what she's achieved at Wimbledon, and she has a chance in facing Garbine Muguruza of making it through to the final. I think she's based out of Bratislava now. She moved there when she was 14 to give her tennis the best chance of succeeding. It's a fairy tale run for the 28-year-old. Can she take one step closer tomorrow and make it into the final? A brilliant story unfolding. Great hope for all the players who are currently struggling with injuries and maybe not producing the tennis that they know they're capable of. Rybarikova is having the fortnight of her life here at Wimbledon.
Thanks, Rob. There with Magdalena Rybarikova down at Orangi Park, and that is the scene above Henman Hill at the moment. The sun is now out. It's turning into a beautiful afternoon. Blue skies above, not too many clouds around as well, and they're enjoying watching on the big screen. Virginia Wade is still with me. We must talk about Magdalena Rybarikova. a great achievement for her to have done what she's done here, but I want to just take it back a little bit before Wimbledon. She decided to drop down from the WTA level, go down to the ITF level to play a couple of tournaments on grass. She won both of them, got on this winning run, and that's carried her through. How much maturity did that show to be able to say, OK, I'm going to drop down and play at that level?
Well, frankly, that's what I always think people should do if they've been out with injuries or they've lost their confidence. If you play in the top-level tournaments, the standard is so high that you never get a chance to sort of just build up your own confidence. So it's a really good thing that she did that. And boy, has she come in under the radar. Great match against Pliskova. Good match yesterday, and nothing to lose, frankly. I mean, I know we always say that, nothing to lose doesn't mean a thing, but she's going to play against Muguruza, and Muguruza also has been everybody's been under the radar except Joe Conter. So they're all having a fine old time there, thinking, well, I'm going to be the one who causes the big level rise.
Let's look at her match point against Coco van der Wey. She played beautifully, really, for the whole match. And if anything, if you look at the way she plays, she's, I suppose, as close to a grass court specialist in the ladies' game as there is.
Absolutely. I mean, she's got the slightly more of a classic game than everybody. And Coco, likes to just pound the ball and hit her opponents off the court. And, she was ready for it. And Coco is, she's not... I don't think she's quite disciplined enough. When she plays well, she wins, and this girl is just solid, and she holds her own and doesn't try to overhit the ball, and she knows when to come in, and she knows the geometry of the court really well.
And that winning record from playing at the lower level before coming here to Wimbledon, it shows tennis is such a confidence and momentum game, isn't it? And when you've got that flowing through you, you feel like you can do anything.
Oh, you are so right. I mean, I guess it's the same with all sports, but, you can feel confident and still not do that well, but if you play a few bad shots, it's so easy to lose confidence, and she is on a roll. In fact, this tournament, it just seems to me that everybody who's showing that they've got confidence in their game, they're the ones who are doing well. With the exception, I have to say, of Djokovic and Murray, who are finding their way. But they're such great champions that they've got a lot of resources.
Virginia, thanks so much for your expert analysis. It's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you here above Henman Hill. Let's hear from Magdalena Rybarikova now, because we saw on that match point she could scarcely believe she'd won the match out there on centre court. Could she believe it when she met the press afterwards?
Well, obviously I was dreaming about it since I was a little kid, to be semi-final in the Wimbledon, and I think all the players are dreaming about this to happen. But well, I mean, before the match, I was still saying to myself, it's great to be quarterfinal, just be relaxed, just play your game, and then we'll see what's going to happen. And even when I had the match points, I was all the time thinking the same, and just to be relaxed, and I was really not that nervous. I was very surprised, because I was always thinking before, when I was home, like how nervous I would be when I was watching the other players to have a match points and to get in the semi-final. And I was really not that nervous, and maybe that's why I also made it. I mean, it's great success for me, and that's why maybe it was more easier for me, because I was never favorite of any match to win. Maybe against Marčić, because she was worst ranked, but she has been playing so well, also in Roland Garros, and recently she had great result. And the way she played, I mean, she played really like a top player. So. But I would say I didn't have that much pressure. I mean, I played Pliskova, I played so many good players, so I just stayed relaxed. So I think it was even advantage for me to not be seeded and to not expect something from myself.
It was great to hear from Magdalena Rybarikova, and what a story it really is. She dropped down to that lower level. She had the humbleness, I suppose, to be able to do that, and got on this winning run. It's just kept on going here at SW19. She is through to the semi-finals, and a great achievement from her. Let's hope she can keep it going up against Garbina Muguruza in the semis. Looking forward to that match tomorrow. But let's focus on some of today's action as we take a look of Henman Hill there. I'll show you some doubles action right down the other end of the ground from where we are at the moment. And it's Henry Continen and John Peers serving for the match up against the French Open champions Ryan Harrison and Michael Venus. We can join the commentators there on court 2.
30 love.
120 miles per hour on the 17th ace of the match from the #1 seeds, edging closer towards the final four.
Let second service. 30-15.
An angry response from Michael Venus, suggesting we've been out here into the 4th hour now, and I'm not happy with the situation.
So it's match point for the tournament's #1 seeds.
40-15.
Cameraman Jeff has decided to get a little bit arty down here at Arangi. A little bit of a different view here, overlooking practice court 1, where Thomas Berdych is going through his preparations for this eagerly anticipated match against Novak Djokovic. Berdych knows that he trails heavily in their head-to-head meetings, but apart from his victory against Novak in the Rome 1000 back in 2013, he beat him in the semi-finals here at Wimbledon in 2010, en route to his only appearance in the final, when he did lose to Rafa Nadal. But Berdych is bidding for his 7th Grand Slam semi-final. Made the semis last year when he lost to Andy Murray. His first Grand Slam quarter-final was here back in 2007, so he, along with the other collection of 30-somethings, has been performing at the business end of this championship for the best part of 10 years. 13 titles in total so far in the career of the 31-year-old. He came back and produced a really good victory against Dominic Thiem in 5 sets in the 4th round. Many people felt as though Thiem might be the one to dominate that one, along with Alexander Zverev. Thiem is one of a handful of youngsters deemed to be the start of a new generation. But Berdych, along with Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic and Andy Murray, keen to show the young players that the 30-year-olds have still got something big to contribute to the sport. Very impressive win over David Ferrer in the 3rd round. They met that early because Ferrer was unseeded at a slam for the first time in about 12 years. So Berdych knows this is going to be a huge, huge test for him. However, I wonder whether he feels there's a bit of weakness with Djokovic as a result of those shoulder problems. He just cast a glance over to me, actually, just going to keep my voice down a little bit. Make sure we don't interrupt his preparations. He's been absolutely hammering the forehands and backhands from the back of practice court 1. I guess one thing you can say for certain is that facing Djokovic this year is a different proposition to what it would have been 12 months ago plus. Djokovic doesn't quite have that air of invincibility that he had when he arrived here at Wimbledon last year, holding all 4 of the slams. A few people are predicting that there could be a bit of an upset here in the favour of Thomas Berdych. He's certainly got the talent and the belief, and it will be a massive match when they get on court later today. He's been there before. He's been all the way to the final before. But surely a victory over the 3-time champion Djokovic would rank as one of the best performances in recent years from Berdych. He will believe he can cause Novak Djokovic some major problems today.
I'm joined by Victoria Southwell from the Magic Bus charity, which is a charity supported by the Wimbledon Foundation. Let's just talk about the charity first. Where did the idea come from to start this charity, please?
So Magic Bus was founded in 1999 by Matthew Spacey, who's still our CEO, and he was working in Mumbai at the time for an organisation, and he started noticing that there were groups of young people who were kind of hanging around, often when he was playing rugby, and he started just interacting with them, throwing the ball around with them a little bit, and got to know them and started to then understand some of the issues that they were facing with. They were young people who were living in slum communities, who had not had a decent education, who had very poor employment prospects. And out of that, he really started to think about how you could use sport as a way of engaging with children and young people in India and helping them to address some of those issues.
What kind of specific sporting workshops does he put on to help the kids?
Well, we go into slum communities all across India now. We work with 400,000 children a year in 22 states across the country. And we go into communities that are hugely affected by poverty, where people live in quite horrible, desperate conditions, where the children, even though they have access to education, may not be enrolled in schools, or they may not, for a variety of reasons, be going to school because they might need to work. It might be something their parents didn't do, so their parents didn't think that it was very important. Girls often aren't sent to school because it's not seen really as a priority for some of those families. So we go into those communities. Once a week we run a sporting activity with the children, and the sporting activity, it might be football, we run tennis sessions, all kinds of different activities, and through those sessions we embed learning in the children. So at the end of those sessions we have a sit down with them where we talk about specific issues, and we leave the children with some takeaways that they can then take back to their families to think about, and to get them thinking about the importance of education and helping their families as well support them to go to school and to stay to school so that they get a standard of education that will help them get a good job.
I guess, and what has the response been from these children? What impact has it had on their life from what you've seen?
Well, you know, the communities that we work in, we make a significant difference to the number of children who go to school. Education is free in India, but there are lots and lots of reasons why children don't go. So in the communities that we work with, the children that we work with, we pretty much have a 100% rate of them attending school regularly, and also improving the grades that they achieve in school and staying in school until they are 16 or 18, which is a really key thing, because if you can get a certain standard of education in India, it does mean that you are likely to be able to either go on to further education, training, or get a good job. So the children absolutely love the sessions. You know, they absolutely love Magic Bus. The sessions are run by older young people from those communities as well. So not only are we supporting the children who attend the sessions, but we're helping young people in those communities also gain some really valuable leadership and mentoring skills that will also help them when they go forward with their job prospects.
And I guess then, what has the Wimbledon Foundation done to help the Magic Bus?
Well, the grant we've had from the Wimbledon Foundation has been absolutely fantastic because it's meant that we can work in 4 communities in South Delhi that we weren't working in previously. So we go into the actual communities themselves and we do a whole range of weekly things with them. We take tennis rackets and the children play forms of short tennis, and within that we embed the kind of learning that I was mentioning about reinforcing how important school is, and also health issues as well, because sometimes even simple things like not washing hands can mean that children get ill and then they can't go to school. So kind of these things are very linked. We also go into schools as well through the Wimbledon Foundation grant and again do tennis training. We have trained our youth mentors and our community leaders who run the sessions also in being able to teach tennis. So for them, they're learning a really valuable skill. They're being exposed to tennis, and we're hoping that some of them also will be developing some quite strong tennis skills as well, which is unlikely to lead to them becoming the next Wimbledon champion, but is going to be a possibility of them perhaps having a career that has some aspect of tennis within it.
And your relationship with the Wimbledon Foundation is obviously very strong either way, each way, because it's been extended. You've now got a new grant and you're here today on men's quarter-finals day. Just tell me about how excited you are to be here and what you're going to see later.
Well, it's fabulous. I mean, I think the relationship we have with the Wimbledon Foundation has been brilliant for Magic Bus, not just in terms of financially, but also it's really helped us think about how we can bring a sport that lots of people don't play in India, particularly in the communities that we work in, to them. And the kids have absolutely loved playing tennis, and I think that's the great thing about tennis. Wimbledon itself, I think, is known in India. It's a fantastic brand in terms of that everybody just thinks it's just
global, iconic, isn't it?
Absolutely. And, to be here today is, I think, just a massive representation of that as well.
And Victoria is lucky enough to be going on to centre court to watch the men's day, and you'll be seeing Andy Murray, which is pretty special, isn't it?
It is, and I will be cheering on behalf of 400,000 Indian children and young people to hope that he manages to kind of get through to the next round, absolutely.
Well, thank you very much for chatting to us, Victoria, and good luck with Magic Bus.
Thank you.
This is a sport for development project where sport is used intentionally, and in this case we're using tennis as a medium of engagement and mobilizing children so that they are aware about education in the long run and are aware of the benefits in the long run.
हमारी 3 बेटी है, तीनों मैजिक बस से जुड़ी हुई है और तीनों मैजिक बस में बच्चों को खिलाती हैं, स्कूल जाती हैं। मैं अपनी बेटियों को कभी नहीं रोकती हूँ कि नहीं तुम लोग मत खेलो, मत स्कूल जाओ। मैं अपना सारा घर का और हमारी लड़कियां बहुत दूर दूर तक भी जा सकती हैं जब से मैजिक बस खेलने लगी मेरी लड़कियां।
कुछ ऐसी बहुत सारी ऐसी लड़कियां हैं जिनके यहाँ पर रहने में बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होती हैं। जैसे हम रात को बाहर नहीं निकल पाते हैं और हमारे एरिया में बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे भी हैं जिनकी थिंक कभी भी चेंज नहीं हुई, उन्हें आज भी लगता है कि लड़कियां को क्या करना है पढ़ के।
This is the first time that tennis has actually reached the real grassroots level. There is no other project like this in India where tennis is being accessed by underprivileged youth and children.
मैजिक बस की सबसे खूबसूरत बात यही है कि यहाँ पे लड़का लड़की दोनों एक साथ मिलकर खेलते हैं। यहाँ पे जेंडर को लेकर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती और उनकी फैमिली भी अब सपोर्ट कर रही है, बट पहले ऐसी प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट होती थी।
मैजिक बस के भैया बहुत बदलाव दिखाए हैं। पहले मेरी बेटियां कहीं जाने में डरती थी, नहीं मम्मी हम वहाँ नहीं जाएंगे, मम्मी हम यहाँ नहीं जाएंगे, लेकिन जब से मैजिक बस मेरी लड़कियां खेलने लगी है तब से बहुत दूर भी जा सकती हैं, जाती हैं, आती हैं, मार्केट उर्केट हर जगह जाती हैं वो। हमें अब डर नहीं लगता, हमारी लड़कियां कहीं भी जा सकती हैं।
क्या कहते हैं, उसकी वजह से मुझे कम्युनिटी में काफ़ी रिस्पेक्ट मिला है कि अगर मैं कहीं जाती हूँ तो मुझे लोग जानते हैं कि हाँ दीदी सेशन लेती है। टेनिस एक बहुत अच्छा स्पोर्ट गेम है एंड विंबलडन के थ्रू मुझे ये गेम खेलने का मौका मिला है मैजिक बस के थ्रू।
You're watching the Wimbledon channel here on day 9 at the Championships. Delighted to say the sun is shining. It's turning into a beautiful day here at the All England Club. Big shot of Henman Hill there, starting to get very, very busy. And who better to speak to after a shot of Henman Hill than the man himself, Tim Henman. Tim, welcome along to the Wimbledon channel. Thanks so much for joining us.
No problem.
Firstly, do you have a special spot here? If you could pick anywhere to sit on the Henman Hill, watch a good match as Andy Murray's on the big screen, where would you sit?
I've been out there a few times, but not during the tournament. It's looking pretty busy out there. Funnily enough, my children got turned away last year. They came on one of the days, but were a bit late, and one of the honorary stewards said, sorry, you're not allowed to sit here. And my youngest was quite keen to sort of say, don't you know who I am? But fortunately she didn't.
How's it referred to in your household? Because we all call it Henman Hill, but is there a special way of calling it, or just the hill?
Is there anything else it could be called?
Absolutely. Andy Murray has taken the first set against Sam Querrey fairly comfortably in the end. A lot of people were saying he might struggle in this match. Querrey's been so good at Wimbledon over the last couple of years. What's Andy done right so far?
Well, he got off to a good start, I think, to get that breaker serve in Querrey's first service game, get up 3-love. That was obviously a nice way to start. And you know, up a set, he'll look to try and do the same in the second set. And obviously, in the context of the tournament, 2 weeks, best of 5 set matches for 7 matches, you want to try and conserve energy. There's been a bit of question mark over Andy's hip, obviously, and the less time he can spend on the court and still get through, the better. What have you made
of the hip issue? Because obviously that was a problem coming in, but seeming, apart from that old limp we see when he's walking through the grounds, actually when he's running on court, it doesn't seem to notice.
Well, it's better that way round, isn't it? It's better limping between the points and still moving well during the points. So, you know, long may that continue. I don't know. I mean, he's the only one that can really answer that question as to the severity of it. But, you know, hopefully it's not going to hinder him moving forwards.
You mentioned the good start he's had there. Having success on a grass court is so important to get off to a good start, isn't it? Because even in a 5-set match, he can get away from you quickly.
Well, against someone like Querrey, you would probably appreciate coming in that you're not going to get many chances because he's got such a good serve. He's had he's come through some really tough, tight matches. So to get a break opportunity and take it early on is good, and you know that will have put Querrey on the back foot. And now it's in the second set, he's got to start over again and try and get those opportunities.
Players always have their favourite places to play, favourite courts. Of course, Andy Murray's one of them is centre court. After the difficulties year he's had coming in here, do you think getting back onto centre court and the way he's played so far will have just brought that confidence level back up?
Yeah, I mean, it's familiar surroundings. He's got great memories from centre court, but for me, it was about him building momentum on the match court because you know he managed to do that at the French, where he didn't really come in with any great preparation. He wasn't particularly well the week before the tournament, and still managed to get through to the semis and was very close to making the final. And likewise here, lost first round at Queen's, didn't really have a lot of court time on the match court. And then problems with the hip, missed 2 or 3 days in the practice week here. So again, he does such a good job of doing enough, beating the opponent that's on the other side of the net, and fingers crossed he can do that today.
For Querrey, if he's going to get back into this one, what's the key for him? Because he's had some great results on grass, particularly last year beating Djokovic.
I think, you know, if you're going to try and build a plan against Andy, you've got to look to attack second serve. That's where an opportunity, if Andy drops them short, you've got to look to really try and dominate there and obviously make him move. If the hip is sore, you want to maybe hit behind him so he's got to change direction, but you know, try and be as aggressive as possible without making too many unforced errors.
Well, that's Andy Murray on centre court. He's taken the first set 6-3. It's still on serve in the second set 2-1 to Sam Querrey at the moment. On court number 1, just at the other side of the big screen here, it's Gilles Muller up against Marin Cilic, and a bit of an upset on the cards again. Gilles Muller's taken the first set there. He's just keeping flowing, isn't he? Because he beat Nadal on court number 1 and he's got so much confidence.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you look at the way that he's played the whole grass court season. He won in Hertogenbosch. He served unbelievably well against Nadal. I probably along with a lot of other people were surprised that he was able to keep his level so consistent. He was extremely composed, even in the 5th set when he had opportunities, he had match points. But to come through that would have been a huge boost for his confidence. And I still think, you know, coming into this match today, quarterfinals against Cilic, I don't think he feels like he's got too much to lose. You know, Cilic is the higher ranked player, but the way that Muller's playing, he's going to, you know, fancy his chances to cause another upset.
Do you think it's helped Muller a little bit to be back out on court number one rather than having that match on centre court, just because of the familiar surroundings? You were saying how stadiums help certain players. Had that famous win against Nadal, and he's able to step back out onto the same court.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, to have probably the best win of his life on that court and then to come out again, it is going to feel very comfortable, very familiar for him. And it's a different type of player. Obviously, Nadal, a lefty playing from the baseline, whereas Cilic is a big guy, right-hand, very good serve as well. So slightly different dynamic, but he's certainly playing well.
How much do you enjoy watching Muller? Because it really is, it almost harks back to your era, I suppose, even before that. He loves to big serve, come in and serve and volley. He's not doing it every single point, but he loves to come forward. Do you like seeing that? Because we don't see it too much anymore.
It's nice to see guys coming to the net. It doesn't happen so much, but yeah, with the lefty as well, he's got such an accurate serve. He's got great variation, and you would say that probably his weakness is his forehand from the back of the court, perhaps his movement. So whenever he can get to the net, that's going to be a good position for him, especially on a grass court.
What's the key to employing that tactic so well? Because you did it, serve and volley. We saw how well you played on these courts using that tactic. Muller's doing it as well to, I suppose, a lesser extent. But what is the first most important thing to do if you're going to be well at serve and volley?
The first opportunity to get to the net is behind your serve. So, you know, to get, high percentage of first serves in. And the way he's serving, you know, very aggressively, and he's done a great job in keeping that percentage high. You know, when it's your opponent's serve, then looking to attack the second serve, if that's sometimes going to be the shortest ball that you get in the rally. So to hit that return and come in, it doesn't give your opponent rhythm. If he can get to the net, he can use his volleys, which are a strength. So those are the two basic ways of getting forward.
Tim, it's been intriguing speaking to you as always. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Wimbledon channel.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
The rest of your day. Enjoy Andy Murray's match. And time for us now to catch up with one of our reporters in Rob Walker.
Well, one of the stories of this year's Wimbledon Championship is Magdalena Rybarikova storming through to a Grand Slam semi-final, ranked 87th in the world. Magdalena, has what you've achieved sunk in yet?
Well, I mean, it's an amazing feeling for me, and I mean, I cannot be more happier than now. And I would never expect I could be in the semi-final, and I'm very pleased and very grateful for this opportunity to play semi-final tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward for my match.
You had a couple of ITF wins on grass, so you knew that you were going well on this surface. But when you started your campaign here in the main draw, did you really believe you would go this deep? Did your preparation feel different somehow?
Well, of course not. I mean, I was hoping that maybe I win a round, maybe two. I mean, but then I saw the draw and I saw I play Carolina in the second match, and yeah, I mean, I was obviously not favorite of this match, but I was still believing that it's gonna be. Hopefully it's gonna be a good match, and suddenly it was a win for me. So, I mean, it's really amazing feeling, and I mean, nobody would expect, I guess, after 7 months off that this year I'm gonna play semi-final of Grand Slam.
And how difficult was the second half of last year? Because you've had wrist injuries for such a long time. Was there any point during that 6 months where you worried that you might never get back to the tour and you might never have a chance of playing a big Grand Slam match?
Well, yeah, I mean, I had the wrist surgery and the knee surgery, so it was two things. And of course, I mean, after the surgery, I was still believing I can come back, and I was really focusing on recovery. But then my knee was a little bit struggling, and I was supposed to be ready in 1 month, and actually I was ready in 4 months. So at that moment, I was a little bit worried what's going to be next and if I'm going to ever come back. But then I took a lot of time to heal myself, and I didn't rush on the court, and I think it was a great decision, and then I had no problem at all whatsoever with my wrist or with my knee, so I was really lucky with that I didn't need to go one more surgery or something like that, and I'm really happy for that.
So apart from the fact that you've made this semi-final, it must be so nice to be able to play without pain again.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's amazing for me to play pain-free, and last year I played a lot of matches with pain, and also my practices, and I didn't enjoy to be on the court at all, and right now I'm really enjoying to be on the court. I'm so grateful, and really, I mean, of course it helped me, I think, the time off to think about other things, like you really have to enjoy, and I'm playing right now Wimbledon, one of my favorite Grand Slams, and it's really, I mean, I cannot be more happier than now.
And the match yesterday, I mean, Coco had barely put her foot out of place in this year's championship. She's working with Pat Cash. A lot of people were saying, wow, maybe this could be her year. Not only did you beat her, but you beat her in straight sets.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't expect I'm going to beat her in 2 sets, obviously, but somehow I played well this time, and I think she was struggling with my game, and I was changing a lot of rhythm, and I was trying to return well, and I think that works. My tactic was I think very good for her, and we had also matches before, and I don't know how come, but I always won easy, but because I mean, she's such a good player and she serves so well and she really plays aggressive. So I was also saying before she could even win this title. So for me, it's a great win against Coco.
What's been the reaction back home? I mean, have you had a lot of text messages from friends and maybe a few people that you haven't heard from for a while? Has there been any congratulations from the Slovakian government?
Well, yeah, I mean, my phone was on fire, I would say, and I haven't checked all the messages because there was so many, and I tried to text back as much as I could, but it was really a lot of messages, and government, I don't know, I don't think so, but because I mean, I haven't checked, but yeah, I mean, I know my mom told me it's quite a big thing back home, but I don't check too much media right now. I just want to focus for my semi-final match, and I just want to be focused. Yeah.
Are you flying over any family members or friends who don't often come and watch you play tennis for this huge occasion tomorrow?
Well, actually no, because my parents are home, but maybe we're thinking about it, but still, I mean, I don't like to change too much things when it's like I'm a little bit, it's not my ritual, but I mean, I just don't prefer, but actually I think my fitness coach is coming. He said he would like to come, so he might come, and maybe a few other people with him. My cousin is coming because she lives here in England, so yeah, I mean, it's for me okay. I mean, it's really great to be in the semi-final, so I should enjoy it as much as I can.
And it must be so nice for you, on behalf of all the people who've supported you over the years, that you're now doing really special things on the court. It's almost a tribute and a thank you to them for all the help they've given you over the years when things haven't been so well and things haven't been so easy.
Of course, I mean, it's great. I mean, for my parents, for my coaches, for my fitness coach, for my tennis coach. I mean, really, they gave me a lot of strength during that tough period, and maybe also for other people, which they didn't believe I can make it back. And some people, they even were thinking, they asked me if I'm still playing tennis when I had the break and when I was injured, and then when I played a few tournaments, they were saying, "Oh, you're not doing very well. What are you gonna do next?" And I mean, yeah, you're finishing with your and like these questions, which was not easy to hear after I have been like 9 years in the top 100, and this was like really my big struggle, and so it was not easy that period, but I was still believing I can make it, and I just made it. So I'm very happy about it.
And actually, you make a really good point there, because it's not just about, say, doing well and that being nice for your friends and your family. There'll be many other tennis players out there who are experiencing the same kind of injuries that you overcame with the help of surgery last year. And it's a reminder to them that if they can get past the injuries, amazing things can happen in sport.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm proof of that, and yeah, it was. I mean, I couldn't ever believe it could happen, but maybe my mind changed a little bit. As I said before, I was really enjoying to be on the court, and that helped me, and I just maybe also it helped to rest of my body. Maybe other things would come, and then I had 7 months off, which maybe helped also to another part of my body and heal myself. I mean, obviously also Roger Federer, he was. I mean, I'm not comparing to Roger, but he, look at him, how he's playing after 6 months. It's absolutely amazing, and he's such an inspiration for everybody. And I did also quite well, so yeah, I'm very pleased about it.
And just finally, you've been really great in giving us so much time. I know you've got to go on and have some lunch. You've had a big session down there on the practice courts. Presumably, there's no fear for you taking on Muguruza. We know that she's a Grand Slam champion. On paper, maybe she's the favourite for that one, but you have shown throughout this championship that you're not frightened of these big players, so presumably you are going to believe you can win and take this incredible run another stage further.
Well, I'm not thinking about it. I'm just thinking about my semi-finals match, and I hope it's gonna be a good match for crowd, and I hope people's gonna enjoy it, and I hope gonna play well, and yeah, I mean, I'm not a favorite of this match, and she's a favorite. She's supposed to win this match, and so I should be fearless, as you said, and she has a great experience with the Grand Slams. She was a Grand Slam champion. She played final here, so I'm a beginner in this thing. So yeah, I just really hope I'm gonna enjoy it, and it's gonna be a good match.
Well, it's a great story. The very best of luck. We will be watching. Have a great one.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for your time.
Andy Murray, welcome back to Wimbledon. We've got a little bit of a quiz here. I first want to ask you about your first Wimbledon title in 2013. Broke a huge drought for British men's tennis. Who was the last homegrown champion to win the championships, and in what years did he win?
You won all 3 years? Oh God, I don't know exactly the 3 years. Fred Perry, 36, 35, and 33.
34, but we'll give you that one.
In a row.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Last year, you only dropped 2 sets en route to the final in winning the championship. Who were those sets against?
Songa.
And in what round?
The quarters.
Very good. You made your Wimbledon debut in 2005. Do you remember who you played in the first round? And I can give you options here.
George Bastel.
Yes, very good. You've served a total of 702 aces in your Wimbledon career. What do you think was the fastest? A, 131 miles an hour, B, 133, C, 135, or D, 137?
C.
D, 137.
Really? Wow.
So says IBM in 2010. Your longest match at Wimbledon is 3 hours and 57 minutes. It actually happened twice, in 2008 and in 2009. Against whom?
2008 Gasquet.
Yes.
And 2009 Wawrinka.
Yes, very good. From your longest match to your longest rally, it was 2013, 32 shots. Who was your opponent?
2013.
13. It was
the final against Novak.
Yes. Your brother Jamie is also a Wimbledon champion in the mixed doubles. Do you remember what year and who he played with?
He played with Jankovic. And I think it was 2007.
Yes, very good. All right, you're the only male player in the Open era to have multiple Olympic gold medals in tennis and multiple Wimbledon titles. 2 women have done it. Who are they?
Serena. And Venus.
Very good. You closed strong. We opened with some struggles, but you closed strong. Well done and good luck at Wimbledon.
Cheers.
Thanks. Cheers.
In my school, we're learning Spanish. I can say up to 10 words in Spanish. How many languages can you speak? Adios.
I can barely speak one language, unfortunately, and it's a big regret of mine. I lived in Spain, and I wish I had made more of an effort to try and learn Spanish. Haven't managed to. Maybe in the next few years.
How many jobs do you have?
Hi, Sienna. I only have one job currently, which I'm quite happy doing.
What's your favourite television programme?
My favourite TV programme just now is Peppa Pig. I watch it a lot with my daughter. It keeps her quiet sometimes if she's in a bad mood for 15-20 minutes or so. So Peppa Pig is currently a lifesaver for me.
Hi, my name is Ibrahim, and I've got a question for you. If you had an extra £100, what would you spend it on?
Hi, Ibrahim. If I had an extra £100, what would I spend it on? I just got given £100 today as the coach of the Bryan brothers, who owed me money from our fantasy basketball league, which I won, and he actually paid me this morning. So I don't know exactly what I'm gonna spend it on. I always buy stuff for my daughter, books and things like that I read to her. So probably that.
What happened at your first ever tennis lesson?
I really can't remember because I was only about 3 or 4 years old at the time, but I know I went with my brother and our mum, who is a tennis coach. She had us both out there on the court. My memory doesn't go that far back, unfortunately. I'm thinking it's the point where I almost end up in the crowd to win the third set against Gasquet.
He's turned it round. 3 set points, Murray.
So, yeah, I remember I was down 2 sets to love at the time. I think he also served for the match in the third set, and I managed to get a break. I was obviously pretty close to going out of the tournament, and then I think I was 6-3 up in this breaker, and he had a pretty good serve, and I basically popped the ball up right on top of the net. I just basically anticipated exactly where he was going to go, and I sprinted pretty hard.
There's no way he just did that.
And then ended up almost in with the crowd and the cameraman. So yeah, it was it's a good way to finish the set and started a big comeback as well. So long ago now, I mean that's like 9 years ago. There's been some good ones since then, but in terms of like points and important, like the way to finish is such an important point. That was a big one. I've not played too many like that.
White clothing has been worn at Wimbledon since the tournament began in 1877. Since then, styles have changed and evolved. But to us, the all-white rule isn't just about fashion, it's about letting the tennis and the players stand out. Everyone who steps on a Wimbledon court, from reigning champion through to qualifier, does so wearing white. That's a great leveller. If a player wants to get noticed, they need to do so through their play. That's a tradition we're rather proud of.
All right, you're going to recognize this face here. Wim Fissette, coach of Johanna Konta. Wim, congratulations into the semifinals. And before we went live, you were saying it actually, I was asking you about the sort of the occasion of Wimbledon, that all this attention on Johanna, but you said it kind of just feels like, for you at least, another tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's very special, and yesterday doing the match against Simona was incredible, playing on the center court where both players were playing their best level, and then this atmosphere from the crowd was just one of the best moments in my coaching career. But on the other hand, I mean, we just go match by match, and of course, after being very, very happy with the win, we immediately have to switch and actually start almost preparing for the next match we have tomorrow. So we wanna keep going, we wanna keep winning, and yeah. So Venus is next.
Yeah, against Venus Williams in the semifinal. If we just dip in here for a minute, Johanna spent 10 hours, 20 minutes on court so far, and look at these 3-set matches. Wim, is this perhaps one of the most impressive sort of runs you've seen from Johanna? You guys have been working together for a few months. You look at that 10-8 against Vekic, and then both those 6-4 matches. She's put a lot of work in on the court this week.
Yeah, a lot of work, and I think she's winning a lot of matches by mental strength. I think this is really a result of her hard work of the past years, being able in these situations to stay strong. Remember the Vekic match she was a few games in the third set, left 30 down, and then she stayed really strong, served well. Same with the Garcia match, very tough match, and then yesterday, of course, I felt she was getting a little tired there, which was normal, but then she got this unbelievable support from the crowd that helped us a lot yesterday.
So Wim, having spent that 10 hours, 20 minutes on court, that big win over Simona yesterday, do you guys take it easy today, or how do you prepare for Venus Williams tomorrow?
Yeah, like you say, 10 hours on the court. I think we spent, she has hit a lot of balls the past days. So the plan was today just to have a light recovery, to do a gym session for about 45 minutes, and that's it. So she's all enjoying the rest of the day by relaxing and just doing normal things, and not yet thinking about tomorrow's match.
Now tell me, you've coached Simona Halep in the past, so what was the dynamic like there? You probably had some insider information at least to pass on to Johanna before that match.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I know Simona well from 2014, but still, I mean, that's already a while ago, so we have to keep analyzing players.
How her game's changed, right?
Yeah, her game has changed, and I mean, it's just important that we keep looking at the latest matches, so I try to watch a lot of videos. I use the SAP stats we have available at the Women's Tour, so I mean, I use as much information as I can to prepare Johanna at the best possible way.
Yeah, well, very great run for her. Now let's step in a little bit to your social media here. This obviously for you into the semifinals. Yeah. Does it feel, a lot of the talk here in Britain is sort of this momentous historic event, but does it feel that way to you? I mean, the social media has been exploding. I think over 7 million people watched this match yesterday, one of the biggest spikes so far for Wimbledon so far. There's a lot of talk around Johanna.
Yeah, I mean, I heard about it this morning that so many people watched the match. It's just very exciting for her, and I feel, well, she said to us yesterday, like, suddenly, like, she's getting so many friends. Also online, she's getting invitations from U2 to go backstage at their concerts.
Mick Jagger tweeted at her today.
Mick Jagger, yesterday she took a picture with Ellie Goulding. She's like, oh, all new friends. So it's like, it's a different situation than before the start of the tournament. So yeah, it's very, very exciting for her.
Is that a piece where, you know, you've worked with Victoria Azarenka, you've worked with Kim Clijsters in the past, do you feel like you can kind of offer her some advice in that realm of how to handle that attention too?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just important to keep focusing on our goals. We want to keep improving, we want to, of course, the goal is to win a Grand Slam one day, and hopefully even more. But yeah, we have to keep working, because we all know if you don't work the right way, like you're not making your steps, and we want to stay at this level where we are right now.
Right. Now the next level is Johanna's baking, which I've got to ask you, very serious stuff here on the Wimbledon channel, but it sounds like this is a great sort of stress relief for her, and you guys get to reap the benefits of it.
Yeah, I must say she started with this in the beginning of the tournament, and I must say she's raising her level.
Is she?
Yeah, she is.
Her baking level.
The beginning, the first 2 days were kind of dry.
Okay.
But now, like, she's raising her level every day. It was banana chocolate yesterday.
Right.
Fantastic. I heard she might do blueberries tomorrow.
Oh,
so
wow, blueberry. All right, very good.
I'm excited for that. No, but as a coach also I have to be critical, and she's listening to my advice, and she's doing better.
Was it you? Someone was requesting banana something. Was that you, or was that Andrew?
No, I actually don't know. I was asking for the blueberries.
Okay, blueberry next. I love that. Well, and how about your preparation for, obviously she had that head, she hit her head in Eastbourne, but otherwise, this day when she beats Ostapenko and Kerber in one day, she'd obviously already had a great grass court season, but how important was it for her to have a nice grass court lead up into Wimbledon?
I think it was very important. Also, I still think hard court is her best surface, yes. Clay court is more difficult for her, but even there I saw she was growing every week and every match she was playing. Same on the grass court. I believe, and we all see that now, how great she can play on the grass, but she needed time and she needed matches. So I was very happy that she had those 3 tournaments, and then especially those top matches against Ostapenko and Kerber, where she also gained a lot of confidence.
Yeah. Now you've been around the game for a while, having coached all the stars that you do. But is it lost on you, sort of the occasion and your chance to sit there courtside as a coach? You got a pretty good seat there.
Oh yes, and I must say sometimes when I'm nervous, I just look around and I tell myself, like, why are you nervous? Like, look, look at where you're sitting right now.
Right.
Like, this is the best place in the world where so many people would like to sit and just try to enjoy the match. So I am telling myself that.
Yeah, I mean, some people queue all night. I mean, even 24 hours for a seat like that. And I loved yesterday, we were trying to set up this interview, and you said, Nick, I'm off for a run. Basically, all that adrenaline from the match, you feel like as a human being, you need to get out and get exercising during the tournament too.
For myself, that works. It's so important because I sit there for 3 hours and I have to control emotions. That I can't express myself. So it's so important for me after sitting there for that time, like to go for a run and to get the tension out of my body. And I started doing that a few years ago, and I really love doing it.
Yeah. This was in Eastbourne, but you've been doing some Wimbledon runs as well.
Yeah,
right?
I've been running everywhere.
Yeah. Now tell me about King Arthur. This is your little guy at home, and looks like he's been doing some Wimbledon art with his Play-Doh.
Probably his mother was helping him.
Yeah, just a little bit. Those are good strawberries.
You have seen his outfit as well, right?
Yeah, totally. I love this outfit. Look at those tennis rackets.
Yeah. He's my best friend. He's also traveling with me some weeks. He was in Indian Wells and Miami this year and past year.
Yeah, really.
So it's I try to combine my dream job with the family, and it's the best I can have.
And what advice does he have for Johanna into the semifinals of Wimbledon?
I think he prefers Daddy to come home.
But, you're going to be home, you said, for his birthday, hopefully next week, right?
No, his birthday was actually 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
So that's actually the reason I missed Wimbledon in 2015 because of his birthday.
Yeah.
But we're going to have a birthday party on Sunday and with the family. So.
The birthday party is on Sunday.
Yeah,
and hopefully he'll be making a Venus Rosewater dish Play-Doh. Hopefully you guys won that trophy, right?
Sounds good. Sounds very good.
Now, just tell me in general, lastly, this was a great start of the year for Johanna, winning in her hometown in Sydney to start the year. But what's sort of the story or the pathway for you guys as coach and player these last few months? It seems like she's developed a lot these last few months as well.
Yeah, it's this is the second year for her full time on the WTA tour. I mean, she was for a very long time. She was on the ITF. So she had a breakthrough in the end of 2015 last year. She went up to number 10 in the world. Then this year she had to, let's say, confirm all the expectations. So I think at the beginning of the year she had a few questions, a few doubts. But we had a good preparation, and then she started the year with a semi-final in Shenzhen, and then she won Sydney in an impressive way, and that gave her a lot of confidence. We have been through a few really nice highlights this year, and also a little bit more difficult time during the clay court season, which didn't go as we wanted to go. But she's handling the things really well. As I said, most of the tournaments we go, it's her second time, so it's all new. Also, the attention here, everywhere she goes, it's all new for her. But I think she's handling all those situations really well.
Yeah. Now, how do you handle yourself? We'll just take a look at some of this vision, Wim. You're very serious courtside.
Yeah. I always tell myself, I try to be serious.
Do you try to keep that face of no emotion?
Well, the past matches, the only thing I want to express to her is, Johanna, you're doing really well. Keep doing what you're doing, and you're gonna be fine.
Right.
So. And I will give the smile after the match, after we won.
Yeah, right. We saw that smile peek out yesterday.
Yeah.
And Venus Williams, if we take a duck in here to their head-to-head, Wim, obviously you mentioned their match earlier this year, but they've played a few times. Rome, obviously, Venus winning that one. This was a big win, I think, for Johanna on her way to winning Miami, but you've got a 10-time semifinalist in Venus Williams. She's been to this occasion before.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough match. I mean, you see the scores. I think it's going to be, again, a match where just a few points are going to make the difference. Both serving well, both playing aggressive tennis from the baseline. So I think it's going to be a really good match.
Yeah.
It's an honor to play Venus here in the semi-final of Wimbledon. I mean, what do we want more than that? It's just a great occasion, and I just hope Johanna's going to play her best match ever, and then we'll see if she's going to win it or lose it.
Well, hopefully her tennis continues to improve and her baking.
Yeah.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah.
We're going to head out now and catch up with Rachel Stringer.
And with Helen Parker, the Wimbledon Foundation and Community Manager. Helen, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good, good. Firstly, what is the Wimbledon Foundation, please?
So we're the charity of the All England Club and the Championships. We were started in 2013, so we're relatively young for around here. And we work very heavily in the local area, so making charitable donations.
And what kind of charities do you work with? Who do you give the money to help?
So one example would be the local winter night shelter, which works with homeless people, and it's a brilliant project. It works for 3 months in the time of year where, you know, it's cold and people don't have somewhere to stay, and it gives them, you know, a warm place. It's lots of different faith organisations that come together, churches, mosques, synagogues. So we provide a financial donation to help them do their work, but at the foundation we try to do more than just give the money. The money's important, but we also do other things as well. So we have community groups coming here throughout the year. So our homeless group came here and they had their lunch. And here at the Championships we do have some lost property, and so people leave their tents and camping gear behind, and we've provided that to local YMCA that runs the project, and they use that for their sort of annual fundraising event.
So you've just mentioned 2 charities that you've helped there. On average, how many do you think you've helped since 2013?
So since we started, we've helped almost 100 local charities, and we've donated almost £1 million.
Wow. And is that set to continue?
It is, and we're looking to grow what we're doing as well, yes.
And how much of an impact do you think you've had and that you've seen personally in the local community?
I think a really big impact. I mean, one of the projects we run is looking at people's health and well-being. So over a 3-year period, we're supporting organisations that help older people who may be suffering from isolation. And when you hear some of the stories of those people that can't get out and about, you know, it's about having the impact on those social needs. We're very lucky standing here in the Championships on a sunny day, but we all know that in big cities there are areas of disadvantage, and so we're trying to target our funding at those who need the help most.
And I guess then how do those people that need the help most get in touch with you? Do they have to apply, or do you kind of seek them out?
Well, we do a bit of both. So if people are interested in finding out more, they can go to wimbledon.com/foundation, and we have the information about how people can apply for our funding on there.
And where does the funding come from? How do you get the money to give out to these local charities?
Well, we're very lucky because we're funded by the club and the Championships. Here we're standing in ticket resale here at the Championships. So each day when people leave the grounds early, they scan their tickets and we resell those, and the proceeds comes through to the Wimbledon Foundation. So far this year we've raised just over £140,000.
You can see that if you just look down here, and tickets are only £5 and £10, aren't they, each day? So absolute bargain, but obviously, like you mentioned, it goes to some great charities, doesn't it?
That's right, and we are very lucky here. We have help from honorary stewards and service stewards who come here and act as in a voluntary capacity and help us to make the Championships really special. So some of the charities we donate through to ticket resale include the benevolent funds of the armed forces, the police and the fire service.
And what other ways during the Championships do you raise money?
We sell used balls, so all the balls that have been on the courts get sold each day. It's £1 a ball, and they're very popular. They go like hotcakes, and people always want to know which court they've been on, but unfortunately we can't tell them. Yeah.
You don't know?
We don't. You can ask the balls to tell you, but no, we don't know which court they've been on.
And what are you holding in your hand here, Helen?
So this is our family activity during the Championships, Explore Wimbledon. So something for people who come here with younger children, and they can draw what they think the champion might have for breakfast. Rufus the Hawk, and various other activities in there.
Brilliant. Well, you guys are doing a great job, and I've actually been lucky enough to speak to quite a few of the charities throughout the tournament so far, and it does seem like you're having a massive impact on them. Helen, thank you so much for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Well, let's take you out now to court number 12, where the British wildcards, Ken and Neil Skapsky, have been in action against the number 4 seeds, Lucas Kubo and Marcela Mayo. They've been in a bit of trouble, actually. They're 2 sets to love down, and now the 4th-seeded pairing are serving to take the 3rd set and progress through to the semi-finals of the men's doubles here at Wimbledon. Let's join this one with some commentary on court 12.
Should say to try and send them packing. That's a good start. Well, that was a complete misjudgment by Lucas Kubot.
And sometimes you need a little bit of luck to get back into this match. It was a miss hit and, as you say, a poor leave from Kubot. The body serve doing the damage again. That's 2 in a row in this game. Neil not able to get out of the way of either of them.
Yeah, it's good serving this, isn't it, from the tall Brazilian. Heavy first serves coming down from such a great height. And the 4 seeds have a couple of match points. They still believe, and they still have the ability. Oh, just too good again at the net. Soft hands from Lucas Kubot. A hug with his tall partner.
Well, a lot happening today. We had women's quarterfinals yesterday. Today, the men are in action. We already have 2 of them out on court. Craig O'Shaughnessy here. We're going to talk about the 2 matches that are on court right now. Let's go ahead and check in first. You want to go to number 1 court?
Absolutely.
All right, we'll look at Gilles Muller with that first set coming off that momentum, beating Rafael Nadal in the 4th round, that 4-hour, 48-minute match. A set up there, 6-3, 5-all. What do you see, Craig?
Yeah. Early on, Murray was doing well. He came out on fire. And then, you know, we always think about power and the harder we hit the ball, the better. But what happened early on here is that Gilles Muller started hitting that slow backhand slice, and Murray had fits with it. Didn't know what to do with it, started making some backhand errors. Well, it's junk ball. It's not, you know, he's getting power off the serve, but then once the rally starts, then it's all slow. So it's stop and start, and we see the first set going to
Nothing's
Muller.
really jumping out to you here as far as, because these are pretty even numbers.
It doesn't jump out, but we're almost 2 sets in, and there's very little happening in this part of the court or in this area of the stat sheet. But the thing that stands out the most are these 2 areas. Gilles Muller is 91%. Whenever he's putting that first serve in, it's almost...
Well, that's what he did to Rafa, too, right? It was almost guaranteed he was going to win the point if that first serve went in.
Exactly. And Murray has finally seen a break point. That's only just happened in the last couple of minutes. But he's not able to counter that. And this is a bit of a surprise for me because Marin Cilic has one of the best backhands on tour. He's a big guy, so when the ball's getting up and that ball sits in his strike zone on the backhand side, it doesn't bother him as much. And that's exactly where Muller's going to put a lot of balls. I thought Cilic would get through this a little bit quicker. A little bit of a surprise, but the inability to generate break points is really hurting him.
Right, well, and Cilic actually had a great record against left-handers coming into this match, but it looks as though that might be benefiting so far. You see Gilles Muller with 2 of 5 on break point opportunities there so far.
And 46% second serves. You know, Gilles is at 50% there. But those second serve points, if you can't do well against your opponent's second serve, it's very hard to generate any break points at all.
All right, very good. So that's what's happening on the number 1 court. If we dip in now to center court, where you've got Andy Murray was looking in control with that first set. But look at that. Sam Querrey has evened things up, and we're into a 3rd set.
Yeah, so Andy was up a set and a break. And just basically having his own way. And he led 4-3 and then all of a sudden got broken back, and there goes the second set. He's up a break in the third. Something we're going to look at here is serve performance for these guys. And we have their numbers coming in. So we're going to see how well they did through the first week and up to the quarterfinals, and how well they're performing today. So Andy Murray, when we look of the 8 quarterfinalists, so we're doing a comparison with both guys, both first and second serve against the last 8. Andy was actually last in first serve points won.
So this is today. You want to pull up full tournament?
Oh, we're just going to write it in here. Let's do that. So Andy was last out of all of the 8, winning 74%. He's performing better today. That's why he's up a set.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me, it's a set all and it's a break in the third. Over here, Sam was second best at 84%, so that's dropped off a little bit. When we look at second serve performance, Andy went from second worst to second best, and he was winning 66%.
That number's way down today for Andy Murray.
He's getting clobbered in that area.
Yeah, owning that second, and you see he's been broken twice.
And Sam Querrey was second last in this area at 56%, and that's down to 48. So really, everything is down for all guys except the first serve performance for Andy Murray. We've got some video. Actually, we're going to go right there, and we've got some video to help understand why these guys, and this is only second serves.
So these are second serves from Sam Querrey here. This is against Kevin Anderson, a 5-set win in the 4th round, Craig.
This is one of the reasons why Sam doesn't do so well, is that you not only have to hit it hard, and on second serves he was averaging 96 miles an hour on second serves. Andy Murray only 90 miles an hour. But if you're putting it in the slot, in the zone there, and you let Kevin Anderson have a swing at it, you know, it's not trailing away down the tee, it's not kicking and going wide, it's not jamming right at the body.
It's right in the sweet spot.
Yeah, if you're going to put it there, you're going to pay the price for that. And that's exactly what happens.
Boom, off Kevin Anderson there. So Sam Querrey really needs, again, this is a second serve, and look at Anderson ahead of the point and wins it right there.
Yeah.
Another second serve.
And this is where a lot of the second serves are going to go against Andy. They're going to go to that backhand jam location. But with second serves, you want your opponent to have to move away from the ball. And as we see here, the energy of the body is going much more to the ball. And if Andy is allowed to step forward, and we know that Andy has one of the best second serve returns in the game, big step forward, big split. Usually it's just one shuffle step, and then he gets to lean on it. And if we see that kind of momentum and forward leaning, then it's going to be tough for Sam Querrey for the rest of this match. Kevin Anderson sneaking in nicely.
Yeah, again, right, exactly. Well, and then if we look at here, these are some Andy Murray first serves. I want to say to you, as we're going 3-1 now in the third set for Andy Murray, he now has that break, again the advantage. These are second serves for Murray?
Yes, they are.
All right. Roll the tape against Benoit Paire.
So here's the difference. We didn't see this from Sam, the ability to really stretch the opponent.
Move your opponent out of the court.
And so once again, the average speed for Andy is only 90 miles an hour, but with that amount of kick and that wonderful direction, doesn't matter if it's 90 miles an hour. It's really good.
Yeah.
Serve +1 forehand. Easy clean up at the net.
Well, one thing we've talked about in the women's game, I know, is that Serena Williams is known as the server in women's tennis.
Isn't she ever?
But Johanna Konta has really made a stake in the sense of placement of serves, and that's what you're talking about here with Andy Murray. Is he might have a slower delivery, but he's able to use that spin and placement on the second serves
and also,
to better serve himself, right?
Exactly right. The ability to hit spots is equally as important, if not more important, than speed. And to be fair to Andy, his second serve speed, which is now averaging 90 miles an hour. I remember a couple of years at the Australian Open, I saw some 78 mile an hour, some 82 mile an hour second serves. His average was, I think, around 84 miles an hour.
Where's he won at, Craig? 90?
90 would be great.
90 plus.
I don't think for Andy, he wants to be less than that. He's got good work, he's got good command, but if it gets into that mid-80 range, guys can really step in and rip it.
I love this moment we've frozen on here too. That's a focused Andy Murray right there.
Yeah, and that's a very important deal for him.
More second serves here from Mr. Murray, again against Benoit Paire. And that's what you're talking about, Craig, is stretching your opponent. Look at how awkward that was for Benoit Paire, right?
Yeah, second serves, and this is the quintessential second serve here. Let me see if I can just grab it there. It's into the body. So let's have a look at his body. He's falling off that.
Yeah, totally.
Most second serves, I'm going to put a circle down. I don't use the circle enough. That's where they want to go. They want to go to that backhand jam location. You want your opponent to have to fall off the ball and not be able to be clean with the balance.
Frustration there from a bearded Benoit. Another second serve. And again, I like how you froze it there because very out of position.
Well, it's
very awkward, right?
It's hard to figure out whether he's hopping on a Kawasaki or he's hitting a second serve return.
I think he's trying to do one of your Craig O'Shaughnessy patented dances.
Yeah, we've got one of the legs up there. He's falling off balance. And, you know, Benoit says, I'm going to step in. I have to. That's my only chance. I've got to attack. But if you can hit it into that rib area and make the guy fall off, and let's just see what happens right after this. He has to actually recover and put the racket on the ground.
Right.
That's as good a second serve as you will ever see in tennis. The ability to make the opponent uncomfortable and not be balanced stepping in and ripping.
He needed the Marin Cilic dance there, the shuffle, the Cilic shuffle.
Exactly right. We zoom out.
Murray in full control of this rally, Craig.
Finishing forward.
Down the line, just what you like there.
Isn't it great to finish with a sitter overhead? And again, the good body language from Andy.
Right, absolutely. Good stuff there from Andy Murray, who's now got a break in that third set. What else do you got for us here?
Do we have let's do a score update on that one,
absolutely.
Can't we?
Sure.
We've got a 3-2 there.
Yep.
And we've got...
Second set tie break between those two guys.
Yeah. So one of the things that I saw from Mueller in the earlier rounds, especially against Rafa, is in the ad court, the ability to put Rafa almost into the front row of the stands.
With that
now,
lefty serve.
There's been a lot of criticism of Rafa being too far back. He was standing in a position that if he was in Paris, if he was at Roland Garros, if he was playing a clay quarter, it's fine to be back because he's so strong, he's just powering. But on a grass court against somebody that's coming back and you're stretching sideways, it's very, very difficult. So Marin has got to make sure that he's starting a little bit wider and he's got to go forward to the ball and lean on it. Otherwise, he's going to lose all of those points in the ad court against that lefty slider.
How important, these guys in a tiebreak, Mueller up a mini break, but how important is it, do you think, for Gilles Mueller to get that 2-set-to-love lead because he's coming off of almost a 5-hour match against Rafa?
Yeah. I think right now it means more to Mueller to win this tiebreaker. If he can go 2-sets-to-love, he's got a really good chance of winning. If it goes 1-set-all, I think the pendulum definitely swings back to Marin Cilic. He'll relax, you know, sometimes just getting one set, just getting back to even.
Digging in.
Yeah, well, you know, it's difficult to quantify this because you've got to almost interview the player mid-match, which we're not allowed to do, even though we'd love to. But for a lot of times, it's just like, take a deep breath and just chill out and relax. It's like, okay, I've got this thing back. I'm playing a very tricky opponent. He's putting the ball in places I don't necessarily like it, but at least I'm playing even right now.
Craig, can we talk about just for a minute while we have it here? You've got these next two quarterfinals as well. So you got Milos Raonic taking on Roger Federer. Thomas Berdych is 2-25. He's won 2 matches.
One of them was
here at Wimbledon in 2010, but he's won 2 matches. Look at this, out of 27 against Novak Djokovic. Can he do anything today to beat Novak?
I think he can. I think he's a real chance. Well, I think just the ability to say, okay, I'm a real shot, I'm a genuine shot to win this. And it's a lot of times, as we've talked about, it's based on body language. And I really like how confident he is. I really like how he's following the ball to the net. And in between points, there's not, you know, he's not questioning himself. You can read so much from the face of the players out there. And he just looks calm, he looks collected, he looks confident. He's playing correct patterns of play. And when we saw Novak in the previous round against Adrian Manarino, he had a really fast start, kind of that set and a break.
Yeah, right.
But Novak kind of backed into the end of that.
He did. He lost a little bit of that momentum in the second set.
Yeah.
Even though the scoreline was very straightforward for Novak in that match.
Exactly right. We saw Adrian get into some rallies there. There was, you know, it wasn't Novak dominating at the end of the match like it was at the start. So, you know, if you're, you know, Team Berdych, you would almost not even let Thomas see the start of that match. You'd let him see a lot of the points at the end of the match and see, look, Novak's not blowing this guy off the court. You can stay in it. Let's serve well. Let's hit our targets. Novak's got the best backhand return, maybe with Andy Murray in the game. I think Rafa's certainly in that conversation. But mix the serve, some bodies, some wide. Don't panic in the baseline rallies. I think if Thomas loses that match, he will almost beat himself by trying to play too big. Trying to go from too much.
Right.
And the forehand, if anywhere that he can get loose, it's the forehand. He can go big with the forehand and hit winners, but he comes up the back of it a little too steep
two
at
aspects
times.
I'm interested in today is that will Novak feel that match yesterday against Mannarino at all? He comes back now having played just yesterday.
Yeah.
And also now, this really does jump out at me, the 25-2. Is it in Berdic's head now at this point that he just can't beat Novak Djokovic? He's lost to him 12 times in a row.
Yeah, I think certainly the match playing yesterday against Mannarino will have zero effect today.
Okay.
Novak is such a supreme athlete.
Yeah.
These guys at a Masters level event from kind of the round of 16 to the final, they're absolutely used to playing every day. It wasn't that taxing yesterday. There wasn't that many long points. And I think there's certainly pressure to say, okay, I've lost to this guy a lot, but if I'm going to beat him anywhere, it's going to be here. And I think there's also a little bit of pressure on Novak. It's like, I'm expected to win this match. I've still got to go out there and play it. So if Thomas just needs to bring the kitchen sink right
I think he needs to bring the kitchen sink in the first set.
Absolutely.
To me, the first set is big because you lose that first set against Novak, and then to me, the thoughts of, oh gosh, I've lost to this guy so many times. Then it's one-way track. It's a Djokovic freight train.
Yeah,
at that point.
and Novak when he gets ahead is automatically so much better. And Thomas when he gets behind, he can get down on himself a little bit and beat himself up, which is very common. I mean, most matches, it's not the opponent that ultimately beats you, it's yourself that becomes the biggest opponent.
Now,
for you.
Craig and I had a little bit of a debate on Wimbledon.com. We're doing this series called Wimble Wars.
Yes, we are.
And yesterday
Am I
we were
winning
talking,
that, by the way?
I think I'm winning. Usually I win said debates, but yesterday we were talking about serve and volley, and we were talking about the serve and volley and Milos Raonic.
Yes.
Does he need to utilize that serve and volley because he beat Roger Federer here a year ago?
Yes.
He's won their last two matches, but he's serving and volleying. Barry Cowan was talking about this earlier with Adam Hunt. He's not getting to the net as much as he has in the past.
Yeah, it's just a confidence thing. Milos must serve and volley. He must mix that in. Roger is coming over and blocking his backhand return well. In last year's match, he sliced a little bit more, and if Roger starts slicing, that is an automatic green light for Milos to serve and volley. Bomb that big first serve in, follow it in. You're not dealing with a hard ball back at your feet. Roger may be able to chip it low, but in general, just get down, take that ball deep middle or to Roger's backhand and make Roger have to hit 75 backhand passes. So if Milos doesn't average 10 a set, I think it's going to be advantage Roger there.
Yeah, that's another match where I think the first set is going to be very, very interesting and pivotal. Before we depart here, we heard a loud cry just a few seconds ago. Marin Cilic now evening things up, wins that tiebreak 8-6.
8-6, yeah. I mean, there's a moment in time that G. Muir says, if I could, 6-all, where did I serve? We're up here, we didn't see what happened. But, right now, for sure, the pendulum has swung back to Marin. He's had 2 sets under his belt to try and figure him out. I think it's an uphill battle now for Muir to get this done.
I would tend to agree with you. Both of these guys trying to get to their first Wimbledon semifinal, a first Grand Slam semifinal for Muller. Obviously, Marin Cilic is a U.S. Open champion, another U.S. Open champion and Wimbledon champion. Andy Murray now a game away from taking a 2-1 lead over Sam Querrey.
Yeah.
That'd be a tough hole for Sam Querrey to dig out of.
Yeah, it would be. But remember against Fognini, Murray went 2-1 up. The key to understand, and I'm sure for all of you players out there, whether you're juniors or adults and you play at club events on the weekend or tournaments, wherever you are, there's exciting moments in a set and there's dull moments in a set. So the end of the set right now, we're in, Querrey serving at 3-5. Very exciting. Both players become fully engaged. But we saw in that second set when Murray was up 4-3, that 2-all, 3-all, 4-3 area, it just, the energy and the excitement and the crowd isn't quite as high as it needs to be. So it's very key in this match. If Andy does convert and go 2-1 up, the start of that fourth set was where he fell apart maybe falling apart is a little bit too strong.
Yeah, against Fognini,
yeah,
sure.
but Fognini got the advantage right there, and Fognini, I think, led 5-2 and then had 40-15 at 5-3. So if he does win that, Murray's got to make sure he takes care of business, stays focused, stays engaged, keeps thinking of the game plan, keeps going to his strings, and on his face, we're going to see it on his face, whether he starts to get, you know, a little bit bored or a little bit tired, or, you know, the eyes start wandering. So very important moment at the start of that fourth set.
Well, Sam Querrey just held for 4-5. So if you want to listen in, also you can go to the Wimbledon radio channel on our website and listen in to see how that center court action. Once again, Craig, thank you very much taking us through the business. And we're going to head out to Cara Robinson and Anne Keathavong.
Wonderful, Nick. Thank you. Well, this is the scene here at Hemman Hill. There's barely a patch of grass left because guess who is playing? Yes, Andy Murray, the world number one, the British number one, the defending champion, is busy in his match against Sam Querrey. The boys have been updating you on the score. It is 1 set apiece, and Andy remains up a break in the later stages of the third set. So that's the scene now. It was a fairly similar scene yesterday as we welcome you into our set, just overlooking the hill behind us. Cara Robinson alongside Anne Keathavong, who is the proud captain of the Great Britain Fed Cup team. She enjoyed a wonderful day yesterday in the Royal Box watching the ladies' quarterfinals. That has to be one of the best views in tennis.
Absolutely. It was a very, it's a huge privilege to be asked into the Royal Box and a real treat. And it was a perfect day to be there because it rained for most of the day. But we were, perfectly fine in centre court with the roof closed.
First time there? Or have you been in before?
No, I've been before.
Oh.
So each year it's it's a nice treat.
Tell us, because everyone watches and you see lots of celebs and famous faces from the world of sports. You, of course, previously used to play here and on the circuit yourself as well. What's it like behind the scenes? You know, we only see the seats. What happens behind the scenes? Nice lunch, tea?
There's lunch where everyone wants to arrive, and lunch is very nice. Lots of choice. It's a light lunch, so nothing too heavy because it's quite early before play starts at 1 o'clock. There is tea available as well, I think, from 3:45 in the afternoon, and you've got your scones, you've got your finger sandwiches, you've got your little cakes and everything. And there's a bar, which a free bar, I might add, for those who want to make the most of it. But you are encouraged to watch as much tennis as possible, and I think everyone did yesterday.
Well, it was a terrific day yesterday, wasn't it? Let's just relive some of it because, the second match of the day was a member of the Fed Cup team. She is the British number one on the ladies' side of things. Johanna Konta has played some incredible three-set matches so far. This was no exception against Simona Halep. She lost the first set, but she grounded out, Anne, and you were there watching every moment.
It was a superb performance from Konta once again at this year's championships. I mean, she never stopped going for it. Halep played well as well. Halep's retrieving was something special too, but in the end, Jo just had too much. I mean, at times at the start we wondered whether she was going for it too much, but in the end that's what gets her the wins, that's what gets her over the finish line, this style of play.
She was, at the time, the first British lady since Jo Jury in 1984 to make it to the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. She is now the first British lady since Virginia Wade in 1978 to have reached the semi-finals, should she go all the way and lift the Venus Rosewater dish. Not that we want to get ahead of ourselves. It would be the first woman since Virginia in 1977 when she achieved defeat. Virginia was in the box with you yesterday. Were you able to talk to her much, kind of in and around the tennis, and get her impression of this young phenomenon?
Yeah, well, Virginia, I managed to speak to her in between matches, and she was impressed with Jo's performance, and she really believes Jo can go all the way, and we could be seeing Jo lifting the Venus Rosewater dish on Saturday. And, you know, I totally believe that as well. She's got a good record against Venus Williams. She's beaten her before, although I believe they haven't met on grass. But she's put herself in a great position, and she has the home support.
Well, she had the three-set match against Donna Vekic a little bit earlier in the championship. She came through that 10-8 in the third. She then had a fairly straightforward one against Maria Sakkari. She then had 3 sets again recently over Caroline Garcia, coming through that one 6-4 in the third. This went 3 sets as well, and 6-4 in the third. It was a slightly anticlimactic end to the match. There was a scream, I think, from the crowd, thinking that Simona Halep's ball was long and that therefore Jo had won the match. It wasn't quite long. Jo returned the ball, but put Simona off her stance, and she just netted the ball from there. Either way, she had 2 match points, and you felt that that she was ready to close it out. The courage, the focus and the patience that she has to continue to get this done, it seems incredibly impressive. And then again, when she comes to speak to the media, she just seems to be incredibly mature. She's got a very old head on a young set of shoulders.
Yeah, well, she's very composed. I mean, that's, I guess that's what she wants people to see. And she's got a great team of people around her who deal with, I guess, the other things that we're not all privy to seeing. I mean, like, don't be fooled. There is always a bit of panic. There is always stress, but that's the same for every player at this stage in the competition. But obviously, the less you give away, the better.
Yeah.
And I know Jo is very protective about, I guess, about how much she gives away. She's learning to be more comfortable in the spotlight, learning to have more, more eyes are on her, the attention, people wanting to have a bit of her, speak to her, whether it's kids asking for her autograph, all of that is still relatively new.
Yeah.
This time last year, there was a lot of attention on Konta, but nothing, nothing compares to what we've seen at this year's championships so far. The fact that the bookies have her as a favourite, the fact that we're all talking about her as a potential winner here, I mean, that's a lot to take in. And she's, she's a smart girl and she's trying to ignore the hype as much as possible. Without, giving away too much, there is always going to be that added pressure, the home expectation.
I bet there is, and it's interesting to know because this sort of era of calm is exuded on the outside. You obviously know a few secrets from the inside that you can't share, which is fair enough because we don't want to jeopardise her chances, because as soon as anything is mentioned in the media, it's picked up on. The next opponent will know that there's potentially a slight weakness there, and that could give them a mental advantage. She had only previously won one match in her 5 former visits to Wimbledon, which just shows you how incredible this journey is all the way to the semi-finals. And you speak about the extra attention that she has that we seem to see her taking in her stride. Well, it was a lovely moment yesterday with the Chelsea pensioner trying to take a selfie with her. She walked off court. I don't think he quite knew what he was doing. She grabbed the phone. That actual selfie is in the Times today.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Okay, no, that's brilliant. She had a moment. I mean, the crowd got behind her so well and were willing her all the way in that match against Halep. The atmosphere was incredible. Obviously, with the roof closed, everything sounds that bit much louder. And she just handled the occasion so well. Once she got that second set tiebreak and broke the Halep serve in the third set, you just knew she was going to get there.
Well, we've just had a roar behind us, so to keep you updated on the Murray match, it's now 5-all in the third set with Sam Querrey on 1 set apiece, so that's still got a fair bit to go. But tomorrow it will be the ladies' semi-finals, and Johanna Konta will be playing a 5-time champion in Venus Williams. We talk about the ages of Roger Federer, 35. Sam Querrey today on court is excuse me, not Sam Querrey. One of the players later is Gilles Muller, I should say, is 34. People are playing tennis a lot older now, but none as much as Venus. She's 37 years of age. She's knocked out 2 teenagers, a 20-year-old, which is this, Yelena Ostapenko, and a 21-year-old, and youth seems to be nothing to her.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to bother her. I mean, Ostapenko's, not your average 20-year-old. She's the French Open champion, but Venus just swatted her away. And Venus still has some great tennis left in her. She's dangerous on grass. Everyone knows her game is well suited to the courts here. She's a 5-time Wimbledon champion. She made the final at the Australian Open earlier this year. So she's still very much enjoying herself out there on tour. Sister Serena isn't here, which is a bit of a shame, but she'll prove tough competition for Konta tomorrow. But I do give Konta the slight edge.
Do you?
I do, yeah.
I'm fascinated in the matchup because Konta actually had this wonderful interview straight off the back of her win yesterday, and she said, I'm going to be humbled to be on the court with her. She's a true champion and someone that actually Jo's been a bit open about modelling her game on a bit in the past in terms of the power and the aggressiveness from the baseline. How do you expect those two to match up against each other?
Well, they do have a similar style of play. Both big servers, both strike well from the back of the court. Both tall women who move well for their size. But it goes back a few years when Jo wasn't the player she was today. And I remember there was some rain delays here in the build-up to the championships. And Venus Williams was at the National Tennis Centre looking for someone to practice with. And that's where they befriended each other. Jo practiced with Venus. and Jo actually started wearing her line of clothing for a short period of time. So I know Venus was always someone Jo looked up to, and like you said, tried to model her game on. And over the years, Jo's got better and better, and Jo's been able to beat her. You know, maybe they're not as friendly now, given the rivalry and given what's at stake. But Venus is someone Jo respects a lot.
Well, Jo is the highest seeded player. She's the 6th seed in the ladies' draw this year. Venus is the 10th seed. And yesterday, Venus was asked about the prospect of playing the home favourite in the semis.
I love the challenge. I love pressure. It's not always easy dealing with the pressure. It's constant pressure, and it's only yourself who can have the answer for that. And I love that you know, the last day that you play, you're still improving. You know, it's not something that is stagnant. It's always a reason, and you have to get better, and I love that.
And in terms of the pressure of the game, what aspect of the game has helped you grow the most, or what aspect?
Obviously, I think competition with other players. The competition keeps you growing. You have to get better if you want to stay relevant. Yeah, I'm sure she's confident and determined, and she's probably dealing with a different kind of pressure playing here at home, but she seems to be handling it well. And it looks like she really does well under the pressure. So I've played her before, so it's a lot different than today, definitely.
Well, the Hill are absolutely loving this match with Andy Murray and Sam Querrey. That's what's going on currently. That was Venus Williams yesterday, reacting to the prospect of her semi-final with Johanna Konta tomorrow. Barely a patch of grass free. They're at the closing stages of the 3rd set, and Andy Murray's having to serve to stay in the set. We could be seeing a 3rd set tiebreak. It is currently 1 set all between Andy Murray and Sam Querrey. They are both fighting for a place in the semi-finals here at Wimbledon. I'm joined by Anke Ottavang. We're reacting to what was the ladies' quarter-final day yesterday. Anne had a lovely seat in the Royal Box, watched the matches, watched Johanna Konta perform, part of the Fed Cup team that you're currently the captain of, and we've spoken about her at length and what she will face against Venus Williams. The wonderful thing about this stage of the competition is that every match could be a potential final. I think many people wouldn't have been surprised to see Konta and Venus in the final, but it's a semi-final, and the winner of that will face the winner of the other semi-final, which is Garbiñe Muguruza and Magdalena Rybarikova. Wow, she is some story, but we will start with Garbiñe. It's really lovely to see someone kind of return to the form that we saw her in here a couple of years ago when she was beaten by Serena in the final, became that Grand Slam champion in Paris, and then seemed, I think, to struggle a little bit with the pressure. A year on, she's sort of relaxed into her game again.
Yeah, I think it's been a relief now that the French Open has passed, because I think that there was a huge weight on her shoulders as a defending French Open champion, and over the 12 months leading up to the French Open this year, she just wasn't living up to the expectation, what people expected of her. Ranking dropped outside the world's top 10, but it will return inside the world's top 10 after her results at this year's championships. And she's a great player. She is a player who should be inside the world's top 5.
She's got Conchita Martinez in her box, the 1994 Wimbledon champion. How much of a factor are having these former champions working with the players now? There seems to just be a bit more belief between player and coach, because the player knows the coach has been there and done it before themselves. Yeah, well, Conchita is someone she knows incredibly well, because Conchita's also the Fed Cup captain, as well as Davis Cup captain for that matter. She's a busy woman. But her coach, Sam Sumik, who travels with her the rest of the year round, isn't able to be here because I believe his wife is expecting a baby any day now. But I think it's actually been quite refreshing for her to have a new voice in her ear. Conchita has spent time with her at other tournaments, during the course of the year, so they know each other well. She knows Garbiñe's game well, and of course the fact that Conchita has won here is going to help, no doubt about it. She knows how to play on grass. She knows how to advise Garbiñe on what to do. And, it's a fresh voice. She might not be saying anything drastically different to what Sam Sumik might have been saying. But sometimes I do think it's good for players, just to have somebody different to give them a bit of information now and then. And it seems to be working well. Fresh eyes, fresh ideas. Let's take a little look at the match yesterday, the quarterfinal against Svetlana Kuznetsova, who's a veteran in her own right. She's a 2-time Grand Slam champion. Garbiñe Muguruza, though, has had the experience at least of getting to this stage of the championships before. She did become the first Spanish woman to reach the final here since Sanchez Vicario in 1996, when she did that 2 years ago. She's trying to become the first person to win here since Conchita Martinez did so in 1994, the first Spanish woman, that is, excuse me. Yesterday, she was incredibly impressive. It was a three-set, excuse me, it was not a three-set match. It was straight set, 6-3, 6-4. I think many people were expecting this one to be a bit more of a tighter contest, Annie.
Yes, I was one of those people. You know, Garbiñe made this look a lot easier than perhaps it was, but I was expecting a three-set battle. But Garbiñe seems to be moving incredibly well. She's striking big, and she's growing in confidence in this tournament. So, you know, it is good to see from the former finalists here.
It's got to be a relief to these women that Serena isn't in the draw, that, you know, she's lost to her before in the final here. Venus has lost to her before. It's just that no one doesn't like to see Serena here because she's such a true champion, but it does make it that much more open. So Garbiñe Muguruza will play Magdalena Rybarikova in the women's semi-finals tomorrow. This was the match point against Kuznetsova in the quarter-final. And that long ball guaranteed the place for her. Quite an understated reaction, actually. I think she expects this of herself.
Yeah, well, like I said, you know, right now I don't think she's short on confidence. She's grown in confidence throughout this tournament, and it's good to see her smiling again, because there was a time more than 6 months ago where she looked like she didn't want to be on the tennis court. She looked like she was on the verge of tears a lot of the time, and struggling to deal with the expectation. But yeah, maybe the pressure is off. No one expected too much from her coming into this tournament, and now she's exceeded expectations.
Yeah, she was the 14th seed, which was a little bit of a change to when she was here last year. You may have been hearing the roars from behind us. That is because we are in a third set tiebreak with Andy Murray and Sam Querrey. Andy Murray does have a mini break. He's 4-1 up, and we'll keep you posted. In the meantime, we're going to listen to what Garbiñe Muguruza had to say after her straight sets win yesterday, ahead of her semi-final with Rybarikova tomorrow.
I think I just the opponents that I played against them a lot of times, except maybe the first 2 rounds, which are a lot of players, new players, or just that I didn't play. But after that, when you're in these rounds, generally you face people that I've faced before, and we know each other. So maybe one day you play better, maybe the other one plays better, but it's kind of, you know, I'm handling pretty good, for sure.
What gives you the most confidence right now?
I think just knowing how to deal with these important matches. I think that's the toughest part, you know, knowing that you go out there and you're playing, you know, quarterfinals of Wimbledon. That is, you know, the match that you want to go and play and win. So it's also a combination of not being too anxious, not being too nervous. Try to free your mind, just try to concentrate on the tennis part and not about everything else.
And where does that come from, that ability to do that?
Well, I think I've been working on that since a long time, and before I was kind of more emotional because, you know, I was showing more emotions on the court. Now I'm trying to handle it better, and I think that's experience. Like I said before, the year that I make final here, I felt like I was a completely different player. You know, now I feel maybe more solid mentally, going out there and knowing what to do. So it's, I think, with the experience and the years.
So that's Garbiñe Muguruza. Yesterday, this is the current scene on Henman Hill. It's a pretty tense time at the moment. It's 6-1 in the third set tiebreak. Andy Murray is up 6-1. He's looking to try and take this third set, and he's just made a Hawkeye call on Querrey's ball, which was actually in, so it's now 6-2 in that third set tiebreak, and we will keep you posted, as will probably the crowd's cheers, as and when that set is completed. So Sam Querrey continues to serve. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back to the fourth semi-finalist tomorrow. That is the lady who seemingly has been the story of the championship so far in this ladies' draw, aside from the British hope, Johanna Konta, you have to say. Rybarikova is the only unseeded player into this stage of the championships. She knocks out one of the tournament favourites, Karolina Pliskova. She's had this wonderful story of returning from knee and elbow injuries last year. Wasn't sure she was going to continue the game. Often when you cause a big upset, you know, you don't typically keep progressing. She has done, and she's done really well. Coco Vandeweghe, I think, yesterday wilted a little bit. Many people expected her to win that match. Do you really think that Magdalena could go all the way to the finals now?
I'd be amazed. I mean, she surprised me so much, as it is, throughout this year's championships. I didn't think Coco was great last night. I actually thought Coco would win that match against Magdalena. But Coco just didn't perform. I don't know whether the pressure got to her and maybe it was the rain delay. I don't know. They started on court 1, but finished on centre court under the roof. But it was just flat from Coco. Rybakova, I mean, she junks it around. She puts a lot of balls in play. And she's won a lot of matches on grass. 4 weeks ago, I watched her beat Heather Watson in the final of the Surbiton Challenger. And she's just gone from strength to strength.
This is the furthest she's advanced in any single Grand Slam appearance. Coco, as you say, just wasn't comfortable. It was a funny day, rain delays, change of court, but having said that, she wasn't entirely comfortable when she first came out on court number 1, despite the encouragement that Pat Cash seemed to have given her being her coach. This lady is a new hero. It's something of a fairy tale, and Rybakova is in for semi-finals where she will play a Grand Slam champion in the shape of Garbiñe Muguruza. Meanwhile, the cheers behind us have informed us that Andy Murray secured that tiebreak. He's won the 3rd set, so he is now 2-1 over Sam Querrey. You can see the score just below you there, 6-3, 4-6, 7-6. So we will let you know how that develops. There is, of course, plenty of tennis going on across the grounds, and that is just the first quarter-final on centre court of the day. But as we continue to get you set for what will be the ladies' semi-finals tomorrow, we're going to listen to what Magdalena Rybakova had to say yesterday after the upset over Coco Vandeweghe.
Well, obviously I was dreaming about it since I was a little kid, to be semi-final in the Wimbledon, and I think all the players are dreaming about this to happen. But well, I mean, before the match I was still saying to myself, it's great to be quarterfinal, just be relaxed, just play your game, and then we'll see what's going to happen. And even when I had the match points, I was all the time thinking the same, you know, and just to be relaxed. And I was really not that nervous. I was very surprised, because I was always thinking before, when I was home, like how nervous I would be when I was watching the other players to have a match points and to get in the semi-final. And I was really not that nervous, and maybe that's why I also made it. I mean, it's great success for me, and that's why maybe it was more easier for me, because I was never favorite of any match to win. Maybe against Martic, because she was worst ranked, but she has been playing so well, also in Roland Garros, and recently she had great result. And the way she played, I mean, she played really like a top player. So. But I would say I didn't have that much pressure. I mean, I played Pliskova, I played so many good players, so I just stayed relaxed. So I think it was even advantage for me to not be seeded and to not expect something from myself.
So there we have our 4 ladies semi-finalists for tomorrow. This is a wonderful scene. This is the All England Club live this afternoon. It is just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Blue skies, a little bit of cloud cover, and that is the outside of centre court overlooking the outside courts. Now, inside those windows, believe it or not, is where the players walk to make their way to centre court, if that's where they're playing on the day. It's known as the Walk of Champions. Dan Bloxham is the man in the know, and our Rachel Stringer caught up with him a couple of days ago to find out just what exactly the walk entails.
I'm with Dan Bloxham, the Master of Ceremonies here at the All England Club. Sounds like a very important role. Dan, just tell us a little about it, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the sort of guy that gets everything rolling, really, every day. So they always say to me in the dressing room, what time's lift-off? And really my job is to make sure that the right players get to the right court at the right time, but try and make it kind of really friendly and relaxed, but also make it special. So the club are almost inviting them to come and play on centre, and what a special occasion it is. And for us, time is everything. So we're talking about seconds, not minutes. And obviously in the international world, time is very different in different countries, and that's the fun bit. Trying to explain to them the All England time, and they say, well, what's that? Maybe in another country. And I said, well, maybe it's a minute for you, you know. So it's quite good banter, and sometimes I'm never quite sure if they're joking or not joking, so I always take it as a joke.
So one of those roles, like you just tried to mention there, is escorting the players from here, or from the men's dressing room down there, or the ladies just behind us over there, all the way onto centre court. to get there on time for their match? They come through here then, and then where do they go from here?
Well, we normally gather here, so this bit of area here is a very tense little moment before we actually move off towards centre. We know it's a 2-minute 30 walk, and if we do it that sort of easy speed, we've got 20 seconds left. If we get delayed by whatever reason, and maybe a royal party walks past us and we might wait a second, then we'd probably walk a bit quicker. So it's a 2-minute 20 probably is the exact time to get there. And as we go along the corridor, it's on finals day, it's like very calm in here. We just have the military stewards on all the doors. But as we come across here, you go past the general public on the walkway here in St Mary's Steps, and all of a sudden it goes... And they suddenly realise it's Andy or Roger or Rafa or Novak or whoever it is. And they actually go, it's amazing. They start jumping up and down. And maybe the parents with the kids, and the kids are looking at their parents saying, why are you going so crazy? So the players on finals day just ignore that. They kind of just stay right in their zone, walking ahead. You've got some more people here just behind the doors. And again, they try and just stay in their game. And some of them have their headphones on really loud, which is always quite funny to me. So I'm trying to listen to what they're playing, but I haven't quite managed that yet. And I'm just trying to keep a nice, easy pace. And all the way along here, if they weren't already excited about their match, they've got literally a countdown to who's been winning over the last sort of 80 years.
And they're hoping I'm going to be next on there.
Absolutely. On this side, you know, they've got players from their own countries, and they want to be part of history. So this whole walk it's kind of just is a build-up to that crescendo when we go out onto centre.
And do you actually have to knock on the dressing room door to get them out, or are they poised and ready, waiting for you?
That would be the dream. Now, I spend probably the whole day in and out of the dressing rooms, checking they're okay, checking they're happy, making sure they know what they're going to be doing, and really hanging with them, yeah. So I don't just breeze in and breeze out. I try and sort of stay around. On finals day, I'm probably in the dressing rooms 5-10 minutes before, but I'll be quite relaxed. We might have the cricket on or the Grand Prix, or I'll pretend I'm reading the paper. Any trick that I can have. Yeah,
we've got some trophies as well around here, haven't we?
Yeah, these are all the events and the sort of matches the club are involved in. And there's little landmarks that I know that I can hear as we walk across here. There's a slightly different sound on the floor, so I can gauge how far back the players are behind me.
And this is plush carpet. If you can't see, it is plush carpet. I think it was Halep who said that actually it's like a hotel in here. It's like a 5-star hotel. And even when you come out on the ground as well, and you kind of don't notice that for people watching, do you?
We only have plush carpet at Wimbledon, obviously. Yeah, no, well, we're entering into the members' area. So we've come off the sort of way to the stands. We're now in the members' areas, and we're going into the royal box. And as we come into this area here, it's often lined with the guests of the day who'd like to see the players go onto court. But if you have the president of, say, Spain or something, they will say to whoever's going down in their own language. Sometimes I don't know what they've said, if it's Serbian or it's another language, but they would say good luck. I imagine that's what they're saying. And as we come down here, it gets very tense. The trick here is obviously not to fall down the stairs, so I always hold on with 2 hands. And by now we're getting very excited. So the players are speeding up, and then it's getting quicker and quicker. Luckily, there's a cameraman ahead of us who actually he slows us down a little bit. Otherwise, I think we'd be running by the time we got down here. So I think as we come down, again, I can hear where the players are with the footsteps, and also I can look back just to see how far they are behind me. Because what wouldn't be great is to arrive with one player and the other player miles down the corridor.
And can you tell which ones look really nervous? Do any of them ever look nervous, or are they that much professionals that they are so composed and calm?
Yeah, I think the guys who've never been on centre before, they're more nervous. So as you get to the quarters, semis, generally the guys have been on here before, and I think they are super calm because they wouldn't want to give away anything to the opponent. So I'd say the phrase is excited, but it's controlled excitement. And again, here, if ever they wanted to know about, history, we've got 1877 on the board. So we're talking a big time that the events have been running, and they want to be part of that board. They all want to be the most Grand Slams. They want to be the most Wimbledon champions. So it's another physical reminder for them that the gravitas of what's going to confront them is huge. It's historic.
And it's actually nice and cool in here as well. There's some good air conditioning in here. And when you get here then, Dan, is it about 10 seconds? You might have to wait about 20 seconds here, isn't it?
We're nearly there. So we come into this magic bit of carpet, which today looks like a little bit of carpet. But on finals day, it has a camera here and a camera here. And I think it's 150 territories around the world it's going to. So we try and look very composed, and we'd say to the guys, so just check everything's ready for us. So I leave them here, and if I kind of know from glancing at my watch we've got a little bit of time, I'll be a little bit calmer and have a bit of a Hollywood moment.
And then we walk out here.
I look around here and you can see the digital, the clock here. So I can look across here and see on the wall the times. So I literally stand here and wait for that clock to tick over to 2:00. I think in this commentary booth is Patrick McEnroe, who I know him quite well. Often will do some strange face at me, which obviously I ignore completely.
Because you're also being broadcast to about 150 million people around the world.
When he's going, I will just look at he's not there. I check the clock, and then if it goes to 2:00, I think thank goodness for that, we're right on time. And then I'd say, I think we're quite relaxed when we talk to the guys. I could say, gentlemen, are we ready to play? But I say, okay, guys, should we go? Or keep it very, very sort of informal. And as we come out here, the crowd is there's a hubbub before we come out. But as I step out here, it starts to get much louder. Obviously, I think it must be for me, but then I realise there's a couple of guys behind me that's probably a little bit more important. So we come along here, and then we take our step over here. You always hear that little clonk there, so you know the players are behind you. And then as I get to here, it goes... So it's incredibly loud. And then, again, just look back to make sure I've got both players, because it would look not so good if one just stopped to do his laces or whatever, and you've got one player and not the other one. So there's always kind of things, even when you think you're there, that can kind of go wrong. So I come out to here, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Step on the grass.
Step on the grass, and I come to about here, and then I would just say to the guys, good luck, and I clap them onto court, because I think from here they can't go back into the dressing room. And if they did, I probably would work around them and stop them from going back in, because once they're on the court, kind of for that moment, then that's my bit done.
I was going to say, during the match then, do you ever get involved?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite a good link between the players' boxes and the players. So sometimes I think, like on Monday, Kyle wanted some other shoes, and he was probably the only guy who might know to get the shoes hustled up for him. So that would be an interesting one. Or they need some more of their drink. They might just pass the drinks over to him. We might take them on. And then my other one, which is my new top of my CV, is I'm the toilet break king. Which I didn't think that would be on my CV, but
talk us through it then. What do you do?
Well, when they come off court, they're very pumped. Generally, they're either had a high or a low. They've been playing for 2 hours. Their body's like flying around, and as we go out to the bathrooms, they're kind of through a corridor, turned through some doors and on, and it's accessed by members, and it's accessed by a few people, so it's not like only players. And often the players will run in and they could knock someone over, or so I try and make sure that I keep everyone out of the way and make sure they go to the right area, because if they go back upstairs, back to the dressing room, that's like 5 minutes, which we don't want to take 5 minutes from the play. So it's to be ready for the toilet breaks, and then to make sure they get to the bathrooms okay, make sure the umpires are with them, and then get them back out, which sounds quite trivial, but it saves some time, but also it makes it quite calm for them, because it's probably not many areas in an international in the middle of the match where they would go into a semi kind of area where there are other people other than that just working on the event.
And last question, what would it mean to get Joe Conter and Andy Murray potentially in the finals, and for you to walk them out because you know them both personally? Do you think that would kind of put them at ease more as well, knowing that they have a friendly face escorting them onto centre court?
Absolutely. So for the ladies, we have a really nice girl called Lorraine who helps with me, who looks after the ladies, who's played at Wimbledon as well and is a member. So again, a friendly face. And certainly for Joe, I probably would see her just five minutes before and on that one smile. But so, I think with Andy, I was probably the last person he spoke to before he went for his first final, and one of the first people that he saw when he came off. So it must help, because they like familiar. They like to feel a routine. The routines they take to the dressing rooms and back here is the same each time. And when the guys actually win, I think, well, that's okay. I must be doing something right, because actually they've won. But if they lose early on, I think, oh my goodness, did I ask them the wrong way, or did I say it too? You can actually end up, you could worry a lot, to be honest. So if you have a really big player lose first round, you think, was it my preparation that didn't help? And I don't think I've done anything different, but that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to perfect that simple thing to get from there to here, but make it as cool as possible.
Well, thank you so much for showing us that champion's walk there out here on centre court. You do have an amazing job, and this guy is probably the most punctual man at Wimbledon. Yeah, no, I've learned well. We get taught early on that on time is on time here. You don't want to mess around with that. Well, I'm not going to keep you any longer, because you might be late for your second job of the day. Quite right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, indeed, it is Pimm's o'clock. It's approaching 3:30 in the afternoon on this Wednesday. It is the 12th of July, and it's men's quarterfinals day at Wimbledon, otherwise known as Day 9. Now, this is the ladies' invitational doubles that's currently taking place on court 18. Tracy Austin is playing with the Helena Sukova. They are the #1 seeds, and they are playing against Andrea Jagger, the American, with Conchita Martinez. Conchita Martinez, I should say, from Spain. Now, Conchita has been spotted all the time in the players' box because she's been working this fortnight with Garbine Muguruza, who is one of the semi-finalists and will be playing tomorrow. This, though, a day off, and must be so nice for these some former champions, old friends, former hitting partners to get back out and play together.
It is, but sometimes it isn't, because I played in this event last year. I'm not in a fit state this year. And actually, I think, was it 2 or 3 years ago, the first time I played with Conchita, who is absolutely lovely. But some are more competitive than others.
Really?
Still,
Yes.
and will do anything to win, whereas others are more happy entertaining the crowd and having a bit of a giggle with their partner. But, you know, it's great for the fans to be able to see these former champs in action and still striking the ball nicely. But I'll let you in on a secret. The speed gun is switched off.
Is it?
When the invitational players play, you don't want to know the speed of the serve, trust me.
Oh, I love it. That's quite funny. There we go. A little secret, nice little volley from Conchita Martinez there. Backhand from her partner, Jagger, who's got the backward cap on.
Yeah, I remember when I played with Conchita, we had a good giggle, but I got the yips on my backhand and she got the yips on her forehand, so we weren't the best combo.
Well, they're a point away from being broken here. American is on her second serve. Cheater at the net. Oh, she left the volley, Conchita, but the partner had it.
Game, Miss Austin, Miss Sukova.
And that ball was long and they're broken. So, very early stages of that game. We'll keep you posted. That is part of the flavour of the Wimbledon Championships here in the second week. Now, though, let's check in with Craig O'Shaughnessy, who is with another winner today.
Well, we have the #1 seed in the girls' draw, Kayla Day from Santa Barbara, California. It feels like Santa Barbara weather out here right now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just won in the round of 16, 6-4, 6-4, through to the quarters. We have a little vision that we're going to look at from your match. But first of all, tell us about the momentum.
There were definitely a couple of momentum swings throughout the match. There were times where I would break her and be up a break, and then she broke me back. So it was kind of an up and down match, but so I'm happy that I was able to close it out.
Okay, we've got some stats from your match. First serves in 62%. That's fantastic. That's the tournament average in the ladies' draw, and the men's draw did very well there. First serves won 77%. Second serves won 33%. What happened there?
Yeah, I was definitely hitting my first serve really well, placing it really well, hitting it big. I think I just could have gotten a little bit more on my second serve. She was attacking it well, so.
Do you like to kick it? Do you like to slice it? Do you like to mix it?
It's kind of a slice kick.
A slice kick?
Yeah.
As you do. Now, okay, returns in. This was one of the best stats, 86%. You hit 64 returns, you put 55 in the court. How do you do that? How do you make so many returns? Are you that aggressive, or are you blocking? What's the game plan?
I felt like she wasn't stretching me that much on my returns,
okay,
so it was easy to block it. I think I made a lot of returns, but I also could have gone for a couple more.
It's the balancing act, isn't it? Maybe you could even say for future matches, 86% may be a little high. You might want to be a little more aggressive, especially against second serves.
Exactly, yeah.
Cool. Okay. Forehand, winners from the back of the court. Forehand 11, backhand 10, 32 overall. Very solid numbers. Forcing errors, you had 12 on the forehand side, 17 on the backhand side. Most players have it there when they get attacked. What happened today?
Yeah, I think she was just able to push me really well to my backhand.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times I would get there kind of late and hit it in the net. So definitely, if I can load my legs a little bit better and hit it higher, it will benefit me.
Sounds like there's some good coaching behind this young lady. Now, 13 of 16 won at the net. I'm a lefty that loves to go to the net. You're a lefty that loves to go to the net. I like to come in with a heavy forehand to the opponent's backhand. How about you?
Yeah.
Heavy spin, Lots of power.
On grass, it's a little bit harder to hit the heavy spin, but it still works.
What do you do with your first volley?
First volley, it depends. If it's a higher volley, I'll go cross on it, and if it's a lower volley, I'll keep it line.
I got to tell you a quick little story here. When I was younger, I played at the Albury grass courts in Australia. My backhand volley was so bad, I would serve in the ad court, run to the net, and I'd run all the way to the alley to avoid hitting a backhand volley. I'd hit a forehand volley over there. Now my backhand volley is my favorite shot in the world. Your backhand volley?
I think my forehand volley is a little bit better, but the backhand volley is coming along.
I like to hear that. Now, lastly, baseline points won. And this is very interesting. The average at the championships in the women's draw is 46%. It's a losing average. In fact, we looked at all of the four semi-finalists. They've only won combined one more baseline point than they've lost, and they haven't lost a match yet. You won this match. You only won 41% from the baseline. Your opponent won 54%. Does that surprise you? It was only 41%.
Yeah, it definitely surprises me, but it shows me that the points that I come to the net, I win a lot of. So
exactly.
Should probably keep doing more.
Get to the net. We're going to look at some points here from your match. We have 3 points.
Okay.
You're down here returning, and then also a match point. Talk us through it. Tell us what you're seeing from your match. Cross court. Like that backhand down the line.
That's an angle.
Love the angle. Let's go back to that one there. What do you see? I like to do this too. Right there, we're just going to pause it. What do you see? Because for a lot of players out there, they're like, oh, I'm a junior too. I would like to be the #1 seed. There's a wide open area to go down the line, but you choose to not do that. You choose to go cross court. What do you see that makes you go cross court here?
Well, I think that she might have been expecting me to go line.
Let's have a look. Let's zoom in.
But I also try to keep it really short cross court, so I think that even if she got to it, she'd be running up and she would have to hit it up. So I'd be right at net to get it.
Perfect. So let's play that again. Very smart. Like that one. How'd you like the atmosphere out there?
It was good, yeah.
Running around, middle, maybe a little short there, but I like the middle. Ripping that backhand. Oh, I love that. Superb. I want to rewind it. I saw something in there. A nice little coaching moment on that approach shot. Let's go here and right there. I want to pause that. You do a great job of keeping your opposite hand right there. It's come off. For a lot of you juniors out there, I'm just going to put this down. We release too early. We just let go, and it doesn't turn the shoulders, it doesn't turn the hips. We just release the racket. You do a fantastic job of keeping that on, as we see right there.
Thank you.
Have you done that from a young age?
No, it's definitely something I've worked on. I know that when I keep my arm up longer, I tend to make more of them because I'm just more stable and turn longer. So.
Fantastic. Okay, so again, we approach to the backhand. Good use of the opposite hand, which is your right hand on the overhead there as well. Returning down the far side, putting pressure on. Good lefty patterns. You play like a lefty.
That drop shot wasn't too good, but luckily I got the passing shot.
I like that. Now, have you hit many drop shots in the first couple of rounds?
Actually, this was the first match that I was really using my drop shot. I think it worked a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So I think it was the right play. I just didn't execute it as well as I would have liked to.
Terrific. I believe this is match point.
Yeah, this is
right
match
here.
point.
Serving down the end, nice lefty slider. There we go. We are through to the quarterfinals here at Wimbledon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
6-4, 6-4. Very well done.
Thank you.
What happens after you've finished? Do you go stretch? Do you go eat? What's the routine?
Normally my routine is I go stretch first, I bike, then I stretch, and then normally I'll either see the trainer, take an ice bath, or if I have a doubles match, like I'll just see the trainer or something to get whatever I need worked on, and then I'll go shower and get ready for my next match.
Well, thank you so much for coming and joining us, and all the best. And let's head out to Rachel out on the grounds.
Thank you.
Chris Clary, tennis writer for the New York Times. Chris, how are you?
I am doing great. over the jet lag from Bermuda. I was there for the America's Cup, and I'm ready to go.
So it's sailing and it's tennis for you.
It's been a nice summer so far, yeah.
Well, Wimbledon is the best. Let's talk Wimbledon. We've had the ladies' quarterfinals. We're now on to the semi-finals tomorrow. And I hope you're going to be the expert on Venus Williams for me to just tell us how impressed you have been with her this tournament.
You know, I covered a match on one of the outside courts. I think it was court 2 back in 2012. She was suffering from her autoimmune disorder and sluggish. I thought it would be her last match at Wimbledon, honestly. And people were watching the match felt the same way. I was out there with Pam Shriver, a couple of other longtime players and experts. We all felt that was going to be, probably the end of the road. And she said no, and she was absolutely right. And here she is 5 years later playing great tennis.
And Chris, for people who don't know, can you just go into a little bit more detail about her immune disorder? Because some days she can be right as rain, and others she can find it very difficult, can't she?
Yeah, I'm no medical expert, but from what I understand, it saps your energy. She had to change her diet around radically, cut out a lot of different things. It limits your training. It limits a lot of things. And, Venus has always been a really hard worker. That's the way they were raised by their mom and their dad, both she and Serena. A lot of hours on the practice court. Had to change the way she approaches things in a major way. And I've seen her play matches when she just gets up in the morning and she just doesn't have it. Energy, she looks sluggish, missing shots right and left, and she's kept coming. And I think she's really learned how to figure it out over the years.
And she's now 37, playing here, the oldest in the field by far. She's playing people that are 17-year-olds, isn't she, coming through? What have you been most impressed with throughout the tournament so far from her, and what have been her strengths, in your opinion?
Venus at her best is a suffocating player on grass. She really understands it. Pretty flat hitter. Very, very good mover coming forward and into the corners. But I think, with her serving's been a key this week. Serving very well under pressure, playing some big returners and some of these young players, Ostapenko yesterday. So that's been huge for her. The other thing I think is basically just that people always forget with the Williams sisters, they talk about the offense and the ball striking and the power and the serving. They're also great defenders. They really are on any surface. It's been one of the big keys to their success. And Venus has played some great defense here against some strong baseliners. And obviously Jo Konta will be another one.
And what do you think it's done for Venus not to have Serena here this year? Do you think it's been a good thing for her?
Well, objectively, it's got to be a good thing in terms of her chances to win. I think it makes it a strange Wimbledon for her. They are so interconnected, those two. I know they've been talking every day, at least after every match. And Serena obviously has got a lot to talk about these days. They both do. And I think it makes it feel different to her. But I think she's also a smart person about her tennis, and she knows that not having the one player she fears on grass in this tournament has to increase her chances. It's that simple.
I know you spoke to one of the Williams' other sisters as well, and she mentioned Serena and how she feels not being here. Can you just tell us what she said Serena was feeling?
The word was FOMO.
I mean, that means fear of missing out.
That's what it means, yep. Which is typical Serena, I suppose. And, they really are, they're hooked up, they're connected in that way, and they just kind of one organism. And it's amazing to think because it's a rivalry, first and foremost. And the fact that Serena exists has deprived Venus of a lot of Grand Slam titles over the years. But there's still an amazing connection between the two. And I feel like, the way they play together, when they play doubles, you can feel it. So all those things are coming into play here. But Serena has got obviously other things in her life right now. Going to give birth in about 6 weeks to 2 months.
And Venus, as we know, is up against our kind of heroine at the moment, the British heroine, Jo Konta. What can we expect from that epic match tomorrow?
It's a great matchup. Obviously, Jo's had some good success against Venus in the past. No reason she can't again. My question is just, this is a huge moment in Jo Konta's career. This is a center court match. I mean, everybody who has any connection to this tournament wants to win it someday. She has all this history behind her. How's she going to react to that? We know how Venus can handle those matches because she's handled them in the past. She's won here 5 times. I just don't know how Jo's going to handle that. She has the tools and the game and the way she's playing to beat Venus, no doubt. But it's to be a big-hitting, aggressive match.
But you said Venus can handle those matches. Yes, she can, but she's up against a British player this time at Wimbledon, which hasn't happened in the semi-finals in a long, long while. Will that extra person on the pitch, I guess, in terms of the crowd for Jo, really give her that advantage?
I think it'll lift Jo. I don't think it's going to affect Venus very much at this stage of her career, honestly. I mean, I think Venus has kind of seen it all in a lot of ways. Anybody who's been able to play her closest friend and confidant in a bunch of Grand Slam finals and deal with that psychology, I think can handle the noise on center court. But it could definitely lift Jo if she lets it happen that way.
And we always talk about Serena as the star. Venus is the older sister, but the one kind of under Serena, in Serena's shadow. And do you think Venus, if she potentially could win, could kind of put that to bed a little bit?
I'm not sure that's really her objective. I'm not sure the way she would express it that way. I think a lot of us feel that. because clearly we all can understand. A lot of us have brothers and sisters. We understand the rivalries that go on. And it's clear. I mean, Venus would have had a much better bottom line on Grand Slam titles if Serena didn't exist. But then again, would she still be playing without Serena? It's all linked together. They have helped each other continue on and prosper and stay motivated. But I mean, bottom line, it's just an amazing story. It really is. Two of them, from where they come from, the odds of that happening, and the fact that I think yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, they both now have 86 victories in singles at Wimbledon. 86 and 86 after all these years.
Well, I think everybody loves the Williams sisters, but I think as a British fan, a British resident, I've got to say that I'm rooting for Jo Konta, but Williams sisters are going to go down in history, aren't they?
Yeah, and Venus, if it weren't Jo Konta, she would be the sentimental favorite beyond belief out there, right? Think about that, just about what she's been through, how much she clearly loves the game, because you're right, Serena's more of a star in classic terms, embraces all of that, all the things on the outside, all the hoopla. I think Venus is more into it for the game itself, the personal challenge, the forehands and the backhands. Serena does that too, but it's a whole picture. And I think Venus wouldn't mind doing without that. So tomorrow it's going to be center court against Jo Konta between the lines.
And if Jo Konta was to make the final, she would definitely become a star in Great Britain, that is for sure. Thank you.
Imagine, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you.
My pleasure.
6 games all, first set tiebreak. Both teams receive one additional challenge.
Who do you think's got the edge, Barry, going into the tiebreak?
I think tie-breaks can often just turn on the rub of the green, can't they? It's Cabal who will open it.
Did you say run of the green or rub of the green?
Rub.
1-0. Cabal and Spears. Spears.
And that's exactly what it means, right? The unpredictableness of perhaps a tiebreaker and the bounce of a ball, particularly on grass. You never know exactly what you're going to get. But they're very happy they've got that first mini break. Yeah, good serving from Spears. Been pretty consistent throughout.
Cabal and Spears.
He's certainly not lacking in support here.
Gee, she's been so solid today, serving through the middle of the court.
4-1. Cabal and Spears.
She's been catching Kitchenok on that serve now. She's catching Pavic right down the tee.
Well,
she sets up perfectly for this. In the grip, same as the service, and she perfectly places that past Cabal.
Oh, he's unlucky.
Cabal and Spears.
He looked at the line and presumably decided it had caught the line. Yes, and it did too. But it left such an opening. So the break back.
Cabal with Spears.
Well, this is a lot tighter than they were hoping for. 4-1 up, and then things got back nice and tight. Jacob looks very comfortable, though, unaware of what's really happening. Pavic just has the advantage, doesn't he? 6-2, gets a good swing on that ball, making a difficult serve for Spears. It's been pretty consistent throughout.
Six-5. Pavic, Miskitchenok.
So the first set point is to Pavic and Kitchenok. Spears looking to maintain her quality of serve.
Game in first set. Pavic, Miskitchenok. By 7 games to 6.
Following the Andy Murray-Sam Querrey blockbuster on centre court, they're deep in the fifth. We're going to see this one right here. Milos Raonic tackling Roger Federer. The first thing to understand here, and we all think, oh, Roger's doing well and he's going through the tournament, he's playing great, he's having a magnificent year. Roger has not beaten Milos for over 2.5 years. It was 2015 Indian Wells where Roger got him 7-5, 6-4. 2016 Brisbane to start the year, Raonic won 4-4. And last year here at Wimbledon in the semi-finals, centre court, Roger Federer went down in 5 sets. And all you need to know about that match is right here in the 4th set. So Federer was up 2-1. Everything was going swimmingly for the Swiss. He was serving at 5-6 in the 4th set. And two things happened at once that we've never seen from Roger here at the championships. He led 40-love and he lost that game. It's never happened. He served 2 double faults in that game. It's never happened. Roger went 40-love. He lost the next point, 40-15. 2 doubles to go to juice. He had another game point. In fact, he had 4 game points there, and that's really where he let Milos Raonic back into this match, and Milos ran away with it 6-3 in that deciding set. Here's a few stats from last year's semi that are absolutely going to be playing out today in the quarterfinal. Raonic served and volleyed 16 times. Excuse me, he served and volleyed 19 times and won 16. Roger served and volleyed 16 times and won 11. So both guys will be mixing that in. It's not going to be the only thing we see like a G. Mueller, but they're still going to be doing it quite a lot. At the net, Raonic won 69% of the points last year. Roger won 68% of the time. Anytime a ball lands short in this match, both guys are going to be all over it, swarming coming forward. Because at the back of the court, the alternative for both players is not going to be good. Milos only won 42% of his baseline points against Roger in this match last year. Roger won 45%. Let's have a look at the tournament progress to see how they've got here. Now, Roger has been sashaying through the event so far, started with a retirement and then a couple of tiebreakers, but in general has been really dominating through his matches, whereas Milos on the other side had to battle against Struff, had to battle against Jusny. 3 sets, 3 pretty tight sets against a very talented Ramos Vinolas, and then 5 sets against Zverev. Now, don't tell Milos this, but I actually picked Zverev to win this match, and that 6-1 in the 5th set there was very telling. So Milos is building. Roger's already there. He's having a great season. He's doing very well here. You know, taking a title in Halle was fantastic for him. Let's see some footage from last year that is definitely going to be playing out in just a few minutes when Murray and Querrey finishes. So we've got Milos serving down the far side, just ripping at the body, and we've got a serve +1 forehand. Now, on the professional tour, no matter who it is, we see this serve +1 tactic a lot, where the player hits their serve and hits a forehand immediately after the serve. There's two choices here. You go with a primary pattern that you'll run 7 or 8 times out of 10, and the primary pattern is almost always through the ad court, taking the runaround forehand to the backhand. After you've done that several times, it then opens up the secondary pattern, which is to play behind to the forehand. So what we see playing out here is the primary pattern. Very nicely done. Now, this ball's behind Roger Federer. This is a very difficult ball to handle. He's stretching, he's reaching, he's just getting his racket on it, but we're not talking about any player right here. That's an amazing shot from Roger, an amazing volley. I don't think I've ever seen Milos's level as high as it was in this set. Maybe against Andy Murray in the London Tour Finals last November. He lost that. He had actually a match point, but he lost that match in a third set tiebreak. Look at that volley. And I love the hold there. There's really no extra movement on that forehand volley. Very focused, very determined, ripping that forehand return. And that's what Milos has got to do today. This is what Roger is going to want to be doing against Milos out in the ad court. Now, Milos is a very tall guy, but we see this serve jumping up. And that's the benefit of the grass courts here at Wimbledon these days. When they went to 100% perennial ryegrass around 2002, it grows straight up. And they scarify it, they bring it back. So the bounce is a lot higher, and you're going to see players hitting more kick serves because they're getting more benefit from them. Milos steps in, rips that. An amazing return off such a high serve. Now, this is pretty amazing. Roger stretches, and Roger is one of the best in the world at pulling the opponent initially off the court to create holes, stretching them out to the side of the court. Roger doesn't have the hardest first serve in the tournament, but he certainly has one of the most accurate. So his first serve has done the job of stretching. He's played behind, and Milos had an open stance backhand on the last return. He has an open stance backhand here once again. A lot of times in a match, you just don't have time to get your feet set. Your opponent is taking time away to get the feet and the hands organized, and we see it here. But this is how well Milos was last year. This one goes for a winner down the line, and that's a breaker serve there. Very focused, very determined. Amazing tennis, stepping in. A little lucky there off the end of the racket, but good things happen when you step forward. Nice slice from Roger. We're very neutral. One of the few times these guys were battling it out from the back of the court. No one's got it, but that forehand there goes deep. Roger sneaks in, very smart ball. And this was the bad tumble that he had. He hit the ground hard, he lay there for a while. Like the playing behind, middle forehands. And Roger, nearly all the time when he's in the middle of the court with the middle forehand, should win the point. But this is what Milos was doing last year, was turning defense into offense so incredibly well. Keeping the point alive. And just combat at the net here. Back behind, doesn't fake him out, but this one, very, very smart. Raonic bombing in, heavy, leaves it, that goes wide, and holy cow, I am into the Wimbledon final. So I can't think of putting together a better highlight reel for Milos Raonic than we just saw. He played aggressively, he served and volleyed, he attacked at will, he moved forward, and that's what is going to be required against Roger Federer today. Federer is going to be blocking that backhand return. He's going to be going down the middle of the court. He's going to be trying to make Milos Raonic hit as many balls below the height of the net. So look for all of those elements when this match comes up on centre court. Let's catch up with Rachel.
You are looking at Centre Court, one of the most iconic courts in the world, right next to one of the many gates here at Wimbledon. And behind me, over here, there's a food court. So to fuel you throughout your day, you can go down there and get Pimm's, strawberries and cream, pretty much whatever you like. And on entering Gate 5 at Wimbledon, you see this, and this tells you the order of play and keeps you up to date on the scores throughout the day. But Wimbledon is a pretty big place. It's set on 42 acres, so let's go and have a look around. This is Centre Court, just a different angle, and obviously that is the royal balcony. This is where the winners will stand on the Saturday and Sunday and hold those trophies high above their heads and just wave at all their supporters down here, because this, during those 2 days, is absolutely packed. And behind me here, we have lots of outside courts. We have courts 2 and 3, they're the show courts, and then we have courts up to court 12 here. Did you know there is no court 13? Some might say due to a superstition, who knows? And did you know all the courts, they face north to south, and that is due to fairness. So everyone super fair and gets the sun obviously in different directions. And that is what happens over here at Wimbledon. Let's keep going. So you've just passed the players' balcony. Up there is the players' lawn. That's where all the players hang out between matches and kind of get ready. There's also a hairdresser up there, and there is also a sushi bar. There's freshly made sushi every single day. And if you're obviously wandering around, you can see all these beautiful flowers, and there are over 50,000 plants supplied each year at Wimbledon. Just gonna have a look who's around. Anyone of note? No, so let's carry on. Other side of Centre Court here, and you can see the order of play for each day and see who gets knocked out and who's progressing through Wimbledon 2017. Let's keep going. This is court 18, and this is where a bit of history was made. So the longest match ever happened here, as you can see, in 2010 between John Isner and Nicholas Mahou. It lasted for 11 hours and 5 minutes over 3 days. That's a pretty long time, right? Next stop. And to my right is the iconic Henman Hill, or Murray Mound, or Conta Kilimanjaro, as it was named yesterday. And that is always absolutely packed. And I've got a fact for you. Did you know that the maximum capacity for the grounds here at Wimbledon is 39,000 people per day? So that's a pretty lot of people to fit in this ground. So a lot of them usually sit up there, and it's a pretty nice way to watch the tennis, if I do say so myself. And this is a viewing platform which is new for 2017, and it's down at a place called Orangi, where all the players practice before heading out to do their matches just over there. And this is a pretty cool place. There's 22 practice courts down here, 18 main courts, which totals 40 courts. And if you come down here, you want to get a glimpse of maybe one of the world-class tennis players in Often, you probably will actually see one, so it's a good place to come. But that is a little snapshot of Wimbledon. It's a pretty big place, and it's a pretty cool place.
All right, Roger, you've won, of course, 7 Wimbledon titles. Do you remember the years?
2003, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 12.
There we go. Can you name the people you beat in all of the finals?
Filipoussis, Roddick, Rafa. Well, Roddick, one more.
Yeah.
Rafa.
Yeah.
Roddick.
Yep.
Murray.
You're correct. You've equalled, of course, the record of Pete Sampras with those 7 wins. Do you remember about your first and only match with him here at Wimbledon?
Yes, in 2001, I played against Pete. I beat him 7-5 in the 5th.
You did. I told you, you got a good memory. It was actually your centre court debut. You were only 19 years old at the time. How nervous were you?
I had ice cold hands. I remember it like it was yesterday.
What did he say to you after the match? Was that maybe a little bit of a turning point for you?
Well, I mean, I was making my move up the rankings, and I think I probably needed a win like this that really gave me belief that I could go much further in my life, in my career. Honestly, Pete didn't say much at the net or afterwards in the locker room. I remember him just seeing him sit there and sort of shell-shocked and sort of sad, reflecting on how did he lose that match. And you know, you shared the locker room with him, and it's just like, ugh, it was terrible because he was my idol and hero, and it didn't feel right, but it was still one of the most special matches I ever played in my life, actually.
Of course, you've now won 18 Grand Slam titles. How special is it that your most recent one came in Melbourne against Rafa, who's been one of your greatest rivals?
It was very special. It was so cool on so many levels. The comeback, and then Rafa's comeback too, and we faced off in the finals, 5 sets. The crowds were unbelievable. They were really loud and into it, and like, I don't know what to tell you. It was just, it was fairy tale for me.
How much does an 8th title here play on your mind?
It would be very cool and very special, yes. And 8 is my favorite number, so I'll give it all I have. We'll see what happens, but I'm more just, if I think of number 8, I see more me celebrating winning the title on the grass, probably somehow, and then lifting up a trophy. That's what I see.
It'll be a special moment for the whole tennis world, I'm sure. Roger, thank you. Best of luck again.
Okay, thank you very much.
When we're picking for Wimbledon, we start at first light. We walk our crops obsessively. We go up and down the rows, we look at every plant. It's still quite difficult to time something so it's absolutely at the peak of perfection when you want it. No summer is the same as another. I'm very conscious of the fact that every berry that we send to Wimbledon is a bit of an ambassador for the farm, because it's such a high-profile event. Really exciting thing is if you can get a strawberry from the plant to the person who's going to enjoy it within a day. It matters a lot to me. It's something that I take very seriously.
Well, there is the scene on Henman Hill, and you might be able to see plenty of crestfallen British tennis fans there, because unfortunately Andy Murray, the top seed, the defending champion, is out of Wimbledon 2017. He's lost to Sam Querrey in 5 sets on centre court. They were absolutely riveted there on Henman Hill, watching on the big screen on the side of court number 1, but ultimately it was disappointment for British tennis fans. He's lost it 3-6, 6-4, 6-7, 6-1, 6-1 to Sam Querrey in the end. Claire Curran is alongside me, Adam Hunt, here on the Wimbledon channel on day 9 of the championships. We're here just alongside centre court where that big upset happened. Claire, we'll talk about the injury and what happened to Andy Murray in the final 2 sets, but are you surprised by the manner of the defeat here? Did you expect Sam Querrey to trouble Andy Murray so much?
Well, there's been so much speculation about how injured he actually was, and I think today we got the answer to that, because obviously that loss at Queen's, where it was a very different performance by Murray, nobody was expecting that. Coming into the tournament, there was a lot of questions about his hip. I think he did a really good job of nullifying those questions, but you could always see on the court throughout all the rounds that he was hobbling a little bit on the court, but I don't think I've ever seen him moving in between points like that in all the years that he's been in Wimbledon. And you know, it's actually testament to just mentally how tough he is, that he's obviously been absorbing this throughout the tournament, and he's trying to get out there. He tried to find a way to win despite clearly being so badly injured.
Yeah, we'll see the highlights in just a few moments' time, but those final two sets, I mean, 6-1, 6-1, really the score tells the story entirely, but it got to a point where he seemed like in the first couple of sets he was able to play through it, took that first set, and then it was close in the second as well, but then we got to a point where it was like, I just can't keep playing. Fair credit to him that he stayed out there and played right until the end, but for the last two sets, Querrey was completely dominant.
Well, it was strange because after he won the third set, when really Querrey played a really terrible tiebreaker for his standards, it looked like Murray might find a way to get through the match. But clearly, even at that point, the hip was so sore and painful. He was using his racket for the majority of the match, almost like a walking stick at times between points, just to hold himself up. And there were games towards the end of the third set that he wasn't even contesting on Querrey's serve, which is so unlike the man.
And the other thing, I suppose, that shows that it may be quite a serious injury was the fact he didn't get the trainer or the doctor out there. We know it's a hip, and there's fairly limited amount you can do to a hip once it's injured, but he didn't decide to get the physio out or the doctor out just to have a look at it, and perhaps that shows that it is a more underlying serious problem that no amount of kind of magic spray or anything like that could fix on the court.
Well, he's obviously very aware of what that problem is and probably felt that a trainer wouldn't be able to actually do anything for it. It was one of the questions that we were asking watching the match in the commentary box. Well, could he get a trainer just to maybe manipulate something, put something back into place? But you know, clearly he knows what that injury is, and that would have had no benefit. If it had a benefit, he would have exhausted that option, and he didn't.
But let's not diminish what Querrey's achieved. I mean, it's a great performance from him, even in those close sets early on that he lost. He played beautifully, and he continues his good run of form here at Wimbledon. He showed us last year, beating Djokovic, what he could do on this surface, and he's continued that this year.
Well, he's a fabulous player. He's a fabulous grass court player, big serves, looks for those forehands and comes in a lot, and he has a lot of weapons that trouble the very best players on the grass court. Beating Djokovic last year, world number one, coming in here this year, beating another world number one, Sam Querrey. Exceptional performances by him.
And I suppose if you look at the draw, it really has opened up for Sam Querrey, because Marin Cilic is looking like he's going to be the man who's going to get through to the semi-final to play him. And I'm sure if you'd offered Sam Querrey firstly a place in the Wimbledon semi-final, he would have grabbed it before the tournament started, and then a match against Marin Cilic in the semi-finals of a Grand Slam, he'd have loved that.
Well, yes, if he gets there and he can play that match, we all thought that we would be seeing Murray-Nadal semi-final, and actually a lot of people were talking Nadal up, that he might come and win this championship. So one of those two men or three men, it could be Muller, will get through to the Wimbledon final, and I don't think many people would have predicted that at the beginning of the tournament.
What now for Murray? I suppose it's we'll wait to hear what he says in his interview, but for him now, the key has to be getting back to full fitness, because we saw improvement from him at Wimbledon. He seemed to be more confident. He was playing well in the opening couple of rounds. Physically, he didn't look too bad. But now the issue, I suppose, and the main focus is just getting back to full fitness.
Well, hips are tricky injuries to have, and that's something that at this stage in his career he's got to manage exceptionally well. Maybe a decade ago, a lot of people might have been saying, if you've got that serious an injury, would you have any longevity left in your career? But obviously we've seen so many of the top guys now go well into their 30s. So the most important thing for Andy is to manage that injury in the right way and to come back stronger and fitter. And whether that means that he's going to have to take a bit of time out, we don't know, and we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we wish him well. Thanks to Claire Curran. We'll have plenty more from Claire here at the Wimbledon channel. But let's get some reaction to that defeat for Andy Murray. As I was saying, plenty of crestfallen Murray fans on Henman Hill, a long way in the distance behind us. Rachel's been catching up with some of them.
So Andy Murray will not be the 2017 champion here at Wimbledon. How was it in there?
It was great in there. I'm gutted that he lost. It took the dinosaurs. He came to Rio and saw Murray win there. But yeah, shame.
Did you expect that?
No, I thought he was going to win. I thought he was good, but his hip looked a bit sore, didn't it? He was limping.
Well, I was going to ask you that. How did he look in there?
No, I think it was a long game for him. He did look like it was a bit painful, but, you know...
But how was the atmosphere? How were the crowd? Were they really rooting for him? Were they kind of pushing him along in there?
Oh, everyone loves it. Everyone loves Wimbledon. His home soil. Brilliant.
Can he bounce back?
Of course. Of course. He's young.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you.
So I've got two Americans here who are probably quite happy with that result. Just tell me what happened in there. Obviously, Andy Murray up against your own Sam Querrey.
It was really awesome because he just came back in the last two sets. Murray just couldn't get to his balls.
Before you went in there this morning, tell me honestly, did you expect that result?
No, definitely not.
So this has been an absolute dream Wimbledon for you so far then?
Yes, definitely.
And just go on.
His first visit to Wimbledon, and this was the first game he got to see, so it was a really exciting match.
And just tell me about your first Wimbledon experience, and this is the first match you got to see. It can't get much better, can it?
No, it was the best match I've ever seen.
But for all the British fans in there, did you feel a little bit sorry for them?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Have a great day.
Oh, thanks. Have a good day.
Well, that ends the scene here at SW19. Sun's still shining. The match is continuing on the outside courts. The juniors still playing through. There's some doubles matches as well down there on court 2. Right at the very bottom of your screen, there's been some great doubles matches so far. Thinning out a little bit on Henman Hill, but they'll still be watching what's playing on the big screen there on the side of court number 1. Inside court number 1, it's Gilles Muller against Marin Cilic. Just a quick score update for you there. Muller took the first set 6-3. Cilic then struck back, took the second 7-6. He's taken the third set 7-5, and it's 5-all at the moment, so very close in the fourth set there. But as promised, let's show you some highlights from Andy Murray's match against Sam Querrey and his 5-set defeat. 3-6, 6-4, 6-7, 6-1, 6-1 to the big American.
Love.
Querrey's in the game.
Sam's played a couple long, tough matches. 5-setter Sanga, he beat Anderson. His legs don't seem to have that spring yet. You hope he can find another gear if he wants to really make this a match. Both guys had opportunities to win this point, that's for sure.
I mean, Querrey will look back and say, why did I go down the line on that one?
Or why didn't he hit it harder? Yeah. He had an opportunity to do a number of things. Unfortunately, picked the wrong one. Still maybe could have won it with that volley. Oh, that's the best move he's made in the match. Good sign for Querrey. Sprung forward after hitting that big forehand.
Murray was keeping an impeccable length on his ground strokes in this rally as well. As soon as Querrey had the chance, in he came. So, 30-all after the longest rally.
40-13.
That's the end of the third set. Just less than half an hour. Murray wins it. 6 games to 3. An hour played in this quarterfinal. First set to Murray on 1 break. Had a break but lost it in this second set.
Love. All.
Jamie Delgado in the middle there. Played over 20 Wimbledons himself.
It is a smart play.
Take it to the opposition.
Absolutely. Tougher to come up with that when you're trying to stay in the set.
15-13.
All of a sudden we may have a match here. Hard to know what the score is when you look at Sam Querrey. Same old look.
Lat for service.
As a drum.
30-14.
This is a bit of a turn up from a set and a break. Murray now set point down.
Can't ask for a better look than Sam Querrey had his weapon, forehand, second serve. Mishit that. Couldn't even get the backhand, and that is extremely disappointing. What a chance for him.
That is a strange loss of technique and control, and the backhand on the previous point that Murray hit wasn't exactly out of the middle. Second set point to Querrey.
Thank you.
Why not?
Game and second set, Querrey.
Fantastic forehand topspin deep into the court. He gets the short ball and then crunches it. You might remember from the first set.
One, 0, Querrey. One all.
Two gimmies.
Nerves
Two,
again
one,
playing a role.
Murray.
Discipline there. You've got to make that return. Got to increase speed as it's coming down a little bit from that high up. Let it bounce. It takes that out of the equation, but too late now.
Thank you. Let first service. One, Murray. 5-1 Murray.
Well, this is a terrible, terrible tiebreak so far for Sam Querrey.
Started with that return at 1-all.
Yeah, then
second serve, it's gone from bad to worse.
Right.
Unfortunate for Querrey, as hard as he's worked, to get back in this set. What an opportunity.
I mean, Murray's hobbling like there's no question he's not.
Yeah, certainly doesn't look 100%. That is for
running
sure.
well.
See if it affects his serve at all.
6-1
Don't think so there. Querrey never in this tiebreak.
Mr. Morris challenge the call.
It's a challenge.
At the left and near sideline, the ball.
But I think it was in.
See, we've been told again and again that Andy's fine, and he's as fit as ever, that he's always walked like he's walking now. And that, but listen, as a man with a metal hip, I can tell one who's got a hip problem.
Murray. Mr. Murray has 2 challenges remaining.
6-2.
6-3.
Now he needs to finish this off. He's had enough leads in this match, both in the second set and the third set, that we don't want to lose the. I say we, impartial. He does not want to lose this first point on his serve.
Thank you, boy. Ball, please.
This is the end where the sun's an issue, and it's poked its head out again.
That's a heck of a shot. Querrey returning the favor. He's seen enough of those in this match.
First serve at 97 miles an hour. He elected to get the first deal in.
I don't think you'll see him do it this time.
Good serve out wide. It brings in the third set. 2-1. Murray in the sunshine of centre court. This has not been easy.
Everything working at the moment for the big man from Southern California.
Law 15.
Murray wants to be serving second in the 5th set, so he's going to make a real effort to get hold, at least make Querrey serve this out.
(15-13). 30 all.
Feasting on that second serve now, and believe it or not, set point
30-40
for Sam Querrey to tie this up. And to get to serve first in the 5th set.
Deuce. Advantage, Murray.
He's hitting off one leg at the moment. No sense of balance to his strokes. Racket head, you so quickly lose control of that if the base isn't there. Set point. Quick match, only 2 hours and 15 minutes. Once again, Querrey going 5 sets. It's been a while.
By 6-1.
But you do feel good when your opponent feels bad.
That's a excellent point. An important point. It's kept him in it a little bit. Part of why Murray's hurting is because Querrey's picked it up so much, so it works in reverse too.
Well, these tennis balls are still pretty new.
Love. Oh. 15 all.
Credit to Sam Querrey, how well he's moving out there, hustling, really taking it to Murray. Outstanding last couple sets. is again. Unbelievable hustle.
Well, he knows these are virtual match points, and he's digging deep.
15, Poulter.
As well he should.
Thank you. Mr. Query on the call at the right search line. The ball's called in.
Well, certainly for Sam, worth looking. Looked like he caught line, but let's see. And maybe, yeah, well, just barely.
Call stands. 30, Poulter.
Wow.
And that point probably means we say goodbye to Andy Murray, but we have to credit Sam Querrey. Unbelievable.
Best point of his life. You just watched.
Oh,
right
not a
there.
man who shows his emotions easily.
Best point of his life by far, right there.
Wonderful to be here to watch it.
Thank you.
It's on the line.
Murray's on the call at the left near side line. The ball's called in. Ball stands.
3 points away.
15 love. Mr.
The
Murray
biggest
has
victory of his
won.
life. Yes, he
Done
beat
doing it.
Djokovic here last year in the third round, but there were circumstances.
30 love.
On the line again. Who would have thought he'd win the last two sets against the #1 player defending champion 6-1, 6-1. Fourth and fifth set.
Well, I have to say it again. There's definitely something wrong with Andy Murray physically. There's no question about that.
When you lose the fight is when you're not feeling right physically. That's the first thing that'll get you not to be able to compete at 100%.
And it's away. And the defending champion, the top seed, is 1 point away from relinquishing the title he won last year with that victory over Milos Raonic. This has been double quick in sets 4 and 5.
One last hurrah.
Poulter 15. Thank you. Let first service. Game, set, match, Query.
And that's it. That it should finish on a huge Query ace. Certainly physically, Andy Murray not right. And we'll find out more about that. But Sam Querrey, a piece of tennis history for him. This is his 42nd appearance at one of our Grand Slams. And no wonder his coach and his partner are absolutely delighted. Nobody has ever had to wait longer to get through to his first Slam semi-final, and it's at Wimbledon where he's done so well in the past. And of course the questions will revolve around Andy Murray. How bad is the hip? We were worried at Queen's Club, and he has not been walking right.
Anticipate that he'll be taking a fairly significant amount of time off at the least to try to get that thing back on track. Querrey, this is the greatest win of his life, considering the circumstances. You got to feel amazing for him.
Well, if Cilic and Muller get a snip of this over on court 1, where they're playing their quarterfinal, they're going to be very surprised to see the scoreline in sets 3 and 4, 6-1, 6-1. That's why the questions will be asked about Andy Murray and his fitness, but nobody could have tried harder to have kept that secret, or to have kept his championship efforts in defence of the Wimbledon he won last year alive. But that is it. Andy Murray is still signing autographs to his eternal credit. And Sam Querrey makes his way back in. He's a semi-finalist at Wimbledon. Fabulous. A shy man, a retiring man, not one that loves the spotlight, but his tennis did the talking today. 2 hours and 42 minutes. Perhaps if Andy Murray had taken that 2-set lead and he was a set and a break up, it could have been different. The bottom line is Murray's out, Querrey's in, and he's talking to Lee McKenzie.
Sam Querrey, slayer of Wimbledon champions. Last year it was Novak Djokovic, this time Andy Murray. What an incredible performance. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm still in a little bit of shock myself. It was just, you know, in that last point, I was so happy to hit the serve, and I'm just thrilled right now.
Andy took the first set in 28 minutes. He looked like he was in a bit of discomfort after that, but you never looked out of it. You played incredibly well. What ultimately was the difference out there today?
You know, I didn't start my best, but I just kept with it, kept swinging away, and then really found a groove in the 4th and 5th set, and, you know, everything kind of seemed to be falling my way then.
It's incredible to think that you're the first American through to the semi-finals of any Grand Slam since Andy Roddick back in 2009. How special does it feel that you are the man to have done that?
It feels great. I mean, this is a dream come true, and to be in the semi-finals and to have it be at Wimbledon makes it even a little more special.
It's important for you to enjoy the moment but not dwell on it too much, because in less than 48 hours you're going to be in your first Grand Slam semi-final. Cilic and Muller are still slogging it out on court 1 just now. What will prep be for you over the next couple of days before you head into this biggest moment of your tennis career?
I'm going to enjoy this one a little bit longer, and then just have an easy day tomorrow, and just you know, do the best I can to get ready for the semis.
Well, congratulations. Well done, Sam.
Thanks.
Just after a 5-set victory over Andy Murray, the defending champion. It was 6-3 to Murray in the first set, 6-4 to Querrey in the second, 7-6 Murray got the third set, and then 6-1, 6-1. Very comfortable in the 4th and the 5th set. It's still very busy though, despite Murray crashing out there on Henman Hill. They're watching the big match on centre court on that big screen there. It's Milos Raonic up against Roger Federer. And Claire, let's talk about that. Milos Raonic obviously making the final last year, his first Grand Slam final. He really announced himself on this stage here at centre court. But the year between then, so from last year's final all the way up to here, hasn't quite really hit the heights, has he? And it seems to be, from what we were speaking to Barry Cowan a little bit earlier on today, and he was just saying that he hasn't seemed to kick his game on. He just doesn't get forward enough, and that limits him on a grass court.
Well, he took on John McEnroe at the start of the grass court season last year, and definitely whenever he came, by the time he came into Wimbledon, he was taking a lot more opportunities, and he was coming forward, and that's definitely something that McEnroe was encouraging him to do. He's been very unlucky with injuries, bad hamstring injury this year. He's pulled out of numerous events, so he hasn't really been able to keep that going. And when you're trying to play that attacking game, that you're coming forward all the time, momentum is key and confidence is key to being able to deliver it. And I just don't feel that he's, up until this point, had that yet.
How much do you think last year's semi-final, where Roger Federer lost to Milos Raonic, was a great match to watch, how much do you think that's in the back of his mind, or is that something that he's just completely put aside and is focusing on this match on its own?
For Federer or for Raonic?
Well, for both of them. Federer getting his revenge, I suppose.
I think for Federer, it was probably the biggest turning point in his year, and maybe even at the end of his career, because if you remember, there was one point that he fell down and he slipped, and Federer has never really done that in the court, and everybody stopped and gasped and thought, is he actually finished? Well, he took a 6-month break, he came back, and he has obviously just transformed his game as well. So I think that moment made quite a big difference to Roger Federer, and he's come back this year. He's playing a different brand of tennis. He's playing that aggressive style that we all thought he needed to do a little bit more, but yet he never seemed to do it. He's been doing that this year. But for Raonic, obviously, he's got to be so confident from the fact that he's beaten Federer last year, but he's also beaten him in his previous match. So it's the last 2 matches Raonic has beaten Federer. He's playing well. He's got the weapons to go out there and beat him. He's done it before, and I think he'll be feeling good about today's match.
How do you think Federer will approach this match differently? Because, as you said, the last 2 times they faced each other, Raonic has come out on top, particularly here on grass on centre court. How will Federer change his game plan to get the upper hand this time?
Well, I think Federer will do the things that he has been doing. He is so in control of himself. He doesn't think a lot about what the other person brings to the court, as long as he brings his level, and he does that well. He thinks that he's good enough to beat everybody. His serve is obviously key. He must hit a lot of big first serves, but also position them very well. He'll be attacking the Raonic backhand. He'll be making him move, trying to keep him back as much as possible. And I think he'll be looking to take every opportunity as well to get into the net.
Do you think the fact that Federer so far has just cruised through the rounds, really hasn't been tested? I mean, in the last match against Dimitrov, wasn't tested hardly at all. In terms of the players that are left in the tournament, do you think physically, even though his age is where it is, he's going to be looking the most fresh going into the semi-finals if he gets there?
I mean, all of these guys are so fit at this stage. I think age for him is actually absolutely irrelevant. He'll be looking, obviously, by the time it gets to the final, he'll probably be thinking less time on court if possible. But I think he just plays one match at a time, and it doesn't matter how long it takes him. He'll think that he is capable, and he is capable of staying out there, into the 4 or 5 hour mark.
That decision to not play at Roland Garros, some people questioned it, some people just completely deferred to his decision there. Do you think what's happened here at Wimbledon and Halle winning there has completely vindicated his decision, and that might set a precedent for other players once they reach that sort of age, that skipping a Grand Slam here and there might actually be a good choice to prolong their bodies?
Well, I don't even know if it was about prolonging his body, or to continue with this aura that is around him, because he's been so successful this year. Very few people have been able to beat him. But if he went to the French and if he played on the clay, it was his least favourite surface. And coming into Wimbledon, I think for Federer, it was really important that he came here as a champion, which is exactly what he did by winning Halle the week before.
So Federer and Raonic taking to centre court fairly recently, but it's Federer who's got an early break there. He leads 4-2 in the first set, and we can just let you know the result from court number 1. We were just saying before we showed you those highlights of Andy Murray against Sam Querrey that Marin Cilic was dominating in the 5th set, and he has now won that match. So it was Muller who got the first set 6-3, Cilic taking the second 7-6, he took the third as well 7-5. Muller then struck back in the 4th set to take it the distance 7-5, but in the end, really, we were watching it just a few moments ago, he sort of ran out of speed in that final set, and Cilic was able to run away with it at 6-1. So we know 2 of the semi-finalists here at Murray. Marin Cilic is through. Andy Murray is through to the semi-finals as well. Let's hear from Andy Murray. He's just been into his press conference, and we can see him walking in. So let's have a look at his limp as he walks in here, and we'll hear from him in his press conference.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Andy Murray. Please, could you raise your hand if you have a question? First question down here.
Hi, Andy. How would you analyze or critique your own game today?
I think I had chances in the first 3 sets. I mean, the second set, I was up, I think I was up 4-3, and then got broken twice there. You know, that obviously turned out to be quite an important part of the match. I did manage to win the third, but you know, maybe I could have got the match done in 3 sets there had I closed out the second after getting the break. And then, you know, Sam served extremely well at the end of the match, and you know, loosened up and, you know, was going for his shots, and nothing much I could do.
Were you in pain at any time?
The whole tournament I've been a little bit sore, but, you know, I tried my best right to the end. I was, you know, gave everything I had, so you know, I'm proud about that. But it's obviously disappointing to lose. You know, at Wimbledon there's obviously an opportunity there, so I'm sad that it's over.
Just following off, Andy, at what point did the injury problem start to become a real issue today, but how important was it for you not to retire? Because by the end of it, you looked like you were in really quite serious pain.
Well, I knew I wasn't going to do any major damage by playing, so, you know, obviously wanted to try and, you know, if possible, find a way at the end. Obviously, that wasn't the case, and like I said, I mean, Sam served great. You know, the end of the 4th set and 5th set felt like he hardly missed any first serves. He was acing me pretty much every time, and I wasn't getting enough power on my serve to put him in any bother there. So he was dictating all of the points. But yeah, that was it.
Andy, have you had any specific discussions at this point with your team about how to fix this problem that you clearly had, and sort of in terms of long-term solutions?
No. I mean, before the tournament, you know, it was very short term, because obviously you want to play Wimbledon, you want to play all of the slams and give your best chance there. So, you know, we were looking at short-term solutions, and now obviously managed to get through a bunch of matches and did okay, and now, you know, sit down with my team and look at the next step, look a little bit longer term. You know, the US Open's, I don't know, 6-7 weeks away maybe, I don't know, something like that. So you know, sit down with my team tomorrow and come up with a plan for what I have to do next.
Andy, there's a possibility your #1 ranking could go after this tournament to Novak, I believe. How tough would that be for that to happen, having worked so hard to get to that point?
Not very. I spoke about that a lot the last few months. I mean, it's going to happen at some stage. I don't think anyone has ever stayed at #1 their whole career. It always comes to an end. You know, and I haven't played well enough this year to deserve to stay there for much longer. You know, if it doesn't happen by the end of this tournament, it will happen, you know, by the end of the US Open. So, you know, that's fine. Obviously, I would rather be ranked #1 than 2, 3, or 4. But you know, I go away now and try and find a way to get back there, and hopefully I can do that.
You looked in particular pain in the fourth and fifth set. I mean, was calling the trainer ever a possibility? Obviously, you've had the problem for a long time, but was calling the trainer a possibility, or for you at that stage?
No, there's nothing much you can do there in that situation.
Andy, you said at the start of the tournament you would be fit to play 7 matches if necessary. Did you really think at the start of the tournament that you did have a chance to go on and win a title with how you?
I mean, I was pretty close today. It wasn't like I was like a million miles away from winning the match. Like, I mean, obviously, you know, the end was a bit of a struggle, but you know, I almost found a way to get into the semis. I wasn't that far away from doing that. So yeah, I did think, you know, and I was close. I was close-ish. But yeah, I mean, I got through, you know, 5 matches. Obviously, like I said, the end of the match today was tough, but you know, I wasn't far away from doing that.
Gentleman in blue.
Oh, sorry. Is there any sense of relief that this year is over in some way, that you'll be able to pull back, go back to your family, relax for a bit before the US?
The year being over? You mean Wimbledon? Or?
Wimbledon.
No, it's not a relief.
Andy, Sam is the first U.S. player to reach a major semi-final since 2009. How would you describe
Male player.
I beg your pardon?
Male player, right?
Yes,
yeah.
First male player. That's for sure. How would you describe the adjustments he made today and his overall game?
I think he's obviously played well this tournament. He's looking to be aggressive, and I think, you know, with the strengths that he has and the power that he has, that gives him the best chance to do well in these events. He obviously had a good run here last year, and you know, when he's serving well, I think going into the match he was averaging 25 aces a match. You know, it maybe allows him to be a little bit freer in the rest of his game and go for his shots, and you know, he's coming forward a bit more than he used to in the past. You know, and he's certainly competent at the net. You know, he makes his volleys, and he's a big guy up there. So that's definitely one adjustment he's made. He seems to be looking to come forward a bit more, and yeah, that's the main difference I would say I saw in his game.
I know you say you'll have discussions with your team tomorrow, but given the physical issues you've had this year, do you think you might benefit from a longer break and possibly miss some of the hardcourt tournaments?
I don't know. Depends. I mean, I get the best advice I can and then stick with that. If it means, you know, taking a few weeks rest, then so be it. If it means, you know, training and, you know, doing the right, you know, rehab and stuff, then, you know, I do that. I have no idea exactly what that's going to be just now, because like I said, you know, before Wimbledon, it's a very short-term mindset. You're trying to, you know, get yourself in the best shape possible for this tournament, and I did that. I did the best that I could, and then yeah, now I listen to my team and, you know, get the best advice I can and make a decision after that.
Andy, you're so aware of all aspects of the game, and of course Jo is making a great run here. Is the tough loss today maybe just a tad tougher in the sense that there could have been a British double? Just talk about that.
No, it isn't. It's tough today, and it would have been tough regardless of Jo's results. You know, I hope she goes on to win the tournament. She certainly got, you know, a fantastic chance. I saw quite a lot of the match yesterday, and she played extremely well under, you know, a lot of pressure at the end of that second set, especially. So, you know, she keeps playing like that. There's no reason why she can't do it, and hopefully she goes on to win.
Andy, you reportedly were one of several people affected by that significant traffic incident on the A3 this morning, delaying your arrival to the club. Did that affect your pre-match preparation today at all?
No, not really. I did arrive a bit later than I'd anticipated, but I always give myself enough time in case something goes wrong. You know, things can happen. And sometimes, you know, getting here a bit earlier in case it rains. I planned to arrive about 4.5 hours before the match, and I got here 4 hours before the match. It wasn't a big deal.
Sam's entering his first semifinal now. What does he have to do in order to win this tournament? And I'm specifically thinking about from the mental approach.
Believe that he can win is the most important thing. I mean, you know, obviously go out and play his game, play the way that's got him here. But yeah, he needs to believe he can win. You know, and that goes a long way. You know, when you step on the court, you know, the semis, finals of a major, you need to believe you can do it. And you know, that isn't always the case when you haven't been there before. It's a first-time experience. You can maybe be, you know, pleased to be in that position. I think it's good to be happy to be there. But you want to go out there and win, and hopefully he does that.
Andy, now that your tournament is over, can you perhaps be a bit more specific about kind of the exact nature of the injury, where it is, and have you been playing with any injections?
I'm not going to go into all the details of, you know, exactly what the, you know, my hip issues are. It's something, like I said, I've been dealing with it for a very long time during my career. Obviously, as you get older, things are a little bit tougher to manage than they are when you're younger. There's a bit more wear and tear there. Yeah, and that's it. But you know, I've managed to deal with it for a very long time, and you know, I'm sure, you know, moving forward I'll be able to, you know, to get through it. And yeah, I just need to do all of the right things and be even more diligent and professional than I have been, you know, recently. You know, I feel like I've done all of the right stuff, but I'll, you know, try to do more, try to get myself in better shape, and hopefully come through the other side of it a better player, a better athlete, and that's what I'll try and do.
Andy, considering all the things you're saying and all the talk of these injuries, right down to the end there, it was the last point of the second last game when you've turned and you've twisted to try and get the, you know, play that little backhand back into play. What does it mean to you to still keep trying to chase down these things when it's almost gone?
Well, you just trying to do your best. I mean, ultimately, that is all you can do. It's not. The number one priority when you go out there on the day, I think, for most athletes, you want to try and win. That's the first and foremost. But in reality, you're not going to win every single match. So all you can do is give your best on the day, and I tried to do that throughout the whole tournament, and that was the same today.
Andy, will you seek any fresh medical advice before discussing your hip and how to deal with it? And also, if you do end up having a break, will you look at other aspects of your setup, or are you generally happy with how things are going?
Yeah, I will get the best advice possible and speak to my team about where I go next. I mean, that's what I have to do just now. You know, this year has obviously been frustrating at times. It's not been the easiest, but you know, I want to obviously to come back and try and compete for majors, and yeah, that's what I'll try and do.
Sorry, the second part. Are you genuinely happy?
I don't. What do you mean?
I just wondered if you take
with
a break. It's time to reassess, isn't it, when you're not playing it?
You mean in terms of my team, the people I work with?
Everything with your prep.
Yeah. Well, I'm fine with my team. Yeah.
Last question at the back, please.
Andy, you mentioned obviously you will discuss with your team about your forthcoming schedule, but what about the next immediate, say 2 or 3 days? How do you kind of unwind from the disappointment of today? What will you do?
I go home and spend time with my family. That will be immediately what I'll do, and then tomorrow is back to work. I do whatever. I'll sit down, like I said, with my team. I'll sit down with them tomorrow and discuss the best the plan moving forward. And that starts tomorrow. There's no time to waste there. Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Well, how about this? We have grabbed the other half of the man of the moment. Sam Querrey has just knocked out the defending champion, the world #1, Andy Murray, and his girlfriend Abby was watching every ball, living every moment of drama. I mean, Abby, I'm sure you said to him before the match, you've got to believe. You did it to Djokovic last year. but to do that to Andy Murray in front of the British fans on centre court, he's proving to be a big stage performer here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I try not to bring up the Djokovic match before any other matches, but, you know, I just tried to be as encouraging as I could. I think his coach is a little better at that than I am. But, yeah, you know, we all believe in him, and we're so happy to see him kind of competing at a level like this.
When just answer this question from the point of view of being in the corner for a player. Mm-hmm. When they look up at the box, are you trying to look positive? Do you try to look calm? What's going through your mind? Because so often we see massive players looking up and they want something back, but what is it that you try to convey with your body language?
I try to just not look nauseous, because I generally feel pretty nauseous. But the good news is Sam looks up at his box a lot, but he's always looking at his coach and his physio, and he's never really looking at me, so there's kind of not too much pressure, but I do try to kind of put on a slight poker face, but it's not an easy task.
When we see the players down at Arangi, you sometimes get a sense of what they're like as people. Mm-hmm. And Sam spoke to us yesterday, which is quite unusual because the players are not contracted to do anything down at Arangi. If we ask them and they say no, we say absolutely fine. He seems such a relaxed, down-to-earth guy. Is he?
Yeah, he's pretty easygoing. I mean, something like an interview is never really going to bug him. You know, he's focused on court, but off the court, he's definitely easygoing, super humble, you know, can have a conversation with anyone. So he's pretty easy to be around because he doesn't get too uptight around matches, which is nice for me.
So when he wakes up on the morning of a huge occasion like this, is he still relaxed then?
He seems to be. He just kind of eats breakfast and goes along, and we ride to the courts and then kind of do it. I don't really talk about it too much the day of because I don't want to jinx anything or say anything wrong. But yeah, he's pretty relaxed, pretty collected.
So he's one of those guys that maybe, you know, in the last couple of hours, other than maybe a very technical conversation with his coach, he'll be interested to talk about anything other than the match, just to try and make it as normal a day as possible before going on court.
Oh yeah, probably. This morning we were talking about the Conor McGregor Floyd Mayweather fight and the suit that one of them was wearing that had some interesting words on it. So we definitely didn't talk about tennis this morning. We might talk about it a little bit this afternoon, but I'm sure he'll have some other thing to talk about already.
And, you know, it's an incredible moment for him and for you and for the whole family, because he sets a record that this is his 42nd slam, and it's the first time that he's made the semi-finals. That's a record. He's waited longer than any other player in history to make a Grand Slam semi-final. That, I think, speaks volumes about his determination, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I mean, these guys have such a tough schedule, and this is his 11th year on tour, so it's kind of a grind, but I think a lot of other guys are doing really well later in life, and kind of he's motivated by that, maybe. I don't know. He's just kind of put all the pieces together this week and this year, and he's got a great team around him, so...
It's obviously working really well. And did you? And he won Acapulco earlier this year for his 9th title, beating Nadal. So he's had great form this year.
Yeah, he's been playing so well this year. I mean, like I said, I owe it all to his team, his coach, his physio, all the people at Carson where he practices. They just, like, you know, they do the best they can with him, and it's just clicking, I guess.
And do you think there was ever a time for him in the past where he maybe doubted that a Grand Slam semi-final might come his way because he has waited so long? Or has he, in your experience, has he always had that inner belief that one day it would click and it would happen?
I don't really know. You know, I've been dating Sam for 2 years, so I haven't been there through all the trials and tribulations of his career. But I'd like to think he's always had that belief in him. He's always had that drive to get better and do better. And, you know, he knows he has all the talent in the world if he can put it all together on a match day.
You've given us so much time. I'm sure you'd like to go and have a private moment. Well done to Sam through you. And you're going to do it all again in the semi-finals, so I hope you've got some nerves left.
A couple, just a few.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much.
All right, well, a big afternoon there for the Querrey camp. For the second year in a row, Sam Querrey knocks out not only the world's #1 player, but the defending champion. He did it last year against Novak Djokovic and does it this year against Andy Murray. Let's go around the grounds here just for a minute and check out what's going on with the tennis currently. Roger Federer traveling safely so far. 6-4, and a break up in the second set, 2-0 on Milos Raonic. This is the player that took Roger Federer out last year when Federer was dealing with an injury of his own. So Roger Federer so far leading this one. We'll see if he can close this match out against Milos Raonic on center court. And then Novak Djokovic has just walked on court to take on Thomas Berdych. So these two guys doing battle. And again, we were talking about this earlier today, but look at this head-to-head for Novak Djokovic, 25-2, 25-2 over Thomas Berdych, including 12 matches in a row. Thomas Berdych does have a win over Novak Djokovic right here at the All England Club in 2010. We'll see if that can help him at all. Well, Sam Querrey had one win over Andy Murray before today, and that, I think, gave him a little bit of the belief. He also was helped by that nagging hip injury. We just heard from Andy Murray saying he didn't want to go too far into detail about that hip injury itself, but it had been bothering him all tournament long, and then you can really see in the last couple of sets, 6-1, 6-1 for Sam Querrey to pull that out. A big moment for the American. He's the first American man into a Grand Slam semifinal of any kind since 2009 when Andy Roddick did it here. Roddick, of course, losing in an iconic Wimbledon final that year to Roger Federer, 16-14 in the fifth set. What about a couple of these recognizable Wimbledon fans today? Dame Maggie Smith and Sir Ian McKellen watching along from the Royal Box. They actually got quite into the tennis, which we're going to look at in just a minute. But a lot of the reaction on social media right now is talking about Andy Murray, the disappointment, of course, for the world number one. We just heard from him in press. He's disappointed too, saying that he was frustrated by that injury, but he's kind of just got to take it in stride. If we look at here, he said that he doesn't want to go into details with the hip issues, but he's been dealing with it for a long time. When you're older, it's tougher. Andy Murray had celebrated his 30th birthday earlier this year, but it's a dream come true for Sam Querrey. This is a dream come true, he says, to be in the semifinals at Wimbledon makes it even more special. Sam Querrey, 42nd Grand Slam start, and he gets into a semifinal for the first time. How about that for the American 29-year-old? This is just the third time in the last 10 Wimbledons that Andy Murray has failed to get into the semifinals. That's from Reem Abulil, a reporter for Sport 360. Disappointment there, of course, for Andy Murray. A lot of you on social media talking about being gutted, being disappointed. Of course, here the British hope was Andy Murray, the home hope to get back and try to win a third Wimbledon title. He did it in 13. He did it in 16, but it wasn't meant to be this year for the world number one. Now, Andy Murray, as Stu Frazier breaks down here, he hasn't quite lost that number one ranking yet. Novak Djokovic still has to win the tournament. Here's your point totals come Monday. So Novak Djokovic needs to win the Wimbledon title outright for him to become world number one. Otherwise, Andy Murray holds on to that ranking. So he hasn't lost that top spot just yet. He would have secured it should he have won today. But of course, disappointment there for Andy not to have that secured. What about a couple of the best golfers in the world? Hideki Matsuyama, the world number 2 in golf, and Hideto Tanahara. They were here for the tennis, I think, watching up close, getting a nice view there, getting ready for the getting ready for the Open Championships, which are coming up, of course. And this moment yesterday, I love this. This was the Chelsea pensioner that was really trying to get that selfie with Johanna Konta. He got a little dance in after that picture was successfully taken. And there it is. That's a pretty good selfie, too. Well done. Johanna helped him out just a little bit there yesterday after that win over Simona Halep. Let's go ahead and look at when Johanna Konta is going to play tomorrow on center court. The schedule of play, it's all the way down here. There it is. Thursday's order of play, center court. First up, it's going to be Garbiñe Muguruza, the 2015 runner-up here, taking on Magdalena Rybarikova, the world number 87 surprise semifinalist. And then the match that a lot of eyes are going to be on, Venus Williams in her 10th Wimbledon semifinal, taking on Johanna Konta. We had Johanna's coach, Wim Fissette, was up here earlier saying it's an honor to play Venus Williams. Johanna Konta's second Grand Slam semifinal. She made the semifinals last year at the Australian Open, but her first here at Wimbledon. And Wim Fissette was saying that they're just trying to keep everything very normal, not pay attention to all the coverage. Of course, the home hope is Johanna Konta, first British woman in decades to be into the semifinals. But that is from 1300 from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Let's jump over to Instagram and see what's going on. Of course, disappointment for Andy Murray today, finding out that Sam Querrey is going to take on Marin Cilic in the semifinals. The buck stops here for Gilles Muller, who took out Rafael Nadal in the last round. He goes down in 5 sets today, a valiant fight against Marin Cilic. So it'll be Cilic and Sam Querrey. If you picked that on your draw before the tournament, high five to you, because that is not the semifinal that most of us expected. Milos Raonic on court right now against Roger Federer. He had a little greeting yesterday. Pop star, country star Shania Twain was here, obviously wishing Milos the best. Well, Roger Federer's got a wish of good luck from Sienna Miller, the actress and model, wishing, come on, champ, to Roger Federer, who's out there and going well so far today against Milos Raonic. Louisa Johnson here. She is a X Factor winner from 2015. I think she was doing the rounds with Ollie Murs out here enjoying her day at Wimbledon. Looks like she's in the Evian suite hanging out. And what about this? This was the picture I was talking about a few minutes ago. Ian McKellen and Dame Maggie Smith having quite the day at Wimbledon. I'm going to guess this was during the Murray match. Very into their tennis. I love when we've got these big stars that come and get very into their tennis. Now, we saw these couple of golf stars, Hideto Tanahara. He's a top 50 golf player in the world. What about this view? That looks like the Royal Box to me, watching Andy Murray and Sam Querrey walk on earlier today. And of course, he's the man of the moment. Sam Querrey reaching his first Grand Slam semifinal at Wimbledon, and he does it in style, taking out Andy Murray, an injured Andy Murray, winning those last couple of sets 6-1, 6-1. We showed this video to Sam Querrey a couple of days ago, but come on, how could we not play it again? It will live on in infamy. There's the horse masks. A little bit of a shimmy there, Sam Querrey. That's his victory dance into the semifinals. And very happy is Sam Querrey to knock out again. He did it last year in the 4th round, but to knock out Andy Murray in the quarterfinals to get to his first career semifinal at a Grand Slam, absolutely major. He's the first American man to get to the semifinals of any major since Andy Roddick did it here 8 years ago in 2009. What about this picture? I love this. Serena Williams hanging out, showing off her baby bump, and then what about that poster in the background? That looks like Serena Williams right here at Wimbledon. I love that from Serena, a champion here many years. Her sister Venus is still in the tournament. She plays Johanna Konta tomorrow. But what about this matchup? Sam Querrey and Marin Cilic. They're going to do battle on Friday in the men's semifinal, and it's actually a 4-0 head-to-head. You can see they've met most recently in 2015 at the City Open in Washington, 7-6, 7-6 to Marin Cilic. But what about this match that jumps out? Some of you at home are going to remember that one. 2012 Wimbledon, 17-15 in the 5th set. Could we have another blockbuster here at Wimbledon? That one went for a while. These are two big serving guys. Marin Cilic, obviously the 2014 U.S. Open champion. Can he make another Grand Slam final, or is this going to be a breakout surprise for 29-year-old Sam Querrey? He's been around the ATP for a while. We know him very well. If you're a tennis fan, you'll know Sam Querrey's name. But did we expect him to get to the Wimbledon semifinals? No, we did not. On the other side of the draw, of course, we're waiting to see how things go for Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic. Before I bid you adieu, let's check in on those two guys here. Center court, things going well for Roger Federer, 6-4 and 4-1 up so far against Milos Raonic. Of course, looking back to their match last year, it was Raonic who won in 5 sets in the semifinals, but Roger Federer has not lost to a player inside the top 10 since this match. He's got 7 on the trot. Meanwhile, Milos Raonic trying to win his first top 5 match since beating Roger Federer here last year. So an interesting one there. And then this one just getting underway. Novak Djokovic 1-1 on serve with Thomas Berdych as we start there. You dip into the head-to-head here. 25-2. Novak Djokovic leads that head-to-head. So Andy Murray is the big news on social media. That's what's going on here. And now we're going to check in for more reaction on that Andy Murray loss with Rob Walker.
Well, let's get the American perspective on what was a truly historic win for Sam Querrey. John Wertheim from the Tennis Channel and Sports Illustrated was in the studio watching that one. John, there can barely be a more deserving guy in the semi-finals. He's finally got there at his 42nd attempt.
That makes him the player who's played the most Grand Slams. It took him the longest to get there, but he's in the semis, quarterfinalist. Last year came here with a lot to defend, and if you told him not only you're going to do one better, you'll beat the defending champ in the process, you suspect he would have signed up for that.
Well, it's incredible, isn't it? Because last year he beat the world #1 and defending champion Novak Djokovic in the 3rd round, and he's done Andy Murray here in the quarters. We interviewed his girlfriend Abby, and I asked her, where did that determination come from? And she said, look, he's a humble guy. He just keeps on working. And maybe he believed that one day this day would come. But he just seems to produce his best tennis here on the grass.
You know, he has the big serve. He has the big forehand. The surface is to his liking. But really, I think it's just mental with him. Some players mature at different rates. It's taken him a while. He'd be the first to admit that. But the fact that he got here, not just beating Andy Murray, but winning 3 straight 5-setters, I think it really speaks a lot to his maturity, because that for a long time that wasn't one of the core strengths of Sam. And he's here. I just saw him. He's on the phone. You noticed when they panned to the crowd, his coach was there, his girlfriend, his agent, no parents. I suspect that'll change by the semifinals. He was on the phone with his dad, and I think there are going to be some last-minute plane tickets being purchased.
Oh, and I'm sure they'll be here as quickly as they possibly can. And you mentioned the 3 5-setters. That is 3 great players to knock out. Tsonga, then he does Kevin Anderson, and that was an impressive performance, with Anderson having dug so deep to win that 4th set tiebreak. Sam again showing his mental strength. So he's really had to earn this semi-final.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, too. These 3 5-setters were against 3 very different players, 3 very different sets of circumstances. You're right. In the 4th round against Kevin Anderson, loses that 4th set. All the momentum's going to the South African, and then it's Sam who rights the ship. Much different situation today and I'm sure let's be honest, I'm sure a lot of the stories here will be about Andy's compromised state. I think there's no doubt you could just tell with the naked eye watching, but also the data backed it up that Andy wasn't 100%, but it's not always easy to be on the other side of the net when your opponent, especially when the crowd's behind him, he has Andy Murray's acclaim. That's not an easy position either. So these 3 5-setters for Sam were under 3 very different sets of circumstances, won all 3 of them.
Let's talk about this win from the point of view of American tennis in general, because 20 years ago, this is a man in demand. He's cancelling calls to talk to us. I'm sorry, we'll try not to keep you too much longer.
Live TV.
You know, this is massive for American tennis, because 20 years ago, it was an everyday occurrence for an American man to be in a semi, to be winning the slams with the likes of Sampras and Agassi's great victories in the 90s. Hard to believe then that this is the first time, I think, an American male has made a semi-final of a slam since '09. Roddick?
Very good.
That is right.
So get this. He is the only active American male player to reach a Grand Slam semifinal. So
it's ridiculous.
Testament to Sam Querrey. It says a bit about the state of the American men's game, unfortunately. But no, I mean, this is a real achievement for Sam, but also for American tennis. Again, that's a long drought to go without someone from a country reaching a Grand Slam semi.
Is the reason behind that just the natural peaks and troughs of great talent emerging, or is it an indication that in America tennis is beginning to struggle to draw talented kids when the likes of the basketball players, the American footballers, are making so much money?
Yeah, I mean, 90 seconds before we started, Draymond Green was standing right here in this spot, and you think to yourself, boy, if an athlete like that, 6'7" NBA player. Oh boy, if you'd put a racket in his hands and let him see how he'd fare in tennis, how he would make out. But I think a lot of this is just how global tennis has become. And 20 years ago, never mind 40, 50 years ago, 20 years ago, they weren't playing it in as many countries as they are now. On the women's side, a little bit better. Coco Vandeweghe, semifinals to the Australian Open. The Williams sisters are still at it. Madison Keys, top 10 player. It's a little different on the women's side, but I think a lot of this is just, and same in the UK, just the global nature of tennis. You're not going to see the concentration you used to.
Will this generate headlines in the US, bearing in mind, we're all here inside this bubble, and to us it's a huge story for Sam and it's a huge disappointment for Andy. Both are headline makers in a different way. Will this resonate with the wider American public, or would that only happen if he produces another wonderful performance and gets in the final?
Honestly, a lot of it is about what could possibly bump. So we will hope Donald Trump Jr. does nothing outlandish in the next 72 hours. No, I mean, you know, the truth is tennis is not football, our football, the NFL. It's not the NBA. But, you know, on the middle of July, when you've got an American player taking out Andy Murray, the defending champion, yeah, that's something that'll make news back in the U.S. for sure.
And just finally, as we're talking at the moment, I've just got to turn my back to double-check the score. Yes, OK, Cilic has got over the line. So, presumably, he's beaten Tsonga, he's beaten Anderson, he's beaten Andy Murray. You've got to rate his chances against Cilic.
I think he has a real chance. And the 5-set match today wasn't particularly taxing physically. It's not a great differentiation. I mean, Cilic plays fairly similarly, big serve, flat forehand. This is a winnable match for Sam Querrey.
Thank you ever so much for your time. We know you're really busy on what is a great day for American tennis. Thanks a lot.
Anytime. Thank you.
Yeah, very good point, Rob. Thank you. Well, the hill is still gripped to the next match that's on centre court currently. Milos Raonic and Roger Federer. Federer took the first set 6-4. And they are, well, he's up several breaks, actually. The second set, 5-1. So we'll let you know if he goes on to take the second set as well. He mentioned American tennis. It's the first time since 2009 that any American male player has made a semi-final at any Grand Slam. So quite remarkable that Andy Roddick was the last one to do that. Bit of a shock to everyone that Andy Murray is out of the tournament. And Anne Kyotovong joins me now on the balcony here overlooking some of the outside courts where we've got a lot of junior doubles in action. I've just been to Andy Murray's press conference, actually. He was quite open about the fact that his hip has been troubling him for the entire tournament. It has been sore, but not bad enough for him to pull out or indeed retire from that match when he looked like he was in agony, because he didn't think he would do any serious pain. Could you kind of understand that?
Yeah, I can. I mean, we all knew coming into this tournament he was carrying a hip injury. And I mean, for one, didn't realise how serious it was. I thought it was being managed well. And, you know, sometimes with Andy, we see him in pain, but he gets through matches and that's one of his best qualities. But today it was obviously too much. And Sam Querrey had too much for him as well. Take nothing away from Sam Querrey because he did perform well. But Andy clearly not at his best.
Yeah, Sam never made this stage with Grand Slam before. Knocks out Novak Djokovic in the third round last year. Andy Murray in the quarterfinals this year. Good for him, living up to what was a bit of an upset last year, doing the same again this time around. Andy's sentiments in the press conference to me seemed as though he'd been masking this injury a little bit so far, getting away with it in the matches. And he kind of said, well, I nearly got away with it again today. I wasn't far off, you know, I was 2-1 up and then kind of lost it at the end of the last 2 sets. And then he was asked, did you ever consider bringing a trainer on? He said at that point there's really nothing they can do. Can you sympathise with those sentiments?
Yeah, I mean, as a player, you understand your body, you know your body and what it can take more than anyone else. I mean, most players are playing with some kind of niggle. You're never 100% fit once you're out there. There's always something that's a little sore, but he does have a great physio on his team in Shane Annan and also Mark Bender. And I know they've been working around the clock to try and I guess get him out there as match fit, as well prepared as possible. But it is what it is. You know, I'm sure he would have had a scan on the injury as well, and he would have been advised by specialists that yes, he could carry on playing, but he wasn't going to do any further damage, which is a good thing, because most people, you know, if it's a serious injury, there's no point putting yourself out there. But at the same time, you know, this is Wimbledon. I think, you know, if he was. Even if the injury was worse than whatever, even if it was his shoulder as well as his hip, he still would have at least put himself out there, put himself on the line. And I don't ever see someone like Andy Murray retiring from a match. I think he would rather give his opponent the victory and I guess the joy of winning a match in whatever circumstances rather than via retirement.
Yeah, lose trying rather than kind of giving up a little bit through retirement. And this is, as you said, his biggest event of the year, undoubtedly. Now we look to the US Open. There's a few weeks off between now and then. What would you expect from him in order to try and get back to his fitness for the next slam?
I'd imagine he'd take some time off because I really do believe he needs that. We saw him looking a little sluggish at the earlier part of this year. He didn't have a great run at the Australian Open. And a lot of that, I think, is because, you know, the second half of last year was so intense for him. He was chasing that #1 ranking. He played a lot of tennis, won a lot of matches, and then he didn't really take that much time off after the ATP end of season champs. He then went on to Miami and trained like mad with Lendl and his team. And so he never really had a break, not a significant break anyway, to refresh, revitalise, and to give his body a break, and also his mind more than anything. So I think now's the time for him to really take stock, take some time off, enjoy spending time with Kim and his little girl Sophia at home, and get his body right before the American hardcourt season, because that is where you know, he plays his best tennis, and I'm sure he'll want to go deep at the US Open as well.
Yeah, some very good advice, and maybe learning from the likes of Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal, who have been a little bit cautious with their schedule planning. We'll have to see what is next for Andy Murray. What is happening now, we can bring you an update, is Roger Federer has won the second set 6-2 over Milos Raonic, having taken the first 6-4, looking to be a fairly smooth affair after what was an upset this time last year in the semi-finals, Milos beating Roger. Would you have picked Roger to come through that one today?
Well, given how he's prepared and how, you know, the way that he skipped the clay court season to be ready for the grass, he's fresher than any other player in the draw, and this tournament means something really special to Roger Federer. And he's been playing great tennis right since the start of these championships, and you know, well, for me, he's now the favourite for the title.
Yeah, I think many people would agree with you. Roger Federer would be getting a record 8th title if he was to do it at this year's championships. He's still got to come through the quarterfinals, but he is 2 sets to love up against Milos Raonic. One thing we know, Andy Murray is out of the championships. Greg Rosetsky is with Rob Walker to react.
Well, we're delighted to be joined by Greg Rosetsky, former US Open runner-up, and a man who knows what it is to be under pressure at Wimbledon with the advantage of the home crowd. It wasn't the Andy we know and see so regularly on the circuit, was it? He was clearly not feeling 100% today.
Well, I think he wasn't 100% throughout the whole championships. There was obviously concerns coming in when he lost early at Queen's, pulled out of the exhibition match in Hurlingham Club, and took 3 days off before the start of the championships. So round 1 here at the championships didn't look very good in his opening match, but then got better with each match. And we thought, okay, Monday he looks pretty good, back into form, ready to go. But then today, you know, physically, the last 2 sets, the 4th and the 5th set, he just wasn't moving whatsoever. And, you know, I think he just took a risk, was trying to give it a go today. And had he won that second set, we'd probably be having another storyline at the moment.
It was interesting, though, wasn't it? Because we've been down at Arangi every day, and he's been using that massive elastic band, and he was working himself up to make sure that that hip was loose. It did seem as though the hip was getting better as the championship wore on. Or do you think he was just being optimistic, still feeling it, but not talking about it?
Well, just not talking about it, to be quite honest. And the question he didn't answer today in the press conference, did you have an injection? And when you have an injection, it masks the pain. You don't know what you're feeling out there, and you just hope it holds up. So, you know, for Murray right now, he's got to get his body physically correct. He hasn't been healthy all year, and being the #1 player on the planet, you can't beat the very best if you're not physically healthy.
Do you think that he had to work so hard towards the back end of last year and played so much tennis to get to that world #1 spot? At the end of the year, he's double Olympic champion, he's done Wimbledon again. Do you think that that ferocious workload just took its toll?
Well, I think he got his scheduling wrong for this year, if I'm honest with you. He needed a holiday after winning the O2 and getting to world #1. He got straight back into training. You know, he's very dedicated, very professional, but sometimes you have to look at rest being just as important as the training, and I think he made a mistake going to Doha. Then there was question marks. Is he going to play the French Open or skip that? He played the French, got to the semis, and then all of a sudden he had this injury. So he really hasn't had a break. It's been stop, start, stop, start. So mentally and physically, it's been a challenging year, and it's always easy to say so in retrospect.
And I guess the example of what you're saying is players are now getting really smart. I mean, look at Federer. He wins the Australian and then skips the entire clay court season. So Murray can clearly keep going for a few more years, but maybe he needs to look after his body and think smart and not try and compete in every single event.
Well, the master, Roger Federer, he's defining time, and I mean, 35 years of age, moving better than he was in his 20s. He's improved his game, his backhand's better, his movement's better. So many aspects, having 6 months away from the game. Same with Rafael Nadal as well, who won the French Open 3 months away, changed his racket, changed his game, make sure he had that balance. Because Rafa, after winning the French, was supposed to play at Queen's, pulled out, played a few exhibition matches at Hurlingham. That allowed him a three and a half week period to rest before the Wimbledon Championships. Yes, it didn't work out for him, but he's still physically healthy, and health is your wealth in this game.
And he looked good, you know, I mean, it was no disgrace to lose in 4 hours, 48 minutes, and he dug in so well in that fifth set. And just finally, we really appreciate your time. How impressed have you been with Johanna Konta's mental strength throughout this championship? Because Murray's been here so many times and he's used to the press talking about him all the time. Johanna, you know, hadn't gone deep in Wimbledon before this year. People were very early on saying she's the favourite for the title. Way too early to give her that tag. She genuinely seems to be able to put all that to the back of her mind and focus on one match at a time. How impressed have you been with that side of her game?
Well, I've known Joan for quite a few years now, and you know, I worked with her in a period about 3-4 years ago. We spent a month together, and you could see she had the work ethic. She did everything right on the practice court. She did everything right in the gym, and it was getting that mental fortitude, and that's where she's improved in the last 2.5 years incredibly well. She's so strong. She has the belief now when she steps on court that she can beat anybody on the planet, and she can handle the pressure. She's just matured so well, and I think that match against Halep is the impetus for her going on to win this title. And everybody says, oh, she didn't play well at Wimbledon. But last year she played a great match against Eugenie Bouchard, who just happened to play a little bit better than Jo. And Jo doesn't let the ups and downs and swings happen in her mind. So she just stays through from start to finish and just plays the ball and stays in her zone.
Thanks ever so much for your time. We're looking forward to both those semi-finals tomorrow. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Well, it's rare we see someone stand as tall as Greg Rosetsky, but Rob Walker is the man for that job. Thank you, gentlemen. Fascinating to get the thoughts of a former British #1 on the current British #1 crashing out of the men's singles here in 5 sets to Sam Querrey. It is a sun-drenched afternoon at the All England Club, and we now know the results of those opening 2 men's quarterfinals. Sam Querrey, Murray's victor, will be playing Marin Cilic in the semi-finals on Friday. Let's find out just how Marin Cilic was able to beat Gilles Muller in his own 5-setter on #1 court earlier.
And the way Muller has started here, you'd have to think that fitness might not be an issue for him today. He's got a pretty economical game. Doesn't waste much energy.
Yeah, longest rally, only 11 strokes so far. Well, that missed by a metre.
Cilic just gobbled up that miss hit return.
40-50.
Got there in a hurry. Second double. None so far from Gilles Muller.
Cilic is struggling now.
Deuce.
A few unforced errors sprayed around the court. Jonas Bjorkman offering some encouragement. Here comes another big jet overhead to offer some further distraction.
Well, they're distracting you. I doubt if they're distracting the players. Maybe the first one was a change.
Yeah, they'll be used to it now, I guess.
That's for sure.
Worst for that of the Grand Slams is, of course, New York. Quite often in the flight path for LaGuardia Airport is LaGuardia, that side of the city, isn't it?
Used to be horrible, but they did a deal with the city, and it's pretty good most of the time. Oh, goodness. That was a badly mishit backhand. Didn't go anywhere near the target.
7 unforced errors now from Marin Cilic. Just 4 from his opponent. Well, that unforced error gives Gilles Muller a set point. And of course, if he takes this, he'll serve first at the start of the second set. It's a win-win for Muller. He's missed. Cilic had a bit of a shocker there to conclude the opening set. Muller, the beneficiary, he leads by 1 set to love.
6 games all, second set, tiebreak.
Now, prior to this match, Marin Cilic hadn't dropped a set throughout the championships. He's dropped one here. He's played a couple of tiebreaks in the tournament so far. One against Florian Mayer in round 2, one against Steve Johnson in round 3. He won them both. Muller's played 2, won 1, lost 1.
Yeah, but over the year, the record more interesting. Cilic only 7 in 10 in tie breaks. Muller 16 in 7. That's dominant. So perhaps the man from Luxembourg with a slight edge here. Interesting. He was attempting one of those short backhands, inviting Cilic into the net again.
Net for serve.
Ready.
2-1, Cilic.
13 aces in the match now from Marin Cilic, 11 from Muller, who will hope for one or two more here. Behind in the tiebreak. Slower ball out wide, 102 miles per hour. That's just what he needed.
3-2.
Yeah, and in this situation, I think you have to take away the slice serve from Muller every time. If he can ace you out to your forehand, your Cilic, then too good. But don't allow him to ace you with his highest percentage serve.
Oh, that is a beauty from Muller.
Yeah, the second serve coming in at 100 miles an hour. It's not slow, but it's not the quickest that we've seen this week. Muller jumping all over.
Yeah, Muller relished that forehand winner. He's now favourite for a 2-sets-to-love lead. So much variety on the Muller serve. Cilic is just left guessing every time. Another slower ball, 104 miles per hour, and he needs just 2 points to seal this second set.
What do you know? He hit the difficult serve, but Cilic there waiting for it. That's a good body serve on the second. Muller just unable to get out of the way of it. Slight miss hit off the return allowed the ball to sit in the middle of the court for Cilic.
Ace from Cilic to bring up a set point.
6-5. Cilic.
Muller has been cool under pressure throughout. Needs a little bit more of that temperament here. Defending this set point.
That's for serve.
Now where does he go?
Nerves of steel.
6-all.
.285 unreturned serves in the championship so far for Gilles Muller. He's just saved a set point. Can he generate one of his own here? 6 games all, 6 points all in the tiebreak. Oh, it's a tight second serve. It's a double fault. And now Cilic has 2 opportunities with serve to wrap this up at 7-6. He's got a set point. Set point number 2 for the Croatian. Fantastic from Cilic. His coaching team on their feet. Cilic takes the second set. Muller serving to take us to a tiebreak. Cilic enjoyed that.
Above 15.
Yeah, he saw it very early and struck it cleanly.
Above 30.
Now this is troublesome for Gilles Muller. 31 service games without being broken. But at love 30, Cilic is beginning to think that he could end that run. And this is a must-make second serve now for Gilles Muller. How daring will he be with it? There's a shallow second serve at 102 miles per hour, picked off comfortably by Cilic.
Love 40.
Who now has 3 set points.
Yeah, don't bet against Gilles Muller squirming out of this one. secure off the first volley.
Unbelievably cool, Gilles Muller. What a temperament. 2 set points saved. One more to defend here at 30-40. Oh, he's dumped it in the net. And Muller is broken, finally, as Cilic takes the third set.
7 games to 5.
Not happy with his choice of tennis balls. Five games all in the fourth. Cilic leads by 2 sets to 1. Oh yeah, deep, perfect placement from Gilles Muller.
Love 15.
It's a very short take back on his backhand return.
He's missed that, hasn't he? Goodness me, never got near it. And is this something brewing for Gilles Muller here?
Love 30. Please. Time violation warning.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's the longest preparation we've seen from Marin Cilic. He's been given the warning. Needs to get this first serve in now. Of 30.
That's first serve.
Oh, it's dropped. Oh, a huge chunk of good fortune for Gilles Muller. Here are 3 break points.
Love 40.
Again, just blocks the return.
Second serve coming Muller's way. Serve for the set.
Muller leads 6 games to 5. Fourth sets. Cilic by 2 sets to 1.
You gotta love this guy, don't you?
As Gilles Muller prepares to serve for set number 4. 6 games to 5 in front.
15.
The Muller fans, and there are many of them on centre court, are roused again. Made a name for himself on Monday evening with that marathon win over Rafael Nadal.
30 love.
15th ace for the number 16 seed, who's 2 points away from levelling this match.
Net. First serve.
Exactly 3 hours since this quarter-final began, and Gilles Muller has earned himself 3 set points. Understandable tension. Cilic isn't finished with this set just yet.
40-30. Yeah, and that first serve, not the most powerful delivery he's shown today. That one was just slid in to make sure he made it. Will he serve and volley here?
To a fifth. A courageous fight back from Gilles Muller. And this quarter-final is going the distance. Cilic's turn to do some running. East and west across his baseline. 3 hours and 8 minutes for this match so far. Muller's legs have got to be feeling it. 4 hours and 48 minutes on Monday evening, his victory over Nadal.
Well, terrific return.
15.
The serve was exactly where Muller hoped to put it. Oh, yes. You see, it came off the frame just a bit, which pushed it closer to the line.
That was his 65th winner. 15 more than Muller. Good serve. Good return. Now, Cilic is making a serious move here. Return sent dipping towards Muller's tennis shoes. 15-30. Two break points for Marin Cilic. He's poised to strike. Oh, fantastic! Well, the majority of the crowd are here supporting Gilles Muller.
Cilic leads 2 games to love. Final set.
It's been a fine contest much to enjoy. Gilles Muller made his name here at Wimbledon on Monday night. Many occasional tennis watchers won't have known too much about him, but would have been impressed by the way he overcame Rafael Nadal, and were here to watch and support him. But it's just about over as Marin Cilic, with new balls, prepares to serve for a place in the Wimbledon semi-finals. Another 11-stroke rally. That's still the longest number of shots in the match so far.
Yeah, and hoping just to bunt it past Cilic, but from that far behind the baseline, unlikely.
Net for six.
Strong from Muller.
15.
All Cilic could do was stand and stare as this forehand went flying past.
Sorry. 30-15.
131 miles per hour on the serve. No sign of tired shoulders from Marin Cilic. He's still sending them in thick and fast. 32 aces in the match. 64 unreturned serves. And a few double faults along the way. That's his ninth.
Peace.
Wry smile on the face of Gilles Muller's coach. He wants to extend the life of this contest a little further and has a break point.
Deuce.
Ace number 33 deals with that. Body serve, and Muller's tired legs couldn't get out of the way quick enough. So after 3 hours and 29 minutes on court number 1, Marin Cilic as match point. Cilic is in the Wimbledon semi-finals. Jill Muller's championship odyssey, which included victory over Rafael Nadal in 4 hours and 48 minutes, ends here at the hands of the number 7 seed. They're on their feet around court 1. Cilic will play Querrey in the Wimbledon semi-final.
Yeah, and we thought the way Cilic played at Queens just a couple of weeks ago that he might be a real threat to go far in this event, and so it has proved. He has been, well, rock solid from the baseline behind serve. He's sprayed together enough winning returns to be dangerous, and, well, he must be the favorite in Friday's semi-final.
Cilic gifting his match towel to one of the spectators, somebody who was in the front row. Not sure if that's a friend or somebody who was just very supportive of him throughout that match. And Gilles Muller, they're both true gentlemen, these guys. Gilles Muller rightly waiting for Marin Cilic to pack his bags, and they will walk off court together. Gilles Muller has won an awful lot of admirers during his 10 days at the championships, and I think once he's got over the disappointment of the loss, we'll look back favourably at his visit to Wimbledon in 2017, as Marin Cilic stops to sign all the tennis balls and programmes that are offered to him on his way out of the court.
Yeah, what a year it's been for Gilles Muller. 2 tournament wins, Wimbledon quarterfinalists, career year.
Well, they've had excellent value for their #1 court tickets today, with Raonic, or with Berdych, Djokovic still to come. Excellent day of tennis out here. 3 hours and 30 minutes. And it was a really enjoyable match on quarterfinals day, which has been won by Marin Cilic 3-6, 7-6, 7-5, 5-7, 6-1, and he's talking now to Rishi Persad.
Marin, many congratulations. You're through to the semi-final at Wimbledon for the first time. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. Absolutely amazing achievement. I was 3 times getting stuck at the course, and this is just amazing achievement, of course. And today was a really hard-fought battle. Gilles played great tennis. He was serving unbelievable today, and I had to work hard until basically end of the 3rd set to get a first break. And it was, I think, just a couple of points deciding the match, and really glad that I pulled it.
Yeah, you let out a roar and a scream at the end of the match. Looked up to your team in the box. What were you feeling at that moment?
Well, I was obviously focused really mentally to get it over with. I mean, especially when these matches are quite long, you have to keep your focus, and it was just a relief to finally do it.
Speaking about keeping your focus, you lost the first set. That was the first set you dropped at the tournament so far. How did you gather yourself up for a fight back?
Well, I kept my coolness. I obviously played well until today, and I knew that I'm gonna get in a good rhythm today. In the first set, I wasn't serving as good as in those first couple of matches, and Gilles returned really well at that beginning of the match, and so I just tried to gather my thoughts and continue to play good tennis.
Were you aware at all of what was happening on centre court? Did you see the scoreboard to know what was happening in the Sam Querrey-Andy Murray match?
I saw it at the end of the match that Sam won 6-1 in 5th, I believe. So amazing achievement also for him, and definitely great for both of us to reach the semis.
Indeed, you two, of course, played the second longest match in men's history at Wimbledon. Was it 5 years ago? What can we expect in the semi-final?
Yeah, hopefully not the longest one ever. Definitely, Sam has amazing serve and plays really well, especially this season. Had a lot of success, and definitely it's going to be a hard one, tough one. And I hope just that I'm going to get ready and get back into my rhythm and try to play good tennis.
Good luck in that match. Well done today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very happy Marin Cilic there, 3-6, 7-6, 7-5, 5-7, 6-1 through to the semi-finals. But we've got a bit of breaking news here at the Wimbledon channel. These pictures just into us. Novak Djokovic having to retire in the second set there against Thomas Berdych. We knew coming into the match, because Rob was telling us earlier when he was on the practice course, that he'd been struggling with a bit of a shoulder problem, and in the end that has proved to be his downfall. Thomas Berdych, as we knew, took the first set 7-6 and at 2-love in the second. And that is what happened. Djokovic was forced to come forward, shake hands and give the match to Berdych. So obviously the shoulder problem was far too bad for him to keep playing there. We thought that he might be able to play through it, but Mark Philippousis is alongside me. Mark, as I was saying, we knew he had an injury problem. We saw him have some treatment on it in his last match, but it looks like it's been too much.
No, I mean, I think it's really affecting him on the serve. Towards the end of that first set, he was really rolling over that first serve, and there was nothing on it, and Berdych was taking advantage of that. And it's if you're in pain and you can't even serve, he's a fighter, and obviously he's in too much pain to go on. But it's unfortunate. He was playing some great tennis. And I don't know, I feel like it's kind of come out of nowhere. I know that he had someone out on the court yesterday to look at it as well.
And he didn't practice for very long this morning.
Right.
That was, I suppose, the first tell we got today was the fact that most players, when you watch them out practicing, as you know, they'd practice for a little while in the morning, but he was only out there for about 10 or 15 minutes, so obviously there was something going on.
Yeah, it's a shame. Like I said, it's whether it happened during his third round match, I mean, who knows? He had a day off on the Sunday, but that's no one wants to finish an event like that, unfortunately, especially someone who's kind of, Djokovic is getting back into form, and he was looking good winning the warm-up event prior to Wimbledon, and like I said, looking good here. I mean, going through all these matches comfortably. He lost the first set today. It was the first set he lost during the event.
And tennis at this level, particularly on grass, without a serve shoulder problem, we saw Murray finish his match, but we knew he was struggling with an injury. He was able to play through it, but you can't really play through a shoulder problem.
No, it's difficult. That's going to affect you on every single shot. I mean, Murray was, that was affecting his movement big time, especially on the right hand, going to the forehand side. But I think Djokovic knew, unfortunately, shaking his head, had to call it quits.
And we're seeing the replays here, and we could see him grimacing on his serves and his forehand, so no real question there.
Right, yeah.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to continue. In terms of the draw, it really is opening up. That's the top two seeds gone today, 1 and 2.
Yeah, we didn't see that one coming, but I mean, Berdych is a great player. There's no one take anything lightly. You've got Cilic on the other side, a hell of a player. I mean, everyone in it has got obviously an opportunity to win this event, but it has opened up, and I'm sure people are screaming out Federer even more now than they were at the start of the tournament.
At this stage of the tournament, to come through a match like this, I'm sure Berdych was expecting a very, very tough encounter against Djokovic, and he's come through it, and he's not even had to play 2 sets. I don't know exactly how long he was on court, but it wasn't very long. How much of a blessing is this for Berdych?
It would definitely benefit him, without a doubt. You go into the second week, it's not like you need match play. These guys have got plenty of match play.
It's about preservation.
Absolutely, and Berdych, I think what was it, a 4 or 5 set win against Thiem there around a 16. And this is obviously he doesn't want to win this way, but he'll take it. It's being on the court for less than 2 hours and then have a light practice tomorrow. He's going to be looking really good for his next match.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure when you were playing in your career, you had times when the opponent retired and you had a very short match when you were expecting a slightly longer one. How do you manage that going forward? What's he going to do in the next couple of days?
Well, he's just going to get a massage and do a warm down after the match, like the routine, like he always does, I would imagine. And tomorrow is the same thing. He's had days off where he takes care of the body, gets on the court, keeps the rhythm going on his ground strokes, on his serve, on his returns. He's not grinding out there on the practice court, but it's about keeping the routine going and keeping relaxed and being fresh and ready to come back strong on Friday.
In terms of Djokovic, I suppose obviously the negative is the injury and the fact he's out of the tournament. But if we focus on the positives for him, much better compared to the rest of the year here at Wimbledon.
Oh, absolutely. He's gained ground for sure in the last few weeks here. I just hope that this doesn't put him out for too long and he can get back, in that summer circuit there and leading up to the US Open and have a crack at the US Open. But if he's healthy, he's going to be incredibly dangerous. Like I said, he's built a great team around him. He looks hungry, he looks focused, and he's looking to kind of turn things around for himself.
Yeah, so a good performance from Thomas Berdych. Did what he needed to do, stayed in that match, and it was Novak Djokovic who unfortunately had to pull out in the end, and it is Thomas Berdych who is through to the semi-finals. Let's hear from another man who's through to the semi-finals a little earlier on centre court, Sam Querrey. A brilliant win for him in 5 sets over, again, the injured Andy Murray. We can hear from him in his post-match press conference.
How big a deal is it for you to defeat Andy today and defending champion and on home soil?
It's a really big deal for me. It's my first semi-final, and to beat Andy and to have it be at Wimbledon was even a little more special. And it was an incredible match. I'm just so happy right now.
Sam, during the match, it became clear to people watching that Andy was having trouble moving. I'm sure you saw it. How much did you consciously try to take advantage, move him around? And
None at all, really. I kind of noticed it a little bit from the beginning, but I just kind of stayed with my game. I tried to play aggressive and keep swinging after the ball, and I didn't want to, alter my game and try to get into those cat and mouse points because that's where he's really good. I just kept my foot down and just kept trying to pound the ball.
Sam, of course, this is the second year in a row you've knocked off the #1 player here. And now it also, with Cilic winning, means that somebody from outside of the Big Four will be in the final. What are your thoughts on the possibility that a non-Big Four player, and you especially, will be holding the trophy at the end?
That's still a ways away. I'm going to focus on the semifinal match. And, Marin's ranked like 5, so he's right outside the Big Four. But, that's going to be a tough one. But, we'll see. Anything can happen. Roger's playing great right now. Novak is finding his form. So maybe that'll happen, but I'm literally just worried about the next round, and if it gets to the final, we'll see what happens.
You said before this match and earlier in the tournament you wanted to get those emotions back, that feeling back from beating Novak last year. How would you describe those emotions and perhaps related to today?
Yeah, it was similar. I was probably a little more fired up today, especially in the 4th and 5th sets. There's a little more on the line, and it was similar to last year, honestly. And but this year just feels a little better than last year.
I read that your parents weren't here. They were going to come for the semi. Is that?
They might. I talked to my dad. I think they're going to look at some flights and probably head over.
And had you anticipated being here this long, like where you're staying and that sort of thing? How confident were you of getting to the second Friday?
Honestly, probably didn't write that in, but I knew I could make the second week. I'm comfortable in the grass. I like playing in Wimbledon. And just this is it's been a dream tournament so far, and hopefully I can just keep it going and go one round further.
Sam, the match starts, and obviously it's so early, but you lose the first 7 points. Is there an internal conversation you're having that allows you to sort of reset and take a breath and then regroup? Or is it just so early that you don't?
It was early, and I needed that 1 point because I was aware that I lost 7 points in a row, and I didn't want to lose 8 and then have him serve and probably lose 12. And so that was on my mind. I was a little nervous at first when we got out there. I had a little bit of a shaky game, my first service game. But then, when I broke back in the second, it kind of took a deep breath, settled in a little bit, and then as the match kept going, I just felt more and more confident and more like I belonged.
Sam,
That's 3 rounds now that's gone to 5 sets, gone the distance. Are you starting to feel it in your legs at all? Are you worried that tiredness might affect you on Friday?
No, I feel pretty good. I mean, 5-setters on grass usually aren't as physical as they are on a clay court or a hard court. I'm not sure our match time today, but it probably wasn't 3 hours. So, you know, I feel good. My body feels great. Get a day off, which helps, and so I don't think it'll be an issue.
Is there kind of a trick?
Well, from a British point of view, the post-mortem continues. Rishi does the post-match interviews for the BBC. Rishi, huge disappointment from a British perspective. We're disappointed as well, although we have to take a global view. But maybe, was it inevitable, bearing in mind how injured he was in the build-up to this championship?
Well, you mentioned the word disappointing, and obviously people in the aftermath of the defeat are going to feel disappointed. But I think looking at the way Andy has carried himself throughout this tournament, I think it's fair to say that he has not been 100%. It's manifested itself in that match against Sam Querrey today. And maybe in a couple of days' time, in a week's time, we might look back and say, wow, that's quite a heroic performance to be carrying an injury all the way through a tournament. And this tournament obviously drags it out of him more than any other anywhere in the world, because he's got all the attention. Yes, he's able to go home back and forth, but in terms of the duties he's got to carry out, I mean, he was even here on Saturday going in the royal box, which was a lovely touch, but he's had so much to do, and it must be very difficult to get the time to relax and just completely wind down. So perhaps he's actually been quite a hero to get as far as he has done, and to put up as a battle as he did.
Yeah, and I've listened to a few of your post-match interviews with him, and you've asked him every time you've done his match, how's the hip, and he seems to have been determined not to use that as an excuse. And we've seen him down at Arangi, and he's been stretching it off, and he has said quite convincingly that he feels as though match by match it's been getting better. But clearly, as a result of what we saw, especially towards the end of the fourth today, where he lost, 3-4 service games in a row, clearly the hip wasn't getting better. Maybe he just wasn't talking about it.
I think that's the case. I spoke to him earlier in the tournament. I spoke to him twice last week, and the first time I mentioned the hip specifically, and he gave an answer of, it's absolutely fine, don't worry about it. So the next time I spoke to him, I asked a general question. I said, you know, how's the body feeling? And he said 100% after that. And you get the impression that basically these top athletes, funny enough, I was just chatting to a sports psychologist, and they talk about the present and looking forward and not looking for any excuses. And basically every time Andy went out on court, he came off saying, that's the best that I could have done. And even though he lost today, I'm pretty certain if you asked him afterwards, you know, is that the best that Andy Murray could have given today, he will say yes, because he gave 100%. But whilst he gave 100%, I'm pretty certain physically from top to bottom he was not 100%.
Well, looking at the draw now, it's really interesting, because we were excited from a global point of view that the big four were all in it and were all fit, especially Nadal, having had so many years where he's underperformed by his own standards at Wimbledon. And you look at that top half semi-final, Querrey against Cilic, hardly anybody would have predicted that one. No Murray in that top half of the draw, no Nadal, and Cilic will probably really fancy that. You spoke to him after his match. First Croatian through to the semis since Ancic in 2004. Yeah. What was he upbeat?
Oh, he was flying. He was flying because, of course, the previous 3 years getting through to the quarterfinals and not quite making it through to the semis. So his first semi-final, he was over the moon. He let out a real guttural roar on court one after he won. And then when he came in, I asked him about whether or not he was keeping one eye on, or did he know what had happened on centre court. And he actually said he looked at the scoreboard a few times and saw that Sam Querrey had got the better of Andy Murray in that fifth set. So I reminded him of the great match that he and Querrey played 5 years ago, the second longest in the men's competition here at Wimbledon, 5.5 hours, I think it was.
Yeah, it was huge, wasn't it?
And when I reminded him, he grinned broadly and he said, let's hope it doesn't take that long this time around. So,
well, that's going to be a great one from a neutral's point of view, because Querrey, he's made history. In his 42nd slam, he's finally made the semis, which is a record.
Oh, funny enough, we were watching him, where the BBC studios are, we were watching both he and Kevin Anderson slugging it out, and we're like, it's amazing the stamina he has, all these 5-setters that he plays. You know, he still looks fresh as a daisy, the fifth set. But, you know, like you say, it would mean so much to him to be in the semi-final. And in reality, without Nadal and without an Andy Murray. It's an opportunity for both players. A lot of people look at Cilic and think, yeah, he's the favourite. But Sam Querrey must be thinking, you know, this could have been one of the top 4 here. And it's Marin Cilic who's eminently more beatable than one of the guys that's been dominating at the top for the last decade.
Well, let's see. No Andy, but the drama will continue. Thanks very much, Rishi. Enjoy the climax of the champs. Cheers, fella.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks.
And with Draymond Green, 2017 NBA champion with the Golden State Warriors and the NBA Defensive Player of the Year. 2 amazing accolades there. What a year you had, Draymond.
It's definitely been a great year. You know, to win a championship, that's never a guarantee. So, you know, to actually accomplish that is special. And then obviously, you know, to get Defensive Player of the Year. You know, defense is something I take very seriously and I enjoy, you know, but you know, I try to be the best. And, you know, to get that award meant a lot to me. And now capping it all off, being at Wimbledon for the first time, it doesn't get much better than this.
And tell us about that then, being at Wimbledon for the first time. You look out over here of all the courts and the legends are playing down here. Goran Ivanisevic, oh, he is there, currently playing that wild card back in the day. What does it make you feel like when you see all of this?
I mean, it's just, it's a blessing, you know, just try to take it all in and enjoy it. I mean, not every day do you get the opportunity to come to Wimbledon. And, you know, like watching the legends, watching, you know, Querrey and Murray a little earlier today. Federer's over there going right now. I mean, this is special. And then also knowing all the history, you know, that comes with Wimbledon. It's a pretty special place. So, you know, I had an expectation, and it completely blew my expectation away. So, I mean, it's been a dream come true. It's one of those things that I can cross off my bucket list.
Absolutely. And just maybe tell us about that match between Querrey and Murray, because for us, it was a massive upset. But for you, with the American coming out on top in the big shock of the day, how was that?
Well, you know, it's always great to see Americans do well. And so, you know, I'm definitely happy for Sam. You know, he played a great game and a huge upset for sure. I mean, you know, you're talking the number 1 overall, number 1 player in the world in his native land. You know, it's pretty special. Defending champion, you know, it's a special thing that Sam was able to pull off today. So, you know, I was excited to see it, excited to be able to watch it. It was a great match. Some of the shots they had going there was pretty amazing.
And I know one of your teammates, Stephen Curry, is a massive golfing fan. Are you a massive tennis fan? Is that why you're here around Wimbledon today?
I love to watch tennis. I can't say that I play at all. But I definitely love to watch, and I have a respect for how great they are at the sport. And I mean, you're talking mano a mano. It's me against you. I'm trying to dominate you. That's pretty special. I enjoy it.
Would you think that actually playing an NBA match, though, inside centre court would have the same impact? Because you have to be really quiet in there. These guys have to be quiet. Your guys go crazy on courtside, don't they?
Yeah, I think they should have a Warrior game in center court, and let's flip the script a little bit. Let's get it loud in there. Let's have a great game.
And what would happen if they had an all-white rule in the NBA like they do here at Wimbledon? Do you think it would catch on?
I think it would catch on. I think it could be great. You know, they've done the jerseys with the nicknames before and the first names and, you know, all these different jerseys. So let's get a Wimbledon game, all white. Let's have a great time.
I'm just looking at your fresh white shirt here as well, going, I'm not sure yet if you've sampled the strawberries, which you have to here at Wimbledon, have you?
Yeah, you definitely have to.
Have you done it yet?
I have not. But I've done a couple other things, but not that.
Okay, well, Draymond, thank you so much for chatting to us. Good luck for 2018.
Thank you.
All right, well, NBA champion Draymond Green, he was courtside for that win today for Sam Querrey, his fellow American. But we can now tell our viewers out there, Craig O'Shaughnessy, that Roger Federer, I think a lot of people's favorite tennis player, into the semifinals. Let's see how things went there for Mr. Raj today in straight sets over Milos Raonic. Craig, here's our match point.
Got to be feeling good. Serving for the match. Goes to the backhand, as you would expect. Attacks the backhand.
Look at that.
Set match.
Very happy Roger Federer.
That means a lot to Roger. You can tell.
Into the semifinals, and he'll take on Thomas Berdych. Some surprises here late in the day. Andy Murray going out, obviously. But then we also had just a few minutes ago Novak Djokovic retiring with a shoulder injury.
Yeah, he's been having his arm worked on all the way up his forearm, and then, you know, the bicep, tricep, shoulder. He's had a lot of work done on that. I think he's just gone into press right now, so he'll tell us a little bit more about that injury. But as soon as he went down a set and a break, that was time for him to say, you know what, this is going to be too much of a mountain to come back. Let me save the arm. There's a long career ahead.
Yeah, disappointment obviously today for Novak Djokovic, for his fans. He was down a set, down a break. Obviously, I think that was a shoulder injury that he had kept rather quiet, but it was hurting him more than perhaps we really knew. Thomas Berdych gets his 3rd career win over Novak Djokovic in 28 meetings.
And 2 of them here.
2 of them here at Wimbledon, and he's into a 2nd Wimbledon semifinal. He's got Roger Federer. That's a tall task for Mr. Berdych.
Yeah, it certainly is. You would have thought today was a tall task, but
yes, it was.
it's pretty clear to see that there's no injury worries with Roger at the moment. His game is on song, and down under we like to say he's cherry ripe.
Cherry ripe. I love that candy.
Yeah, very nice. You know, that's going to be a tall ask. It's, you know, just the matchup is a lot tougher. You know, we see Roger today taking on a big hitter in Milos and getting through in straight sets. And you would expect a similar result with Federer now facing another big hitter in Berdych.
Yeah.
I just don't think Thomas can get that done in a Wimbledon semifinal.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Never say never. It was a waterfall of men's results, kind of just a whole cascade of breaking news late in the afternoon, starting with Andy Murray, Craig. And you want to break this down a little bit, him going out to Sam Querrey today, obviously hampered by that hip injury. He said after that it was perhaps hurting him more than he wanted to let on throughout the tournament. But Sam Querrey wins this fair and square in 5 sets.
Yeah, so when we look at the score, we have 3 very even sets, which is almost like match 1, and then Sam ran away with it in the second part of it.
If this was an ATP match, that would be game, set, match, best of 3. They have to play through 5.
Exactly. Through the first 3 sets, even though Andy, you know, the focus is going to be on the sore hip and trying to recover from that, he was right in this and had a really good chance to win it.
Right.
In the first 3 sets, he won 48% of his baseline points. Doesn't sound great, but when he won the 2012 US Open, I believe, he won 50% of his baseline points, so it's not bad.
Yeah.
But in the last 2 sets, his win percentage from the baseline dropped from 48% to 38%. In the first 3 sets, he went to the net 14 times, not a ton. In the last 2 sets, he went to the net twice.
His entire movement was just sapped. And Craig, you wanted to point out there in that second set, Andy Murray had not only those 4 games, but he was up 4-3 with a break in hand. He was serving at 4-3 in the second set.
Yeah. I tell this to players that I'm coaching all the time. It's like they'll think, oh, I'm down a set and I'm down a break. I'm like, the match is just beginning. This is a change of momentum that can really help you. So Andy serving, set, a break, and 15 love at 4-3. He's 7 points away from a 2 sets to love.
7 simple points from 2 sets to love.
Yeah, 2 sets to love. And here's the deal, is that when you're watching these greats at Wimbledon, it's exactly the same as all the players at all the clubs over the world. When you're ahead in the match and you've got a really good chance to close it out, the momentum and the adrenaline carries you.
Yeah.
So the injuries that these players carry, and they carry them all through the season, they hurt more when you're behind.
Right.
You know that there's a mountain to climb, and you know that you'll be going uphill for the rest of this match, and you know that hip hurts. So in those last 2 sets, you know, Andy may be walking around with a little bit more than a limp than he did in the first few sets, but you know,
it really
just
caught up to him.
Yeah, it does catch up to you.
Yeah. Now, are there stats here you want to dig into, or should we dive into video?
Yeah, let's just have a quick look here. And again, they're overall. Sam is 23 forehand winners. You know, we've seen him do very well off the backhand side, but Sam Querrey is a forehand machine. He runs around, he loads it up, there's lots of wrist in there. He can go all the angles in the court because of the extra spin that he has on that forehand. 70 total winners. And if we go over here to page 2, this is the other one. Sam hit 27 aces, so he's going to bring the heat on the first serve. He's going to bring the heat with the forehand.
Well, we were talking about this earlier today, actually, as Sam Querrey walks behind our camera right here.
Yes, there he
off
is.
to do some media interviews. We've had him up
27 aces, by the way, Sam. Well
good
done.
Good work, Sam.
Yeah, good job.
Second serve, though. Look at that. Andy did not do well there. And look at that. 8 breaks of serve today for Sam Querrey.
Yeah, well, I think most of those came late, but yeah, I mean, you know, you've got to be happy with that. He weathered the storm. He hung in there. He's down a set and a break. And, you know, a Wimbledon semi-final. I mean, what a great tournament he's having.
All right, let's dive into the video here. And this is actually what you were talking about, Craig. 7 points. Look at the score. 1-0 set-wise for Andy Murray. 4-3, 15-all.
Yeah, this is right where everything begun to change.
Yeah, Andy Murray, nice first serve there.
We're in a neutral pattern. There's that whippy forehand.
Really puts him on the offensive there, right?
And again, we talk so much about the forehand, but the backhand...
And you could even see Andy struggling there a little bit in the corner of the court. And then this is break point, really to turn... This was the momentum turner of the entire match.
Yeah.
Easy break.
And we're back on serve. Andy gives the shoe a little bit of the what for down there.
Now this is in the 4th set, early goings here, and Murray down love 30.
What I see here is when the ball goes wide, for players like Sam and for players like you at home, wherever you are in the world, watching our wonderful telecast, please understand that when you get pulled out wide on the court and you are on defense with a capital D, the #1 place to go, and you'll be enticed down the line. It's like, oh, I'm wide, the line's
I was going to say, I thought you were going to say down the line.
Yeah, everybody goes down the line and everybody misses down the line. And the main reason is when Sam's body, let me just clean my screen up here. When Sam's body is going this way, a ball that would normally go in gets pulled by the momentum. And it quite easily goes into the alley.
So you want him to whip that ball cross court?
I want it cross court. Defense in tennis goes cross court. I want to hear you juniors around the world say that one more time. Repeat after me. Defense goes cross court.
Defense goes cross court. Let's play this out now. How's he go?
Here we go. Defense goes. It ends up as a winner, but he's playing defense.
Well, this is sort of the run of where Sam Querrey would win 9 games in a row. Then this is the beginning of the 5th set. Andy Murray here serving at love 1 down 15-30.
Andy Murray is one of the greatest proponents of the drop shot. And when you're looking to hit drop shots, it's much better to do it off the backhand wing because you get to hide the racket behind you. We've missed that by a couple of frames. But you also get more spin on it because you're naturally closer to a continental grip. So the #1 drop shot in tennis is from this area.
And look where Sam is.
Wonderful. And it goes there. You go straight down the line. Hit more backhand down the line drop shots than anything else. This one.
What's he do with it? This is a critical point, too.
This one wasn't hit so well. Sam gets there.
Not well executed, and then Sam Querrey able to again earn himself break points there to start off the 5th set. And this is when, I mean, the floodgates were open at this point. Another drop shot there from Murray. This was a great point.
Nice wrist, nice snap on that overhead.
That overhead there, and then, you know, opening things up. This was maybe Andy's last chance to get into the match at 1-4 serving down in the 5th set. That was a weird defensive slice.
We're at break point
here. The mind was gone at this point, too, right?
Yeah. But he's still, you know, the upper body's working great. He's still hitting the ball, moved around that well. It's more of a bailout drop shot there.
Totally.
That's a great answer. We're still
he gets this ball. Look at that. Great wheels. But just too much stuff, and you can see what it means to Sam Querrey there. Breaks to go up 5-1, and then we bring up match point to get into the Wimbledon semi, and boom, another ace. 27 aces today. That's big stuff from Sam Querrey.
Yeah, and you notice that the ace went wide, so even if Murray gets to that, he's still pulled off the court, the hip is still in play, and he can go to the primary pattern to the backhand on the next shot if he gets that, which he didn't.
Yeah, huge stuff there for Sam Querrey. Obviously today he is into his first ever Grand Slam semifinal. Now he's going to take on Marin Cilic, and this was another match that went 5 sets. And you think it was a tale of 2 different matches in one.
Well, we talked about the Murray match where everything turned was late in the 2nd set. Where everything turned in this match was also late in the 2nd set.
Even later in the 2nd set,
a little bit later.
In that tie break. Yep, my pen's on. There it is.
So we have Mr. Mueller. I say, how do you say
Gilles. It is Gilles.
We don't say Gilles in Australia very much. I haven't had a lot of practice
in the US
with that.
either, but they do in Luxembourg.
Fantastic. So Gilles is serving. I don't know if he was serving at this stage, but he was certainly up 4-2 in the breaker in the second set. Then he went up 5-3 in the breaker. 2 more points, and he's got a 2 sets to love lead. Adrenaline's flowing, momentum's going, muscles are relaxing, swinging more at it. Roll, baby, roll. But
back comes Mr. Cilic.
Back comes Mr. Cilic.
6-all on the breaker, and what happens?
Oh my goodness, 6-all on the breaker. We've got the lefty serve. He brings it right at the body. It hits the tape and goes long.
Double fault.
And the second serve goes long. The most untimely of double faults at 6-all in the breaker.
Because that would have put Gio Mueller up 2 sets to love. And he's coming off of that match where he played Rafael Nadal for 4 hours and 48 minutes. So the body starts to feel it in those next 2 sets.
Yeah, exactly. And things are close, but as you mentioned, you know, it's a weight of what's happened in the previous days, and the muscles get more tired, and you know, Marin Cilic was so pumped up. We're going to see some video here of the energy that he's bringing in those points. So let's go to the footage and let's have a look at, we're in the first set, we're 3-all, 30-15.
Marin Cilic with the serve there. Big serve there, opening up the court.
Like the approach. Doesn't do enough with that. That wasn't the prettiest of volleys, but that is sensational. Look at the energy. This is what I really like from Marin in this match.
Here's the tiebreak point that we were talking about. This is 6-7, so set point for Marin Cilic after that double fault from Gio Mueller.
Yeah, so we see here, let's have a look down the other end. He needs to really hurt with this one. Get on the front foot, take it early. At this moment in time, you really have got to put your opponent away, and it's not a bad roll.
Nice scramble
He's
there
moved
from
up,
Cilic.
but this is the problem, and we've talked about this all tournament long. When you approach to the opponent's forehand, you think that it's open. You think that I've got this guy. He's got to run, you know, all the way across the court. It's so easy to pass off the forehand side. Now, your opponent may not have a great first serve. Your opponent may not have a good backhand return, but every opponent, everyone, can hit a good forehand passing shot on
even
the run.
look at where Cilic is in the court. He's even going to be able to come up with the goods here.
He looks like he's on defense.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Great stuff there.
Again,
Mueller
defensively,
getting past.
It looks like offense. It looks like it went again defensively cross court.
Wow,
Held him
again,
well.
attacking tennis there from Marin Cilic. This is in the 5th set after Mueller had brought it to a 5th set, which was a little bit of a surprise when that's 4-7-5, but he just ran out of gas, right?
Yeah, and that one there, the backhand pass, much tougher. We're at 3-love now, and this is what I like to see. I'm just going to rewind this just a hair so we can come back to this. We've got the serve. Okay,
Mueller
let's go
serving
forward.
here. Yep,
We're going to
lefty serve up the
Great
tee.
return. We've talked about this all the time. The return goes dead middle, and what you want to do is hit it at the opponent so they have to fall off it. We can see the balance. We can see the balance moving off. Too often you think, okay, in order for me to attack, I've got to hit it somewhere where they're not. And so we say, oh, I've got to aim here on my return.
Right.
I've got to aim here on my return. And guess what? We hit too many of those balls out here in the alley. We want to take those mistakes away from you by aiming deep down the middle, making the server fall off it. And
Cilic in the far court there, up the middle.
His backhand is so incredibly
solid,
good.
Right? So solid.
Finishing with a forehand.
Boom. And match point here to get into his first Wimbledon semifinal. Look at what it means to Marin Cilic. I mean, he's been in the quarterfinals 4 years running, but it's his first ever Wimbledon semifinal, the U.S. Open champion from 2014.
I mean, he is very pumped there, as he should be. A long 5-setter to finally break and just kind of run away with it a little bit there in the 5th set. So some intriguing semifinals coming at us.
Yeah, absolutely. And some surprising stuff today from the men's side. All right, Craig, let's see. You've got to put on your, you got to rub your magic 8-ball. What does it say here for men's semifinal day on Friday?
I'm glad Sam he just walked by.
Sam did exit. Sam
I'm glad he can't see this. Glad he can't see this because I've got Marin going
Cilic,
through to the final. And I think this is, I think out of every 100 people, 99 are going to be picking Roger Federer, whether it's because their heart wants it or because their head sees the insane form he's in. Out of all 4 players, He is in the best form at this moment today.
Yeah, he really is. Roger Federer has not dropped a set this tournament. He's 18-6 in his career against Thomas Berdych. Let me just edit this a little bit. Come on, I'm an American. I've got to pick Sam Querrey. He looked so good today, even though he had a little bit of help from Andy Murray's hip.
Yeah.
He's in his first semifinal, and Sam Querrey can play some of the best tennis out there on the men's tour.
Yeah, there's no question. Sam is right in this. He's going to be going over the tape, the coaching staff, the USTA, everyone that's behind him to try and figure out the right patterns of play to counter Murren's good serve in the backhand. How does he match up against that? They've got some homework that they'll be doing over the next couple of days to get ready for that match.
All right, well, maybe they should watch a couple of Craig O'Shaughnessy's Wimbledon channel segments.
Absolutely.
Right?
That would be a smart use of your time.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much, Craig.
Thanks,
and
mate.
now I want to take a look at this great video. Roger Federer hit his 10,000th ace this tournament, and a young man, the ball boy, caught that. Let's see what happened to that ball after he collected it.
So when I was on court and Federer hit, one of his many aces, I didn't actually know at that time that this ball was the one he had hit his 10,000 ace with. But later on in the evening when I got home and I noticed that there was a video up that they had posted for Federer's 10,000 ace, and when I saw the video I recognized that ball, and it was the same one that I had caught.
So once you found out, tell me what you did there. You came in and said, that's the ball I caught, or what?
I didn't expect Wimbledon to be so proud.
Sorry for the interruption.
Oh.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What's the special ball about?
This is your 10,000 ace.
This is it. Where did you find it?
Once you'd hit it down to my hand, I'd picked it up, and now I've got it for
Put it in the pocket?
No, not quite. But this is
Can I have it, maybe?
If I'm allowed to, really.
Horace has been keeping it safe until this moment.
Like not letting it go, because I think it'd be a great idea if you could auction it off for charity. Because memorabilia is always a great thing, and 10,000 aces I think is a great number.
I think it's a good idea. I know Wimbledon's always very charitable. Yes. They resell their tickets and all that money goes to charity, and I think to continue moving forward and being charitable is obviously something that you want, and it's a really good idea.
I think it's very important, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank
anyways.
you. So nice to meet you.
Yeah, same here, absolutely.
Horace, tell me, you get to ball kid for a lot of people, but what's the part and what's the honor in doing so for Roger?
It's definitely the single hand backhand, especially when it's down the line. It's something that when I'm on court, it startles me.
I used to be a ball boy too for 2 years, so I was younger though than what you were today, and I loved it. For me to spend time with the players and being on the same court was like a big thrill. Like you said, I used to marvel at their rackets and their strings and how they hit shots. I don't know, it's great, and now he's in the same position. I love to hear it.
All right, very cool. Well, great moment for you, and Roger, thank you obviously for the auction item.
Thank you for the ball.
All the best for the tournament.
You got it. Thank you. So hopefully. Thank you very much. See you around.
Pretty cool to see someone out of the corner of your eye, and it turns out to be Roger Federer, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I see him a lot on court, but obviously he's in game mode, and we don't get to speak to him like I do on a one-to-one basis like that. It's obviously something special, so it's definitely something I'm not going to forget.
Roger Federer, gracious as ever there. That's the scene late in the day here on day 9 of the championships. The sun peeking through the clouds. It is still a little bit chilly, particularly compared to the first week here at Wimbledon. Slightly cooler, but beautiful conditions. The hill's still very busy, but all of the men's quarterfinals are now finished, perhaps slightly earlier than people expected. And we can hear from one of the losers today, unfortunately, Novak Djokovic, having to retire in the second set against Thomas Berdych. Berdych was leading 7-6, 2-love at the time, and then in the end it was the shoulder injury that proved too much for Djokovic, and he had to come up and shake Berdych's hand. So let's hear exactly what Djokovic thought of that injury.
Novak, yesterday you were also getting some work done on your shoulder. How long has this been affecting you?
It's not a shoulder, it's the elbow that keeps bothering for already over a year and a half actually, so it's unfortunate that I had to finish Wimbledon Grand Slam this way. I mean, it's you know, if someone feels bad about it, it's me. So, but you know, I tried what I could do from yesterday to, you know, get it in the condition where I'm able to play. I was able, maybe, you know, for 30 minutes to play with, you know, with some pain that was bearable, let's call it that way. All the treatments and medicaments couldn't really help, and so the serve and forehand was, you know, were the shots where I could feel it the most, and just after that it was really no sense.
Just how tough is it to go into a match knowing you're not fully fit, and how much of a difference did the not having a day off yesterday make? Because it's pretty rare to play back-to-back best of fives. Well,
I mean, those kind of particular circumstances don't really help, but at the end of the day, it's the kind of situation which you have to accept and try to make the most out of it. As I've said, you know, I spent probably about 2.5 hours today on the table, in between of warm up and the match, trying to do everything that possibly could to you know, make me fit, but it wasn't to be. And you know, for an athlete, especially in an individual sport, there is no way out if you don't feel fit. Unfortunately, that's it. You know, there's no one to come instead of you.
In Bercy last year, you said short fixes are bad fixes about this elbow issue. What do you want to do? Like, what's the best solution to fix it for good?
Well, it's not a time and place for me to talk about the details. I'm just going to, you know, talk with specialists as I've done, you know, in the last year or so, and try and figure out what's the best way to treat it and to solve it. To find a long-term solution. Obviously, short-term, it's, you know, probably rest is most appropriate. And then we'll see.
Was there a specific moment that aggravated the injury, and what concerns did you have that you might do some lasting damage by continuing to play beyond the pain?
Well, you know, the intensity and the level of pain was not decreasing. It was only increasing as the days went by. Actually, I've started feeling it already more or less at the beginning of the tournament. And, you know, I kept doing everything with my physiotherapist and physiotherapist of ATP, what we possibly could to try to recover it and get it into a state where I'm actually able to perform. I was able to perform up to this stage, but as I've said, it was only getting worse. So unfortunately today was the worst day. Probably the fact that I've played yesterday and kind of days adding up, you know, as I've said before, it wasn't helping at all. So in the end of the day, this is something I have to deal with and accept it.
And the risk factor?
I mean, I just came off the court, so I don't know. I mean, I'm not a specialist. I'm not an orthopedic specialist, but I'm going to definitely speak with some and understand what needs to be done.
Novak, did you last night?
Quiet, please. Play.
Wow. Best point of his life. Just watch.
Oh.
Right
Not
there.
a man who shows his emotions easily.
Best point of his life by far, right there.
Wonderful to be here to watch it.
Thank you.
Yeah, great point there from Sam Querrey. John McEnroy describing it as the point of his life. But let's get back to Novak Djokovic. We just heard from him there, Mark. He said his first answer was confirming that it wasn't actually a shoulder problem, as everybody thought, as we thought. That it was actually an elbow issue, which is better. Neither good.
I mean, which is better? Yeah, neither good. But I think with the elbow, you would definitely be feeling it on almost most of the strokes. You know, him grimacing now on the forehand that we saw previously, that does make sense, absolutely. And maybe even on the backhand, that's a totally different thing. I don't know. Hopefully it's a case of bad tendonitis. It's something that he can get over with a couple of weeks or within a week and some rest. You know, and just hoping it's not anything worse.
Absolutely. And I suppose the way that the tennis season falls, I think it's only 5 weeks until New York and the US Open comes round. Do you think we're going to see Novak Djokovic playing in the US Open, or is that going to... Who's more likely to be playing, him or Murray?
Look, Murray, I mean, Murray's, it's the hip with Murray, right? I mean, that's something that he needs to address. That's been bugging him for a while. Now, with the elbow, 5 weeks, you know, he might have to miss out on some tournaments. He might not be the best preparation, you know, or the perfect preparation he wants for the US Open, but I would imagine he will be there for the US Open. You know, Murray's a different issue. You're going on the hard courts. It's not going to get any easier for him as far as his movement. You know, that's his whole game's based around his movement. If he can't move at 100%, you know, there's no, to be honest, no point being out there, especially if he's in some discomfort or some pain. So that's more worrisome, I think, is on the Murray side for his hip.
Murray and Djokovic, a similar sort of age. We've seen Roger Federer, how he's had to manage his body and manage his career in terms of that way, skip the French Open. Is that just going to have to be almost realistic for these players, that they're going to have to be careful about their scheduling and careful about their body at their age now?
Yes, I mean, you know, going to mid-30s, and these guys are playing still some of their best tennis, but I think one thing that Roger has done so incredibly well over the years has been managing himself, his body and his mind, especially, of course, the body, to peak at Grand Slams and Master Series events. That's where he prided himself, where he knows that that's the most important thing on him. He's collecting as much Grand Slams as possible, and of course, after that, his Master Series events. And he's always been really good about that. And that 7 months off that he had when he hurt his knee ended up being a blessing, as everyone can see. And definitely someone like Murray, who's, I think, plays more physically than a Federer. Federer comes in the neck and knock off the volley, can be a little more aggressive, and Murray's an incredible counterpuncher. Changes from defense, offense, very incredibly quick. So he has to take care of that body even more importantly. Yeah.
Absolutely, we wish them well. Let's just preview the two semi-finals. We'll start with the top half of the draw. Sam Querrey up against Marin Cilic. Sam Querrey, it's been a dream run so far for him. Can he keep it going?
Absolutely, there's no reason why not. I mean, you got two of these guys who are a huge opportunity for them to get in the final. I mean, Sam's playing his best tennis he's ever played. You can see his confidence on the court. I feel like his games have improved big time. His serve's always been there in that forehand, but he's really improved that backhand. He's seen some amazing backhand down the line, and I feel like it's a much improved shot. He's moving well, obviously very comfortable, confident here. We saw what we did last year, defeating Djokovic, and now he's back again and taking it a step further by getting to the semi-finals. And then against Cilic, I mean, this is a guy who played an amazing match, got lost in the finals in Queens. It's his huge opportunity to get to the final. They're both aware of that, and that, you know, that's could go either way.
How much of an advantage do you think it is for Cilic, the fact that he's won a Grand Slam title before, he's played in a Grand Slam final, Querrey hasn't?
Yes, that pays, you know, definitely something that can make a little bit of a difference out there. You know, nerves will, end of the day, how many Grand Slams you win, you're still going to be nervous. It's a semi-final of a Grand Slam of Wimbledon, walking out on the most perfect court in the world. You're going to be nervous. It's whoever settles down a little sooner and plays those big points better. But you know, I would say they play a similar game. It's who's going to execute better on the important stages.
Federer looks unstoppable. Can Berdych stop him?
I mean, Berdych, you know, has a huge game, hits well off the ground. The way Federer mixes up the play, as comfortable as he looks out there with that serve, mixes up the serve and the serve and volley when he has to, working his forehand with that slice. Honestly, I see it's going to be tough for Berdych to beat Federer. I see Federer going all the way.
Okay, so quickly, your picks, first semi-final, Querrey and Cilic. What's the scoreline going to be there?
If I had to pick someone now, I'm going to say Cilic in 4.
Cilic in 4 for the first one, then Federer, Berdych in the second?
I'm going to go to Federer in straight.
OK, so Interesting choices there from Mark. I suppose that's really what most people would select here, and that is the picture around the grounds at the moment as we enjoy some early evening sunshine at SW19. It's certainly been a very, very interesting day. The quarterfinals are now finished. Andy Murray versus Sam Querrey was the first one on centre court. Querrey coming through in 5 sets there. Then it was the turn of Milos Raonic and Roger Federer, second up on centre. Federer winning in straight sets. Then it was Muller and Cilic on court number 1. Cilic winning in 5. And Berdych versus Djokovic. Djokovic had to retire.
So Ian McKellen also in the Royal Box today. I thought there was a... Oh, yes, and Sir Mark Rylance. So we've got lots of knights and dames to go with the golfers and the great tennis players of yesteryear. And 1 or 2 of those have now emerged once again after tea to watch this doubles battle. And Chris Wilkinson's peering forward with interest. What's been the story of the first few games here?
Well, Hingis and Chan are 3-1 down. I mean, you'd have thought they'd be pretty much hot favourites to get through this one, but Grunewald and Peshka have been playing very well. Very good doubles pairing. Grunewald very good at the nets and good hand skills. A lot of interceptions going on. I mean, obviously Hingis is the much-known player out here. A lot of history here. Many Grand Slam titles. Do we know how many Grand Slam titles she's got?
A lot.
Your daughter, I'm sure, would know that. She'll be testing you on Grand Slam winners when you get back to the room tonight.
I mean, she's won singles,
doubles, 5 singles,
mixed
and then
doubles.
the mixed and the doubles just takes it to a different level altogether.
12 doubles titles. 5 mixed. How many singles? 5.
Phil Studd is the walking encyclopedia at the back of the booth. My goodness me, he's even come out with all her runners-up.
Very impressive.
Honours as well, that is impressive. Are you Martina Hingis' #1 fan by any chance?
Who's she currently dating?
Oh, that'll be a sore point.
Sadly not me. Oh dear, oh dear.
We digress. The time, by the way, locally, on a sunny Wednesday evening in SW19, is 1 minute past 7. And we'll go out and about and join Rupert Bell.
Yes, well, I've come out. So you just mentioned, Marcus, it was a lovely sunny evening. Well, I've just stumbled upon a doctor. Daisy's the name of the day, because I met Daisy with the best eye makeup over there, but then a lady comes up to me and says, "Oh, you've had a problem." And it's Dr. Daisy Bennett, who does a bit of TV doctoring, comes up to me and says, "You've been a naughty boy, haven't I, Daisy?"
Rupert, you have. I can notice a bit of pinkness around your forehead, cheeks and nose. Have you used sunscreen today?
Well, the answer is, Daisy, no, because I've made a schoolboy error. Because I came out, got out, and I left my son my thing of sunscreen. Oh, God, look, if this was television...
It's an easy mistake to make, but it's so important to use and wear sunscreen.
And particularly at my age.
Absolutely, any age. Younger, 20s, 30s, 40s, children, all ages.
So I've been a naughty boy, Daisy, have I?
You certainly have, Rupert, and I'm telling you off right now.
Oh, it's just like my matron at school. Matron. Anyway, the thing is, what I want to know is, this is a tennis tournament. Have you seen any tennis, Daisy?
I've seen some tennis. I've just watched Federer beat
Raonic.
Raonic, yeah.
That's it. Help me out there, yes.
Almost, help me out. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
It was an excellent game. Brilliant.
Yeah.
But can I just say as well, they should be using sunscreen, minimum 15 SPF. If you can use 30, 50, even better.
Well,
broad spectrum, UVA and UVB.
Yeah, well...
I'm not plugging anything, it's just overall, as a doctor.
I mean, as a human being, I mean, I'm always going for my factor 30s or 50s, because I'm a fair...
Good.
But I forget it.
Yeah.
See, that's my problem. But Daisy, where do you practice then? Where am I going to get told off if I suddenly get ill?
Well, if you walk through West London, you'll get told off.
Right.
I also work for L'Oreal and Sky News and LBC.
So you do a bit
Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, you can say whatever you like, but you administer to good people to tell them off.
Absolutely.
And guide them in the right direction.
It's so important. We want to prevent skin cancers. Melanoma is one of the biggest killers. It's very important that we look after our skin.
And this summer, my goodness me, it's been a hot one.
We've had a hot
Who's
spell.
your friend? Your name is?
Oh, Sue Ann.
Sue Ann. You're recording this, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
Am I about to get sued?
No,
if I say something wrong.
No, we're just such a delight to be here. I'm just taking every bits of memory of the whole day. It's so beautiful.
Have you been before?
Yeah, several times.
And what about you, Daisy?
Yeah, I love it. I love Wimbledon. I love the atmosphere, walking around, whether you're doing Henman Hill, the smaller courts, or Centre Court, if you're lucky enough to be invited to Devonshire. Yeah. And I have been in the past, but those invites are going a bit thin on the ground.
Well, Daisy, what you need to do is
I managed to see
stick with me. I've just been over with the cool cats over there. Really? So, hey, Daisy, you and me are prepared to take another rollicking for not wearing enough, but we'll see what we can do. But, Daisy, it's been lovely to see you. And such a bad chat-up line. Anyway, Marcus, over to you.
It's just fascinating listening to you, Rupert. Yeah, I mean, what a smooth operator you must have been in your heyday. But you mustn't forget your sun cream. It's one of those days, actually, where you can easily come and think, yeah, it's fine. And because the sun was hiding. I made that mistake, actually, Chris and Phil Studd, who's come in now to replace Robbie Kearney. The week before Wimbledon, it was no sun at all, one of those cloudy days. And that night, bright red. I mean, you underestimate conditions at this time of the year at your peril.
Especially as you get older.
Is that true?
Yes. I find now, at my age of 25, that
twice,
times two nearly, that it hits you more and you don't realise it and you wake up and you just feel a little bit flushed.
Thanks for that.
So we've all got that to look forward to then.
We'll move away from these interesting discussions about skincare to number one court. Key moments in the first set of a match being watched by Claire Curran and Barry Mills.
Big serve attempt by the giant from Belarus. Belarusia, Max Mirny. But it was a fault. He's serving towards Jocelyn Ray at the far end of court. They had the break point. They weren't able to make much of that, but it's a good reply from Jocelyn Ray. She was able to hit the return and dip it, and Mirny volleys wide, so pressure again on his serve to try and close out this first set, but maybe not yet. It may be a way back for the unseeded British duo who've already accounted for the fifth seeds, Edouard Roger-Vasselin and Andrea Hlavackova. Mirny and Makarova, just the one match that they've had to play prior to today. They beat Philip Peschner and Kirsten Flipkins, no less. They beat them handsomely, 6-1, 6-3, but being made to work harder on this one by Ken Skupski and Jocelyn Ray from Great Britain. And it's Skupski, the lefty, at the far end, waiting for this next serve from Mirny that's gone long. Again, Mirny was going into the body, and that's what saved that previous break point. But that serve was long. So a second serve comes now. It comes onto the backhand. Driven return. And then that's a great return. Again, he's hit the dipper. Mirny has hit the half volley. And he's hit it out of play. So it's back on serve in this first set. And the big crowd, the big British contingent here, loving that. 5-4, Mirny and Makarova now in this opening set.
Well, Ray and Skupski, they started to read Max Mirny's serve, and Skupski, their second time of asking on that break point, he was so much more aggressive on the return. He really hit through the backhand and got it down to Max Mirny's feet. But it was the little move that Jocelyn Ray made at the net that forced Max Mirny to try to hit the ball down the line, and he came up with the unforced error.
So game on here, playing for a place in the quarterfinals to face Jamie Murray and Martina Hingis, who already await them as the top seeds. It is 5-4 in the first set at the moment to the 12th-seeded pair, Mirny and Makarova.
And commentary continues on that court. Martina Hingis is currently 4-2 down in her doubles match here on centre as we go to number 2 and Rob Nothman.
And Henry Continen and Heather Watson, the defending champions, continue to make serene progress towards a possible quarter-final in the mixed doubles, because they lead by a set and 4-2 against Ivan Dodig and Sania Mirza. Mirza serving from the far end at 30-15. Bright sunshine here on the number 2 court. And in particular, the British part of the crowd really getting behind Heather Watson, who's playing extremely well in the company of the talented Finn Henry Continen, who's served powerfully, been excellent at the net. There have been some great rallies in this match, thoroughly enjoyable. And Continen and Watson lead by 4 games to 2 and by a set to love.
And from Rob on number 2 to Nick Lester in the Crow's Nest.
Well, a very one-sided second set here in stark contrast to the opener, because Rohan Bapana and Gabriel Dabrowski of Canada, who were the French Open champions just 3 weeks ago, they took the first set on the tiebreak against the Croatian pair of Nikola Metkic and Ana Konja, 7-6. It was a tight one, but the second has been a very different story, because they raced to a 4-love lead. They got a couple of early breaks, and they now find themselves a game away from victory here at 5-1. Of course, Metkic is having a good tournament, because he's also into the semi-finals of the men's doubles with fellow Croat Franko Skugo. They'll take on Marek and Pavčić. But it looks as though it's coming to an end as far as his mixed is concerned here, because Bapana and Dabrowski in complete control, up a set and 5-1.
Thank you, Nick. We're just musing here in the presentation booth overlooking centre court at 7:10. Delighted to have your company, by the way, on the Wimbledon radio channel. I'm Marcus Buckland. Former British #1 Chris Wilkinson is alongside me, as is top British broadcaster Philip Studd. Just musing as to when was the last time that Andy Murray wasn't the last Brit standing in a Grand Slam, primarily at Wimbledon, but we could throw it on a wider basis. I'm thinking in Wimbledon terms, clearly it'll be the year that Murray missed the championships because of injury in 06?
I think it was 07, wasn't it? Was it a wrist problem that caused him to pull out? But the question is,
when, you know,
who progressed?
Yeah, who progressed then? And might it have happened at any other slam? Murray's tended to go deep just about everywhere. So I'll throw that one out if you can answer the question for us. At Wimbledon CHNL is our Twitter handle, at Wimbledon CHNL. You can email us, radio@aeltc.com. Invariably, even if he only goes as far as the round of 16, it's still further than anybody else.
What about Jo Konta made the semis of the Aussie Open recently, didn't she? Was it?
That was last year.
Last year.
Now,
Murray
did Murray get? Did he make semis or final? We'll check that. That's definitely a possibility. But, yeah, it won't have happened on many occasions. It's all down to Jo Konta from a British point of view. Tomorrow, of course, she's got her ladies' singles semi-final against Venus Williams. What a match that should be. And Magdalena Rybakova cannot be overlooked either, with this extraordinary record that she's produced on grass recently up against Garbina Muguruza, who's made the final here before. It's going to be a fascinating day. Every day of the Ladies Singles Championships has been riveting, because you simply don't know what is coming next. And a similar story in some ways in the men's event as well. If you are just joining us, Andy Murray has gone out today, beaten in 5 sets by Sam Querrey. Murray did lead by 2-1. He was a set and a break up. Increasingly, as the match developed, his hip injury became so very apparent. Lost the last 2 sets, picking up just 2 games along the way. And Novak Djokovic has also had to bow to the pain of his body. He was a set and 2-love down against Thomas Burdick on #1 court when he was forced to retire. And afterwards, he said it's not the shoulder that he received treatment for yesterday. It's the arm, the elbow. It's been a problem for more than a year. And the question now is just how long will those 2 men be sidelined for? Some suggesting that Murray should take the rest of the year off, as Roger Federer did exactly 12 months ago. I mean, Chris, obviously he's got to talk to his team, and he says he'll ponder the situation, work out the extent of the injury. But might that be a sensible option for him? I think it's an option. 6 months is a long time, though. I mean, if he speaks to his team and, you know, they can get it sorted in a couple of months, they could be back on court playing in 4 months, and he still has been able to have that time off. So I would go as far as say 6 months is a long time. I think you need to get to find out what the actual real issue is. Whether he wants to take more time out because of the birth of his next child might be another factor. So, you know, we'll wait and see. But as I say, 6 months is a long time. Let's just put back to Nick on the Crow's Nest.
Yes, looks as though the French Open winners are going to make progress here at Wimbledon, because they are serving for victory. They lead by a set and 5-2. Do Bapana and Dabrowski. Of course, the Indian-Canadian duo. As I say that, Dabrowski's just missed a backhand long in this match over here on 12. Pretty much, I would say, about a 3/4 full stand here out on 12. Beautiful scene. The sun is firmly still out. The outside courts, as to my left here, are all empty now, apart from the match on court #2, as we heard from Rob a moment or two ago, because these two side by side, aptly so, because the winner of this one faces the winner of the match currently on 2, as we see Anna Konya hit a wonderful forehand down the line that Rohan Bopanna is unable to get a hold of off the backhand volley as he just misses wide. Bopanna fairly sure the first major title that he'd won at the French Open was that mixed. And nice scenes for him. Of course, he's worked very hard as Bopanna, as the forehand comes back from Dabrowski down low to Mekic, the Croatian, and he's missed a volley, having anticipated it in perfect fashion. He's missed a sitter, really, as Mekic off that forehand side. Anna Konya, his partner, she had a brilliant run through to the last 16 here, beaten only by Venus Williams. Much promise from her, just 19 years of age, as she hits a forehand into the net. There's a challenge, though, here. I noticed that Sabine Lisicki is actually out watching this one on 12 as well. She was about half an hour or so, made her way down in front of me and just went out to court 12 to watch on. Of course, she lost earlier on, I think, didn't she, in 3 close sets. I mean, just come back from injury. As the serve now from Dabrowski, and it's missed into the net off the backhand side from Konya. So we have got a match point here. The noise you can see is emanating from court number 2. I'm sure we'll be back with Rob in a moment, because I can see that Heather Watson and Henry Continent are a game away now as the serve comes down, and a backhand volley from Bopanna. Konya puts up the lob, but that's long. So it's victory here for the French Open champions. Their unbeaten run continues in the mixed doubles. Bopanna and Dabrowski are through 7-6, 6-2.
And Nick, your wish is our desire. Let's go back to number 2 and Rob Nothman,
where Ivan Dodig is serving to stay in the match here with his partner Sania Mirza up against Continent and Watson. It's 3-5 in the second set. Continent and Watson took the first set 7-6. And it is 30-15 on Dodig's serve. The big cheer you heard a moment ago was for one of the shots of the championship played by Henry Continent. I'll tell you about that in a moment as Watson goes down the line. Great exchange at the net. Backhand volley from Dodig, and Watson goes wide with her pass. So that's 40-15. Continent played the most extraordinary pickup from a Dodig volley, which was hit at his feet, and from point-blank range, he somehow managed to direct it into the open court. A good serve, an ace from Dodig. So we are at 5-4, and after the break, Henry Continent, definitely the player of this particular mixed doubles third-round match, is going to come out and serve for the match, Marcus, but extremely entertaining here on the number 2 court. And you know, you were talking about Colin Dibley earlier on.
Yes.
I'm surprised that the people in the box didn't know more about him, because I remember watching him as a youngster, my first sort of Wimbledon experience in the early 1970s. He got to the quarterfinals a couple of times. His serve was measured at 148 miles an hour. So bearing in mind he was serving with wooden rackets in those days, I think it's fair to say he knew a little bit about how to serve.
Well, I'm very impressed by your memory and your knowledge of that. Yes, we consider ourselves reprimanded, Rob. No, Chris Wilkinson in particular, who is a British historian as well as coaching the young crop. You know, normally I thought your daughter actually would have been testing you on 1970s matches at some point during this fortnight.
I'm surprised she wasn't. I need to go and have a word with her. But yeah, no, I do apologise. Wasn't quite up to speed on that information.
Well, that's good info from Robno. And by the way, we're still looking to find out the last time Andy Murray wasn't the last Brit standing in a Grand Slam. Chris suggested the Australian Open last year when Joe Conter got to the semi-finals. But no, Murray did get to the final that year, so we will continue our search. We've had some suggestions that a few years ago Murray went out in the first round of the Australian Open, so we're just going to go and double check whether another Brit on either the men's or the ladies' side was more successful on that occasion. Now we've got a set point at the moment here on centre court. This is the match between Annalena Grunfeld and Kaveta Peshka, and Jung Jan Chan and Martina Hingis, and it's the Chan Hingis team that are under pressure, 3-5 and deuce at the moment, and it's the lady from Chinese Taipei who is serving from the royal box end, and Hingis then comes in with a volley off the return which goes long, and a fourth set point Why don't we go next door and pick up the action here with Arvin Palmer and Peter Marcato.
So set point for the team of Anna-Lena Gronefeld and Kavita Pečka. And it's Jan serving. I formation to the backhand of Gronefeld, to the forehand of Chan. A short ball from Gronefeld on the backhand. She mistimed it completely. They've had plenty of opportunities here, Arv. We're back to deuce.
Another good return from Gronefeld, actually. She couldn't do much more than that, but Chan was ready. Stayed nice and low. Sent it back with some good length.
Again, I formation. Chan serving to Pečka in the juice court. The serve onto the forehand of Pečka, and this time Hingis hits it, but straight back to Gronefeld, who put it up. Simpler volley for Hingis. She wasn't going to miss that one.
Yeah, she stayed alert as well. That was what was key there. Didn't expect the first one to go away as she reacted quickly. And that trademark smile back on her face after that point.
I formation again. Game point for Chan and Hingis. Chan serving to Gronefeld. Looking to go down the tee. Too big. Second serve. Under a reasonable crowd, all things considered. And the serve onto the forehand of Gronefeld. Chan trying to pick up the pace. It's too much again. Great power from Gronefeld at the back of the court. And we're at deuce for the fourth time in this game.
She really does use her body weight well through that return, Gronefeld, moving through it. She's got long levers, so she can find that pace fairly easy.
And so the I formation continuing for Chan and Hingis. Serve them well as Chan serves to the backhand. Pečka gets into the nets, who's looking to go up the line. And another game point here. So they've saved plenty of set points. Now they've had one game point come and go. They've got another one now. And again, they will adopt the I formation. There's a serve here from Chan on the forehand of Gronefeld. That's too big. And they've done well under pressure. Chan and Hingis, they survive a whole heap of break points and set points along the way. But Gronefeld and Pečka will be suing for it next. 5 games to 4 in the opening sets.
Commentary continues, dedicated commentary from centre court and number 1 court throughout the championships. Just a reminder, we are on air from 9 AM every morning British summertime until around about half an hour after the close of play. Our breakfast show from the golf course in our Lavazza tent right next to the queue. You can also watch that on the Wimbledon channel between 9 and 10:30. And over on number 1 court, Meany and Makarova and Skupski and Ray. Well, Skupski and Ray are at deuce and 5-6, so they're teetering just a little bit there. But success for Continent and Watson on number 2 court against Dodig and Mirza. Another match on number 3 is about to get underway. Mario Ancic and Jamie Delgado. They're up against Enquist and Johansson, the 2 Thomases. And I must confess, I know that Wayne Ferreira was in action earlier and won the first set, and then the result slipped away from me. So, and judging from the looks on Chris Wilkinson,
I think they won, didn't they? They were playing.
Phil Studd's face. You haven't been bothered to look up that result either.
No, I did look it up because they're in the same group as myself and Jeremy Bates.
Ah.
And they were playing against the Woodies, weren't they? Woodford, Woodbridge, and I believe Ferreira and Ivanisevic won in 2 straight sets.
Did they?
I think it was 7-5, 6-3.
Is there any bad blood amongst the gentlemen's invitationals? You know, does it get a bit feisty at times, a bit of jealousy, a bit of the old green-eyed monster? You know, you're all like nakedly ambitious still in your in your latter years.
It's not too bad. It's getting the balance though. Some players find it difficult to get the balance because, you know, I'm in the seniors. Because you got 2 categories, over 45s,
and
under
then
45s,
over the hill,
and then over the hill, and you know,
and far away
as can be,
struggling with your skin in the sun.
So some players just like to win maybe too much.
Yeah,
and I think spectators, when they get to that, you know, time of the day, you know, they're on that court, they want to see a bit of entertainment. So I'm just getting the balance off. Some players maybe go, you know, too much. They might not get invited back. You see. That's part of the problem as well.
Striking that balance between your natural born desire to win, but at the same time remember who who really matters, which are the paying spectators.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Now, I mentioned that the match on number 2 court came to an end, and we will have a closer look at the situation in your box in a moment, Chris. But let's just catch the closing stages of that Continen-Watson encounter.
So here on the number 2 court, 2 match points for Continen and Watson as Continen serves down the middle. Mirza can't get a racket properly on it, and Heather Watson and Henry Continen have come through in this 3rd round match against Dodig and Mirza with a performance rich in entertainment. Some brilliant shots in the 2nd set, and just hear what the number 2 court crowd make of that. Continen and Watson into the quarterfinals. They've won 7-6, 6-4, and they're saluting the crowd.
Rob Moffman describing those final moments. Congratulations to Continen and Watson. Key moments at the end of this first set on centre court. Back next door to Arvin Palmer and Peter Marcato.
5th set point now for Annalena Gronefeld and Kavita Pečka, as Pečka will be serving to Chan and serves to the backhand of Chan. It's into the net. Finally, they break through, and the number 12 seeds have the 3rd seeds in trouble. Annalena Gronefeld and Kavita Pečka have taken the first set. 6-4 here on centre after 39 minutes.
That's a really good effort, Pečka and Grunewald, after having missed a few set points in the previous game, just to close that one out. Some good serving, some good aggressive baseline play from Pečka as well.
As Chan and Hingis head to the locker rooms for a bathroom break, they've got a bit to think about. Gronefeld and Pečka. The first set, 6-4 here on centre.
And the first set has just come to an end on number 1 court as well. Mirny and Makarova have taken that by 7-5 against the British pairing of Skupski and Ray, and Ken Skupski hoping to avoid a 2nd defeat of the day because he lost with his brother in the men's doubles a few hours ago. I'm very impressed with Chris Wilkinson, who is still trawling through Grand Slam results of years gone by to try and confirm when Andy Murray was not the last Brit standing, either the men's or ladies singles. I don't think he's still shaking
can't
his
find
head.
it. That one you were talking about, where he lost to Songa in the first round of the Aussie Open, 2008. There were no ladies in the draw, British ladies in the draw, and the only other man in the draw was Jamie Baker, who lost first round.
Oh, okay.
So I'm still searching every Grand Slam tournament.
So on his debut, when he lost to Nalbandian, was that a 2nd round match from 2 sets up?
I think it was 3rd.
So no one would have got to the round of 16 that year.
2005. Perhaps check that.
Okay.
We're going to be going back to Henman and Rosetsky, aren't we, I think?
Yeah. Unless there's anybody out there who's got the answer and they can tweet in or send a message in to our channel.
Yeah, well, do keep your correspondence coming. Email us radio@aeltc.com. We need your help at the moment. Tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL. Which was the last slam when somebody other than Andy Murray was the last Brit, male or female, to still be alive in the event. Of course, Joe Conter's done it on this occasion, but it's proving to be a difficult stat to find. I'm just going to go back to the Gentlemen's Senior Invitational doubles. You're absolutely right, guys. Wayne Ferreira and Goran Ivanisevic did win today in straight sets against Todd Woodbridge and Mark Woodford, 6-2, 7-5. And of course, yesterday, Richard Krajicek and Mark Petchey somehow, no doubt, cheating horrendously, beat Jeremy Bates and Chris Wilkinson 6-4, 6-3. So where does that leave you in terms of qualifying now, Chris?
Well, it's still wide open in my book.
Not so much glass half full as cascading over the edge.
Do you know who you play next?
We play tomorrow, but I'm not sure who
Do
we play
they put
next.
the 2 winners against the 2 losers first of all? Is that what normally happens?
I don't know. It's all very random. But we got the beauty of the seniors is there's 3 matches. So if you lose your first one and win the next 2 convincingly, you've got a good chance of getting through to the final.
Yeah, well, that's you're in the process. You're like Joe Conter. You've still got every time. You would have thought you'd put the 2 losers and the 2 winners together. That's what they do at the World Tour Finals, for example. Mathematically, you're more likely then to have a live rubber or 2 in the final set of matches.
So tomorrow I'm playing on just getting the order of play up, because the order of play is out now for tomorrow for all the outside courts as well. So I'll be on court 3 tomorrow, playing against Wayne, our colleague, and Goran.
So they're not playing the 2 winners against the 2 losers.
So they're not.
Shows what I know. Okay, so that's what? Court
3. So if we lose that one, then we've lost 2, and we win the last one by a really good score, and the other teams lose 2 and win 1, then we can still go through.
You're going to be spinning this right through to the bitter end, aren't you? Well, lots to see. Let's just confirm that order of play while you've got it up here. Of course, ladies singles semi-finals are going to be the focus of attention. Garbina Muguruza and Magdalena Rybarikova will be first on centre court at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Then it's Venus Williams against Jo Konta. And then a mixed doubles quarter-final, Jamie Murray and Martina Hingis. Hingis is going to be back here against either Max Mirny and Ekaterina Makarova or Ken Skupski. Jocelyn Ray, as we know, Mirny and Makarova are in the driving seat at the moment. If you're coming with tickets to number 1 court tomorrow, you'll start off with Henry Continent and John Peers against Lucas Kubot and Marcelo Mello. That's a men's doubles semi-final. That'll be followed by a mixed doubles quarter-final, Andre Bergman and Nicole Melcher, who Peter Marcato has said with great confidence are going to win that event. He said it even before they won today. So you'll get an opportunity to see them up close, and they're going to be playing. Now, I think that match has ended. But Michael Venus and Barbara Krajkova, or Bruno Suarez and Elena Vesnina. Were you listening closely a few moments ago to confirm who won that match?
Phil?
No, I was busy revising whether anyone had outlasted Andy Murray in a Grand Slam since 2000 and something.
Yes, well, we'll confirm that in a moment. Cara Black and Martina Navratilova are also going to be on number 1 court tomorrow against Andrea Jaeger and Conchita Martinez. So some greats of the not too distant past to look forward to there.
So she's got a busy day tomorrow. Conchita Martinez, Gabrielle Garbina Muguruza playing singles as well.
Absolutely. And Leighton Hewitt and Mark Philippoussis, who came through 15-13 against Greg Ruzetsky and Fabrice Santoro. They'll now play Jamie Baker, who we just referred to after his first round defeat at the Aussie Open back in 2008. He's broadcasting these days. He's also playing alongside a fellow Scot, Colin Fleming. And they've got the number 1 seeding next to them.
Yeah, I don't understand that, because myself and Jeremy were seeded number 1 as well.
Clearly a mistake.
Clearly a typo.
Mark Philippoussis, of course, who was Roger Federer's first victim when he won his first Wimbledon title here back in 2003.
Interesting.
In straight sets. Well, it's more interesting than your utterly abject attempt to persuade us that you can somehow, by hook or by crook, prevail in the gentleman's invitational sonality.
And we should give a shout out to some of the juniors tomorrow as well, Marcus, because we've got 2 British boys still involved, still playing. So George Lofhagen, we're playing his 3rd round match out on court number 12. And Aidan McHugh, one of our British players from Scotland. There's the lad who's been practicing with Andy Murray this week. Plays on court 8, first match up at 11 o'clock.
Did you feel the need to put a Scottish accent into your intonation when you said Scotland?
I don't know, it just happened, you know.
Whenever you refer to a nation, do you immediately adopt the lingo? So if Leighton Hewitt of Australia, how would you...
Oh, look, mate.
Well, it'd be like Leighton, won't it, mate?
Leighton.
And Mark Pillar. What's his nickname?
Scud.
The Scud, yeah.
Scud.
Well, the applause you can hear...
this for my Australian accent.
...is because Chan and Hingis are... Well, there's a little bit of a conflab going on out in the middle. Hawkeye was required, and at the end of it, well, they still haven't worked out exactly what's happened down there.
That's got to be the worst Hawkeye challenge in living memory, because the ball was about 2 feet in. Has there been a malfunction with the technology?
Well, something went wrong. The bottom line is that Chan and Hingis have survived a break, or a game point, I should say. A break point, in fact. So this is a significant moment at the start of this second set. A reminder that Grunfeld and Peschke won the first by 6 games to 4. And over on number 1 court, where you can still listen to commentary, Mirny and Makarova are a set up against Skupski and Ray. Early stages of the second there. The Brits about to serve at 1-2. We know that on number 2 court a short time ago, as Rob Nothman described so delightfully, Henry Continent and Heather Watson, the defending champions, were victorious against the Dodig-Mirza combination, and the only other match now taking place is on number 3 court, where Mario Ancic and Jamie Delgado, who've had tough days actually respectively, they're playing Thomas Enquist and Thomas Johansson. Of course, Jamie Delgado is part of Team Murray, and we know what happened to him, and Mario Ancic was brought into the Djokovic camp for these championships, so they may well be comparing medical notes at the end of their match. Phil?
Yeah, absolutely. Tough day, as you say. Of course, Mario Ancic beat Roger Federer here, didn't he? Back in the early noughties, before Federer's Wimbledon dominance got underway. And talking of Martina Hingis's doubles prowess, you know, it was nearly 20 years ago now that she completed the calendar Grand Slam in women's doubles. And she's also completed the career Grand Slam in mixed doubles.
Really? That was with, not the ladies' doubles, with Sonia Mirza, wasn't it?
Yep.
And did she have the same partner for the mixed doubles?
That I don't know. I was rather hoping that you would fill in the blanks there, but you're looking blank instead. So.
It's strange because we've realised that you know an awful lot about Martina.
Rather too much,
I'm
thinking. No, I did interview her a couple of times out in Indian Wells last year. Absolutely charming and very forthcoming in discussing her career. And this is kind of her second career, isn't it? Because she retired, of course, and has come back with spectacular success in doubles with Mirza, as you mentioned there, Chris.
Yeah, got a silver medal at the Rio Olympic Games as well. She'd be a good coach, wouldn't she? Just surprised she hasn't done more coaching and worked with players. She has worked a bit with Lisicki and Belinda Bencic in 2015.
And a player who, of course, has bucked the trend, hasn't she, in terms of her singles success, in terms of not a player who brings a lot of power and beef to the court, but artistry and guile and touch and angles, and 5 Grand Slam titles, 3 in Australia, 1 here at Wimbledon, of course, 1 at the US Open, twice a runner-up at the French. Fabulous player.
I'm indebted to Matt as Chris Wilkinson continues to trawl through Grand Slam results from years gone by. He reliably informs me that at the French Open in 2006, Henman made the second round and Andy was knocked out in the first. Any advance on that? French Open 2006, if that's right, well, it merely emphasises what an astonishing force at the top of the men's game and the top of the British game Andy Murray has been now for more than a decade. Thank you, Matt. I'm taking your word for it. If anybody wishes to question that or can find a result more recently than the French Open, which saw somebody other than Andy Murray go longer in either the men's or ladies singles, will be indebted to you. But Matt, you know, you've been in touch a few times during the course of these championships. I think I know you know what you're talking about, although Chris is pointing something out to me.
Just confirm that. So Tim Henman did reach the second round. He lost to Dmitry Tursunov. And Andy Murray lost in the opening round to Gael Monfils, 6-1 in the 5th set. I remember that match, actually.
And what was the year that Henman went all the way to the semi-finals at the French and was a set and a break-up against Guillermo Coria on his least favoured surface? Had a great opportunity to make the final where he would have played Gaston Gaudio.
Do you know the year?
I'm asking you.
2002.
Crikey, 15 years ago.
I thought you were going, crikey, Chris has got one right.
Well, we need confirmation, obviously.
Oh, you're now setting out questions you don't know the answer to.
Absolutely. That's not difficult in my case.
All right, we'll check that. In the meantime, we'll pick up a bit of commentary from next door with Arvin Palmer and Peter Marcato.
Love 15. Second game, second set. Gronefeld serving to Hingis, trying to put the ball over Petschke's head. Did a good job of it. The high backhand volley going wide.
Oh, that was a big miss. That was a strange miss, actually. She wasn't anywhere near making that one.
So Jan and Hingis holding in the opening game of the second set. Gronefeld and Petschke 6-4. Backhand here from Chan on the return. Big forehand from Gronefeld goes over the baseline. And that's good pressure from Chan, keeping the ball nice and deep. Plenty of power. Love 40.
Not surprising we're seeing a response in this second set from Hingis and Chan.
So it'll be Gronefeld serving to Hingis. Love 40, break points. As the serve here from Gronefeld onto the backhand of Hingis. Petschke, the nice angle. Not sure she entirely meant that particular angle. It was acute. And it's 15-40. The forehand volley just guiding it over. As the serve there from Gronefeld. Looking to get it into Chan's forehand. It goes long. Second serve, break points. Onto the Chan forehand, up the line for a winner. And there is the break of serve and the momentum shifting in this second set. Chan and Hingis leading 2 games to love, but they're a set down.
Just shows you how important it is just to hang in there when the chips are down and your break points down. Just somehow hold serve. Get your reward.
53 minutes in, and Martina Hingis to serve from the Royal box end onto the backhand of Pechka. Nice at the backhand volley from Chan. Put away. Good serving, good position of the serve. 15 love. Doing so well as Chan crouches down at the net. The I formation being particularly effective for Hingis and Chan throughout the match. As Hingis serve, they're blocked back by Gronefeld. The forehand drive volley straight at Pechka, whose forehand volley goes into the bottom of the net. 30 love.
It is a good play when your opponents are returning well, just to give them something to think about, a different look. I formation.
As Hingis serving into the net. You can hear the yep. As Chan giving the hand signals at the net. There's a serve here onto the backhand, hammered up the line by Pechka, following it in, playing the backhand volley straight at Chan. The forehand volley from her goes into the net. 30-15 the results.
I've seen that a couple of times from Pechka, just hitting and moving forward, just applying that pressure immediately, closing down those angles, taking time away.
As Hingis preparing to serve, trying to force home the advantage in the second set. The serve going into the net. Quick instruction from Chan, confirmed by Hingis as she prepares to serve. Down the tee and misses, double faults.
30 all.
So 30 all. Second double fault for the team. And a bit to discuss. As again they go I. The serve here from Hingis going too deep. And Hingis just saying we'll go with the regular formation, which is what they do for this second serve. 30 all, 2 love. Hingis serving. The forehand of Pechka cross court. It's a low ball, and Hingis forehand volley up the line is good. Got down to it nicely. 40-30.
Well, that was just fantastic hands from Hingis there. That was a well-struck return. She's taken that in her stride, made it look actually quite easy.
As the serve here from Hingis, the backhand of Gronefeld is just too big. So second serve, game point. As Hingis serves, big off forehand from Gronefeld. Getting back and playing the off forehand is Hingis, and up the line goes Gronefeld for a winner. Chan committing to the middle of the court. Gronefeld has had good success with that backhand up the line, and we go to deuce. So again, Hingis under pressure on her serve. Serves to the backhand Pechka. It's a high ball. Chan coming across to play the overhead. Good angle. Gronefeld's there with the backhand. Now Pechka helping her out in the middle of the court. Hingis playing a backhand to the forehand of Pechka. They're coming in. The little blow ball into the net from Hingis. The off backhand. And a break back point for Gronefeld and Pechka.
I just wonder if she just took that backhand just slightly late, because it seemed like an impossible angle to go for. Well, such an important point.
As serve here from Hingis, blocked back by Gronefeld. It's going to be the overhead from Hingis, playing straight to Pechka on the forehand volley. Now she's forced to play backhand. Backhand to backhand with Gronefeld in the ad court. A looping ball from Gronefeld. Hingis is there. Good angle. Oh, heavy stuff from Gronefeld. Coming through. Pechka nicely cut off. Backhand volley. Getting the job done. And there's the break back for Gronefeld and Pechka. It's Chan and Hingis. They're a set down, but they lead 2-1 in the second here on centre court.
Some high-quality action, and every chance that this could go to a third set, which will delight the centre court crowd who are staying for this extra match. And there's a bit of a twist on number one court as well. Skupski and Ray have the break in the second set against Mirny and Makarova. They won the first 7-5, but the Brits are 4-2 up in the second. Now, earlier, of course, on number one court, Novak Djokovic was forced to retire when a set and 2-love down to Thomas Berdych in his quarter-final. And here's a little more reaction from the Serbinator.
For an athlete, any athlete for that matter, is really hard to swallow, you know, when you have to retire, and especially when you're playing well. I was playing really well. I thought probably the best tennis that I've played in the last 10 months or so. You know, I played great. I haven't dropped any set in Eastbourne, and coming into quarterfinals today, felt really good on the court. And yeah, it's just unfortunate, but in life, you know, these particular things happen for a reason, and it takes some time and obviously thinking to understand why this happened, and to obviously learn from it.
Really frustrating for Novak, as he said that week in Eastbourne proved to be a great success for him. Teaming up with Andre Agassi promised to be a very exciting passage in his career, but now he's got to go away, sort out an injury that he previously said has been bothering him for more than a year. Will he be able to get back on court in time for the next Masters event, which takes place in Montreal in early August? You've got the Cincinnati Masters a week after that. A lot of points up for grabs there. And then, of course, the US Open. And the added frustration for Djokovic is that had he won Wimbledon this week, and obviously there was an awful lot of tennis to be played before he got himself into that position, but he would have gone back to number one in the world. Andy Murray will hold on to that for now, with Roger and Rafa snapping at his heels, and Federer imperious again during his straight sets win against Milos Raonic, and the 5 points he played from 3-love down in the third set tiebreak will be remembered by those who saw them live for a very, very long time to come. Some more terrific doubles action down in front of us. All four players involved at the net. It's volley after volley after volley, and eventually one goes wide. Grunewald and Peshka were hanging on for dear life there. Exactly an hour played, and all four players can stand up and take a bow after that, Phil.
Fantastic exchange in the net, wasn't it? And that's what really gets the crowd going with a doubles match like this, which was unexpected for the crowd. This was a bonus after Roger Federer's masterclass against Milos Raonic, and they're seeing one of the all-time greats, not only in singles but in doubles, in Martina Hingis, being given all the trouble she can handle with Yan Chan against Grunewald and Pechka. But that was a wonderful exchange.
So it's 1-2, 15 all. And Pechka is serving to Chan, whose forehand is fired long, very long. It was halfway towards the back of the court there, never mind anywhere near the baseline. Royal box is gradually filling up again. Probably about it's a third full, maybe a bit more. Close to a half full, although the front row only has a couple of occupants at the moment. Of course, a lot of the guests would not have been anticipating staying quite this late. It is 7:45 local time. It'll be full tomorrow when Joe Conter and Venus Williams go hammer and tong. That's the second of the semi-finals. Magdalena Rybarikova first in action against Garbina Muguruza. And the general consensus, having asked a few people now, is that the final is going to be between Muguruza and Venus. That's my own personal straw poll, which admittedly only consists, I think, of 5 people, but they were unanimous. So, Phil, you weren't part of that unscientific poll. Well, where are your leanings?
I mean, certainly you could make a very strong case for that, simply because Venus Williams is a proven champion here at Wimbledon on 5 occasions, and she's been serving superbly well. She'll probably be able to match Conter in terms of the aggression and the weight of shot. It's going to be a very different opponent for Conter than Halep was. As we know, Halep is brilliant at defending and moving, and Conter, as brilliant as she's been this week, and indeed as she was in Melbourne at the beginning of last year, has yet to prove that she can go all the way to a Grand Slam title. Williams has done it on 7 occasions, and she's also going to be super motivated, because to win a 6th Wimbledon title nearly a decade after she won her 5th, given all of the problems that she's had in recent years with her health, with fitness, and of course the very traumatic circumstances under which she entered this tournament following the fatal car accident in Florida last month, which has been well documented, it would be a monumental achievement. I think it's a 50-50 match. Before Konta's performance against Halep, I would have made Venus the favourite. Now it's very, very hard to pick a winner between the two of them. I think it'll be 3 sets. That's the only certainty.
And there'll be a pulsating atmosphere inside centre court. Jo Konta has been around for quite a long time. Her meteoric rise towards the top of the game, I think, initially caught the British public unaware, partly because up until this year she's never had any success at all at Wimbledon, but now she's very much in the spotlight. Reading in the newspaper today that she was so competitive as a child, even when they were playing Monopoly, she would be brutal to her sister to make sure she won. She's had that spirit, that fighting spirit, right from the word go. Right, we're going to go back to number 1 court. Skupski and Ray leading by 4 games to 3 with a break in the second set against Mirny and Makarova, and we'll pick up the action there once again with Claire and Barry.
And they're into the first point of this 8th game of the second set, and the exchange of volleys, eventually an error from Mirny, and it means that Skupski and Ray, who lost a very tight first set in the end, 7-5, but they've remained buoyant and have done well to get a breakthrough. And now with this 4-3 lead, looking to see this through to a deciding set if they can at this stage. Jocelyn Ray, who perhaps was a little nervous at the start, but has really come good with Skupski. They both look very lively. They've played some great doubles tennis. They've got some real shots about them, some real skill with the hands, Claire, and just have, you know, impressed, and certainly feel, they must feel right now as they win another point there, that they can take this to distance and maybe the match as well.
Well, they've kept improving throughout the match. Started off not returning that well, and by the time the second set started, they got a lot more looks on those service returns, were much more effective, and they finally got the break.
4-3, 30 love. Second serve, the return, those pinged by Mirny right onto Ray's toes as she came forward. And before she knew it was right there, and she just couldn't deal with that one. So Skupski, the senior figure, has gone back to have a word with her, and behind that raised hand, giving her instruction, he crouches down in front of him. I formation, return is good, and then I say it was good. It was made by Makarova, but only onto Skupski's racket, and he then angles the volley winner into the court and away, and it's 40-15.
Well, tactically, that was very smart by the British duo, playing the I formation, forcing Makarova to hit the line return.
Ray, right-handed serve. Backhand return in the net from Mirny. And they're moving towards a deciding set here. Very good serving again. And really enjoying now this occasion on court 1. There's evening sunshine on the stands to our left still, but of course the court itself now in shade at this reasonably late hour, 7:52 local time in the evening. Max Mirny serving to keep his team in this second set, and starts well with a strong serve out wide to Ray that is off her frame and not returned.
This is of course the game that Ray and Skupski have broken twice already.
Just long over the service line, going down the middle. Max Mirny has to go back to his mark. Skupski waiting for the next one, twiddling that stick in his hand, and drives it, punches it back, comes forward. Oh, that was a shame from him, because he started really well. He took very little backswing, used the pace of the serve to ping it back, but then coming forward behind it, just leaves the ball in the net with his next shot.
He was a man on a mission after that return of serve, sprinting towards the net, looking for that first volley.
It's the last of the third round matches in the mixed tournament this year. Henry Continent and Heather Watson, the defending champions, they got through earlier. They beat the 4th seeds, Dodig and Mirza, in straight sets. So British interest certainly still with Ray and Skupski and Watson. But in the end, it's Mirny and Makarova, who combine to win that point well, coming forward. And it may be that Mini can at least keep them in this set for one more game at least. But Mini now to launch another serve, and that's heavy down the middle, but it's just away, and the line judge just swaying to one side to let that go into the back wall behind. Second serve comes now, kicks up, and is returned wide by Skupski, trying to punch across the ball, but it's to no avail, so the set will continue. But there has really been very good play from the unseeded duo. They've already accounted for the 5th seeds, Roger Vasselin and Hlavackova, in the previous round, and high hopes, no doubt, at this stage that they can use this break they've got and very shortly come out with Skupski hoping to serve for the second set, this best-of-3 set match. But it's been a strange day in some ways. I mean, big ways, of course, because Murray, with that injury we were talking a little earlier, but he struggled obviously with the hip, and then Djokovic pulling up in the second set against Thomas Berdych. That's the one.
Yes, well, of course, we don't know how bad that hip of Murray's is. He's obviously been struggling with it for a long time. Probably he's actually kept from everybody just how severe it actually is. But it was pretty difficult for Sam Querrey to play that, because we've seen Murray throughout the tournament limping around the court, looking how for him, how does he play a match against a player who could potentially be injured, but yet you don't know how injured they are. It's very difficult to play against that, and he managed himself very well today.
He certainly did, and Thomas Berdych, to be fair, also played very well in the time that he was on the court. It was only just over an hour before Djokovic said enough was enough. But plenty more to come in this match, one hopes, and it is Skupski serving at the moment, trying to now serve out this second set with the break that they got earlier. He serves left-handed. Backhand return comes to his backhand volley, and he's hit that just wide. Murni has such a strong arm, doesn't he? That forearm with the backhand return, he just hits it really well.
His backhand return, he times it so well, and he's got the variety of being able to hit it inside out or use that chip lob and take both people off the net.
Serve out wide.
Another second serve.
Yep, another second serve to come. Murni bobbing around, just trying to make his presence felt, and that's a good serve from Skupski. Makarova hits a frame return out of play, and she then goes through the motions of hitting the ball that she wanted to.
Just snatches at the return. Anxious, wants to do well with that return, Makarova.
5-4, 15 all in this third round contest, trying to take it into a third and final set. And he's closing in on that. Skupski, another good serve, and it's Murni unable to reply to that one. Pause, and then a few bounces the ball, and quickly this fast arm serve to the back, the forehand, and there it comes to Ray to just step in and hit the volley from the middle part of the net away from Murni. And here are 2 set points for the unseeded Brits against the number 12 pair, and they really have worked hard for this second set, and if they get it now, you'd have to say they deserve it. They look very animated, have kept their heads up despite losing the first set when they came back so nearly to try and take it. That's a double fault from Skupski that time, just wide of the service box, but he's still got a set point on his serve to come at 40-30. Chooses which ball to use, which one to throw back to the ball kid. And now, having got one ball in his pocket, the other one just lost control, but regains it, and now will serve for the set. Murni stayed back on the return side as well, but Skupski comes in, a short ball's put up, the lob's gone back and out over the baseline from Makarova, and Skupski doing enough there to hold his serve and take the set, and they've done it by 6-4. It's all square here, and they're going to a decider.
Well, well done indeed to Skupski and Ray. What a few days for Ken Skupski. Enjoyed success with his brother in the men's doubles, and now, who knows, perhaps poised to put off a bit of an upset against the number 12 seeds, Murni and Makarova. Back here on centre court, Grunfeld and Peshka took the first set by 6-4 against Chan and Hingis. But it's 2-3, 30-40, and Grunfeld serving from opposite the royal box. Very tall, blonde lady. And now she's playing an off forehand to the Hingis backhand, which goes into the net. And if you were just looking down and were a little unsure of things, you'd say, why on earth is Grunfeld allowed to wear black socks? But upon closer inspection, you realise they are ankle protectors. She is not breaking the rules. At least I assume that is the case.
Are ankle protectors not available in white?
That's a very good point. But she hasn't been hauled off centre court in the middle of the match.
Peshko is wearing some sort of skin-coloured tape on her left calf as well.
Backhand reply now from Chan onto the forehand of Grunfeld. Oh, it just clipped the top of the net, and that wrong-footed Hingis. So a game point now. Hour and 13 minutes on the clock, which is ticking around to 8 o'clock local time. It's been a lovely afternoon. Little breezy. Much cooler, of course, than this time last week. But after the incredibly heavy rain of yesterday afternoon and evening and most of the night, it's been a pleasant return to summer, and that's some sharp play at the net from Peshka to level things up at 3 games all in the second. And we're just getting an aerial view of the blue skies and the fluffy clouds, and looking at my weather app, which is not particularly reliable. I don't think we're going to have any more rain during these championships, which means a smooth running in terms of the schedule, if nothing else. A schedule which gets underway tomorrow at 1 o'clock with Magdalena Rybarikova against Garbina Muguruza, to be followed by Venus and Joe, the American star, the Queen of Wimbledon on so many occasions, and the Brit who may just possibly be on the verge of 3 days which will unquestionably change her life forever. Have you heard from Virginia Wade over the past few days? Of course, she's the last British lady to win Wimbledon in 1977. Phil Studd is still alongside me. Richard Connolly has come in as well. She was a guest in the Royal Box yesterday. Has she made any public utterances?
Yeah, I think she has, and she's incredibly supportive of Konta and believes that she can go all the way. I think she was very, very impressed, as we all were, with the quality of the game that Konta brought to the court against Simona Halep, who couldn't have done much more to get past Konta. Had tremendous stats. I mean, I think there were only 8 unforced errors from the racket of the Romanian, 3 times as many winners. Some of her retrieving was off the scale. And yet Konta, despite a lot of unforced errors at key moments, just kept on coming and came through. And I think Wade is of the view that she's definitely got the game to beat Venus and go on and win the title.
Wonderful player in her own right, of course. A lot of people forget that she had success at the US Open as well as Wimbledon. That Wimbledon triumph came towards the end of her career. She'd been attempting to become champion here for so many years. The pressure had appeared to be too much for her, and finally and fittingly, in the Queen's Silver Jubilee year, she triumphed against Petty Stover.
She was a big underdog in the semis, wasn't she, against Chris Evert? And of course, at the outset, Sue Barker was considered to be the more likely winner for Great Britain. And of course, she lost to Stover in the semi-finals. It could have, perhaps should have been, an all-British affair. Imagine if that happened now. Goodness me.
Yeah, we did have an all-British final back in 1961. Christine Truman ended up as a runner-up. She's been a fine broadcaster for many years since then. And John Barrett's wife, and what a fantastic fella he is. One of the great commentators, and now a historian par excellence, who I think has missed only one afternoon in the last 30, 40 years, something like that, at Wimbledon. And that, I think, is because his son was graduating. Ridiculous record.
Angela Mortimer.
Angela Mortimer was the champion that year, absolutely right. Still on serve in the second set here, and Angela Mortimer is still a very regular visitor to these championships. I'm sure they'll be, well, I'm not sure because I have nothing to do with the Royal Box guest list, but I'd be surprised if we don't see them in the Royal Box either tomorrow or on Saturday.
That 1977 finals weekend was an incredibly frustrating one for Betty Stover, by the way, because not only did she lose the women's singles final, she lost the mixed doubles final and the women's doubles final as well.
Really? Now that I did not know.
So
that is extraordinary.
A case of always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Wow.
She had some consolation this year because Rob Nothman interviewed her a few days ago.
Her luck's got to change sooner or later.
There's a delay, by the way, on number 1 court. Ken Skupski is, or has just had a medical timeout. I think he's okay. He's just got back out of his chair. And he's sprinted back to start the deciding set there. And, of course, there is dedicated commentary available from that court, where we've just had a close-up of a lady in the crowd with some interesting head wear. I don't know quite how you describe that.
I would describe it as a saltire tea cosy.
Yes.
I think.
Well, I should be pleased with the way the Brits are playing. Here we're going to pick up action at 3-4 in the second set. It's back next door to Arvin Palmer and Peter Marcato.
Kavita Pečka to serve at 3-4 in the second set. The Czech-German combination taking the first set 6-4, and Pečka looking to serve a volley, playing a backhand volley as Chan looks to put the low ball in, and it works because the low forehand volley from Pečka goes into the net. It's love 15.
First bit of subtlety we've seen as well from all 4 players, really. Chan with a delicate dipper. Haven't seen too much feel used from the back of the court.
As Pečka serves, trying to get on the forehand of Hingis. She goes long. 12 seeds, Pečka and Gronefeld, taking on the number 3 seeds. Second serve, onto the backhand of Hingis, cross court. Pečka looking to go up the line. It's a sharp volley for Chan. She nets it. A forehand volley, 15 all. So very evenly poised this second set as Pečka prepares to serve, and serves now to the backhand of Chan. Hammers the ball. Gronefeld just comes off the net. Gronefeld there. A backhand drive volley from Chan. She's playing another one. Gronefeld doing well. Now the high lob from Chan. Gronefeld there. Chan digs it out. Now Pečka puts it away. Oh, what solid defense from Annalena Gronefeld at the net.
Almost deserves a bonus point for that. That was incredible hands from Grunewald, plucking one forehand which seemingly seemed behind her. How she was able to control that. Special point.
30-15. There's Pečka preparing to serve to Hingis. And will serve onto the off forehand of Hingis. Cross-court backhand for Pečka. Chan looking to come across. The ball going lob style. Picked up here nicely by Hingis with a forehand drive volley to Gronefeld, whose backhand volley goes into the net. And it is 30 all.
She was just caught a little bit deep there, Grunewald. She would have liked, should I say, to been a little closer to the net, just inside the service line.
Another plane making its way to Heathrow Airport, right near the flight path here at the All England Club. 30 all as Pečka serves out wide. Chan with a little low ball. Nice half volley from Pečka. Chan with a bit more angle. It's good. Excellent angle from Chan, and they've got a break point at 30-40.
Twice in this game now. Chan coming with the feel, using the natural angle, just rolling it into the tram lines, just brushing up the back of the court, getting perfect contact.
More break points as Pečka serving to Hingis, serves to the backhand of Hingis. It's cross court. Pečka doing the slice but putting it into the net, looking to come forward. She's furious with herself. There is the break of serve. It's 5-3 now for Chan and Hingis. And it'll be Chan to serve for it. Chan Jung Jan from the far end, serving for the second set to level things up in this ladies doubles quarter-final. And prepares to serve. Serves onto the forehand of Pečka. It's landed right on the baseline. Probably should have challenged. It doesn't matter because Pečka's forehand drive volley went long. 15 love.
That was a little wild there from Pečka. A rush of blood to the head. Perhaps a little bit of frustration in that shot as well.
No doubt. She was annoyed. Dropping her serve. I formation again. As Chan serves to the backhand of Gronefeld, cutting it off there as Hingis, but Gronefeld's there with a beautiful cross-court forehand. Now the ball's set up for the overhead, which Gronefeld puts over the baseline. 30 love.
Well, this is worrying. This game unravelling very quickly.
Well, finally loosening up towards the end, you feel here of the set. Been a tight contest all the way through as Chan serves. Peshke just putting the forehand up the middle of the court. Chan is there. Now gets a backhand, plays it up the line. It goes too big.
30-15.
It's 30-15. So 1 hour and 23 minutes on court. As Chan and Hingis closing in on the second set. Chan serving to the forehand of Gronefeld. Hammer up the line. Dug out by Chan. Pechke there. Oh, good hands from Hingis. Dug out by Gronefeld as well. Now Gronefeld gets the forehand volley. Chan is there. Gets a racket to it. Can't do anything with it. Good hands again from Hingis. And then Gronefeld. We're at 30 all.
Well, Hingis not backing down at all there. Not turning away. Couldn't quite do enough, though.
As they go to the traditional stance at 30 all. 5-3. Chan and Hingis serving to level the match up at 1 set apiece. Chan prepares again and serves onto the forehand of Pechke, and Chan hits Hingis completely accidentally, of course. There was such a deep ball from Pechke, and I think there will be drinks exchanged after the day's play.
And Hingis saw it coming as well. She turned and
caught one right in the back.
Yes.
That's generally the way. Certainly we played in Australia. If you hit your partner.
By the drinks.
Yep. Several. Chan serves. Break back point here for Gronefeld. Sharp hands from Hingis at the net. The forehand volley. Pechke with a backhand. Can't put it over. And we're at deuce.
Great hands. Great move from Hingis. Then back off there. Top of the net.
Rush hour at Heathrow. In fact, it's always rush hour at Heathrow. What am I saying? Take two on the ball toss for Chan at deuce. And serves to the forehand of Pechke. That's long and wide. Both lines people rather enthusiastic on that one. So second serve. Pechke standing on the baseline. Chan into the net. Oh dear.
Advantage, Miss Gronefeld.
Break back point. Second one in this game for Gronefeld and Pechke. Important here for Hingis just to have a word in her partner's ear. So don't worry about that. We'll get the next one. Important that you keep calm out there on the doubles court. Chan serves. This one slow motion sort of style landed beyond the service line. Second serve. And the serve. Oh, it's a slow ball. Gronefeld, though, had to reach for it coming forward. Nets the off forehand. Got away with it. It's deuce.
Only 60 miles an hour, that second serve. Gronefeld did not move her feet at all. Expected it to come through.
96.5 kilometres. That was a slow one. The serve here from Chan takes the net, rolls a bit, and then just falls over, but wide. Second serve. On the forehand of Pechke coming in, backhand from Chan. The backhand volley straight to Hingis. A short ball from Pechke, just getting a racket to it. She throws her hands up. Guess what? Fake apology, and we've got another break point.
I don't think there was much string involved there. It almost seemed a crazy sort of angle to purposely go for anyway.
That's
But
why you
she
pay for the
found
whole
it.
racket.
Yeah, absolutely. You might as well use it.
Again, break back point, third chance. There's Chan serving onto the forehand of Gronefeld. Straight back at Chan on the backhand. Off forehand again. Gronefeld deep. Chan just throwing up the high ball. Gronefeld doubles back to play beyond the baseline. A high lob. Chan with the forehand drive volley back at Gronefeld. Going up the line to deep ball. Chan digging it out up the line. Gronefeld coming in. Chan playing the low backhand volley to Gronefeld. Now going back that way. Oh, Gronefeld nets her backhand volley. And we go to deuce again.
Well, it's another volley that Grunewald actually held back on. She could have got a little bit closer to the net, made that backhand volley a little bit easier. And it ended up being a very tentative one.
Hour and 27 minutes on court. Great retrieving work at the back of the court from Chan. As Chan serves, the backhand there from Petchka under the forehand volley of Hingis straight at Grunewald. She can't reciprocate. And finally we have set point here for Chan and Hingis.
Another great move at the net from Hingis.
So taking your time here as Chan prepares. Serving to Grunewald, who hits the forehand. It's gone wide. It's going to be challenged, Grunewald. The ball on the service line.
On the right service line.
Well, they're excited, Chan and Hingis. Well, let's see what Hawkeye tells us. We've sent it upstairs. Oh, it's out. Oh, it's out. So it'll be a second serve.
Second serve. Please have a seat quickly.
So
well, the
everyone thought that it was going to be the
stewards were actually on the court. They thought it was a change of ends. They thought it was actually the end of set.
Wow. Second serve for Chan now. And it's into the net from Grunewald on the forehand. And we are at 1-all. Chan and Hingis, the third seeds, fighting back. They take the second set 6-3. 1 hour and 29 minutes on court. And we're off to the decider.
Yeah, and I suspect the vast majority of those still inside centre court will stay for that decider. 1 or 2, well, maybe 3 or 4 are heading for the exit. It is 8:15 in the evening, but a high-quality doubles encounter. Some genuine moments of excitement and drama, and more still to come. And play continues on number 1 court as well. They're into a deciding set there, of course. Max Mirny and Ekaterina Makarova winning the first 7-5 against Ken Skupski and Jocelyn Ray. Back came the Brits to take the second by 6-4. Skupski then had a medical timeout, but he seems to be okay. And the Brits are serving at the moment 1-2. They've got a point on the Ray serve to level things up at 2 apiece. Richard Connolly is watching. Could be a late night, but some wonderful doubles to engross those still here at the All England Club.
Yes, one of those great pleasures of being at Wimbledon late in the evening, enjoying a glass of something cold, I guess, and taking in some top quality doubles. Martina Hingis still showing she's got all the fabulous skills that we've admired through the years. A British pair in action on the number 1 court. Ken Skupski with his brother got to the quarterfinals of the men's doubles, so he's having a terrific Wimbledon. And that British pair really competing well with Mirny and Makarova. And Makarova and her partner Vesnina awaiting the winners of this match on centre court.
Yeah, a lot of connections in the doubles world, and it's game point again for Skupski and Ray, and they have indeed held on to Jocelyn Ray's serve. 2 apiece. Commentary continuing on number 1 court. The choice is yours. Commentary here, of course, on centre as we go into the deciding set. And if you are just joining us, delighted to have your company. 8:15 in the evening, 17 minutes past 8 to be precise here. So good evening from us. It may well be good morning wherever you're listening at the moment. The main headline today, well, the defending champion in the men's singles is out. Andy Murray losing in 5 sets to the American Sam Querrey. He led by 2-1. He was a set and a break up, but his body became increasingly frail as the match developed, and he lost the last 2 sets, picking up just 2 games in the process. So Querrey through to his first Grand Slam semi-final. He's going to play Marin Cilic, who also won in 5 against Gilles Muller. And Wayne Ferreira can pat himself on the back, because throughout these championships he's been saying that along with Federer and Nadal, which were 2 obvious shouts, he really fancied Marin Cilic's chances, and now he's knocking on the door, and he's got a 4-0 head-to-head record against Querrey, 3-0 on grass, most memorably back in 2012. They played out a 17-15 classic, second longest match in Wimbledon history. Cilic did say he hopes it doesn't go quite as long on Friday, but if it does, he won't be complaining if he comes out on top. And of course, he has won a Grand Slam title. He was the US Open champion not so very long ago, so he knows what it takes to go all the way in one of these fortnightly events. Bottom half of the draw, well, Roger Federer was magnificent again for long periods, certainly in the first 2 sets against Milos Raonic. The Canadian made it much tougher in the third. It went to a tie-break. Raonic led that tie-break 3-0, and then Federer came up with 5 successive points of wonder and closed out the tie-break and the match, his 100th match at Wimbledon, through to his 12th semi-final here, the 42nd Grand Slam semi-final of his extraordinary career. And he's going to play not Novak Djokovic, as most anticipated, but Thomas Berdych, who took the first set in a tie-break against Djokovic on #1 court, led 2-love in the second when Djokovic, who'd received a medical timeout at the end of the first, was forced to retire with an arm injury. He says it's an injury that's been troubling him for more than a year. So 2 stalwarts of the men's game for the past decade, Andy Murray and Novak Djokovic, have serious, it would seem, physical issues to deal with. Some are even talking about Murray taking the rest of the year off, as Federer did exactly 12 months ago. He's going to talk to his camp, he's going to assess the injury, and he's not going to rush into any decisions. And likewise, Novak will be very keen to sort things out. Had he won Wimbledon at the end of this week, he'd have gone back to #1 in the world. That's not going to happen, but he's still not so very far away. And of course, Federer and Nadal, now with the American hardcourt season to come, and no points to defend really, or no points to speak of. Certainly no points for Federer to defend. That's going to be fascinating. Murray's clinging on. He knows it's not going to be much longer that his name's atop of those rankings, Richard.
It's amazing how quickly things have shifted in the world of tennis. It only seems like yesterday that we were watching Raonic beat Federer in the semi-finals 12 months ago, of course, and Raonic was in his prime, physically dominating a diminished Federer, who had that knee complaint we know about now. Federer was down on the grass at one point in that semi-final, and it felt like, well, how many more times are we going to see Federer at top level? Nadal wasn't here, and Murray and Djokovic were the two. Well, Djokovic had gone out, but Murray and Djokovic were, to that point, the real dominant forces. But fast forward 12 months and things have changed completely.
Interesting. Interesting as well that Mario Ancic and Jamie Delgado are playing doubles, senior doubles right now on #3 court. Ancic part of the Djokovic camp. Jamie Delgado, of course, Andy's right-hand man when Ivan Lendl is not present, and still a key member of the team anyway, so they'll have plenty to talk about, Ancic and Delgado, and they're set up against the 2 Tommies, Enquist and Johansson, on #3 court. But we're going to go back to #1. It's still on serve in the deciding set. Skupski and Ray serving at the moment, and in the commentary box it is still Claire Curran and Barry Mills.
Ken Skupski again with a gem of a serve there, beating Makarova hands down with that delivery, but 2-3, 15 all. He serves from the far end in fading light here, but enough light still to get this one done, I would imagine. This serve comes strongly off the return to Ray. She's handling the shots so far from Mirny, but then her last forehand volley, she hit it slightly behind herself, and that just sprung long, didn't it, off the racket. So pressure on her partner, Skupski, serving 15-30. Makarova waiting to see what she can do with the reply. She's hit some great replies up the line, and there's another. Wow.
Well, that was a massive return there. No take back at all. Totally committed. Smacked it down the line. And suddenly, out of nowhere, 2 break points.
Skupski serves to try and save the first. He goes to the forehand side. A little dink from Ray is good enough. And the dink back attempt by Makarova is not so good. It's in the net. And the British fans here in support of Skupski and Ray, cheering them as they save that first of 2 break points in this game. But another one to come now. Good serve. Return is made. High volley. Not put away, but then the one dropped short by Ray. Backing up Skupski there. I'm not sure how cleanly it was hit, but it does the job perfectly. And Mirny almost on his knees there, trying to then come back up. Was that more frame than string?
Well, it worked, but everybody's just holding their breath from that point. And Mirny certainly picked up his game in this set.
Juice, Skupski just with the fault. He just missed the target there, trying to score another ace. They've scored 5 in this match. Only 2 from their opponents, the higher ranked team. But that, having talked about aces, is a double fault and not the time for it.
And it's been coming because the pressure that Mirny started to put on those returns of serve of his.
2 break points converted by each team. Here's another for the 12th seeds, and they've got it because the reply from Makarova was high. It went to the racket of Jocelyn Ray, and she's volleyed it wide. So 4-2 now for Mirny and Makarova. Are they on their way towards the quarterfinals? They're awaiting them. The top seeds, Jamie Murray and Martina Hingis, no less, who've teamed up and had a good couple of wins so far to reach the quarterfinal stage. Makarova starting the next game, but a punch return from Ray, landing right in the corner. Didn't see that coming, but what a sweet reply that was.
Well, that's a great response to being broken there. Ray's just so compact with her return of serve, picks the target and finds it.
Yeah, Mirny was in the I formation, and then he moved to his left, and that just opened up that route through for Ray's reply. Skupski now making a strong reply, and then Makarova, you heard her slap her thigh in annoyance because she's gone wide, and the chance growing to break back here. Love 30.
And Ray and Skupski really haven't had any opportunities to get on and break serve since the start of the first sets. They've done very well here, getting straight back into this game after being broken.
Mirny hunched down in the I formation again. Now he stands up and just has the easiest of putaways because Ray unable to make anything much of her return.
It was a very smart serve by Makarova. She took all the pace off it, and Ray started to return really well, but it's because she was enjoying the pace.
Yeah, the subtleties going on out there, trying to find the ways and means just to unsettle the opponents. And she serves again, 15-30. She went body serve, but she went long. Now further away from that centre mark, looking for more of an angle on this, or will she go tee? She goes into the body, really, and then she tries to drive back up the line, but that doesn't work that time. Skupski made the reply well enough, and it's 15-40.
Well, it was such good depth by Skupski on the return there, and it's the second unforced error on exactly the same shot from Makarova. She's clearly frustrated with herself, desperate to consolidate the break.
4-2, 15-40. Katerina Makarova serving out wide. That's a great serve, and that's well, it was struck by Ray just, but only with the frame, and it goes towards the stands as a result. A break point saved in that fashion, but now it's lefty to lefty again. Makarova given instruction by Mirny, who goes up to the net. He's also indicating, I think, the serve out wide, maybe. Let's see whether that signal I've read is correctly read by me. But how will she deliver the serve? She's gone down the centre, volley exchange, and Mirny caught out by that. Ray did really well as Mirny went at her. She hit it straight back strongly, and he's hit it wide, and it's back on serve in this final set. Mirny and Makarova now 4-3 ahead.
Yeah, terrific entertainment on number one court. We'll be back there in just a moment. Here on centre, Chan and Hingis have the break in the deciding set against Grunfeld and Peshka. They're leading by 2-1. We've had some high-quality doubles at times, all four players getting involved in some terrific rallies. And still a fair bit of tennis to be played, though. Richard Connolly alongside me, I think, has the sense that Chan and Hingis believe they can wrap this one up sooner or later.
Yeah, I just had the sense from Martina Hingis, from her body language and from her little yelps and shouts of encouragement to her partner, that she feels that they can streak away with this third set. She's bouncing up on her toes and, as I say, very vocal. But the Germans are resolute. They're very strong. And it's not proving exactly straightforward for Hingis and Chan at the moment.
Dedicated commentary continues to be available on this match with Peter Marcato and Arvin Palmer, but we'll go back to number one court. Jocelyn Ray ready to serve at 3-4 in the decider. Will rejoin Claire and Barry.
So Ray at 3-4 now from the near end, serves towards Mirny, comes in behind that serve, but the reply was strong from Mirny, and it forces an awkward ball volley from Ray, which Makarova then is able to hammer back past her. And it's love 15. Skupski just having a quick team talk with Ray. Now he's up to his position near to the net. The serve from his partner into the net. A pause again, and then serves right-handed into the body, hammered back. Makarova lining up, trying to hit that drive up the tram lines, but she's hit that one wide.
Well, she saw an absolute massive move there by Skupski in the net, forcing Makarova to take her eye off the ball, make the unforced error on the return.
3-4, 15 all. Serve to Murney's forehand. That's wide off the return. And he taps his thigh, a little frustrated. He didn't connect with that cleanly, and he's just talking to himself a bit, kind of if to say, come on, how long have you been playing this game? You can do better than that. But, you know, the light is fading here, and it's not as easy now, perhaps. That, though, a good return from Makarova. Ray came in, but was she a little late coming forward? I don't know. She just left that one in the net off the volley.
Well, it was a low percentage volley that she hit, and at this point in the match, she's got to play the percentage tennis. She can't go for the flamboyant volley. She's got to make her opponent play.
3-4, 30 all. Serve down the middle. Backhand return comes through. I mean, Murney has hit some screamers off that single-handed backhand off reply, but that one went down the middle and went sailing over the baseline. And it's 40-30, and potential here now for Skupski and Ray to draw level again in what has been a highly entertaining, high-quality mixed doubles encounter. Backhand from Ray. Eventually Makarova gets the play because the volley interchange between Murney and Skupski eventually put a ball to the left of court as we look onto it, and Makarova hit that and missed the target. It's 4 all. Listen to the crowd here.
And the crowd just want more and more. They want to stay here for as long as they can and absorb this wonderfully skilled tennis that all 4 players are displaying out here. And it's Murney to serve, and the British duo have broken him before. Ray's been returning exceptionally well.
She prepares herself now. The Murney serve to her forehand. She makes the reply. Volley from Makarova, trying to put it away, but the Brits are still in this point. They come forward. Oh, and then Ray overdoes the forehand. Skupski had done really well to handle some sharp attack there and keep them in play. And then Ray coming in behind, as I said, just pushes that too far in the end. But, I mean, the milliseconds they have to react, it's so tough to keep control all the time. Good serve from Max, who looks animated coming in behind that. Skupski's framed reply is wide, and it's 30-love very quickly.
Yes, and first serve is key here for Murney. He's using all his experience here. He's already got both serves in this game. He finds himself at 30-love as a result. He's looking for another one.
This giant of a man serves into the net. Steps a little wider of the centre mark for the second serve. Ray waiting, hands on racket, jogging around, takes it on the backhand, drives it cross-court well, pushing Murney out of the way a bit. Then she's got a ball to attack, comes in behind it, puts the volley, and Makarova trying to stretch across. That was all Jocelyn Ray there, and she played wonderfully.
Well, she couldn't believe that she was in a cross-court rally exchange with Max Murney. Max Murney didn't come into the net there off the first ball. And it gave Jocelyn Ray the opportunity to get to her favourite place, which is the net.
4 all, 30-15. Serve to the forehand. It's a fault, though. Skupski made a play, and Makarova was there, but Murney's got to go back to that far baseline, and from just behind it, prepare to serve a second serve here. 30-15. Forehand drive return to his backhand volley. Then a cross-court from Skupski, but Murney just moved beautifully to that and was able to steer it past Ray up at the net.
Very difficult shot to try to pull off. A forehand cross-court winner. Finding an angle, very tricky, and even trickier whenever you're playing somebody who has the height and the mass span, the wingspan of Max Murney.
Serving again at 40-15 now. Heavy serve. Return is great, though. Makarova tried to cover across to take it out of the air, but Ray nails it past her. And it's 40-30.
And Murney, after this return, comes flying past him. He takes a long look at Jocelyn Ray, thinking, who are you? I told you she was very talented.
You did. Absolutely right, Claire. And it's great to see that talent coming out to shine this evening. Backhand reply is in play. Forehand from Skupski. He's put up a defensive lob, and then Makarova able to backpedal and take that out of the air really strongly, force it at Ray, and win the game as a result. And so they go back to their chairs. The 12 seeds, they lead 5-4 in this final set, but it remains on serve. Well, what next? I mean, it has given us a great deal to enjoy here, to admire. All four have been so involved, and all four have hit some gems of shots, and it's been great entertainment. There's a good crowd still in here. Obviously, from a British point of view, a lot of support for Skupski and Ray, and they've really deserved it. They've really brought the crowd with them in this match to come back, having lost the opening set as they did. I mean, they were way back behind. Were they 4-1 down, I think, early stages, but got it to 5-all, and then eventually lost it 7-5. But they got a breakthrough midway through the second set, did really well to follow that up, hold on to it, and claim the set in the way they did 6-4. And now, having been a breakdown, have broken back, and here we are on serve. Okay, they now must hold serve from here to stay in the match, but who's to say they won't? They really are putting on a fine show in this third round encounter, trying to reach the quarterfinals together. Skupski serving then to keep them in the hunt for that at 4-5, final set. Lob return again from Murney. Skupski's forced back into the far corner. He's now lobbed Makarova, who makes the overhead, doesn't put it away, and then a big swish of the racket. Skupski's misfired that wide, and he looks very disappointed.
And we've seen that chip lob so often from Max Mirny. He plays the deuce side. He just takes the man off the net by lobbing the lady. So effective.
4-5, love 15. Body serve, return well. Low volley from Skupski up to Makarova, who then hits it at Ray, and again. But then Ray gets the ball to thump past Mirny. And the big cheer tells you what happened with that one.
Well, she's pretty confident at the net, Jocelyn Ray. So confident that when she has a shot to hit for a winner, she has no problem going at Max Mirny successfully yet again.
15-all. Skupski serving left-handed, heavy serve, and in the net goes the reply from Mirny's forehand. And he kept it well away from the Mirny backhand, didn't he? Because Mirny has laid into some of those and sent it back across the court for a great winner or two. 30-15. That's a good volley from Ray, and then a nice little change of direction by her partner, Ken Skupski. Lovely hand skills there. Mirny had moved centrally after the reply initially from his partner, and then his little half-volley dink. But what great late play on that ball by Skupski. Just waited till Max had moved out of the way, and then he went up the line. He comes in behind his next serve, though, and dumps the volley into the net. So 40-30. Team talk again.
Another great return by Mirny. Steps in, takes time away from Skupski.
Just waiting for a stray ball to be collected. Skupski at 40-30 to the backhand. Volley from his partner, and then the interchange between Mirny and Ray again. Makarova tries to go up the line, but the angled volley cross-court is wide from Jocelyn Ray, who holds her hand up to her face after that.
She does all the hard things so well, and then when she has that easy volley, she goes for popcorn tennis. So low percentage there, and makes the unforced error, and the crowd are willing this British team on. Like to see them getting a victory.
Can they hang on here, though? Being pushed onto the ropes. 4-5 at deuce. Skupski serves down the centre. Now, Mirny thought that was a fault. He's going to challenge it. I mean, as I say, the light is fading, obviously, at this stage of the evening. So Hawkeye will show us whether it was long, but it was on the line. And Skupski claims that point as a result, and he has the advantage. A point to take this to 5-all in the final set. And it's a full set to be played here. If they get to 6 games all, they still need to carry on. There'll be no tiebreak. Serve down the middle, high ball. Oh, Skupski takes it out of the air eventually, but I think he thought Ray was going to take that one first, and then he had to react late, and consequently his shot went straight to Murney, who then hits a volley right onto Ray's back as she turned away to take evasive action.
Well,
and it's match point for no, sorry, it went up on the scoreboard as that, but of course it's back at deuce. Yeah, the scoreboard's getting in real trouble. I did as well, but it is deuce. Backhand high reply. Ray tries to punch that into the court. Now with the angle. Then Skupski down the centre. Diving volley from Murney, but it's away. It's all going on here.
Oh, that is superb tennis there. Max Murney does his Boris Becker-like dive, trying to just keep the ball in play. What an athlete.
So again, a point to close this game for Skupski on his serve at advantage. Return comes to the Ray volley, but again she's very close to the net, and it's that skimming reply from that flat hit from Makarova that catches her out, and she nets the volley. 2 hours now exactly for this tussle. What a match it's been. Skupski, 34 years of age now, just wipes his brow. He's played a lot of tennis today. Lost in the men's doubles with his brother earlier on, having had an extended first set tie-break, eventually losing that one to Kubot and Mello. Serve down the middle. Return is not a clean hit by Murney, but a very good clean volley, high backhand volley by Ray.
And Ray's made a couple of mistakes in this game, mental mistakes. Murney goes at her on the return, asks her the question, and she puts that backhand volley away, and the relief on her face afterwards.
So it's yet again advantage to Skupski, and this time he's aced Makarova, and the big cheer again, under pressure. But a superb response for the unseeded duo, and they take it further. 5-all now in this final set.
Well, it was nearly game, set and match there. You can see the relief of Skupski and Ray that they got through that service game. Still all evens now. You feel that the momentum is a little bit more with Murney and Makarova. They've been playing a little bit more aggressive, more solid. But the crowd is certainly behind the British team.
Makarova serving from a wide position, out wide to the forehand of Ray that ends up in the net.
Well, she took it on. She went for it, didn't hold back Ray. And at this stage in the match, you can't really hold back. You've got to still stay aggressive.
Murney hunkers down close to the net. Will Makarova go out wide over his head? She does that attempt, but she's hit it into the tram lines. So now different position. Murney moving more to the right, and his partner more to the left as she prepares to serve again. 5-all, 15-love. Forehand return to Murney's volley. Ray then volleys well, and Makarova perhaps had too much time to think about that and only hits her backhand in the net, and she looks around really concerned to her corner after that mistake.
Jocelyn Ray hit a volley there that she had no right to get back, especially also because it's so dark there. Just her perception skills.
Yeah, it gets trickier by the minute here. Looking up to the sky, she serves now into the net. There's still quite a lot of blue sky above, but also more perhaps grey clouds coming over, which will just lessen the light even more. Return taken on the forehand. Backhand drive from Makarova. It's the two women replying to one another. Then the change of direction by Ray to Murney, who's up at the net, and he's put it in the net on his volley. And he turns away disgusted with that.
Well, at this stage in the match, Max Murney can't afford or shouldn't really be missing those volleys. Ray went straight at him. He made the mistake, and he's appalled with himself for that.
5-all, 15-30. The Russian under threat on her serve. Serves it down the centre, comes back to her forehand, and she hits a beautiful forehand winner past Ray. And Ray's got a reach there, but she could not lay a racket on that, and it was past her up the line for another winner, another point, and a vital point, you feel, for Makarova on her serve here.
So cool under pressure there, hitting that winner down the line. Makarova.
5-all, 30-all, that 1-set-all. It could not be closer. That return comes to Makarova. Ray goes cross-court with a forehand, but she's just hit it long. Makarova was being pushed back there, and that could have been very tricky for her had Ray made it into play, but she did not. And Makarova, with a sense of relief, I would imagine, has at least got ahead in this game now and has a point to win it at 40-30. Methodical bouncing of the ball 5 times, pause, and then high ball toss, serve, out wide. And then the drive back from Skupski, but only into the net. Murney was there waiting for it, should it come over, but it did not. And they move ahead again, the 12 seeds, back to their chairs. They lead 6-5 in this very, very close final set.
What a match. What an end to proceedings on number 1 court. The sun starting to set. It's been a decent day weather-wise. It's been a dramatic day. Here on centre court, play continues in the deciding set. Grunfeld and Peshka. A breakdown to Chan and Hingis, who came from a set down. It's quite dark, I have to say.
It's got noticeably darker in the last 15 minutes, and it's tightened up this match. They were a double break-up, Hingis and Chan at 4-1, so it's threatening to go the distance, this one as well, I have to say.
So we'll keep an eye on events here, but we've got to go back to number 1 court, where Skupski and Ray are looking to hang in, serving to stay in the match against Murney and Makarova.
Time.
And still in the commentary box, Claire Curran and Barry Mills.
So far.
Well, how much more will they have to go to do this tonight, or will they get it done tonight? The light is really getting less and less now, and you kind of want to put the floodlights on this one. But we can just about see Makarova serving from our commentary box end, and sorry, I clearly can't see because it's Jocelyn Ray serving. But anyway, Jocelyn Ray served well, and Skupski backed her up at the net, and they get the first point of this game. It's 5-6, 15-love. Makarova does hit that ball, but only as far as the net on her return, and Ray 2 points into her service game, 2 points won. Love. A pause again, and then she just lets the ball toss bounce in front of her. It was too far out in front. She regathers, readies herself, serves out wide. Murney makes a reply. Volley from Ray coming forward. She did come in beautifully behind that excellent serve out wide and just hit a very clean hit, and Makarova hits long as a result of that. 40-love. Taking this to 6-all, can she do so? Jocelyn Ray from Great Britain serves with her partner Ken Skupski up at the net. It was a fault on that serve, so back she comes. And we'll try again. Into the net. A little apology from her, I think, to Skupski that she's done that. And then she just tapped the thigh with the racket, which would say, you know, how tired she's getting, perhaps, that she's feeling that she didn't use the legs to really launch into that serve. Expect something better now. 5-6, 40-15. It is better. It's hammered back. She makes a very good half volley. Makarova drives it to her, and then again, but the volley cross court just wide from Ray. And the pressure mounting. Can she still find a way through this service game, Jocelyn Ray? It's getting tense again.
Yes, and on her last service game, she was 40-love up. A couple of moments later, they reduced, they were under real pressure, and it's happening again.
She serves to the forehand. It comes back to her volley. She makes that. Murney then with Skupski in the exchange. Skupski's hit the ball into an awkward place for Makarova, who tried to bring it back, but she only put it in the net. And they've got themselves another game, and they level again in this terrific tussle here on court 1 for a place in the quarter-finals of the mixed doubles at Wimbledon. And of course a British foe would await if they do get through, Skupski and Ray, because Jamie Murray, along with Swiss partner Martina Hingis, the top seeds, they will be their foes in the next round should they advance. But maybe they won't. Maybe it'll still be Murney and Makarova, and Big Max is lining up the next game to serve with new balls. peering through the gloom here, but serving strongly. He comes in behind it, hits the volley to the forehand. Up the line attempt by Ray. She keeps them in play. She covers across. The Brits have switched positions, switched sides, but in the end, Ray's forehand in the net.
Ray tried everything there. Super return of serve, just took the pace off it. Did everything that she could to try to stay in that point.
6-all, 15-love. Murney hits a strong serve, but he's gone too far. And Skupski was coming up towards that fairly well. He was looking to be the aggressor, used the pace of that serve to hit a big reply. No need. Makarova down in the I formation. Murney serves from behind her and aces. Aces. Skupski out wide. What a serve to produce then at 100 miles an hour.
Skupski takes a swing at it, and I don't know whether the light is a slight problem now for them, but certainly nobody's making any complaints about it. Everybody enjoying the tennis.
I think they're using the lights from our commentary box to illuminate the proceedings down below, and that's gone long. A flash from Ray with her return, but too far. And very quickly, Max has built a considerable lead in this game and has a chance now to close it with his next shot. Still a good crowd at this time of the evening, looking on to see the body serve, the volley off the tape by Makarova, but it lands in for the winner. And again, they step clear by a game, and on it goes. 7-6 they lead now in this final set.
Well, Murney holding serve comfortably there, just relieving pressure off themselves. And it's so important at this stage that when you're returning serve, even if you don't win the game, you keep your opponents serving for as long as possible. Try not to give them any free points, because everybody's under so much pressure here. They're feeling it, so they are. And, you know, one mistake and suddenly you could gain that momentum.
Now, umpire Pascal Maria is on the blower. Is he asking for a ruling here about the lights? Because at this stage it is getting very dark, and it must be very difficult for the players to see the ball as clearly as they were able to earlier. But the Brits have come out for more. They want to carry on, albeit they're a game behind. Well, a fierce battle, but also played in a great spirit. Lots of smiles around in both camps, particularly the British duo and their team behind them. And into another volley exchange, all involved here, and it's Ray with that one. Then the backhand, but what reaction from Ray. Murney trying to put her away, but then he lobs and hits it straight onto Ray, who then gets it back, and then onto the racket of Skupski from Murney, who puts it away, does Skupski. What a start to that game.